4 bosses orders is a very, very tough ask.
Pokepad once more for another Dracloak, find some more resources. He's really made a great board this time around. Exact opposite of game number 2. This is optimal on both sides now. And Yoshi is ready to go back to back with Boss's Orders 2 sitting in that 4-card hand.
Just a lot of energy here in Miguel's hand. The best one in the field. Neo upper, it stays on the field. Does Yoshiyuki have Boss's Orders? Take out a huge resource from Miguel. And there it is. Boss's Orders on the Dracloak with the A-Spec.
Massive punish here for playing that card down. Gets a peek at the hand. You want to go after one of those 4 energies, or you want to take away an attacker? There's nothing great there yet.
It could be the Dragapult?
That's where I'm at. Oh, there's the Iono.
I didn't see the supporter.
That's a pretty good one when you're holding another boss.
Ooh. And just like that, Miguel is 2 turns away from attacking with a Dragapult. Has to try and commit 2 energies, one by one.
And didn't see exactly what happened on that spot. So quickly did the cards get played back, but did he find a supporter to go along with this after the Claw of Darkness? Did he just find another Iono after losing one?
That would be a big topic.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
Boy, that's, yeah, that helps.
And Yoshiyuki does play 4 Boss's Orders. There's still 2 more in the deck.
All right, to work into what, the perfect optimized lines. Does Miguel here in this spot find Jamming Tower and Counter Catcher? If you can take out that Psyduck, establish Dusclops in combination with that, next turn you're threatening a Mega Absol KO on the other side with your Dragapult.
Absolutely none of that, Kyle. Nothing.
Well, then why am I even talking? What's the point? Draw the cards.
It was nice to hope.
Okay. Well, then let's just Itchy Pollen or something. Oh, wait. Bez!
There's hope.
Bez! Save us!
So Counter Catcher,
the script.
Stadium.
That's none of them.
Pheasant Dippity, do you need to read it again?
Flip the script from bad to worse on Miguel's
We're not done yet. That was still nothing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's Recon Directive, just the last one to work with that evolution on the other side. And is Itchy Pollen really the way to go? Get that weakness in there.
Oh, another Boss's Order in Yoshiyuki's hand. Can get another targeted attack. First attack into the Dragapult. This is so big again. Miguel is going to struggle to get things set up.
Yeah, it's at this point, as soon as the Neo upper energy is gone, you target wherever the energy is played. It does not matter about your cloaks. I don't care about a Pheasant Dippity. Do whatever you want. If you place an energy on it, I'm probably going after it at this point.
Yeah, the Boss's Orders could take out the option for the Jet Headbutt play once again. Night Stretcher. Again, could we maybe set up the second Dracloak into Dragapult, attached there, get the Boss's Orders, Counter Catcher on the Psyduck, and since we're best attack is Jet Headbutt anyway.
Yeah, it's been the MVP of the game so far, unfortunately.
He just draws into everything that gets discarded.
Yeah. You ever want to piece together the puzzle, you need to hold on to these resources, and Mega Absol does a great job. Making sure that you don't get the job done.
Here's a struggle, though. Because of the Dracloak, he has to pick. There is a Boss's Orders in hand, but he doesn't have the Jamming Tower just yet. So in order to prevent it getting sniped off once again, is going to choose to actually send it to the bottom of the deck.
Okay. And it leads to the Dusclops, which could be played down. If you ever get the damage onto the Psyduck, you could try to set up that combo and use Curse Blast, but prize cards are going to be falling left and right on Yoshiyuki's side. Attaching this energy would be brutal. That's a clear KO waiting, so wants to hold back.
Yeah, energy attachment instead onto the bench Dracloak. So I believe still, oh, Kent Pheasantipity. There was no knockout.
Feels like it.
Yeah, because that's just how brutal that attack was. Just a jet headbutt here. That doesn't seem, yeah, that doesn't get that far. Luckily, there is no energies yet onto the Monkey Dory, so no movement yet, but no item lock. That means these Pokegears, oh, there's also the Earthen Vessel.
Yeah. Pokegear taking a peek. If you ever saw another boss's orders, would you ever just go after the Dracloak in that spot now? You have the damage on the Dragapult. You know that you can handle that Pokemon at any time, but it's a clean Dragapult that really threatens you at this point in the game. You don't want to see that hanging around.
Instead, it looks like it is going to be the Arven. Could even double, get the E-Switch, maybe even get a knockout on a Duskull if you really want to get that aggressive.
Yeah, prize cards could be had here. With the Arven played, it takes away a few other resources that we could have otherwise seen. Some penny plays, but I think this is just fine at this point in time. Make use of these resources, find the energies, establish that Monkey Dory as a way to continue to threaten your opponent. Duskull will be a pretty easy KO at some point. Obviously, Batu, very simple KO at some point too.
Who getting the 30 damage onto the Dracloak? You were saying it was going to be safe. Oh, double onto the Dracloak. Just like that, it has 60 damage. It's no longer safe. It's in terminal period range.
Yeah, and a penny away from me finding even more answers at that point. It's could have taken a lot away, but this was the big attacker now.
Now, what do you do now? You're so offbeat. Just because of your ace bet getting taken out without getting use out of it.
Yeah, it was a big risk, and if it paid off for Miguel, then we could see additional energies thrown down, and you won't have to worry about them being targeted each time. Instead, you're just on the back foot, trying to take out this massive Pokemon on the other side. 250 hit points remaining. You have a little bit of reach with the Dragapult, but once that damage is on that Pokemon, it's likely to stay. Any damage you attack into at this point, Monkey Dory will check you. And that could be a knockout with Claw of Darkness, double Adrenabrain.
Yep, Pheasantipity this time at least can draws into the Dragapult. I didn't think it was the second energy, but this might be the, oh, there it is. There's the second energy. This might be Miguel's last Phantom Dive of the tournament. No backup GP just yet.
To close out in this game, typically it involves one of those Ionos. If your opponent's exhausted all those resources, gone down on a low prize count, and then you take away one of those big Pokemon like that Mega Absol. If you could remove that, then you'd use that. But we see 3 Ionos already played to get to this point alone. Just so much needed to stay in this game for Miguel.
And even then, Yoshiyuki played around the potential for Iono. Getting that energy switch early means it's game on board. Well, knockout on board.
Yeah, just holding on to that dark energy, has double Adrenabrain ready if there's additional damage played into that Mega Absol.
So Night Stretcher could re-establish a Dreepy, but that is so far away from turning into a real threat at the moment.
It's hard to incorporate some other plays that we've seen with the Badu. If you have the counter catchers and try to stall for any time, Latias makes pretty quick work of that with retreating out, and you see him just holding on to that counter catcher. Needs to buy an additional turn. It's Badu, Itchy Pollen.
Doesn't even evolve the bench Dracloak, so that Dracloak has 30 HP remaining. Doesn't even need the boss's orders to try and deal with that.
Yeah, well, start waving goodbye. That is 100% a place to put that damage and clear off a major threat. And at this point, do you even need to attack? You could leave Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot, clear that Pokemon and pass turn, waiting to find your next boss's orders to target wherever an energy goes.
Yep, and there it is, just Adrenabrain. Moving 3, let's think about it. Where is it going?
It's like, is this a trap?
Surely, this is too juicy to take.
Why do you want me to do this? Is there Blood Moon Ursa Luna coming? What?
Oh, opts to not do it.
Yeah, just wants to set up for. If you can take multiple Pokemon off the board at the same time, he's got 3 prize cards remaining. It could be another checkmate style of situation. And
yeah, let's not open up the bench space for any sort of surprise. Very tough.
what an odd spot. 9 minutes remaining in this game.
Now, even if Miguel gets the attack off with the Dragapult, it's a terminal period plus double monkey. That's done. Yeah, that is checkmate.
Attacking in at this spot seems impossible.
But how do you win if you don't attack?
You believe in yourself. I don't know how you could possibly figure this one out. There's so much damage built onto your only clear answers. No bench spaces are opening up. It's never going to be a chance for Curse Blast. Psyduck's waiting there. Itchy Pollen isn't doing anything for you, and anytime you add a damage counter to the other side of the board, it is shoved right back to the other side. It is nearly insurmountable here for Miguel, but he will continue to press forward.
Maybe just buy time. Yes, it looks like Yoshi's opting to just pass. Maybe Miguel takes advantage of that. Let's just keep using the Badoo, get more energy attachments, and then at some point, at least get Dragapult online, start taking knockouts on the bench, and then sending the 60 damage onto the Psyduck, so there's nothing to move.
From Yoshiyuki's side, 6 is the magic number. If you have 60 damage on a Dracloak, feels comfortable just leaving that there. It won't be moved to the other side. He's got the deck list information that there's no Monkey Dory to heal this Pokemon up. So if you place that one other damage counter onto the other Dracloak, you have guaranteed terminal periods waiting anytime they evolve into a Dragapult. And then that Badoo is an easy clear with a Monkey Dory.
Don't know how important that was to get the 10 damage onto the Latias as opposed to the Kangaskhan. Prevents drawing two cards and then going into Absol, I suppose.
A moral victory at that point. Skyliner.
And there it is, just a pass. We again mentioned earlier, Miguel's missing beats because of the Neo Upper. At this point, he should be back in beat 4 energy attachments in any case, but the board is just... The fact that it's just 6 damage on each makes the board look so bad.
This is the spot that you don't want to see as a Dragapult player. Attacking him with Jet Headbutt has been his best answer so many times. It's because leaving damage on the other side of the board when the Monkey Dories are established forces an answer on the other side. Clear knockouts, and there is no pressure on this Mega Absol.
Yeah, there's... Attacks have to leave no damage at all for Miguel to stay into this. The attacks, clear knockouts already are on the board with the Dragapult EXs, and then the fact that Badoo has 30 HP is simple. Whoop, monkey.
The one thing that really could mess with Yoshiyuki at this point is any issues with his sleeves.
Don't put that out there, Kyle.
Oh, he just passed his deck over to the judge. He's being very careful with how this goes down at this point.
Is there a judge draw? Can you draw the card for me, Judge? Is that a thing?
I've yet to see that yet. I've seen the judge ball where they shuffle for you whenever, and they have to play your own Pokemon down. We're a little past that point.
Itchy Pollen once again. Singular damage counter.
All right. But Lily's determination. See a few more cards.
At this point as well, Miguel can't even Itchy Pollen safely into a Kangaskhan.
No, it feels bad. Do you stop attacking to avoid getting to the crucial third damage counter? It could lead to some real issues now. And with Live Aid Stadium, bump up those hit points a little more.
Hey, it makes things tougher. Badoo can now survive one Monkey Dory throw.
Okay. Go Badoo. You've earned it. No rush from Yoshiyuki. The clock continues to tick. 5 minutes remaining for Miguel to solve this puzzle. He has attackers ready, but are they ready to attack?
You can't even depend on Dusknoir now. Neo Upper is gone. Oh, Turo gets them Badoo out of harm's way. So there's no easy, simple, single throw of Adrenabrain. But Dusclops is still in play.
Duskull, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Still, this board is not an answer. If you promote that Dragapult, attack in, you're leaving enough damage to where Penny Monkey Dory can close that game out. Cannot leave that as an option. Too many resources in the hand for Yoshiyuki. I don't think we've even seen one of those play just yet. Plenty of resources.
This is a safe Pokemon to retreat into now, though. Blood Moon Ursaluna can't even attack. I don't think Yoshiyuki's even going to let it attack. If he's going to win the game, he's going to win the game by taking 3 prize cards.
Right, you can set up this spot to where you don't ever have to reveal too much, and this is a pass over with the Duskull. 2013, what are we doing here with Duskull pass?
Just a pass. Now Yoshiyuki does find a boss's orders if he chooses to take knockouts this turn. There it is, boss's orders on the Pheasantipity.
Right, attacks in, sees the hand, puts a bunch of damage onto this Pokemon, removes the boss's orders. That hand is not looking pretty, and Pheasantipity is 10 damage away from being KO'd.
Now there's the only thing you can hide behind as Miguel is the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Okay.
Again, there is 10 damage on the board. There's 2 damage actually with the Mega Kangaskhan, so moving 2 with the Monkey Dory does get a knockout here on the Pheasantipity eventually. But again, Yoshiyuki's going to take all 3 prize cards in 1 turn. Not going to allow the Blood Moon Ursaluna's seasoned skill ability to activate.
Miguel solves the first piece of denying the 1 prize Pokemon, but Pheasantipity's still there. If the answer is available, I'm sure Yoshiyuki could find it, but 1 damage counter to take away this.
And I see the boss's orders. There it is. Woo! Boss's orders. That's boss. Yoshiyuki, the ultimate boss here at the Houston Regional Championships. What a game.
That had everything. There was so much back and forth, so much to consider. The Badoo Itchy Pollen just continued to hang around, and there's just no clear answer to how to work through.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow. what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hola amigos, we're live in sunny Sevilla. Much like the passionate flamenco dancers of this city, our players will be diligently dancing their way through this competition. Next to the orange tree-lined streets and historic architecture, Sevilla is the place to be for Pokémon prowess this weekend. Our players have already been diligently playing their matches. We have got all the way to round 3 already, and I imagine they're all battling it out soon to move on to round 4. But meanwhile, we are here to bring you all of the action. My name is Amy Wasley, and I am joined by the wonderful Alex Dow.
Yeah, thank you very much. Excited to be here with everyone on this couch.
Of course, Jesper Eriksson.
Muchas gracias, Amy. Thank you so much for having me here. And this is going to be an exciting day of Pokemon action.
And Ross Gilbert.
Who is in a wonderful mood. I've been wandering around Seville this weekend. I've seen narrow streets. I've seen old buildings. I've seen more sunshine this weekend than I've seen in the UK for the whole of the year up till now. And that's put me in a good mood.
I think that's fair to say, and hopefully our players are experiencing that sunshine, sunny delight themselves. And of course, it's not just about today. We have a fantastic European schedule coming up throughout the rest of the season.
Oh, there's a lot to look forward to in Seville this weekend, but we're going to Prague, Czechia for the first time in a long time as our next European regional. We've got Utrecht and we've got Turin to finish off our European schedule, but then we've got New Orleans for the North American International Championships. And then the big one at the end of August, the double event, Pokemon XP and the Pokemon World Championships being split into 2 events for the first time ever, both of which are going to be amazing. And I am personally rather hyped for that one. I think it's going to be fun.
The 30th anniversary. Let that sink in for a moment. The 30th anniversary World Championships. It's going to be an event to remember, an absolute majesty of the end of our season there. But not just our World Championships what we need to think about right now, because we need to think about how on earth we get there. Now those players are going to be playing for those all-important championship points. And of course, you can register to compete in any of our future events that we just spoke about using that wonderful link below. So if you haven't already and you'd like to get yourself to these championship events, or you would like to, you know, dip your toes in at the end of the season, get some practice in for next time, then there's plenty of opportunity to do so. And of course, let's have a look at those championship point breakdowns for how you go about getting them.
Just like we're having usually with regional events, the first place here at Sevilla is going to get 350 CP. Not just that, but also World's Invite on top. And we're getting our championship points down all the way to top 512 in this event, which is splendid for these trainers trying to reach into that top 135 in the Masters Division of Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that's what we're showing on the right-hand side there. It's not just the European regions as well. It's not just the Masters Division. We do have our seniors competing for one of those invitee spots as well in the top 100 senior places, and also in the junior division as well. 80 players in the European region and the NA region, 50 from LA, 10 from OCIC, or OC, I should say. And then, of course, the Middle East and South Africa, there's 5 for the juniors as well. But it's across all the 8 divisions, which is just amazing to see, because that's what Pokemon's all about.
If you want to know how it works, imagine over at Pokemon HQ, they print out a giant sheet of paper with all of the players on. They go to 135. They get a giant ruler, big fat pen. They draw a big line. If you're above the line, congratulations, you're going to Worlds. If you're below the line, that is unfortunately a bit sad. But do remember, every player in the top 135 with a direct invite will push that line down 1 spot.
Indeed, and that's what it's all about. We've got that ever-changing status symbol of the championship points where they're going up every single event, and if you miss out, then it could just wiggle you below that line. But it's not just championship points that our players are playing for.
Yeah, so much on the line for all of our players that we've just already mentioned. But here at this Special Championships, all of our players are also looking to try and earn some of those booster packs as well, those boxes of the recent sets where possible. But we've already highlighted for that person who does become the champion of the Seville Special Championship, they do also earn that little golden ticket there for that direct invitation to that World Championships, to that amazing event that Ross has been so amazingly describing there and is looking so hyped for.
Honestly,
I'm personally
it's a
quite
good-
hyped. Yeah, it's going to be Worlds, it's going to be XP, it's going to be the World Championships, direct invite. I love direct invites because you don't have to worry anymore. I also love these boosters. I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Very few things are as fun as finishing a Pokemon event, heading back to your hotel room, cracking a whole bunch of booster packs. That's how I want to spend my evening.
It's certainly easier to get it home when you've got just all of the cards that you can want, pop the good ones in the binder, take the rest back for the kids at home. You know, jobs are good in.
Yeah,
That's the nice thing about it all. But let's lead straight on into the other things that are very important at these events, and that's our travel pricing, which makes it much more advantageous to be able to get yourself to more events.
Yeah, not only are we playing for championship points for the World's invites, but every single quarter, when you're speaking of Pokemon, getting out this ruler, we're getting out the ruler for top 16, getting some travel stipends towards the next international championships. And here also the priority registration for the top 32. So if you just miss out on that travel stipend of the $1,000, you're still getting that little bit of a price with the priority registration.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, just at the bottom there as well, we highlight that qualification time period. We've just had a European International Championship. So the players are now competing for that opportunity to the next sort of phasing of this sort of travel potential opportunities as well. So much to play for at these larger events, at your local events as well. So it's such an interesting time to be a Pokemon player.
We've just had a UIC. Thanks for highlighting that, Alex. Let's have a look at what that looked like.
On Valentine's weekend, thousands of Pokémon TCG fans, including a record-breaking 3,988 Masters Division players, descended on London for the European International Championships. Entering the weekend, the discussion was about the format being dominated by the four decks we've been seeing for the past few events: Golden Go, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragapult. And the metagames of both Phase 1 and Phase 2 looked like it was business as usual. Moving into Top Cut, however, it was a different story, with 3 Mega Absol box and 2 End Zoroark decks, proving there's still plenty of other decks that you can take through a huge international championships. After 3 intense days of action, though, it was time to crown our champions. In the Junior Division Finals, it was an all-Japan affair as Hotaru Matsudaira defeated their friend Reo Atake, but not before they both confirmed their World's invites. In the Senior Division Finals, Jacob Lee took the victory with a Mega Kangaskhan X deck that nobody saw coming, using proof of event damage and Jumbo Ice Cream after Jumbo Ice Cream to heal any damage that was dealt. Finally, in the Master Division, Edwin Mesman took the lesser-played Mega Absol box into a matchup which looked unfavored on paper, but was able to play carefully, using Poison, Monkey Dory, and all his other tricks to take home the crown. Thousands of players, thousands of matches, 3 champions, one fantastic weekend of fun. Don't forget to head to Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join in for future events.
Well said, Ross. Thank you for highlighting everything that went down at EUIC. They are colossal events. If you haven't been to one, I would highly recommend getting yourself to an international championships. Maybe next season's the one for you, whether you're going to be playing side events, chilling out with friends, or in the main event of your respective game. There's lots to do, but there were lots of different decks at EUIC this year. Let's have a look at how day 1 looked.
Yeah, going on for the Phase 1, we have these top 4, the biggest decks: Dragapult Dusknoir, Golden Go, Charizard Dusknoir, and Gardevoir. Also with the Gardevoir Jellicent incorporation and some Grimmsnarl on top of that. Really interesting Phase 1 we got to see from EYC, with all these decks being sort of expected, right? And we were looking at, well, is it going to be Dragapult taking it down? Is it going to be Golden Go? Any of these decks had a real good chance of taking down the entire tournament. And with record-breaking numbers of trainers at EYC as well, it was also interesting to see that a whole mighty 18% of them brought Dragapult Dusknoir.
This was a lot of what we expected at EUIC. There were 4 decks that we were expecting. Dragapult, Golden Go, Charizard, Gardevoir. These were the 4 decks, and if you look, you combine the 2 Gardevoir up to 12%, and we got 18, 16, 12, and 8. Those were the big decks. But if we can have a quick look at phase 2 here, we see that actually they're kind of the same. We got those same 4 decks, but hang on a second. Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, that Mega Box deck, he's creeping into phase 2.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those decks that, you know, suddenly came into the fore of the meta through a certain very well-respected player who piloted to a fantastic finish. But then it's been part of our meta game since its inception. And now it's just kind of starting to really creep into some of these tournaments and actually, maybe as kind of Ross kind of hinted to, not been as respected as much going into some of the formats because of the power that we have of the meta game right now.
And we're looking at these Absol lists. We're looking at back of its inception since Milwaukee Regionals, already before we had the holiday season, and the list has not changed. Barely any cards have changed with the deck, but players keep somehow disrespecting it, shows up to these tournaments and takes them down all the time. And that's why something like Mega Box, you cannot disrespect it, because otherwise it's gonna come and hunt you down.
So what happened in top 8, guys?
Well, as we head on into top 8, we do see 2 of those Mega Boxes. You got Edwin Mesman and Daichi Tamai there with the top 8, but then we got some others. We've got a couple Charizard, we've got a Golden Go, we've got a Gardevoir, but we also have a couple of End Zoroark decks, not really representing on the phase 1 or phase 2 metagame, and yet coming in with 2 top 8 finishes. We've got 1 each of those top 4 decks, but 2 Mega Box and 2 End Zoroark, that is not what we were necessarily expecting coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, I know you mentioned Dragapult there, but Dragapult was one of those that was being carried by Charizard. But we do get a chance now just to quickly flash back up and go back to the finals here. These were the final turns. Both our players, Edwin Mesman with that Mega Box, Drew Stevenson with his Golden Go deck, and they saw the handshake. Edwin being able to take it down 2-1 in a riveting final. And it was just incredible to watch just how he was piloting the matchup itself. Because typically, we know he's had to kind of tech in certain cards for that matchup, but Edwin was the one who finally got that breakout massive first win, and what a place to do it.
I loved that final. Obviously, you know, if you're watching EUIC, you would have seen me come out from behind those LED screens to, you know, present the trophy to the winner. I was watching behind those screens, and it kept going back and forth, and people were asking me, who's going to win? I'm like, I don't know. It keeps switching. It was a fascinating game. Thoroughly enjoyed watching it. Edwin had what a lot of people are saying was a slightly unfavored matchup going in, but came through and took that victory. Congratulations, first IC win.
Yeah, especially going up against Drew Stevenson. And we know we've seen regularly featuring a lot this season in particular, because he's just been such a fantastic, consistent player, particularly with that Golden Go archetype.
2 very well decorated players, but we have many this season, as we'll take a little look at our current champions of Europe.
Worth noting here, and it hasn't happened for a couple of seasons. Right now, every European regional level event has been won by a European player. We've seen North American players winning our events the past couple of years. We saw Ryuki Okada winning Dortmund last season. Currently, just interesting to note, we have 5 European winners. When we look at North America in a minute, we're starting to see these tournaments, they are very international nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we even get there as well, a thing to highlight that Yes was already mentioned, just thinking back to that metagame, we've had a champion of every single one of those decks, starting with Gardevoir. We had the Dragon Bolt victories as well, 2 of them now. And then we also had the Golden Go and also the Charizard with Nikolai in December as well.
This is our current leaderboard for Europe. This is live. If they've got a gold ticket next to their name, it means they have that guaranteed invitation to the World Championships. And this very well could change up this very weekend.
It could change up a lot with these golden tickets beside their names, right? These automatic invitations to the World Championships. Already speaking of Drew Stevenson, looking there at second, not a guaranteed invite, but looking really good for getting that normal ranking invite, but also looking at players like Emma Hagen, fantastic season they're having with their EV box decks. Daniel Makta winning a regionals. I mean, we're just seeing names up and down that list that continuously for the past couple of seasons has been extremely consistent in the way that they've been playing, but just keep somehow doing it over and over and over again.
Yeah, we're seeing this over and over, all these players having these good results. Remember, like we said a minute ago, every player in top 135 with a direct invite will push that line down one spot. So if you're there on the bubble, be cheering for these players to win, you know, when they're up in those high spots, to keep pushing that line down. But it is worth noting, if a player earns 2 direct invites, only pushes the line down once. So stop cheering for them when they've won 1. That's what I'm saying.
Ever so true. Now, we've spoken about decks, we've spoken about what's been going on in Europe, but you touched on it before, Ross. Let's have a little look at what happened in Houston and see how those deck kind of from phase 1, how the decks differed from Europe.
And we can see Ascended Heroes, which was the first tournament we had on stream with that set coming in. Dragon Ball Dusknoir being the top dog once again. But wait, we see En's Zoroark finally being part of this phase 1 metagraph. And we're looking at, of course, something like En's Zekrom came in and gave that massive attack boost for the deck, not just only relying on Reshiram now. The ever reminiscent Golden Go, Gardevoir deck still being there, but a bit of a mix-up with Marnus Grimstall moving up a bit when we're comparing to EYC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just a couple of those cards that we're seeing from Ascended Heroes really gives that level of consistency. It's something that allows us to move when we move into the phase 2 of the Houston metagame and meta share as well. En's Zoroark still actually increasing in the percentage. Marnie's Grimstone also heading up as well. And then you've got these little other decks that, again, we talk about respect. We talk about decks that people just don't really care or think about. You've got little Crustle right in the back there.
Little Alex. I can't believe you. That's the level of disrespect these decks are getting, and you've quite well said, if you don't respect them, you're going to get bitten.
I don't think, here's my hot take, I don't think Crustle's a very good deck. I think Crustle is an inherently weak deck. But here's the thing, it's a phenomenal deck that hard counters good decks in the format. Any deck can just put in a Crustle counter and beat it like every time, but that takes space away from your 60 cards you're allowed in your deck. It's not worth it unless you're going to see Crustle. In a format where Crustle is everywhere, everyone techs against it, Crustle is terrible. But in a format where everyone's stopped, when they've taken those spots in their deck back for other cards, that is when Crustle comes in, scuttling into victory, and it becomes a great choice.
But Jesper, did Crustle make it into top 8 of Houston?
Amy, it did not. We have
do that?
Beyond these decks we have right here, decks like Dragon Ball Dusknoir actually has an answer to Crustle when we're talking about the Dusknoir. You can use Neo Upper and an extra attachment. You can start damaging this Crustle, even though moving through that ability of Crustle, which is what makes it fantastic. But looking at decks here, we got 2 new decks on the front.
Ooh.
We got Frostlass Monkey Dory using Buddy. Typically, we're using Buddy early game to lock down the game, buy some time. But no. These decks are doing the entirety of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. A few of these decks actually just picked up some really interesting cards from Ascended Heroes. You know, the Frostlass Monkey Dory getting the 70 HP Snow Runts, for example, really kind of allowing it to get into the fore a little bit better without being threatened by things like the big bad Dragapult EXs. And Zoroark, we've already highlighted it. But I mean, you just got to look at some of these players' names as well. It's Liam Halliburton again, who's already taken down a regional. It's Henry Chow piloting Gardevoir once again. It's players like Yoshi Yuki, who has been piloting Mega Boss for quite some time now. And it's again starting to see that level of consistency we love to see in Pokemon.
And seeing that final moments of this game, this finals from Houston Regionals with Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi getting the final takedown here with the boss against Miguel, and a win for Japanese players. This is one of the ways for Japanese players beyond their own system to get an invite, is by winning these regional championships, just like Yoshiyuki did here on camera. And seeing there, winning against Miguel Marin with that Dragon Ball Dusknoir deck, this is a fantastic matchup to watch because there's so much back and forth action. And when we're looking at that top 8 exactly, one card we're forgetting to highlight, Pokepad. 7 out of 8 decks in the Houston top 8 were playing, if not one, multiple copies of the Pokepad, since that can increase the deck's consistencies massively.
Honestly, the fact that it wasn't all 8 is just kind of a little bit strange to me. That card is one of the best cards we've seen pretty much ever. Now, here's your North American event champions, and this is what we were saying a minute ago. Las Vegas was won by Tord, a European player, taking one of those direct invites out of North America, bringing it back to Europe. Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, taking a direct invite out of North America, bringing it back. Giovanni Sasso, taking it back to Latin America. And this is what we've been saying. These regionals, they are no longer just for the region in which they're held. It is a truly global game, and what used to be the purview entirely of international championships, we now see at regionals, and it is wonderful to see because there's just so much more variety. We see so much more cool stacks. We see players from all over the world coming to all of these tournaments. I love it, Amy, frankly.
Honestly, you're not wrong. And if you guys want to get involved at home, don't forget that you can follow all of our channels, catch all of the action on pokemon.com/broadcasts. And if you want to get along to our events, you absolutely can by finding out all of the events on the event locator, so you can join us at home or in person. If you are joining us at home, don't forget that you can join us on all social media platforms, and you can also use #PlayPokemon. We might be able to feature some of your posts on our broadcast this whole weekend. So whether you're at home playing Pokopia on the side, but mainly watching the region, mainly watching the championships coverage, of course. Whether you're doing that or whether you're here, let us know what's happening, what's going on. Use that #PlayPokemon, and you can of course find us on YouTube and on Twitch. Make sure that you're following the channels to join in. But now it is time to have a little look at our regionals format for the season.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now you know everything you need to know to get ready for the regional. We've told you the decks, we've told you the players, we've shown you the format. That means we can get ready to get down to the action. And by we, I, of course, mean myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Jesper Eriksson. We're going to be paired all weekend. Are you hyped?
Is that even a question, Ross? I am feeling fantastic towards this event, and we're going to have so much fun here in Sevilla with all these Pokemon matches coming on, and we're going to have such a great match coming right up.
We absolutely are. Let's head on down. Let's have a look at these two players. And I think we've got quite a nice little pairing here. We've got Ethan Wild, who you may recognize as, you know, that person who literally won the last regional level event in Europe. And we've got Manuel Sainz Perez.
Yeah, and even, as you said, just won the Birmingham Regional Championships, Lille Regional Top 8, Stuttgart Regional Top 8, and a little bit of Birmingham Regional Top 32 action on top of that. Really decorated player here in the European circuit, already have to invite, but trying to push towards that stipend range of getting into that World Championships and getting a little bit of pocket cash for that.
He is at that level now where it's like, well, I've got my invite, now let's work on stipends. Manuel Sainz Perez, now what we've got here is a player, there's not a list of achievements there. I'm assuming what we're talking about here is a local Spanish player who's come out to the Seville Regional Championships, but this is where you can go. You're in round 4. I presume they're 3-0 at this point. What that means is they come on stream. If they can beat out Ethan Wild here, then all of a sudden you're 4-0. You've beaten a regional champion on stream. You're starting to make a name for yourselves. This is how the players do it.
And these special championships are also a great way to kickstart your season. Look at that Manuel Sainz Perez. You're looking at a player who wants to be making their name in the game. This is how you do it. You go here at these special championships and you get towards the finishing stages where you're like getting fantastic amounts of CP. We get to see the prize cards.
Now, Ethan may have won Birmingham with a deck you were expecting. Not so here. You can already see we are talking festival lead here. We've got Diplin going down into the prizes. Looks like a Lucario deck for Manuel. We'll figure this one out in a minute. There is the fist bump, and we are rolling here in round 4 of the Seville Regional Championships, and we've got a Grookey that is going to be starting off there against a Riolu.
And going first here, Ethan wanting to go first with Festival lead deck, and looking at first, we haven't seen Bugcatcher for a while. Get to use Bugcatcher for 2 Fwackies. The Festival lead deck wants to be setting up these Fwackies. Typically, we've been seeing Pidgeot EX as the availability of searching any single card you want. You know what, Ross? With Fwacky, you can do that multiple times per turn.
I know, it's such a ridiculous card. Festival lead. I'm not the only one who's had this as a pet deck for a while. A lot of people do. And the theory here essentially is that you get to attack twice. You get to attack twice with your Festival lead. You get to search out whatever you want with Fwacky. Right now, we are using a Jet Energy to throw a Psyduck into the active. Not a good start here from Ethan. That was not what he wanted.
Even wanting to protect that Grookey against getting knocked out by a potential Solrock. And that's really smart from Ethan here. Forcing Manuel to find the Solrock Lunatone combo to get that attack going to knock out the Fwacky. Not the best of starts, but then we have to see Manuel, is he able to pull out the pieces he wants to himself?
That is what we're going to be looking for. We do get a Solrock coming down from that Fighting Gong. That's a good start. We now got a Nest Ball. We're going to be searching for another basic Pokemon. You're going to need a Lunatone at some point, so you can be drawing cards with that Lunar Cycle ability. And that is what we see Manuel going for straight away here. Getting out that Lunatone Solrock combination. The bad news for Ethan is that Solrock can do 70. We see a Professor Turo scenario picking up that Riolu. So Solrock goes in the active. We attach a Fighting Energy. How much HP has Psyduck got?
70.
And how much is Solrock doing?
70.
Ah, that's a KO. Bad luck, Psyduck. Now we get the Grookey active. Ethan is going to need a better turn than he got in turn 1.
At the very least, when you're in this second turn as Ethan, you are allowed to play supporter cards. And you see the Fwacky attachment and a pass, Ross.
Oh, that's not a better turn. Well, no, because you don't even, the thing is, Fwacky only works if you got a Festival League Pokemon in the active.
We do see Premium Power Pro here, Ross. That's going to be a knockout.
That's a knockout. That is game 1 to Manuel. 2 KOs for Solrock. Nice and quickly. Goes 1 game up in round 4. And that took, by my estimation, 2 minutes and 10 seconds of the clock. An incredibly fast game. But if you're Ethan, at least you can sit there and go, yeah, my deck just didn't work that game.
Yeah, and if we get to see Ethan's deck work, we get to see a lot more of this festival lead, festival fun. A little bit of a recap here. Prize cards were actually decent for both players, but we do see the fist bump to start off. Ethan going first, playing that buck catching set. Not getting a lot of it, has to do Psyduck with Jet Energy, passing over, and that's where the game just swung after this Professor Turo scenario, promoting that Solrock, they're getting that knockout, and even not being able to respond.
And that was the thing. That Professor Turo scenario, huge in this game, because you needed a way to pivot Solrock into the active. Lucario, not a deck that always plays many pivoting options, and then it was just a Premium Power Pro for Manuel here, so that you then do 100 with Solrock rather than the normal 70. That's enough to KO the Fwacky, and we are heading to game 2, and you saw the power of Solrock there. The fact that it does 70, that's a key number for evolving basics, support Pokemon like Psyduck, etc. But you can start combining it with Premium Power Pro and start getting some of those higher HP basics, the Sage 1s like Fwacky, etc. Solrock is one of the best early game Pokemon in the entire game.
Exactly, with this Lunatone and Solrock combo, not only are you getting an fantastic early game attacker, but you're also getting a great consistency engine with the usage of Lunatone. And we get to see a second game here. Hopefully we have a bit more action on Ethan's side, since Manuel didn't need to do a lot of things to actually just take down Ethan in that game. And we do probably get to see Ethan go first again and try to do this setup a little more proper this time.
Hopefully goes a bit better. I don't love one Diplin and one Applin being prized, but over on Manuel, a bit easier. We got 1 Lunatone, but he should be playing 2. Yeah, he's playing 2. It will be fine. We're already off in game 2. We got an Applin in the active. We got a Grookey on the bench. Bug catching set is going to be played by Ethan here. Let's look at the top 7 cards of your deck and find 2 grass Pokemon and or basic grass energy. Only 1 hit though.
We'll get to see both of the Applins that are left at Ethan's disposal being back here. But we have to remember, even this Riolu with a Premium Power Pro is going to actually be able to use the accelerating stab to take a knockout on Applin. So for Ethan, there's going to be a lot of early game pressure being dealt from Manuel. And the importance here is just to try and stay afloat and build up your board despite that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely right. Manuel, this Lucario deck, another deck I'm very fond of, really can go fast. Now, here we go. That's a better bug-catching set. Gets 2 Thwacky coming in here. Oh, and here we see our first Poképad of the weekend. It will not be the last.
It definitely will not be the last, Ross. No way. But we're getting to see the Poképad here finally getting some sort of stabilized setup. As Ethan, you're trying to get down as many Applins to evolve into these Diplins so they can do the wave attack.
I love it.
When you have the festival grounds down, it doesn't mean you get to attack once like normally. No. You get to attack twice in one turn with that, and then using the Grookey and Thwacky's ability to search out cards whenever you have something with the festival ability in the active. But going over to Manuel.
Well, the good news is you got a decent setup this time around. The bad news is we're going to be looking for a similar thing here now. If I'm just double checking here, Applin's HP, are we looking 60? No, are we at 80? What are we on? We're at 40. It is 40. So we still need something more. Riolu is not getting a KO here, but with a single Premium Power Pro, that is going to get a KO. That's what Manuel's looking for here. He wants these fast KOs. This is what Lucario does. Little KOs with Riolu and Solrock, and then in comes your big boy.
In comes the big Mega Lucario with astounding 340 HP. Here's Manuel. Yes, Premium Power Pro is one of the cards you need, but you also do need to get some basics onto that bench. We do see an Ultra Ball. I did not see a Premium Power Pro there, Ross. So this Applin is going to stay in the active position come Ethan's next turn, which is a very welcoming thought.
Well, we have gone and searched out a Riolu. There was a potential here. Does he still have Ultra Ball? Because he can fight Gong for Solrock and then Ultra Ball for Lunatone, then use Lunacycle to draw 3 more cards and dig for that Premium Power Pro if you wish. Or you could get something like a Makuita. When it evolves into Hariyama, it gives you Gusting, which is a big part of the deck. But no, it does look like we're going for that Luna Rock combination because it's going to give you an attacker for future turns, but it's also going to give you just this really nice draw engine here because it makes a big difference whether you get a KO here. You do not want to let Ethan go completely unchecked and then start double attacking, and he is unfortunately forced to do so. It's 30 damage to the Applin. If I'm Ethan, I am delighted about this.
Delighted indeed. When you're thinking of Ethan's spot, you're thinking, I'm passing a turn with Applin, and with Applin there, you're thinking, all right, it has to get knocked out. And it's a very welcoming thing that it's not. This means that Ethan is going to be able to set up Thwackies, Applins, and then start this sort of quick search empire with the Thwackies and getting on with that using the Boom Boom Groove.
And here we go. Speaking of that Boom Boom Groove, we now have a Festival Lead Pokemon in the active. We have 2 Thwacky on the bench. We're playing Lily's Determination. And because Ethan has yet to take a prize, he has 6 remaining. That is going to give a new hand of 8. But here's the thing. It gives a new hand of 8. And then Thwacky, because you've got a Festival Lead Pokemon in the active, you can search for any card. And this isn't like a Pheasantipti where it's hard limited to once per turn. It's once per turn per Thwacky. So this is 8 cards for Ethan. And then whatever 2 cards he wants in addition. So 10 cards, 2 of which you've cherry-picked.
We're often thinking this thing of calling cards. Oh, I need this card, I need this card. That's not a worry when you're playing the Festival Lead deck, Ross. When you get these Thwackies set up, going for the Boom Boom Groove, getting the Buddy Puffin, getting even more setup pieces. You can get the Goldeen out so you can be using that seeding. And it just keeps going. More Thwacky even to have more of these Boom Boom Grooves getting that set up.
It really is so good when this gets going. You know, essentially, it's what did you draw? Yes. You get whatever you want. Looks like we're going for a second Diplin here. It is worth noting those Applin with 40 HP are horrendously weak, low HP, so you do need to evolve them as soon as possible. But we have got that third Applin. Remember, the 4th is prized. And we do have another Grookey, because why not treble Thwacky? Just search for any free cards you like. Now, really good play from Ethan here. Hasn't put the Festival Grounds down until you're ready to attack. The stadium's like gold dust. You have to have it here. So now we see the hit with Diplin. 100 damage because 5 bench Pokemon. But you've got to put another Pokemon active. This does 200 damage because what's Solrock weak to?
Grass.
Yeah, this is how Festival Lead goes and wins these games. Now, if you're Manuel, it's got to be the Mega Lucario show now.
It has to be, and we have to get a Pokemon in the active that doesn't get knocked out even by 2 due-to wave attacks. We do have to remember something on Ethan's side. There is multiple ways of boosting that damage. Yes, we may be doing just 100 damage, but if you're factoring in we play Maximum Belt, that's 150 per hit, and then we can put something like Kieran on top, that's suddenly 180 damage, and Ross, 180 times 2, that actually gets the knockout on a Mega Lucario.
It is absolutely possible, but the biggest problem is we just saw in the last turn why Mega Lucario becomes important here, because you're just giving up 2 prizes every turn. If you keep putting your smaller Pokemon up, you are just giving up those 2 prizes. It becomes a big deal. Hariyama can get a KO, but it's free energy and you get KO straight back by Dipplin. That's a lot of resources.
And when you think about this, we may be looking at, I said, Lucario 340 HP, and I was mentioning the card you need to find. Well, there's Wacky on the bench. Boom, boom, groove for Maximum Belt. For Kieran, suddenly the knockout is there. It's going to be such a path for Manuel, first of all, to knock out all of these Pokemon, but also, second of all, actually get to a stable position where we can avoid these KOs.
No, absolutely. It's going to be really difficult, and that's the thing. Festival Lead, it's an inherently slightly lower power deck, and it's also got very small Pokemon in the early game, and we saw that backfire massively in game 1. But when you get rolling with this deck, you literally never miss what you want. But you know what Manuel wants right now? Yeah, he wants a Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon because, you see, that's got an ability which says it doesn't take damage from Pokemon that have an ability, and that will include Dipplin here.
And there's one way, Ethan has been thinking about this, thinking about how to beat this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. There is an answer in the deck. That is Rillaboom in the deck of Ethan's. And it's just a fantastic attacker, getting to use either the Wood Hammer for 180, Cornerstone Mask has weakness, or using the Drum Beating, saying that during your opponent's next turn, attacks used by a defending Pokemon cost a colorless energy more, and its retreat cost is also an extra colorless.
Essentially, if they want to attack, it takes more energy. And if they think, well, I'm not doing that, I want to retreat, well, that also takes more energy. I spotted that in the list. I had a quick cheeky peek at Ethan's list a minute ago. One of the first things that stood out, that one of Rillaboom. And yeah, Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, that seems to be the answer. Now, we're eyeing up this Maximum Belt with Thwacky. Kieran are both in the deck and available, so the KO is here. If Ethan wants to go for the one-hit KO on Lucario, well, 2-hit KO, but you do them both at the same time. So I'm going to let you guys at home figure out if it's a 1-hit KO or a 2-hit KO. It doesn't really matter. If he wants it, it's there.
And if he wants it, he gets it. And we even more Grookey, just in case we want that 4th boom, boom groove. Speaking of that, getting the 3rd one rolling now. And it actually is a fun prize map we're looking at. When Manuel benches the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, when you want to be using that, you typically want to be closing it so your opponent has to go through it. Not in this case, actually, because there is the Lucario in the active. There is the Cornerstone Mask here on the bench. But there's also the Riolu right here. And when you're factoring in, it means 3 prizes here, and then 1 on the Riolu means that we can be taking the last 4 prize cards. And it does make it really difficult for Manuel to say to Ethan, I am forcing you to go through this Cornerstone Mask when you can just get around it.
And here we go. Maximum Belt is attached. Kieran has been played. So we do 180. That's not enough. Oh, wait, we do another 180 because Kieran is 30 more damage for attacks this turn. So it will count on both of those attacks. And that means that Ethan is just 1 prize away. Now, here is traditionally, whereas a player like Manuel, you'd go, I will Iono you to 1. Yeah, great idea. There's free Thwacky on the bench.
And you can get to cherry pick any free cards. And you know what? You came boom, boom, groove.
And that is going to be the game. Sorry there. That is game number 2 to Ethan. We are tied up at 1 game each. We're 15 minutes in, not even. And we are 1 game each heading into game 3. But it might be that Ethan finally has to go second.
Maybe. These Lucario decks also have the capability of going first, as said, right? You still have that Solrock, you have Lunatone. You get to draw cards going first, and that's really fantastic. We do get to see a replay of the second game here. Ethan finally getting a turn 1 setup.
And that was the big key in this game. Getting your multiple Grookey, getting your pair of Applin. Manuel missing that turn 1 KO on Applin really put him on the back foot. And then we saw the Diplin evolving up. We saw Lily's Determination. Now that drew 8 cards, but the thing is it also let him cherry pick any 2 with Thwacky. You put Festival Grounds down, and then you get to KO the Riolu. But then Manuel has to put something active, and then that gets KO'd as well. And here we see this big final KO. No, Diplin doesn't do enough to KO Lucario, but with Maximum Belt and Kieran it does. And with Thwacky able to search any card you want, there is no question of being able to draw into it. It is guaranteed, and that's when Manuel goes, yeah, you know what, I'm good, let's go to game 3.
And it's so funny when you're looking at these kinds of decks. We haven't seen a deck that can attack twice for a while. It seems like when these Diplins are using the attack on the Mega Lucario, does one attack, and it's in the Festival Grounds and thinking, can I go again? Yeah, you can.
It's so good. And here's the thing. The early game is so important for a Diplin deck. Now, I like Lucario at the moment, but I've had my Diplin phase. We've all had our Diplin phase. And the thing that I love about this deck, if you're against setup decks, you're often getting 2 prizes. You have got, I mean, going first is huge, and you have got to get rolling quickly. But then you go first, your opponent has 1 turn, and then you're like, KO, put another basic up, KO. And it's not just taking 2 prizes, although that's lovely. It's the fact that you've taken out 2 of their pieces that early in the game can be back-breaking for your opponent.
And especially every single setup deck, where you look at all these decks using Buddy, Puffin, they're also going to be within range to do the wave attack from Diplin. And yes, I said, when you're giving the Festival Grounds deck 1, 2, maybe 3 turns to set up, they may just spell doom, right? So we have to be thinking you have to get a really rapid setup when you're playing against these decks, but it's not always going to be easy, especially when if Ethan gets his choice, gets to go first in all games, and finally from turn 2 on onwards, they're saying double knockout.
One of the things I love, we haven't really been able to hit on this yet. Ethan's playing this deck. We spoke to Amy, obviously. She told us that Ethan's playing this deck because he's already got his invite. He's just having a bit of fun this weekend with a deck that he really wants to play with the stress of the invite taken off his back. Well, it's going quite well. 2 Goldeen in the prizes, though. Less good.
Less good if so, and we get to see who goes first here. And it's going to be a Cornerstone Mask to start, and Manuel going first. And we do see some Fighting Gong. We do see Ultra Ball in hand, so the setup's going to come in handy.
Yeah, we're going in game 3 with Manuel going first. Here is your Fighting Gong, and that is going to let you search for a basic fighting Pokemon or a basic fighting energy early in the game. It's an absolutely phenomenal card. Does get a bit weaker as you go along, but early doors, it's just a phenomenal card for helping you get set up. And that Lunar Rock combination is one we're looking for, but I don't like starting Cornerstone Mask Ogapon. That could give Ethan a bit of time to set up, which is not what you want to do here. So we do have Professor Turo scenario. I would want to get that out the active as fast as possible so I can start taking little prizes.
There may also be a thought on Manuel's side thinking, Manuel has not seen the Rillaboom yet. Maybe he's thinking, wait, you don't have any out to actually be hitting into that Cornerstone Mask Ogapon, where even then can respond saying, no, I got this. Rillaboom, knockout. So it may be a game of chicken here, thinking, well, maybe I can just go Cornerstone Mask Ogapon, attach, knockout, and it maybe even doesn't have a response to it.
So maybe it's actually a really good starter because you think you can play the whole game with it. I like where you're thinking here. But here's the thing, and just to be clear, anyone at home watching, it is not a coincidence that Rillaboom hasn't been showed. Ethan has been hiding that Rillaboom. He will not search for it. He will not evolve into it until the moment he needs it, because he now, in Game 3, has got the advantage of it being a secret. For top players like Ethan, this is a deliberate choice. If you've got an ace in the hole like that, you hide it absolutely as long as you can. The Goldeen, well, they're hidden, but in a very different way.
Yeah, we haven't seen even needing to use any of these Goldeens yet. It's a part of a draw engine that you can be using with the Festival Lead deck. But honestly, Ross, Diplin will do the job just fine in this matchup, unless it's the Cornerstone Mask where we need that Rillaboom. But not that we're going to ever be seeing that, Goldeen combo being actually useful.
Well, we've got a Grookey on the bench. We never get to see Grookey in the TCG very much. It makes me very happy. He's on the bench, and then we get Buddy Puffin. That is going to search for a couple of those basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, and it's a second Grookey and a second Applin here. Absolutely going true to form. This is what you're looking for. Double Applin, double Grookey. For Manuel here, a decision to be made. Are you going to try going full Cornerstone Mask Ogapon, or are you going to try and pivot it out of the active and attach with a Soul Rock? I think the air balloon on it may have given us the answer.
And that gives it free retreat where you can then switch into the Soul Rock depending on if you're getting a fighting energy. Although likelihood says off 8 cards with Lily, having fighting Gong in your deck and access to a whole lot, 10 fighting energy, you should be able to hit it off the Lily. Although we have seen it before where you're thinking, I'm going to Lily Freight. I probably should be hitting it out, where you then don't hit it.
Yeah, we've all been there. Such a horrible feeling when you're like, wait, no, I've done the maths. I know I'm statistically likely to draw this card. Yeah, statistics, unfortunately, not always your friend when you're playing the Pokemon TCG. We do hit a couple of energy there, which is actually awesome, because now that's 1 to attach and 1 to use with Lunar Cycle. And that is going to mean that Manuel is in the game. Problem is, Manuel won game 1. Because Ethan did not get set up and Manuel was able to rush him. We saw in game 2 when Ethan got established, it became a fairly straightforward matchup for him. And it seems to be going a lot more like game 2 than game 1. We get double Riolu onto the bench. Love the Elite Trainer Box promo we see coming down there. We see a KO on the Applin, and now it's over to Ethan. Can you get your stage 1 Pokemon? Because if you can, the game starts transforming. Here's your Pokepad. Well, that's going to get a Thwacky, and Thwacky can get you anything. It can even get you a Thwacky.
Yeah, and we get multiple Frackies established. It means that every single turn, it's just going to be that much easier getting the combo. We do see Manuel benching these 2 Riolus here. That's going to give the opening to Ethan saying, well, I maybe don't need to hit through this Cornerstone anyway, not need to show my Rillaboom. Again, unless Manuel can somehow force it with Professor Turo. But it doesn't look like he now. Even saying, well, you can do Lily Freight, so can I. Trying to find more of these setup pieces and going ahead for that.
Well, we're getting a Lily's Determination for 8, and there's actually a really fun little play here for Ethan. Well, sorry, for Manuel. Because what's going to happen is Ethan's going to KO the Soul Rock. Manuel will have to put something active, but he can then just go Cornerstone and be like, it doesn't do anything, and I've got free retreat into my turn. So that Cornerstone is actually having a nice little check right now, making sure Ethan can only attack once per turn.
And a funny little thing is, when you're giving these knockouts up, let's say it's a position where Ethan has not played supporter, goes ahead and attacks. But even though you've attacked once and you can attack twice, it doesn't mean you can go back from the attack phase, as it's called, and play a supporter card.
Nope.
So when you're taking that knockout on the Soul Rock here, pushing that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, there is no way for Ethan to get around it, which means attack and then, oh, I need to pass.
Very well explained. Absolutely. Once you're in the attack phase, you stay in the attack phase. We see another Grookey and another Applin coming down from Buddy Poffin. Now, ideally, normally this would be perfect, because now you get a KO on basically anything on the board, but it is that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon that's going to be a problem. Thwacky searches out that 3rd Applin, unprized this game, so there is a 4th available when you need it. Right now, Ethan's setup is fantastic. The one thing Manuel's got on his side is he's got that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. The big problem I'm thinking with Ethan, you really want to attach to Thwacky, so you can use your 2 energy attack with Rillaboom, but attaching to Thwacky kind of gives the game away.
It does indeed, Ross, but you can also be doing it the other way around, where you're like, all right, Rillaboom's attack does 60. And then if you push that up with a maximum belt, you can still take that KO with just 1 energy. So not needing to telegraph that, oh, maybe I'm playing this Rillaboom. By attaching to a Thwacky, you can actually just be doing it.
Indeed you can, but then your maximum bout isn't available for your Lucario KO later, and round we go. For now, as expected, Manuel did put that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon up. Ethan was stopped at 1 attack for 1 prize off of the Soul Rock, and Manuel is going to be playing this Nest Ball, searching out another basic Pokemon. Presumably, it's going to have to be... Oh, he's actually going Makuita here, so that you can then have Gusting when you evolve into Hariyama. You get to drag a Pokemon from the bench to the active, what we call in the Pokemon TCG, Gusting.
Indeed. And we do see the replacement of the Festival Grounds, meaning that Ethan has to be finding another Festival Grounds to be able to do the double attack with the Applins, although you're sitting on Thwacky.
I was going to say, how's he ever going to find one? Those Thwacky are going to help. And that's a really frustrating thing when you're playing against this Festival lead deck. When they've got multiple Thwacky, you're like, I'm going to replace your stadium, but I know for a fact you're going to find one.
We do see a pass here, Ross, though, and thinking, I may have some security in this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. I do see Rillaboom in the hand of Ethan as well. If Ethan decides to, we can see some Rillaboom action for the KO if he wants to be investing that maximum built into it.
It would take Maximum Belt and an Energy and a Rillaboom. You got free Thwacky on the bench, so you can find those free cards very easily. It's on the board if he wants it. Oh, Diplin, we would need a pivot, though. Diplin's got a retreat cost of 2.
There's an air balloon there on the first search, so we got that. We got the Energy, and now we're just one piece short.
Well, we need the Maximum Belt and the Rillaboom with one in hand.
We got it all. So we just need the Maximum Belt now.
Okay, so we go grab the Maximum Belt. This is going to be so disheartening if you're Manuel, and I need to just make this super clear. The fact that Ethan has kept this Rillaboom a secret until Game 3 is why this works. This doesn't work if you show the Rillaboom in Game 2. It works because you kept it hidden. Maybe, however, Brave Bangle could be a bit of an option here, could it?
It could indeed be an option because you can play Kieran and Brave Bangle, and suddenly the Rillaboom is doing 120 times 2, 240. Well, Ross, Cornerstone Mask has 210 HP. Math checks out.
The math does check out there, and it means that you get to keep your Maximum Belt, which is very, very important because that's the only way you're getting a KO on a fresh Lucario, as we saw in Game 2. Rillaboom finally hits the board. There is the Energy, and it seems like we're going to go Air Balloon onto the Diplin, retreat into the Rillaboom. Now, I think have we not already played a supporter this turn? Did we play... No, we haven't played a supporter, so here we go. Here comes Kieran, here comes Brave Bangle, and heartbreak for Manuel here. That Rillaboom with weakness, and Brave Bangle, and Kieran, it took a lot, but it doesn't matter, gets the KO on that Cornerstone Mask Ogre, and Ethan is in a commanding position here in Game 3 out of 3. If he wins this, he's going to 4-0 with Festival lead.
Beating those drums with the drum beating of Rillaboom, taking this 2-prize knockout down to 3 prizes left to get up to this 4-0 spot. Manuel needs to be finding some answers, need to be finding KOs, but yet if Manuel finds KOs, it's still so easy for Diplin to be like, all right, I'll just take any knockout with Max Belt and Kieran, and with 3 prizes left, if Manuel goes Mega Lucario knockout, it is Energy, Max Belt, Kieran for win.
The problem here is if you put up a single prizer, Ethan is going to have a fun time with Diplin. If you put up a Lucario, Ethan can go and get the KO using all of those extra tricks. And if you go Cornerstone Mask Ogapon, well, we've already got a Rillaboom ready to go. Here we are seeing the Hariyama. That is going to gust up the Diplin with the Air Balloon. This is going to be an easy KO, and crucially, it is going to make it harder to pivot in future.
Indeed, and but we don't need to pivot for future. If Ethan has the access to Festival Grounds, Energy, Max Belt, and that second Kieran, we may just see the game here. A draw of Psyduck is not going to get there, but with double Boom Boom Groove, at least we have 2 of those cards. Otherwise, we may just have to settle for a double hit and then taking it next turn.
It is a bit of a combo. I mean, presumably here, it would be, for instance, you'd Festival lead for a supporter, use a Lily to go and grab 6 cards, and then hope you're only missing 1, or maybe we can go a different route in future.
We can be doing that Sea King, doing 60 damage and drawing a couple of cards with this attack, also being able to attack twice if we have Festival Grounds in play, that is, getting to use the Professor Research. So leaves the plans of trying to take the win right here. It's really great on a player of Ethan's caliber going, I don't need to win this turn, actually. Maybe I can just set it up for next turn a bit more safely.
And you're not getting to win this turn, of course. You played a supporter. Kieran is off the board, but you're in a good position. We go and grab the Shaman. That's not doing anything. You're just kind of getting stuff out of your deck for now. There's an Energy on Diplin. We're going to go and Thwacky for any card. What are we going to be searching for? It looks like it's going to be that Festival Grounds. Obviously, you need that to attack twice. But then a second one, we are going Maximum Belt, it looks like.
And it could be really good to just push more damage into Lucario, or maybe even just some deck fitting and being able to use that with Sea King in these couple of next turns, right? When you look at this position, Ross, it means that Manuel has to remove this Lucario off the field. Otherwise, it's just going to be so easy for Ethan to go, okay, I'll Boom Boom Groove for boss.
And yeah, I love it. He's not actually going to attach the Maximum Belt. He searched that out for next turn. If it gets Ionode back into your deck, just Thwacky for it next turn. But it's now one less thing you need to search for next turn to go and win the game. So we are pushing our 200 damage onto the Lucario. And basically, Manuel has to Professor Turo scenario this turn.
But there's no Professor Turo scenario in the hand of Manuel, which means it's going to be so easy for Ethan to pick it up next turn. We do see a switch to get the Lucario out of immediate danger and getting that Hariyama, being able to take the knockout with it, although that's not going to be quite enough, Ross.
Well, it's just going to be Boss's Orders and an Energy. They are the only two cards Ethan is going to need to finish off this game here. You can Boss's Orders a Lucario active. We're doing 160. That will be enough. You don't need anything else. You don't need any other damage manipulation. So, Fwacky for an Energy. Fwacky for a Boss's Orders. Here we go. Those two cards get pushed right to the front there. One from Boom Boom. Oh, come on, Ethan. There we go. Here's a second one. They are the two cards we wanted. Let's see it, Ethan. Let's pop an Energy on the Fwacky. Let's play a Boss's Orders. Let's bring that Lucario into the active. Let's KO it for free prizes. And let's go to a 4-0 record with Festival Lead.
If you asked me before this tournament, Ross, if Festival Lead's going to start off 4-0, I have to be telling you that would be a lie. But it's not. We do see Ethan Wild here, our Birmingham regional champion, starting off 4-0 here in Sevilla with Festival Lead?
I think one of the things we need to bear in mind here is Ethan is a spectacular player. He is one of the best players in Europe, in the world right now. Let's remind ourselves how he got this. In game one, it was a very bad start. Jet Energy on a Psyduck and then pass. Manuel gets a Professor Turo scenario, gets the Pokemon out the active. Solrock takes a KO onto Psyduck. All Ethan's able to do is just evolve and attach an Energy. He passes back to Manuel, at which point a single Premium Power Pro, that's the KO, and Manuel takes game one in very straightforward fashion.
And one thing Ethan did really spectacularly in this game too was to just shake off that game one, not thinking about it whatsoever, finally getting his setup onto turn one. Buck catching set, Pokepad, and Fwacky for that multiple boom groove to be able to just call cards for the rest of the game. And then we saw the issues start to ramp up for Manuel.
Yeah, we saw Lily's Determination drawing 8 cards, and then Fwacky goes and draws whatever you want from your deck twice, guaranteeing that you've got everything you need. We see the KO on the Riolu, but then a Sora went active and that got KO'd. We used a Maximum Belt and Kieran to attack twice to actually get a one-hit KO on Mega Lucario, which is something you're not really supposed to be able to do. And if you want to argue as a 2-hit KO, fine, I will concede. But it happened at the same time, it's fine. Manuel concedes, and we head on to game 3.
Going into game 3, we're seeing this Cornerstone Mask Ogre upon us. Maybe one of the answers that Manuel can ramp up against Ethan. Ethan getting a decent setup going second there. Going to see Buddy Poffin getting more setup, getting that attack damage up and running. And we finally get to see do the way for a knockout. And then we're talking about, well, you can just push Cornerstone, which is exactly what Manuel did in this case, although ended up passing with the Cornerstone. Rillaboom down, attaching to it, finding that air balloon for the switch, the Brave Bangle, and the Kieran to take that knockout onto Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pond. And from there on out, it was just Ethan all over.
Yeah, that was really the game-winning play from Ethan, hiding that Rillaboom until game 3, bringing it out at the perfect time to go and get an absolute key KO, and then wasn't able to get a one-hit KO on Lucario and went, you know what, I don't really care, because I can just gust it next turn, get the 2-hit KO. There was no Professor Turo scenario from Manuel to elongate the game, so we just see the Boss's Orders called Bo, which a lot of people are calling the optimal one. I'll leave that to people at home, but that got the KO onto that Lucario, the Mega Lucario EX, and that was the game.
And such fast-paced games as well when you're thinking about, well, got Mega Lucario, really fast-paced deck, but you know what, Festival League, potentially even faster when we're correlating that. You can get to attack twice, Ross. It's the only deck in this format that can actually get to attack twice.
And I think the thing is, I started saying before the replay there, even this phenomenal player, and he really is. He won Birmingham Regionals, that wasn't a fluke. He's 4-0 here, that's not a fluke. He's one of the top players in Europe right now, probably one of the best players in the world right now. And the difference in his deck, he's thought about matchups. Oh, Cornerstone Mask Ogre could be a problem. Good job, I've got my Rillaboom. But it's not just the fact that you've got Rillaboom, it's the fact that you've got Rillaboom, and when you combine that with Brave Bangle and Kieran, it does enough so the single energy attack on Rillaboom gets the KO. It's having the Kieran and the Maximum Belt so that you can go and get that KO on that Lucario. It's having 2 copies of Kieran because in some matchups, 1 isn't going to be enough. The deck is built with matchups in mind, and Ethan has practiced. And here's the thing. We talk about Ethan bringing, you know, a more fun deck. He's got his invite locked. He's having a bit more fun this weekend. Don't misinterpret us when we say this. We're still talking about an absolutely top player with the best possible list he can find and testing so he is the best Festival League player he can be.
Indeed. And when we're looking at the list, you're talking matchups in mind, double Kieran, but 3 different tools to offset that damage, right? Vitality Band, Brave Bangle, and Maximum Belt, the holy trinity there to get that attack damage ramped up and being able to take some of these massive KOs.
And that is what you're looking for. Well, we've seen Ethan have an impressive win. It's time to have a chat with Ethan, hear all about his win. And I think we found the perfect person to go and have a chat with Ethan.
Hello there, festival friends. My name is Amy and I am with the wonderful Ethan Wild, the winner of our match there. Ethan, congratulations on winning Birmingham, of course. And I have a big question though. Why the deck change?
So with an invite guaranteed, I've got a bit more flexibility in what I can play. I had this booked already, and I thought I wanted to have a bit of fun. Dragapult is a good deck, obviously, and it's very good post-rotation, but Festival League seems really good with the decks that have gotten better in Ascended Heroes.
That makes a lot of sense. Do you feel like the consistency has been improved a lot?
I think the Ascended Heroes buffs with Pokepads make it a lot more consistent. Like before, you were having to Ultra Ball, discard valuable resources. You don't have to do that anymore. Pokepad finds any Pokemon in the deck for you.
Exactly. Cool. And with an unusual deck choice for what people would assume is an unusual deck choice for this tournament, how's the tournament run feeling thus far?
I mean, I'm now 4-0. I can't complain. I think as long as I dodge loads of Dragapult, I'm fine. Dragapult's like playable, but it's definitely my worst matchup. So as long as I dodge a lot of them, we're fine. But going up against Zoroarks, Grimmsnarls, Charizards, they're all weak to grass.
That's the thing. Grass weakness is obviously hugely advantageous for your deck choice, so that's something you're really pioneering for in this event. With the threat of Dragapult on the table, are there any deck building choices you made or changed to accommodate for that?
So the deck is playing Psyduck to stop Dusknoir. I think if a Dragapult deck gets to Dusknoir against me, they clear one of my bench guys. They can probably take out an unevolved one with the damage counters, and then they KO the active as well. They can wipe all of my attackers in one turn. So Psyduck is necessary. And then Picnic Basket is a really cool card from Scarlet Violet base. So I'll be sad to see that card go. But it's a really good card that heals 30 from every Pokemon in play, not just mine. And normally I'm looking to one-shot across my 2 attacks, everything. And so there shouldn't be damage counters on my opponent's board.
Yeah.
And so removing any spread damage that a Dragapult might have set up for a multi-prize knockout, I can kind of delay that by a turn by using Picnic Basket.
Honestly, it's a great inclusion to the deck, and I imagine why you've had so much success with the deck thus far. Now, I have to ask, how do you go about, where is the starting point of creating a deck that is so out of the ordinary?
So online tournaments are really good. There are so many of them every day of the week that you can kind of essentially crowdsource a starting deck list and tweak things, but then testing matchups is first and foremost the most important thing. You need to see what you can beat, what you can't beat, and if you can't beat it, is there anything you can add that can beat it? And testing that at local level events is really good. They happen weekly at stores all across the world. And just getting to test against anything locally is good.
That's a really, really great promotion for our local scene. And I think we've got a video to help you guys understand a little bit more how you can get involved.
Okay. Do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Wow, that is a scene that looks very familiar to me, and I know a whole bunch of other people. Get down to your local league. It is the best place to start your Pokemon trading card game journey. And look, we made it easy for you. There's a QR code on the screen. Scan that QR code, and then that's going to take you to find your event. You find an event, you go down, you make some friends, you have some fun. We were talking about this yesterday, Jesper. There was a time in your life where you had maybe the most stacked locals anyone's ever seen.
I have indeed. I've had 2 different locals, both in my hometown in Denmark, but also when I go down to my brother who lives in the Netherlands. We're talking a local of Bert Wolters, Mace Brennigmeyer, myself, Brian De Vries, getting on and on with these massive players. And also,
and your brother.
My brother indeed too. And then we also had Brennan and Owen Kamerman coming up to Groningen to play along. And that was the most stacked elite challenge I've ever played.
Bert has got top 4 at Worlds before. Mace has got 2nd at Worlds before. And then Stefan Eriksson had the top 22 race several years in a row. You're a former world champion in the seniors division. Owen and Brennan Kammerman, 2 of the best players in Europe. Yeah, that's a stacked locals. But I tell you what, you go to a locals like that, you are going to come out of that with so much more knowledge about the game than before. Also lovely to see that interview with Amy getting to talk to Ethan. I know she's been a fan of Ethan's for a while. It was nice that she finally got a chance to kind of talk to him and learn a bit more about his thought process. And a really good advert for your local scene there, because that's what I did when I started. I went to my local league in Nottingham in the UK, and I just asked people. And they gave me hints, they gave me tips, they traded cards with me. And that's how I learned to play the Pokemon TCG, at least well enough to get behind this desk.
The thing I love so much about Pokemon locals is that whenever you go to a local tournament or just a league night, you're sitting there and you're thinking, well, how do I get into this? There's always going to be someone, either a league leader or a fellow player, who's going to be able to help you ramp up in skill quickly and get ready for potentially some league challenges, league cups, even get to take part in some of these pre-releases that we also have going on to get some new cards indeed. And there's always just so much room for fun, so much room for growth and friendship.
I do love a good pre-release and a good piece of friendship. Now, you're a player who's kind of a little bit accomplished. You won Worlds once, you know, no big deal. So take us through some of the gameplay we saw in the previous round. Let's have a little bit of a deep dive. Show us some of your expertise when it comes to this game.
We'll do my best for that, Ross. We're seeing a position here from Ethan where we're staring down this Mega Lucario, a massive 340 HP. You may be looking from the outside where you're like, well, I can deal 200 with 2 times do the wave with 5 bench Pokemon. That's only 200. How do I boost that? Well, Ethan has all the resources available. You're looking at a board where you're saying, well, maybe I can be looking at a way to search out these cards. Not only do you have 1, you have 2, you have 3 Tracky there, being able to use Boom Boom Groove, and that's free automatic cards you can get to just cherry pick out of your deck. And then you may be thinking, well, Ross, what card can we actually get here? There's a maximum belt there to start and the Kieran. And if we're doing some quick maths, I love that the fact that Ethan is also pointing to the secondary effect. No, we're not using the switch of it. We're using the secondary effect going plus 30. So do the wave, 100.
Yep.
Maximum belt plus 50, it's 150.
Yep.
Plus Kieran, 30, that's 180.
Yep.
180 times 2 is 360.
Correct.
Over that mark of the 340 from the Mega Lucario, getting that knockout. And that was a turning point in this game too. Manuel thinking, well, my Lucario is massive. Maybe it's going to survive. Ethan going, nah, mate, no, it's not. Getting that knockout there, and that was a real turning point in that game indeed. The damage from the Festival lead deck doesn't look like a lot from the offset.
Nope.
But then you start to look at, well, there's all these damage boosting effects, and then suddenly you're looking at a 200 damage attack that goes to be 360 with the help of Maximum Belt, Kieran, Vitality Band, or Brave Bangle.
And that's the crucial thing. When you're attacking twice and Kieran works on both attacks just like the tools do, it means all of those are doubled. Maximum Belt is no longer plus 50, it's plus 100. Kieran is no longer plus 30, it's plus 60, and these numbers matter. The big downside of the Festival lead deck is very low HP across the board. If there's a big Pokemon like Lucario, they don't need to do too much. to go and KO you. The question then is you KOing them, and you've got to get over those big numbers. That is what Ethan's deck is built to do. And yeah, and it worked absolutely beautifully in that game. Game 1 didn't go his way. We saw the weakness of the deck. But game 2 and 3 turned it around nicely.
Indeed, turned it around. And when you look at, that's why when you're looking at these decks, the setup is so fragile, right? You're looking at a setup where you need multiple Grookries, multiple Diplins, potentially Psyduck if you're playing against something like Dragapult Dusknoir, which is an inherently difficult matchup for these Festive Elite decks because the Phantom Dive attack, especially if done early, is able to take apart these boards. You're thinking Phantom Dive deals 200 to the active, 60 spread on the bench. We can be taking out 2 Applins with that.
Yeah, we can.
And then you start to just remove their setup, right? So if you can get set up fast enough, that matchup can turn your way. But it's one of the difficult matchups where if you have decks that can go ahead and take out multiple Pokemon at once, that's why we're playing Psyduck to block Dusclops and Dusknoir. That's why we're playing Shaman to block that Water Mask Ogerpon, right? And with these cards in mind, when Ethan's thinking, well, I got a bad matchup here, how can I do it? This is what Ethan has done. He's been looking at how can I be able to block these effects.
Absolutely, he has. Well, look, we've seen a couple of less represented decks in round 1 with that festival leader and that Lucario, but there's going to be some of you at home thinking, no, I want to see this deck. Don't worry, we got you. We got 4 decks for you. We got Zoroark, we got Gardevoir, we got Golden Go, we've got Charizard, and we have got the ability to put this into your hand. I want you to tell us, we both want you to tell us what deck you want to see coming up on this stream. Which of those 4 decks do you look at and go, yeah, I want to see that in action? Well, we're going to put it to a vote, and the vote is for you guys.
Indeed, and we don't have much say in that, although one thing we have to remember, it's the last major European event we get to see Gardevoir in its current form, Golden Go in its current form, and Charizard in its current form. So we get to have potentially one last European hurrah. This is the event.
Yeah, we are hitting post-rotation. Next European event will be Prague in Czechia. That will be with Perfect Order legal. That will be post-rotation. So that means that these decks that are going to be hit by the rotation, Charizard, Golden Go, Gardevoir, this is the last major in Europe where you're going to have a chance to see those. So we're going to open this up in a second. We want to get you guys voting, and I believe it is Twitch only, not YouTube, on which we do the vote. Yes. And look, I like YouTube. If you know me, you know I'm a YouTube fan. I've been pretty clear about that. Open up Twitch, do your vote, go back to watch on YouTube. No judgment here. Just make sure you get on Twitch to go and get your vote in. Put Pocopia down just for a second. Get your vote in, and then you can go back to making those lovely habitats.
And speaking of post-rotation, something you can be doing while you're watching the stream right here is looking down the corner of your cards, looking at your favorite deck, looking after if it says G, it's gone when coming post-rotation, and that's a really clear way to actually look at it. And looking at it, last event with this format, going into a new format, that's going to be so exciting hitting Prague.
Oh, I cannot wait. Don't get me wrong, I'm hyped for Seville this weekend. I'm having a great time here, but Prague is going to hit a little bit differently. First post-rotation event, first set with Perfect Order, and not just in Europe. Generally, the first streamed event we're going to have in that format is going to be in Prague. I am so hyped for that event. It is going to be absolutely huge, and the entire Pokemon trading card game community is going to be watching that one.
Indeed, they will be, and that gives us so much room. Are we going to see Zoroark rising? Are we going to see the continued dominance? We see a lot of Dragapult playing in Japan as a sort of tier 0 deck, the best deck in the format. Are we going to be able to have the same story being told here, potentially in Prague? We don't know yet. That is up to players like Ethan using their big creativity to find out some decks. Maybe we see a Festival League once more. Who knows?
I got 2 words for you when it comes to post-rotation. Mega Starmie. Do you know what Starmie's French name is?
No.
Staros. And if that doesn't give you a good reason to play the deck, I don't know what will. And yes, I will be picking up French copies of Mega Staros for my deck, because I've done building that. I'm bringing it to events. I'm having a lot of fun with it, but I need Staros, not Starmie. This is important to me.
Enchanté. Indeed, you need to. And I mean, that's a wonderful thing we have in Europe, where we're allowed to play with all these mixed language cards. I do love myself a little bit of German Charizard whenever I get to use my Glurak, which is the fantastic piece about this when we're playing.
Charizard.
Huh?
Glurak is Charizard.
Yeah. It is.
Showing off. I know some stuff. Mama Sean is Mama Swine. But more important than that, let's have a look at the results. You guys have been voting. What did you vote? And it is Zoroark that won the community poll. And I think I see where people are going with this. They've seen a lot of Gardevoir, they've seen a lot of Charizard, they've seen a lot of Golden Go. This is the first Ascended Heroes legal event that we are streaming here in Europe. People want to see the new thing. And I know Zoroark isn't new per se. It's been around since Journey Together, but it's just gotten really good, and people want to see the new version of that deck with Zekrom. I don't blame you. I think you made a good choice.
And you have indeed. Zekrom, Pokepad, increasing of the consistency of the deck, making these trades go a lot further. We've seen Zoroark GX in the past having such a rampaging round of tournament wins. We potentially get to see Zoroark with this power buff that he indeed got for this set, being able to use the Rampaging Thunder of Zekrom, dealing 250 damage, which is a lot more than Reshiram's Virtuous Flame for 170 to start off the games, and potentially getting some of these massive one-hit KOs with some of these boosting tools that we've seen in Ethan's deck from the Festival Elite deck. They get to use Black Belt, they get to use the Binding Mochi and the Petron to be dealing potentially 80 more damage, and 250 plus 80, 330. Charizard has 330 HP. It also falls within the range of Dragapult. It also falls within the range of Absol with Bravery Charm. Hey, that makes sense.
330 is a pretty big number right now. Well, I think N must be a pretty strong trainer. If you've got Zoroark, Zekrom, and Reshiram, that's a pretty good trio to be starting with. Another really strong trainer we've already seen today is Ethan Wild. We've seen him win on stream, but we also, a couple of weeks ago, we saw him win the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at Birmingham Regionals 2026. After Toronto Regionals, with 4 Dragapult and a Raging Bolt in top 8, 2,344 players descended onto Birmingham, all trying to solve this new stage of the Phantasmal Flames metagame, and they did not disappoint. As day 1 panned out, Mega Lucario, Mega Lopunny, Dawnzard and Golden Go were all featured on stream, which was very representative of the overall metagame, with Golden Go and Dragapult jostling it out for the top slot, with Gardevoir and Charizard EX in the mix as well, along with the best top deck of the day, Precious Trolley, turn 1 via the one and only Tord Reclef. As we got into phase 2, everything was mostly the same at the top table, but we did have some standout moments, with Hermione navigating his way out of prizing both his Charizard EX in a winning in round 14. As Top Cut was formed though, it looked like Charizard was having a revenge tour, with 3 in total making it into Top Cut, via Ovind, Hermione and Nicole. But unfortunately for them, the finals wouldn't have any Charizard in it, as Ethan Wild, who only started to play Dragapult on the Tuesday before, had catapulted himself into the final. But he had a titan of the game sitting across from him in Emma Hagen, with her trusty Flareon deck, which she was very confident with, already getting a 2nd place finish in Gdansk and never changing off the deck since. But as the finals played out, it was a close one, but Ethan was able to take it all home. Will Dragapult be phantom diving all over this weekend as well? Can anyone stop it? Keep your eyes on the stream to find out.
You don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm going to book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You got to trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while, so if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game, and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with, and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
2 things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your gut. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a supporter card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Welcome back, friends, to the serendipitous Spain. We're here, of course, in Sevilla. My name's Amy. I'm back with Alex, and we're here to bring you some more action heading into the next round, but we have a lot to chat about in the meantime.
Absolutely. There's so much for us to cover because, you know what, we're heading shortly into round 4 of the tournament, but at the same time, we're starting to get that little bit of hints there, what's kind of doing well at the very top of the tables at the moment. Also, just what kind of field we're really going to be sort of expecting for this tournament as well, and what we're going to hopefully be showcasing throughout the rest of this weekend. It's just such an exciting time.
It's shaping up to be a really interesting meta. We've got a lot of diversity going on, which is great. I think there's probably a field of players playing not only their favorite decks, but their favorite Pokemon, and just kind of making the most of the format as it stands. This is what I call an in-between format, where we have every single toy in our playhouse to play with right now, and a few of them are going to be taken away by Mum very soon. So we've got that kind of, we're growing out of those cards that are going to rotate. So we've got to play with what's in our wheelhouse right now. Otherwise, it's going to be sayonara for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with all of the sets that we have available, it's just such an abundance of cards that you can start trying to weave into different decks, or maybe because of some certain cards that we're seeing in Ascended Heroes, maybe we'll see some other decks that maybe have kind of fallen off but come straight back into the format as well. But like you just said, there's an opportunity for a lot of our players to be piloting certain decks which maybe we haven't really seen them play before, or maybe just an opportunity to go back to an old favorite and then just continue that sort of massive and great sort of performances with those decks that we've already seen already, as we just saw, like just in the last rounds, 2 very different decks we don't typically get a chance to really showcase too often.
No, we've got a lot of players on their kind of their deck of the season. We've got Yellow Van Camp, and they are playing, of course, Golden Go. We've got Kim Pokega, I can never say it, on Gardevoir. Very well decorated players with those decks, and it makes you wonder what's next for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But just heading into this tournament, of course, as casters ourselves, we love this game. We love to try and, you know, just second guess what some of these certain archetypes or decks might actually do well. So we do have our caster predictions to show off here. I guess I'll start off because I do have that Frostlass as my #1 pick. Now, Ascended Heroes has been very kind for Frostlass decks, both Grimmsnarl and Frostlass Munkidori in its own right, and I feel like there's an opportunity here because now not only does it have the 70 HP snow runs, it has access to things like Pokepad, and it really just increases the consistency of these kind of stage ones, which typically it hasn't had before. #2, I've picked Noctowl just because it's a bit of a favorite of mine with that Jewel Seeker ability. I think Terra Pokemon always has a fantastic opportunity to do super well. It's won tournaments before, right? We've seen it with Nikolai Seaborg's Charizard EX, for example, and I just think that level of consistency just makes things so fun. Being able to cherry pick 2 trainer cards once you have a Terra in play, it just is so sweet. What about yours, Amy?
Better than cherry picking 2 cards when a Terra's in play. Cherry picking 1 card, any card, every single turn that a little monkey is on the bench, and maybe you could even have more. This is quick search, but it's had a lot of sugar pumped into it. So it's honestly, Boom Boom Groove is probably one of the strongest abilities in the game, but it has that harsh caveat of when you can utilize it. So we just saw in our feature match how strong it can be, and it's a grass type, so obviously one of my hometown favorites. And of course, then I went for the Pokepad as well. You spoke about how it makes decks more consistent, and I think that's bringing a lot of decks through the woodwork to bring it back and bring decks back into our meta that may have been overshadowed before.
Yeah, it's an incredible card, and it's just being able to allow you to cherry pick one of those Pokemon without the sort of rule boxes. It's just incredible for that level of consistency. We don't have to talk about Jesper or Ross's one because they're a bit boring. No, I jest.
Oh, come on, smoking!
Yeah, we'll start. I mean, Jesper's #1 pick there. He's gone very boring there with the Dragapult EX. I'm joking. It's a great pick. We know how big, bad that Terra Pokemon is. Fantastic attack. We've, waxed lyrical about this card for so long now, and it's still going to be one of those cards that is here here to stay. You know, just a big tanky Pokemon, great inbuilt consistency with the Dracloaks as well. And then, yeah, he did go with the Slowking. I'm going to let him really, at some point, go over this.
Dive into that.
It does have a fantastic attack that allows you to really kind of utilize other Pokemon's attacks in your deck as well. And I know Ross has, you know, I've already mentioned Charizard EX, Amy. Why don't you give us a little bit of details about that?
Charizard's been a pinnacle of the format since it came about. It really has gone strength to strength. We've seen it win in almost every format that it's been a part of. And I think that choosing that at this stage is also just a very good choice. You're picking it just before it rotates. A lot of people are going to be riding on that nostalgia train of Charizard. We know people love it. We know it's consistent enough to do well at this event. Are there going to be enough opportunities for it to proceed?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, considering we have such a massive field of players out there as well, and there's so many different decks, so many different players that you could be facing, you just need like a good run of sometimes your slightly better matchups, and then you get a chance to really showcase how powerful a particular deck or archetype is, and then you could find yourself in a fantastic spot heading into phase 2, maybe heading into Top Cut, and maybe even trying to take down a tournament like this special championships. And it means so much to all of our players. I mean, just think about the field out there, Amy. I mean, we're here in Spain. We have an abundance of, you know, Spanish players being able to try maybe come to these tournaments as well, maybe make themselves a little bit of a, you know, a local hero, let's say, if they were able to take down or even just have a great performance at a tournament like this.
Let's check out what the meta's looking like here in Sevilla. We have an interesting deck analysis for our phase 1. Why don't you talk to us a little bit more about that? That one on the bottom there, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as showcased from here, we have just over 1,300 players here in Sevilla looking to take down this special championships. It's that big bad Dragapult EX that Jesper has decided as his choice for our caster predictions as well. 16% of the field, over 200 players bringing this archetype. You know, there's an opportunity to pilot a deck that's just so powerful and so strong in this meta for so long now, but also gives a potential opportunity to get that practice in looking forward at the same time. But then it's got that makeup with this meta with some of the other decks that we've been talking about for some time as well. Golden Go EX is still there. We know how powerful it is with that coin bonus ability and that fantastic Make It Rain attack, 10% of the field. Zoroark is one that really gained a lot of cards heading into a tournament like this with Ascended Heroes. And then also that same mindset of you actually get a chance to really test this kind of archetype heading into future formats as well. But Zoroark, we've seen how well it's done in Houston and how well it's done previously in the hands of very good players. Let's see if it's able to really shine in this tournament as well.
Absolutely. Of course, we've got the ever-present Gardevoir EX, and then we have loads of extra decks in Best of the Rest. Now, I'm going to give a brief overview to everyone at home who might be wondering what was in that unclassified section. Of course, we have things like Festival Lead. There are also a lot of those Team Rocket decks, which we've seen become much more powerful since Ascended Heroes came out, and people are really loving that Honchkrow variant, and also just giving that consistency back with Pokepad in those variants as well. Of course, we've got Raging Bolt, more Charizard, and Mega Absol being this low down surprises me. I've got to say, with its success, I thought it might be on the first page of our graphic here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those decks that, I mean, we've spoken about it a little bit. It can be kind of respected a little bit heading into tournaments, but it has just won a massive tournament across the pond. But at the same time, it's a deck that hasn't really changed much with some of the newer sets in more recent times that have come. So it's kind of still playing a very 60 card list, which is very similar to its very first inception. But maybe that's all it really needs. At the same time, although in theory it feels like a very simple deck, there's a lot of nuances to its play, because then you need to time the attachments, you need to time the right Pokemon to be attacking with. You have choices with Claws of Darkness as well that really can turn a game on its head, and sometimes it puts a lot of players off with a deck like that.
I can understand it, and especially with knowing that you have that kind of coin flip potential as well with Kangaskhan's attack. Sometimes that can be a bit nerve-wracking if you're thinking about luck and chances of doing well. And if you're putting it down to a coin flip, leading with that Lady Luck kind of angle can be a bit terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it with Yoshiyuki in the tournament itself. It was having to hit 2 heads, and it was just that kind of moment of the little die roll just kind of spinning on his head. Will it hit heads or not? And he needed 2 of those as well. But, you know, sometimes it creates a great spectacle for our game at times. I mean, like I said, we can talk about every one of these decks in so much detail. And that's one of the craziest things. I mean, like we just said, when you had a chance to speak to Ethan, of course, I mean, Festival League's not on there, right? But it has that opportunity to also kind of showcase itself as being a great deck because of the level of consistency it gains from the format right now.
Yeah, I think there's something really poignant that he spoke about as well, was that weakness potential right now. We just spoke about how Charizard's been so consistent throughout this whole meta, through time and time again. It's shown that it's a strong deck. What's its weakness, Alex?
Oh, it's grass.
It is grass, and that's the unfortunate precedent that we are setting. And we just said how we think that, you know, Kangaskhan Absol box might be underrated. Well, Absol also is weak to dark and to grass even. And there are so many dark types in our meta which do.
Exactly. We've spoken about Zoroark. I mean, Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX is something we haven't even really touched too much on either. Touched on it a little bit because of my Frostlass pick, but it's another one of those where it's had a bit of a, you know, increase in consistency because of PokePad being able to just, you know, just be able to get those cards out when it needs to then start doing the little Frostlass ticks, the Monkey Dory ticks, and then the Marnie's Grimmsnarl actually does quite a lot of damage as well, and it's quite annoying to deal with at times. But when you're maybe a little Applin at times, just swinging into it and doing some waves,
it does create waves, that's for certain.
It can be a little bit scary, right?
It can, and that's the thing. We've seen the success of Frostlass Monkey Dory in its own right recently, rather than just the Grimmsnarl variant. It's kind of split off now and become separated again. It's like they joined together for a little bit. Everyone was running the Grimmsnarl, and now we're back, and there's two separate archetypes which are working independently. And with the Grimmsnarl, you think, oh great, I'm getting a 2-prizer. It's wheat grass. I'm well happy. But actually, when you're looking at low HP Pokemon anyway in the kind of straight variant without any EX, you're easily looking at potential extras as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Amy, I think we've had a chance to really kind of give an in-depth look at the meta right now, but I believe our players are ready at the table, ready for the next round right now. So we get a chance here to showcase both our players. Both are shuffling up. We do have Paulo de Guerre on the left-hand side, up against Benjamin Castillo on the right-hand side there. Both our players 4-0, of course, so in a fantastic spot to push themselves ever so closer. Here we have now Paulo with a recent finish at the EUIC just not too long ago with a top 256, so making it into the phase 2 and then just continuing to play some really high-level Pokemon here. So really looking forward to seeing him back on this stage, that opportunity to really showcase his abilities as a player.
Absolutely, and here we have a Benjamin Castillo, Sacramento, again, another top 256. So on paper, we've got two very well-matched opponents, but both 4-0 in this event right now in this special championships. Here in Sevilla, we have two titans of the TCG going together, two decks that we know very well going up against one another for this one, but two very interesting matchups, I gotta say. I don't know how this one goes down on paper, but I'm interested because I think it's going to be a real tussle.
Absolutely. Well, I know you guys at home had been voting for this particular deck as we get a chance to see Paulo's prizes here right now. That dark energy is going to give a little bit away. That Janine's secret art is going to give even more away. So we will be showcasing Zoroark EX here. Just what you guys at home had wanted up against a deck we've seen plenty of times here being piloted by Benjamin here. It will be a Golden Go EX deck that he's playing.
Golden Go is a deck that has just about kind of struggled through each format, but it's in its most consistent variant that it's ever had these days with the Lunatone and Solrock package. We saw it to great success in game 1 of our previous feature match, and we'd love to see that again here. Being able to take those early knockouts on Zoroark could really be advantageous, but then can they carry on and show that the late game also has enough power to get through the consistency of Zoroark right now?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Benjamin's just right now had a couple of mulligans. So if anyone's not familiar at home, when a player is not able to find a basic Pokemon from the opening 7 cards, they have to reshuffle back up and eventually try and get one. But your opponent then gets an opportunity to take an additional card for the start of their turn. Right now, there's 2 mulligans from Benjamin. So Zoroark, or Zoroark for the moment, is going to have a couple of more pieces to be working with here in the opening turn. So really interesting scenario here. Of course, the Golden Go does play a number of sort of basics. It doesn't typically really give away too many mulligans. But yeah, I'm really interested in this matchup because there's a few cards that, as I get a chance to really look through the list, that are really going to be important for this matchup.
Agreed.
Just for N Zoroark to be able to handle it. Typically what we've seen before is had to play things like the Toad Screw and other different cards that might be able to handle Golden Go. As Benjamin's just looking at it now, he does find a basic, so we will shortly be getting the prizes here. Benjamin having to put it out for us. We'll have a quick little gander. Let's see what we have here. Ooh, pretty pink at the top.
Double oven at the bottom as well. And that's usually how we go about getting that secret box early. So this could be a little troublesome for setup. So as long as Benjamin now has a strong load of basics in hand, we're good. There's the fist bump and we're off to game 1.
Yep, Benjamin is going to be starting this game with that Genesect EX in the active spot. So just to kind of give you guys a bit of an idea exactly how this runs. Well, Genesect's actually being used Metallic Signal right now, so that's a chance for Benjamin to pull out some of those Stage 1 or Evolution Metal Pokemon here. But he's going to be looking to try and get some of those Gimme Ghouls down, eventually to evolve up to that Golden Go EX and really start swinging away for massive damage. With Make It Rain, does have that built-in draw power as well with coin bonus, as he does finally get a chance to consult exactly what might be prized. But to support him to get into that situation, we'll be able to try and utilize things like the Soul Rock Lunatone package, Lunatone having slow Lunar Cycle, pitching away 1 fighting energy to draw 3 when you have a Soul Rock in play, as we do see now the Buddy Buddy Poffin being able to grab 2 of those Gimme Ghouls and that Fighting Gong, which allows you to grab a basic fighting Pokemon or a fighting energy, and we do get a Soul Rock come down as well.
That original concern of possibly setup being a little bit troublesome is now gone, as we have that wonderful consistency from the Fighting Gong and Buddy Buddy Poffin. Of course, we don't have a Lunatone yet, so we can't draw any more cards. So it's just a pass over to Paolo's turn, where we've started with the Ends Zekrom, which is the new addition from Ascended Heroes that makes this deck kind of make its mark now. We've got that added additional damage. It's giving us a shred attack as well. It's just giving us a little bit of extra power and nuance that Zoroark needed to push itself further in this meta, and I think this is exactly what it needed. Of course, we're going in with the Buddy Buddy Poffin and checking out what basics are available. Currently eyeing up that Ends Zoroark and a Budu.
Yeah, there's so many different cards that we're going to have to keep an eye on. That Budu is going to be very sort of important. Sometimes it can slow down your opponent, let's say, with, that attack we've seen across many, many tournaments now. And I'm sure if you're a Pokemon TCG player, that itchy pollen's going to be, you probably would have suffered from that pollen at some point. But we do also see the End Zoroark come down and hit the field as well. We'll need to get those down, of course, to make sure we evolve up to the End Zoroark EX, which has the fantastic ability to be able to, again, just like Golden Go, pitch away a card, but you get to draw 2 cards. Oh, get to draw 2 cards rather than just coin boasting and drawing them. But this is once you get the engine going, you kind of represent that 1 single prize board state. We do have the Pecharunt now being placed down, just so that we have that maneuverability, energy attachment to the End Zoroark as well. And generally, probably don't actually mind leaving the Zekrom in the active spot for the time being.
No, at the moment you're not too worried, and at least 1 single prize Pokemon would be taken if a knockout were to occur. Ideally, we do want to get the Budu online as quickly as we can, but currently we can only bring Zoroark into the active. It could be a retreat on the Zoroark afterwards, using Pecharunt's ability. Then we wouldn't take damage from the poison either that it inflicts. So we could go about that angle, and then the energy could be reattached with Ends PP up later. So we could get Budu into the active this turn and start that barrage of itchy pollen.
Yeah, it's one of those things where often you find yourself as an End Zoroark player going into a position where maybe your End Zoroark EX has just gone down. We do get an Iona being played here first, getting a chance to shuffle the hand and get placed to the bottom. You then draw the number of cards of your prizes that you have remaining.
And although this is really impactful and great for Paolo, we do just have the Genesect to be able to get those Pokemon back that just went to the bottom if you're Benjamin. So Ino isn't really being used here for disrupting your opponent, but great for drawing more cards and trying to get that Budu into the active.
Yeah, so we do see now the Pecharunt's ability to maneuver the End Zoroark into the active spot. I think it's very likely if this is being played, that energy is going to be pitched to the discard now. We will get an Itchy Pollen off and online immediately in this first turn here from Paolo. So it's going to be that little little itchy pollen from that Badoo. The Genesect might actually have resistance to grass, so will take no damage. So there'll be no damage, but item cards will now not be playable from Benjamin's hand.
Which, although would normally make things a little bit difficult, we just use Genesect's ability, of course. Metal Maker, go ahead and grab those gold and go back, and that's going to allow us to continue to draw more cards regardless on this turn. Hopefully they're not item cards, though, because we can't be playing those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a few cards that I'm sure Benjamin will be looking to try and coin bonus into at some stage. He will need to find a way to maneuver this Genesect out of the active spot. Does have to play some of those cards that allows him to do so, like that Professor Churro scenario or the air balloon. So there are 4 outs. Currently not in hand. Does have Lunatone and a fighting energy as well. And just kind of getting reminded, just so you guys are being able to follow at home at the same time, one of the air balloons is actually prized right now, as we do get a Lunar Cycle here now. 3 cards drawn. Vessel not playable, Pheasantivity, and a Boss's Orders. Not too useful, but here comes the Golden Go EXs.
We're looking for a gold rush as 2 hit the bench, and we're able to draw 2 additional cards. Gonna have a look. Can't play that Fighting Gong, so it might be a supporter before we use the second one, but I think it's safe to say that drawing an extra card is still advantageous. It's a shame that was a Soul Rock, not a Lunatone.
But do we have an Arvin in hand right now? That could be a way to go maneuver into or maneuver out of the Genesect EX, but it doesn't look like he has much energy going on at the moment either. So an attack is going to be a little bit more difficult to pull off for the time being, especially if you didn't hit into a fighting energy. So it is going to be the Arvin being played here. And now I'm just looking to see what decision Benjamin's going to go down. Does look like he's maneuvering that air balloon to the front of the deck as one of his choices. Does get to choose an item card, of course, but then at the moment will not be able to play it.
No, and that's the troublesome thing. That's why Badoo can buy us so much time. It can just buy setup time, which Paolo needs to be able to kind of make the dominant presentation of their Pokemon in this battle. So at the moment, Benjamin's kind of on that back foot of, well, I can't make this meaningful attack when I want to.
Yeah, and it's just a pass over. I mean, for anyone just kind of watching from home, I mean, maybe he could have held on to that fighting energy, maybe just kind of start swinging with that Soul Rock, but typically you want to get those energies in the discard so you know where they are. You don't have to keep digging for them. But it's over to Paolo there. He has access to his secret box. He has access to quite a few different things here right now. We do get the secret box being played, pitching away double Buddy Poffin, and it looks like a supporter there as well. So we get a chance to discard 3 cards. Now you get 4 cards of yourself. So you do get 1 supporter card, 1 item card, 1 tool card, and a stadium, and that fantastic card that you just expressed a great interest there, Amy, for that Serrano, allowing you to be played and search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon EX. And then what does that get, Amy?
That's going to get us 3 Zoroark EX, I believe, Alex, and that's going to increase the consistency of this turn dramatically, as Paolo's going to be able to use that fantastic trade ability, which we know very well.
Yeah, and one of the key things that we're going to keep an eye out for here, because he does have Ends PP up in his hand as well, alongside that Binding Mochi. This could be one way just to kind of very easily get into an Ends Zoroark EX and start swinging away, actually activate the prize race, because still facing down the 2 prizes in the active spot for Benjamin's side, and that could be one way to just get so much further ahead. And typically this is where you want to be, so you're going to get all your draw power live in due course.
Absolutely. Taking those first 2 prize cards is going to really jettison Paolo into the commanding presence of this battle, and Benjamin might struggle to then come back from that. Choosing to leave the Genesect in the active might have been a bit too troublesome and a bit too maybe hopeful that Paolo wouldn't be able to hit the HP total.
Yeah, so we do have them all evolved up on the bench now. It's just deciding which cards we're going to be start pitching away for that trade ability. You have to discard 1 to be able to draw 2 cards, but this is where you start to identify cards that you don't need in certain matchups. Because we do see the first trade activated there. Does find an Oddson, so he's pitched away. Is that 2 stadiums already gone? Finds the other Dark Energy, so we might be able to start swinging away soon. There's the other one of the interesting tech cards, that Black Belt's Training, that will allow also the Ends Zoroark EX to maybe to stretch over the HP of the Golden Go EXs as well, because Ends Zekrom only providing you or allowing you to do 250 damage from the base attack. Does get a Bravery Charm on that Petrunt EX as well. So it's looking pretty good here. Now it's just deciding how best we utilize some of these cards. Has got an energy attachment already. another trade available, pitching away that Night Stretcher.
Grabbing ourselves an energy and a boss's orders. Maybe not advantageous to use it right now, but honestly, just taking a knockout on this Genesect might be it. But it's not. We're going to go for an Itchy Pollen and keep building up our own strength.
Yeah, I like this because you have to utilize and be wary of your resources with the ends PP up. Just you can't always just freely start utilizing it and attacking, because then you're going to have to search for the next ends PP up. And you only play 2 copies. So just kind of slowing the game down for the moment as we do get another metallic signal for another Golden Go EX here out of the deck. Remember, you are slowing the game down enough so that you're able to maybe just kind of overcome anything that Benjamin throws back at you. You know, Benjamin does have the retreat, though, with the air balloon in hand, but it's just what else can we do? Here's a coin bonus for 1. Does find a metal energy, but
one step closer.
One step closer, but doesn't really allow you to attack if you can't pitch away an energy card to attack. But it looks like we might be sort of activating it, because when you're in the active spot, of course, Amy, coin bonus allows you to draw 2 cards, but he's just deciding that it's a bit tricky. He's just going for the 1 for the moment.
Oh, Fighting Gong can't be played this turn, so we can't get a knockout using Soul Rock. Again, we don't have the correct type of energy. Could use Boss's Orders to kind of initiate a stall, but it's not really going to work because Petron's on the bench. So we're just going back down into a single prize Pokemon, bringing, of course, that ends Zekrom forward and hoping for the best.
Yeah, we get the metal energy attachment to the Golden Go EX as well. Maybe just trying to stop the Itchy Pollen, but gives another opportunity to Paolo here. Maybe just kind of even more set up the board, because we can get another energy attachment maybe to another Enzorock EX, and maybe just get them just ready to go when needing to, as we do see a trade being activated here. Ooh, just deciding which Pokemon to actually pitch away for the moment. It's going to be that Boss's Orders. Gets another 2 cards there. A couple leads to determination, I should say. Pitching one of those away. We're getting access to so much now. And there is a Professor Churro scenario as well from Paolo.
We're still looking for a way to accelerate the energy a little bit in this game, though. Maybe even looking towards a Janine would be great at this point, just to catapult that energy production.
Yeah, I'm just reminding myself. I know here's one of the energy accelerations that ends PP up here being utilized now. I wonder where it does get the attachment onto the one that already has 1 dark energy on it. Gets the Binding Mochi attachment as well. Fantastic little card, especially comboed with the Petron EX. Attacks used by this poison Pokemon. Does 40 more damage. There's the Boss's Orders as well. Golden Go EX with 260 HP. Gets the Power Pad as well, just to kind of replenish some of those important cards back into the deck. But we're activating the prize race here right now.
And that's a huge space for this game at this stage. Setting this pace when you've already got the energy attachment, not just for this turn, but almost ready for next turn as well, with just 1 attachment. You're right, Alex, I did forget the Janine's is safely in the prize card, so that won't be able to be in effect, but we still have just 1 step ahead still with all of the energy on board. We're going to use Petron's ability that does poison our Zoroark, of course, activating that Mochi, so we do have the damage required to knock out a Golden Go EX.
Yeah, massive 2 prizes taken here. The first 2 prizes of this Swiss round 5. And it's just going to be an opportunity here now for Benjamin to actually play some of those item cards now he has access to. So let's see the direction that he does go down here. There, Pheasantipity comes down for some more draw power as well. I mean, it's one of those interesting spots where he does need to find another Gimmighoul at some point, just to kind of make sure the board is ready. But here comes double Fighting Gong. It's an opportunity to get some energy cards onto the board, or onto his hand, I should say, and start Lunar Cycling, and also just have the energies ready to go at some stage. This is one thing he does have to be careful, though. That Badoo is waiting in the wings right now, and it's where it's going to be really important when he does pitch away some of those energies. A Badoo could come back to bite him.
Indeed, and that's, I think, the troublesome part is managing your resources when you are not in item lock. It could be tempting to play all of your items from your hand, which would give Benjamin some really explosive draw power, but realistically, Benjamin needs to hold back where possible and just get what they need to achieve this turn. Now, we do have fantastic draw power on board, of course, still, so we are going to be able, as you say, to pitch away that fighting energy, question mark?
Yeah, so deciding which one to go first.
Or whether it's the flip the script first. We're going to go for it. The flip the script first gives us the 3 cards from there. And it means that we're saving a resource. I got a really great tip from Yellow Van Kampen about this deck specifically, where he was saying, always use your freebies first. If it doesn't cost anything, do that first.
Yeah, such greater level of sort of value that you can pull out from being able to draw cards first, of course, and then just maybe hold on to some of the energies when you need to pitch them away to start attacking. Right now, Zoroark EX and the active spot is down to 270 HP. We'll take another 10 damage from the poison, but obviously not quite enough to reduce the number of energies that Golden Go needs to use to make it rain and take the knockout here. Here comes the big coin bonus for 2 cards. See what we get. We get a Rocket's Watchtower and an Arven. Does maybe get a chance to maybe find an Earthen Vessel to pull out some more energies, perhaps. But is that enough? I can see 3 right now in hand. There are 3 in the discard pile. So with a Superior Energy Retrieval, we'll be able to make the 6 energies go into hand and could potentially push for a massive knockout here to retaliate. But remember, there's no Golden Go. No Gimme Go, I should say. And they're waiting.
Bench. Yeah, which I think would be a slight oversight. We can, of course, take the cheeky knockout with Solrock on things like that Badoo, but then it's going to take kind of extra supporters and extra resources. So we're going in for that Arven, hopefully going for something that's going to help us to get towards a Gimme Ghoul in some way. But I don't know if we have any left. I think it might be an angle of trying to use some recursion, but I'm not sure what we've got left to achieve that.
Yeah, because we do have one of the Gimme Ghouls prize. Of course, one has already been knocked out because of the Golden Go knockout there as well. But maybe just hasn't been able to pick up another buddy. Well, there's only one buddy Puffin in deck. There's 2 Nest Balls, 1 Ultra Ball. So maybe just hasn't been able to get hold of any of those right now. We'll potentially have to consider going into the Mega Lobotomy. Maybe not. We're pitching that away at the same time for the Superior Energy Retrieval. So we will get some of those energies back into hand now. So a real interesting spot here. We're just going to take out that maneuverability that Paolo has. Does also remove the poison that was on the active Zoroark EX as well. So Biting Mochi's damage is lowered. But we know there's something waiting in the wings in Paolo's hands at the moment.
And that's the terrifying thing. Benjamin's in this really sticky spot where he does have recursion cards in deck, has the Super Rod in hand, I believe, but is choosing not to play it at this time.
Yeah, it's a massive knockout there. Retaliation going down to 4 prizes as well, making it rain for 5 energies. Badoo in the active spot has another cheeky retreat, or free retreat, I should say, to be able to maneuver himself at some stage. As we do just find the other ends PP up just from that top deck there on heading into your turn. Is considering benching that Pheasantipity EX will mean that there's no space for any further Pekkaron EXs to come down, but it looks like we're going to get the trade in first. This is where slightly different in terms of getting that value. You are pitching away a card which is less useful in comparison, so doesn't want to use Flip the Script. But here we go with a second trade now, pitching away that.
Draw into the Petra, so we do have that option back online. But of course, Badoo does have the free retreat for now. You could presume that another knockout's going to be taken, and then space will open up on the bench. But this is one of the struggles of playing Zoroark, is knowing not to bench lock yourself and not to have too many things on the bench at the same time. Going ahead and attaching that next energy card. So we're finally ready with 2 Zoroark ready to attack. One, of course, has the Mochi, one does not, but that doesn't mean that it can't take KOs. This deck has a lot of weaselly ways to get those big knockouts on these Golden Go EX.
Yeah, and we've already mentioned how sort of susceptible to this Golden Go going down, that there's not really much else going on Benjamin's board. It's just this single Golden Go in the active spot right now. And it just means that it is under threat of a massive KO as a subjugating change does maneuver the Zoroark EX into the active spot with that Binding Mochi attached. And there's another knockout going down now to 2 prizes remaining up against what we said earlier, has typically been a pretty hard matchup to deal with at times.
Benjamin is golden gone, as there are no Golden Go or potential for another Golden Go in play right now. So unfortunately, we are flipping the script and looking for an answer. We managed to get a Gimme Ghoul, of course. That's 1 turn too late. Can't currently see any way of taking a knockout on board unless we kind of go for that Badoo and find a way to bring it forward. We do play plenty of Boss's Orders, of course, in this deck, but I remember a few being discarded earlier on.
So here comes the Gimme Ghoul getting benched here. As you just mentioned, there is a Nest Ball now. mean, there's not going to be too many options there. That deck is looking mighty thin as the Baneri comes down. We've already seen the Mega Lopunny EX get discarded, but that could have been one way to have another sort of very efficient attacker with that Gale Thrust attack. 60 plus 170 more if it's moved from your bench to the active spot when it is a Mega Lopunny EX, of course. And that could have been one way to kind of deal additional damage. We do get a Lunar Cycle here just to kind of continue going through that deck. And like I said, it's really mighty thin.
Didn't get much other than a stadium, but we are able to attach, of course, to our Soul Rock. And here comes the boss saying, Badu, I've had enough of your itchy pollen nonsense. It's time to take a break in the discard pile.
Yeah, here we go. So Benjamin will be going down to 3 prizes now. Paolo is only 2 prizes away from taking game 1. There are a couple of 2 prizes waiting in the wings on that bench. So is Paolo going to be looking for something just to bring those up? Does he have the boss's orders in hand already? We're going to see the trade first. Oh, I believe he utilized it last time, didn't he? And then he had to power pad it back in. So he's digging his way through. He's going to see 4 more cards. Actually, 7 more cards with Flip the Script available. So let's see where we can get Flip the Script. Can we turn this just completely against Benjamin? There are the boss's orders.
There's Corbeau bringing the Pheasantipity into the active for a huge knockout, utilizing the brand new Zekrom.
Yeah, incredible way and display of just how powerful being able to draw cards and just being able to actually take massive knockouts because of the Zekrom that is now available in your deck, and being able to just copy his attack for your own and deal such a great amount of damage and really push himself in such a fantastic spot. And we get a chance to replay it all here, Amy.
Absolutely. Here we go. We saw that really strong start from Paolo, and Benjamin just wasn't able to chip away beyond that itchy pollen. So unfortunately, with many Zoroark on the board and itchy pollen putting just too much work in, Benjamin wasn't able to come back. And after just boss's orders after boss's orders, Paolo was able to whittle away everything that Benjamin put down on the board. And unfortunately, that just led Paolo straight to victory. And Benjamin was unable to get that Gimme Ghoul down, that crucial turn that really was the turning point that showed that Paolo had this on lockdown, and Benjamin just wasn't able to pull back. They attempted, of course, to keep that single prize board state and try and allow just for the knockout on the Soul Rock, but Boss came back to bite, and we saw that fist bump for the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, typically with both of these decks, we've seen the draw power available from trade and coin bonus, but the only difference is Benjamin only has access to something like one Iono, which there's not really much disruption there, because typically you just want to keep taking knockouts and knockouts and knockouts. You don't want to disrupt yourself, of course, but then it just meant both players actually had massive hands. Or cards in their hands, I should say. And Paolo had everything he generally had access to. And then on top of that, the additional trades, as both our players are beginning to try and set up for game 2 here now. But it's just one of those few things that we just have to keep an eye out for, because maybe that would have been one way for Benjamin to just try and turn the game on its head a little bit.
There's plenty of energy in Benjamin's deck, but was it appearing? Absolutely not.
No, definitely
Benjamin's
not.
had to take another mulligan, so let's have a look at Paolo's prize cards in the meantime.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Just one of those Petrant EXs in the top there. The Binding Mochi and the Serrano could be really, slowing the game down slightly, but there's other ways to try and get into the end Zoroark EXs as well. But for the moment, I don't think we're going to be too bad about that, because typically they're generally in 2 counts or so anyway. So let's just see how and what.
Oh my goodness gracious.
There you go. I'm lost for words.
Alex is taken aback as 3 Arven and 2 Fighting Kong. Some really harsh consistency factors of the deck are in the prize cards for Benjamin. Let's get into it for our game 2, round 5 of Sevilla.
Yeah, Paolo is going to be going first here. Benjamin being the person who lost game 1 does get the choice, of course, to go first or second. And by choosing to go second, there's that opportunity to just start swinging away at tough points with that Soul Rock, should we be able to get it down. We do get a Buddy Poffin from Paolo's side here. First, of course, that does give him a chance to get additional Enzora down onto the board state and get them ready to go and evolving up to the Enzoroark EX. Like we said, nothing there in those prizes that are really going to inhibit him too much, as we do get the first Enzora back onto the bench. We do get the Badu as well, just kind of saying, well, this is going to come at some stage. We already have the other end Zoro in hand, so it doesn't really matter at this point. Maybe just wants to get an energy attachment here. Just choosing whether it's going to be the active or the bench. Just going for the bench one, just to kind of preserve it and just give himself some options, I think.
That's one of the traits of a fantastic Zoroark player, is knowing where to place your energy and when, because that's something that can be really difficult. Golden Go only needs 1 energy to be able to initiate an attack. Zoroark needs 2.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
with that access to different energy costs, it does make the matchup a little more tricky, and you do have to make sure that those energy are in the right places at the right times. Otherwise, it's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, as we do get the Earthen Vessel now, a chance for Benjamin to also sort of consult the prizes where possible. Does have access to the secret box in hand and Arven as well. So we're going to be able to find a way here to really just kind of maneuver into something like the Soul Rock to start swinging away with Cosmic Beam. So we're going to be seeing, yeah, the Soul Rock come down now. Lunatone was already moved to kind of the front of the deck as well. And then maybe just start trying to get some Lunar Cycling going. We've got so many options in his hands. I love it, considering he's got the 1 Arven that's remaining and the other 3 prizes.
Honestly, considering the circumstances, I think this is a golden opportunity for Benjamin to be able to show that this deck is more than just a consistency. It has the get-go to really push itself forward in this tournament. And Golden Go is a really great deck, but hasn't had many finishes recently. And I think that might change this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a number of our players who are sort of diehard Golden Go fans, or Golden Go players, I should say, who's still piloting it here. As we do see the Lunatone hit the field now, we're going to see a Lunar Cycle first. Maybe just try and find some additional cards. We'll need to try and find another Gimme Ghoul once again, of course. It's going to be a big target. There's a Golden Go EX and a couple more energies. So we do still have access to Secret Box that will allow us to grab something like the Buddy Poffin, and maybe just get a couple of backup Gimme Ghouls just to kind of set up the board. But here we go. We do get the Soul Rock. It's just going to be a retreat into it here. Does just mean we do have just 1 Gimme Ghoul for the moment. Maybe just doesn't want to commit to the Secret Box too early, but at the same time, you're seeing that Badoo on your opponent's side. But it's just, he was just sequencing it in his own way. We have Secret Box hitting the field now. A couple of those energies just kind of in his hand. Easy choices if you're able to get him back into the hand at some stage. That's kind of the tricky spot I think he finds himself in.
Secret Box is one of those cards where it has a great effect, but in the moment you're like, oh, my hand's really good. I don't know exactly what I want to discard. But you were on the money there, Alex, with talking about cards that we can recur and how easily we can get those back. So it's just thinking about the long game here, and what's going to be useful now is more important, and things we can get back later will have to just come back around.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just one of those decision points here right now, whether you go for something like the Buddy Poffin to be able to just get your Gimme Ghouls out, or you go for something like a Nest Ball to get the Genesect EX so that you can get Golden Goes at some stage and utilize your Ardson. But yeah, just going for the Buddy Poffin, gets the Gimme Ghouls down. You don't really want to be playing that Ardson to give your opponent some additional Pokemon on their board either. So it's just one of those things that you just have to be wary of at the same time. So Boss's Orders put into hand as well. Does play Ardson down. Ooh, eyeing up the Baneri that comes down at the same time. Maybe saying that this is another useful attacker at points. So yeah, let's see how this pans out.
I think Baneri hopping onto the bench poses an interesting question for Paolo about the game plan for Benjamin and whether that's going to change this game. Maybe changing up that formula is what's needed to take this game too.
Yeah, there you go. There's a Cosmic Beam for a knockout, the first prize of this Game 2 of Swiss Round 5. If you're just joining us, Paolo, with that Zoroark EX, did take down Game 1. So Benjamin up against it, trying to claw his way back into this game.
Zoroark comes back on that night stretcher, straight away back on the bench. We saw how powerful having 3 Zoroark worked out last time for Paolo, choosing to attach the energy to the re-benched Zoroark, and then going for a Lilies. While we still have 6 prize cards, we'll be able to shuffle our hand back into our deck and draw 8 cards. How phenomenal is that?
Yeah, we talk about levels of consistency. This card is consistent, especially when you're in this position right here, right now. Of course, Badoo right now staring down at that Soul Rock. We'll just want to start trying to build up the board and maybe hide behind this Badoo for a little bit longer, potentially. Just kind of, again, we spoke about the energy attachments being so important. You do have some energy acceleration, but for the moment, you just want to be able to kind of get that board ready and just see what we're working with. Do we hit our own secret box, which is a great pickup, but we don't have any End Zoroark EX, I believe, in hand right now. So it's going to be a little bit of an interesting spot. Do you continue representing the single prize board state, but at the same time, if you've got Badoo in the active, you're actually okay putting a 2-prizer down?
Yeah, I do agree. I think at this stage, it's a tricky scenario because you do want to start the prize race, but you don't have any 2-prize Pokemon to take on Benjamin's side of the field. So at the moment, you would just be trading 1 prize card for 1 prize card, which doesn't really make for an easy time for Paolo. Ideally, you want to be knocking out 3 2-prize Pokemon to take the win.
Yeah, and that's always, unless you're facing up against a mega Pokemon, that's going to be the quickest route to victory, right? Taking 3 2-prizes out as soon as possible. As we do get the secret box being played now, do see that boss's orders once again alongside the Lilies, I believe, hitting the discard pile. We know they can come back because of cards like the Power Pad that's in Paolo's list. Just look like he's targeting maybe that Bravery Charm there. Will look like it's one of those things where sometimes it's always really fun to stick it on the Badoo, because then you get a Brave Badoo in the active spot, and it actually can be out of range of Cosmic Beam, at least for the moment.
I like that. I like that. Just a brave little Badoo who could. And he really could do it. And that is absolutely so true. You gain yourself time. And maybe that's what we need to angle for right now. We were just discussing how taking out this Solrock maybe isn't the most advantageous thing for Paolo right now. So maybe going in a different direction is better.
Yeah, that's why he's gone for the Binding Mochi just for the moment. Does have that Serrano for a future turn, of course, because remember, he has played Lily's Determination already. But then he knows that Benjamin can't really do too much to impact his hand, so can go straight into the End Zoroark EX on the next turn as well. Does also get the End's Castle, and then finally utilizes that Artisan. This is obviously great sequencing as well. You don't necessarily want to utilize the Artisan too early, because maybe you can draw into that Pokemon from the Lily's Determination, and then you can Artisan for another Pokemon at the same time, because in that way, you're increasing the odds to see it and seeing more Pokemon on your board state. So there comes the Zekrom, of course, Badoo in the active spot now, just double checking what he has access to. Itchy Pollen for weakness on this Solrock, so it's 20 damage, Amy.
Absolutely. We didn't go for the Bravery Charm in the end, but honestly, I think that's fine when you're looking at how the prize race will deal out. This is fine. We're just building up our board, making sure that we're going good to go strength to strength. Next turn.
Yeah, but the only interesting thing here is by not going down the route of something like the Bravery Charm, it does mean Benjamin can just keep that single prize board state. And there's a boss's orders taking down another End Zoroark that came back as well. There's another Cosmic Beam on that. And we don't need to put a 2-prizer down, which means that you're still just a little bit more ahead than your opponent is, because your opponent wasn't able to really protect much, but the boss's orders kind of changed everything anyway, so that Bravery Charm wasn't going to do too much. So here comes Serrano. Looks like we're going to finally maybe see some of those Ends Zoroark EX. Surely that's this single prize board state. It's not going to be too helpful for the moment. You only really want to be swinging away and attacking with that Ends Zoroark EX, of course, with that Night Joker attack. Here it is. Here's some of them coming out now. Only able to evolve up 2 of them, of course, but you can grab 3 Pokemon EX because of that supporter there. Looks like it's going to be that Petron EX that might be coming into his hand. And then we'll have access to at least 2 trades. And then what else could we work with at that point? So here comes, there's the End Zoroark, ×2, and also Petron. There comes the Artisan just being played as well, or utilized. Doesn't have to grab a Pokemon, but End Zoroark does come down once again. There's number, I guess technically number 5 in this game, Amy.
Very true. I think that power of 3 has really been showing that it is just that. It's powerful. And having 3 trade abilities online, drawing those extra cards is absolutely huge. So our first Zoroark EX, our first 2-prize Pokemon of the game has finally appeared as we begin trading into hopefully what is the most well-procured hand that we could aim towards. Okay, discarding the Janine and 2 Darkness Energy grabbed off of that one. Going in for our second trade. A Darkness Energy is going down.
Yep. Feels fine when you know you have access to Ends PB up, amongst other things. There's that Bravery Charm that's hit the hand now. It's going to be attached to the End Zoroark on the bench, just to kind of preserve it a little bit more. We're going to get an energy attachment onto a Pokemon here. It's going to be the other End Zoroark EX now. Just, again, kind of set up the board for a future turn. maybe you just keep feeding away some single prizes. There's the Itchy Pollen, 40 damage now on this Soul Rock. But then at some stage, you're going to have to start swinging with that End Zoroark EX, but maybe you have to combine it with something like that Iono that we've mentioned before.
Ooh, maybe we're gearing up for a knockout on the Baneri and the Soul Rock at some point. If the Baneri doesn't evolve, we'd need to use Flame Body Cannon. We don't have a Darumaka down right now, so that's not potential. I don't even know if they're running that one.
No, it's just a straight version with the Ends Reshiram and Ends Zekrom in this list. So, I mean, it's paving the way to be just kind of straight attacking what's in front of you from Paolo's build right now. So it's just kind of one of those scenarios where maybe Paolo's just going to really lean into something like those Ionos, really try and slow the game down, because you know your opponent doesn't have any draw power right now. And just by keep Cosmic Beaming for his third prize, if you do get Iono to free and your opponent doesn't evolve up to Golden Goes, does mean it might find a bit of a tricky spot to try and get some draw power on the board. Say we get the second energy now committed to another End Zoroark EX. Ends PB up to the other one as well. So we are ramping up here, Amy. And I'm sure we're going to see possibly an Iono and an attack shortly as well, because we do have Iono in hand. Petron also hits the field. It's going to be a real key turn here. And whether something like that Iono can really kind of slow the game down completely.
Going for Ends Castle, giving all Ends Pokemon free retreat and taking away a resource from Benjamin. If we do utilize that Iono, it could be a really pivotal turn, limiting not only Benjamin's hand, but also the card draw. As we've chosen not to put any evolve any of the Gimmighoul into Golden Go, it does limit the amount of card draw that Benjamin has to be able to get back in the game if we didn't manage.
Yeah, and there's the Iono. So also with a couple of the Itchy Pollens on that Soul Rock, that is also down to 70 HP. Ends Zekrom can be utilized from his attack from Night Joker, not just for Rampaging Thunder, but Shred deals 70 damage, which allows you then to use Rampaging Thunder on a future turn as well. But let's see how kind that Iono was to Benjamin. There is an Ultra Ball there, so there could be outs, there could be ways, but Paolo's got to play out the rest of his turn first as well. Here comes trade number one, pitching away the Buddy Buddy Poffin, which is no longer as much use in compared to the earlier turns. Does find himself with now a Professor Churro scenario for a future turn if an End Zoroark EX does not get knocked out. So we're in a pretty interesting spot here. It's going to be that free retreat because of that stadium. Ends Castle, you've mentioned, Amy. And now the End Zoroark EX without the Binding Mochi is now going to be utilizing its final trade before, I'm sure, taking a knockout here on this Soul Rock.
It's such a shame to take just a single prize knockout when your opponent's managed to take three, and Benjamin's storming ahead just by utilizing the strength of Soul Rock. We're going for another trade because we've managed to evolve another Zoroark. See if we get any tool that's going to help us, but I think it is a dud draw, and it looks like we're just going to have to go for the knockout on the Soul Rock, which doesn't feel great, but maybe after the Iono might have an impact, as we don't have any Golden Go, and removing Soul Rock from play will mean that we can't Lunar Cycle.
Yep, exactly that. And that's why we were able to pitch away one of the counter catches, as we do take our first prize here from the End Zoroark EX side. And the Gimmighoul is now moved to the active spot with the air balloon. We do top deck another Soul Rock.
Goodness.
We do have Ultra Ball in hand from what I saw a little bit earlier as well. So we do have a couple of pieces to work with. We can go ahead and maybe, if we have to, search away that Pheasantipity at the same time. We can get into, with the Earthen Vessel, some additional fighting energies. And with the Soul Rock now back in hand, you know, Lunar Cycle's back live again. So, you know, we tried to slow him down with that Iono, and it does, at the moment, doesn't feel so great.
No, Iono didn't quite hit the mark with their performance this time, and it looks like we're still going to be able to plow on ahead with our Golden Go goals, hopefully getting into, of course, the Golden Go and a plentiful amount of energy to be able to take a big knockout on this Zoroark EX.
Yeah, so we do have the choices of the route suite to go here. First, of course, it hasn't placed down the Soul Rock yet, because then that would take up a spot of something like a Pheasantipity if we wanted to go down that route. But it's just picking up an option of the, well, eyeing up the Golden Goes and then the Genesect. So many sort of supporting Pokemon that will help the board state as well. There comes the Golden Go as the two Golden Go from Metallic Signal of the Genesect EX now. And now we'll be able to draw additional at least 3 cards, or 4, most likely, because we've got the one with the air balloon in the active spot, can maneuver into the other one. But let's see this direction that we go down here. So no more bench space available. Golden Go in the active spot. Can use coin bonus for 2. Here's the first one, getting maximum value.
Let's see if it provides what we need. We've got a superior energy retrieval, which is great. We're using that for full effect right now, as there are more than 4 energy in the discard pile. Using the air balloon to go back to get another full power coin bonus for 2 beautiful cards. We got Professor Turo Scenario and Iono. Not quite enough yet, but we definitely can get there. How many energy do we need to knock out and end Zoroark EX, Alex?
We need 6. With Make It Rain, it's 50 times the number of energy cards you discard from your hand, but it's going to be a Professor Turo scenario to maneuver into the 3rd Gimmighoul, evolve up once again, and we're going to see a further 2 cards here. And after that, Iono, you got to be feeling pretty sad about this, but at the same time, have we hit the energies? I don't think we have.
I don't think so. I think we've got the 1 to attach in hand, but I think we can only get the 4 back from our superior energy retrieval. I don't think we can get any more, so that Iono was effective enough in slowing down Benjamin just a fraction.
Yeah, this is one of the tricky spots you find yourself sometimes as a Golden Go player, finding ways to maximize your draw power. I mean, after that, was able to effectively draw 9 cards through abilities, you know, 3 coin bonuses, the Lunar Cycle, and still not quite finding the energies required. Just 2 more away from taking a massive knockout here. At the same time, you are 3 prizes ahead, so it could be worse at this moment in time.
It very much could be. And we've got backups. We've got Pokemon on the bench. I think at this stage, you've just got to put your kind of eggs in your basket and decide which Pokemon's going to go where, whether you're going to deal damage, whether you're going to hold on to your resources, and whether you're going to leave a 2-prize Pokemon in the active, which I think you kind of have to, because I think we've already done our retreat for turn as well. So it's whether we deal the damage or not.
Yeah, the scary thing is waiting in the wings is that end Zoroark EX with that Binding Mochi, alongside that Pecharunt EX, of course, as well. So let's just see how this is going to pay out. It is going to be the 4 energies discarded with that Make It Rain. We're dealing 200 damage. Does leave that end Zoroark EX with 80 HP remaining. Yeah, I mean, I think it's Paolo just wanting to know how many energies are left in that discard pile right now. It's going to be 6 or 7, actually. So just wasn't able to find either a second superior energy retrieval or another useful card there. End Zoroark now being utilized for its trade. I guess this is where Paolo's thinking, well, you've discarded a lot of energies. Can I find myself with another turn when I need to with a Badoo at some stage as well? This is always one of those mid to late game decisions as an End Zoroark player, especially against a deck that you know can one-hit KO you. But this is even more important because you can just take a massive knockout here with that subjugating chains, moving that end Zoroark EX with the Binding Mochi into the active spot. You are then poisoned, and then 250 plus 40 from Binding Mochi would be a massive knockout here.
Ooh, I like getting the Iono here again, just to continue to kind of add insult to injury and just hold Benjamin back. Benjamin, of course, did decide to spend that their energy on the knockout in the end, but it really would kind of continue to set them back potentially if we utilize that in a bit as well. And honestly, this feels like the comeback. Paolo could bring this back now and just slow Benjamin down enough to be able to take a knockout back. And I think that's what it's all about. Benjamin was unable to take this incredibly meaningful knockout. It was important to take the knockout there to keep the pace of the game going and keep the threat alive. At this stage, Paolo can, of course, use subjugating chains to go back into a Zoroark that not only has full HP, but also that Binding Mochi for the extra damage we need to knock out the Golden Go EX.
Yeah, this is it. This is a massive turn of events, considering that Iono really did pay dividends here. And it just comes down now to how Paolo could maneuver a couple of these last prizes here. Does choose to Professor Turo scenario the end Zoroark EX on the bench here now. Of course, should still have energy attachment because of the ends PP up to power up the 3rd end Zoroark EX ready to go and waiting in the wings at the same time, just to make sure there is an additional attacker. Will we see the other end Zoroark come back down just to kind of make sure we have draw power to evolve up on a future turn as well? Because this means we will be evening up the prize cards remaining for both our players if we take the massive knockout here. It's just going to be the knockout. Ooh. What happened there? Just kind of double checking. Looked like he was...
I think he's trading No, using an S-Ball? Using an S-Ball before our attack, I
Yeah,
believe.
they're just double checking what he has available to himself, I guess.
mean, the deck's pretty thin, so it's fair enough to be able to have a look. And you're going to be able to trade through a lot of that next
Absolutely.
turn. So I think seeing what you have left available is completely understandable before they choose to take the knockout there on that Golden Go, beginning to even up that prize race, finally.
Yeah, so 3 prize cards remaining for both our players here. Benjamin with just the Golden Go EX in the active spot now. Gimme Ghoul still on the bench, so we do still have access to it at some stage. But we'll need to find a number of pieces here to try and actually get the knockout on this Zoroark EX. Remember, we still need those 6 energy cards to be able to do so. That will be double superior energy retrieval. Already has played 1 as well, or has to find something like the Lana's Aid that he plays as well, which is another way to replenish some energy back into the hand. But this is where it gets a little bit scary, because then you do make yourself susceptible to that Badoo coming in. So let's just see exactly how this plays here. That Metallic Signal did grab the other Golden Go out of the deck as well. Gives it another good shuffle. Just need to find those key pieces now to keep himself in the prize race and just work out exactly the route to victory here. So, Iron Up and Iono is his own.
Oh, yeah. As a good shout at this stage, Paolo has a ginormous hand of cards and finally has taken enough prize cards where Iono feels really impactful, letting him only have 3 cards. Now, both decks do have a lot of practice in drawing lots of cards, but it's whether you can draw enough out of the situation, whether the cards left in Paolo's decks with the deck is the cards that he would prefer to have in hand, or the hand that he's been cultivating this whole time.
Yeah, so here comes Pheasantipity hitting the board now that we have a spare slot available. Flip the script, so we're going to see 3 more cards here as well. So there's a Fighting Gong. Lunatone now sort of rendered a little bit useless, unfortunately, because not being able to Lunar Cycle when you don't have Solrock in play. We do see the retreat from the Air Balloon into the other Golden Go. Another coin bonus for a further 2 cards. Are these helpful in any way? There's Lana's Aid, not playable, and the Boss's Orders. There are not very good cards that we're working with here.
Oh my goodness, I think we might have been denied another turn of attacking.
And it's just like that. Iono's not going your way just from either side of the board. I mean, your own either, as well as the draw power that you have on the board state. And it's just not been useful in any way, shape or form, as it's now a Fighting Gong to find out what even is remaining. There's a Fighting Energy, not able to find a way into the superior energy retrievals. It's been a real tough ride in this game too.
It's been an uphill struggle. After taking a really early lead, Benjamin's now back at the bottom of the hill, seemingly, going, oh my goodness, I've got to get back up there. And it's just not happening.
No, not at all. There's a Technical Machine Evolution, and it's just a pass over. Zoroark EX still stays poisoned. Will tick up to 20 damage taken because of poison between turns. But when you're still in that spot, you can just, again, could have just swung away, right? But yeah, I'm just thinking maybe it was just kind of confusing himself whether it was a knockout or moving things. I guess when you have Ends Castle, you can do whatever you want, really.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead. And then we're going to start trading for the turn. Now, let's see exactly what Paolo's after here. I think at the end of the day, it is just a case of continuously now keeping on top of these attacks. You've got the energy on board you need. And now it's just about keeping consistent knockouts. We want knockouts on these. We want a 2 prize Pokemon and then maybe a single prize, and we're good to go.
Yeah, this is important because Paolo actually has the Black Belt's training in hand, so doesn't actually have to utilize the Poison Mochi and Zoroark EX to attack. Either can utilize that supporter to deal enough damage to then attack the Golden Go EX, of course. Having to think about the Ends Zekrom, which Rampaging Thunder is 250 damage, but during your next turn, this Pokemon can't use attacks. So we'll have to kind of maneuver back into the other one, but having access to Black Belt's training, you're not too worried about that, and then you can stretch over.
As we move towards the latter stages of this game, it's going to be a battle of resources. What is left over that's going to get me over to this victory? And just having a quick glance at the timer, we're not going to have time for a game 3. So it's looking like Paolo's going to need to take this win or a tie situation, which would result in Paolo getting the overall victory.
Yeah, I think Paolo's also setting up the board state. So if anything does go down, like another Enzoroark EX, we will have additional draw power with that Pheasant Dipity hitting the board state as well. So I really do commend that, of course, just kind of protecting yourself from any sort of, say, naughty shenanigans from Benjamin's side. But it's looking likely that we're going to see just another massive KO here. Can we attack with that? Yeah, we'll double check if that's ends. Zekrom did attack with Rampaging Thunder on the last turn.
I think that's maybe why we did the pivot.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. That's very true. So we go back into the
reset it, and then we can go ahead and do that again. Of course, we're going to go for the Mega Lopunny to try and make it a lot more difficult for Paolo to close up this game in time. So we're going to go ahead and bring forward the Pheasant Dipity instead.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that was in my mind was that by not moving that Zoroark EX down to 250 HP, which is a little bit easier to take the knockout on, especially with a Golden Go, for example, that if you just had a fresh one in the active spot, you're then asking them for another energy card. That was my initial thinking. But yeah, you're right. Maybe just that maneuverability just to kind of get out of the Rampaging Thunder sort of inability to continue attacking after utilizing it once. Just means that it's just easy to maybe just send up the damaged one. You do have additional draw power with that Pheasant Dipity anyway. But as you said, Amy, here comes the Mega Lopunny EX moving into the active spot, and it's going to be that Gale Thrust for a knockout to go down to 1 prize as well. And it's just on Paolo to maybe just find a boss's orders. He has it in hand already, so a massive final prize here. And here it is.
For the Pheasant Dipity EX, we see the fist bump, and Zoroark is laughing with that Night Joker all the way to the finish line, taking it 5-0 in this round 5 here at Seville Special Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of showcasing and demonstrating just how consistent that deck is with that trade ability and just how powerful it now has become with En's Zekrom as well. We get a chance to replay exactly what happened in this Swiss round 5. Game 1 here, it just felt like it was all Paolo being able to really set up behind that Badoo initially and then start targeting down those Golden Go EXs on the board after Benjamin was not able to utilize those item cards and just taking such a strong, heavy lead into this game 1 here. And Benjamin, even after finally sort of starting to swing away, it was just left with 1 Golden Go EX, and it was not Golden Go with his last ride just by himself. It wasn't enough to kind of keep him in the game here. And Paolo just ran away with it in this game 1.
He did indeed, and that's exactly it. Benjamin just was unable to find the energy, the resources at the right times, and it just spelt disaster. And in this game too, it started off so strong for Benjamin, getting that early knockout on the Enzoroark, taking the first prize, taking the second prize, and Badoo was just chipping away. And that seemed like it was putting Paolo on the back foot. But Paolo at this point made everything change as that Iono began his comeback. And Benjamin was unable to reestablish a board which gave him enough energy to make any meaningful knockout. And so we were stuck on 3 prize cards. Eventually, after taking some damage, a Professor Turo scenario took that away. So Paolo was able to keep up the pressure and start making a comeback, finally taking that knockout on that Golden Go EX.
Yeah, and it just, I think at that point, when you're missing a massive knockout there, Enzoroark again, we ran away with game 1, and game 2, after going down those 3 prizes, just found his way back in. That Iono really kind of slowing down the whole game, and just when you thought it was all over, that boss's orders was the one that was going to take it down and just allow Zekrom to be able to utilize, well, the Rampaging Thunder through Night Joker.
Yes.
To be able to actually take the final prizes and actually take Paolo to 5-0 in this tournament so far, which is an incredible record to be in.
Absolutely. It's a great place to be in. You're looking into a very strong phase 2 there, aren't you? With a undefeated record, which is just phenomenal.
I mean, Benjamin's still 4-1, so it's not as if he's in a poor spot either.
Not at all.
And it was just, you take one of those games or one of those rounds where maybe sometimes you do draw a little bit worse, so long as it doesn't happen again. So we'll brush it off, and hopefully we can continue that kind of great streak he's already been on. And being 4-1, you're in a great spot. There's still 3 more rounds to go. Just need kind of at least one of those to be a victory, and then just one more point somewhere within one of those last 3 rounds. And then you're also in phase 2 as well. But yeah, I say Paolo's put himself in a fantastic spot, and that's what we love to see, especially when it's a deck that you guys had voted for as well via the community choice. Really get a chance to really showcase, and that's just one variant, right? You started talking a little bit about Darmanitan, and maybe like we'll probably see some of that kind of floating around in End's Zoroark EX decks as well. So I'm excited to see what else we've got sort of cooking up in these lists.
But now it's time for us to use Night Joker and utilize an attack on the bench as we jump over to Ross, who has our winner for an interview.
Thank you very much, Amy. I do indeed have our winner here for an interview. Paladieguez, congratulations, 5-0. Where's your hype level right now?
I mean, it's incredibly high. As I was telling you before, this is a dream for me. I compete for these moments, so yeah, I'm so happy.
Because you're a fairly newer player, right? You've not been playing all that long.
No, I actually started playing UIC last year. Fun fact, it was my first ever tournament. I didn't even go to the locals before that. So it was fun. I had a pretty good result. I almost made, I think I dropped in winning in. But anyways, it was very fun. And yeah, this whole year has been amazing. I did very well at UIC this year, funny enough as well. And overall, it's just amazing.
I mean, going to EUIC before you've ever been to a local, what was a culture shock like there?
That's a good question, actually. So the thing is, what I like the most, even more than competition, is like the Pokemon world, everything Pokemon related. So the idea was to go to UIC just to experience Pokemon. Competing, winner, losing, that didn't really matter for me. It was just about Pokemon itself. Been a fan since I was a very little kid. And I don't know, I just went there. I didn't even know if I was going to compete TCG or GO before signing up. Like 2 days before, I was like, I don't know if I would do TCG or GO. I ended up choosing TCG to play with my friends. And here I am, so very happy.
I mean, I think it's fair to say you made the right decision there. But now we flash forward to this year. You go to EUIC, you get, I think, 172nd with this Zoroark deck. How cool was that, 1 year later, having such a great finish?
Yeah, it's a cool story, actually, because before UIC, I actually went to Birmingham. Nice. I plan to go to the two tournaments and play Zoroark in both of them. And in Birmingham, I did really bad. I think I went 1-3 drop. I faced Festival Lead, Mega Venusaur. I got dunked on Miraidon. Yeah, it was so bad. And I don't know, my friends believed in me and in the deck. They encouraged me, hey, you should pursue still this to UIC. You're going to do great. You play really well with the deck. So yeah, shout out to my friends, Perico, Maria, Edu, Ivan, all my friends that supported me all this journey, because it really paid off in UIC. And it seems like so far in here as well.
Well, I mean, it's paying off here. Now, here's the interesting thing. End Zoroark, this weekend, we've got Zekrom, we've got Ascended Heroes, great deck. But you've believed in it at EUIC before it got this big power boost. Why do you believe in the deck so much?
It just has the pieces that I like on a TCG deck. I like seeing many cards. I like when I get Hand Disrupted to be able to see many other cards. And I just like Zoroark a lot as a Pokemon. So I don't know, every time I try to switch to a different deck, I felt like the deck was still calling me to try it out. I still had the best results with him. So it was a natural attraction between the deck and me.
I mean, it works, but you're not playing Darmanitan in the deck. That's a very powerful tool. Talk us through why there's no Darmanitan.
Yeah, another good question. So the thing is, I think Darmanitan was really strong. I played it at UIC, really paid off. I saw a lot of Dragapult there. It's very good against Dragapult. It has its uses against Gardevoir as well, especially day 2. But the thing is that I thought, so Vinicius cooked this list, I think together with Marcos Cifuentes, and I thought it was just so powerful at beating everything, even the decks that you were usually losing against, like Raging Ball, Flareon. I played against these two today. I was able to beat them, and I think it was because of the sheer consistency that this 60 offer. I decided to sacrifice a bit of more of losing against Grimmsnarl. You have a worse matchup. We actually do better against these type of decks. And in Seville, this is my city, so I know that I think I knew how the metagame was going to look like, and it feels like it was spot on, at least for now. And yeah, hopefully it continues to be the same.
I mean, I hope so. I'm told I can only have one more question, so I got to ask. You say you're a big Pokemon fan. You went to EUIC this year. Did you join in any of those festival games like Skee Ball? Did you find any time for that?
I didn't, but I wish I did. I was competing, but next time if I drop out of the tournaments, for sure, I'm going to be enjoying the whole Pokemon experience. This is the best thing ever. For me, a dream come true, really.
I mean, if you're too busy winning to play the carnival games, sounds like you've had a pretty good tournament and another one being cooked up this weekend. 5-0 with Zoroark. How far can we go? Well, I think we're going to find out shortly. Just a few more rounds to go. Let's take it back to the casters.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ross. I mean, I can't believe you asked that question when you know he was too busy playing Phase 2 at EUIC with the deck anyway. But it's great to hear from Paolo because it's just kind of one of those things where hearing a player connect with a deck, he said he was playing at Birmingham, he played at EUIC, done well with it, and is still playing it and it's just keeping growing with the deck now as well. It's just a great way to just see a player like connect with the way a deck runs, how it's kind of matchups, and then thinking about the meta shaping as well. I think some really good questions there from Ross, some really good insight from Paolo. I don't know what you thought, Amy.
It just kind of snowballs as your experience grows with the deck, right?
Absolutely.
And that's what it's all about, is that practice, how many games you have, the practice that you have in other events, and bringing all of that knowledge together in a pool and bringing it to a special championships. I think that's where the strength in a player lies. It's not just about the deck, it's not just about your matchups, it's also about how much you know your way around your own deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we love talking about the juniors and seniors, especially considering they are players who love soaking up so much information as well when we see so many different tournaments. I think we do have a little bit of a sneak peek shortly of exactly what their metagame is looking like as well. So this is the junior trainers here at the Seville Special Championships. 72 players here, and it's going to be quite similar. I mean, some of these decks, as we mentioned, when you've got them in and around the tournaments for quite some time now, we're going to continue to see sort of high numbers, especially with the Dragapult Dustoirs, the Charizard Dustoirs, and then you've got some of these other decks that we've already seen a lot of our juniors and maybe sometimes our senior players play and pilot for so long as well, just continuing to be in high numbers.
I love to see that when you look at the numbers, so we've got 12 players on Dragapult Dusknoir, 7 on Charizard, 7, 6, 6, 5. That's nowhere near our total junior trainers that are playing. So that indicates that there is some innovation going on. There are lots of different decks out there on the field, and we've got some big potential interesting matchups for our juniors to enjoy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when at that age as well, you know, I would always kind of try to encourage them to play decks that they love to play and actually enjoy, and they're going to feel better about when they're continuing to pilot throughout a tournament. And then we move on to our seniors in the same sort of situation as well. But at the same time, we do get one of the sort of age divisions actually respecting, or not necessarily respecting, but piloting that mega box into second most played decks here at this tournament. 103 players, of course. There's still a large number playing Dragapult Dustoir, but this is the first time I've ever seen Absol being this high, I think.
Honestly, same, and I think it's a great indication of how well the deck is doing. It just won a major event. At the end of the day, you can't argue with that, and I think that's clearly what the seniors are not taking for granted.
Yeah, and exactly that. We get to see a lot of the similar decks there. The Ends Zoroark EX, the Golden Goes, the Marnie's Grimmsnarls. It's just great to kind of highlight exactly how much influence sometimes they do take from the Masters, but then they spin it their own way, right? Because let's face it, not all Masters, it's not all about the Masters, it's all about the younger age divisions as well. They are the future of our game after all.
Exactly, and they're here playing too, rigorously going towards that big championship title of their division.
Yeah, because there's so much on the line. I mean, they also get a chance to earn that direct invitation to the World Championships as well. And it's just amazing to see. You know, there's plenty of them. I'm sure one day we'll get a chance to kind of see. And there's our standings and like leaderboards available online as well, just to kind of keep following a lot of these players. We've seen so many senior players, or even just from junior players moving up to seniors, or senior players moving up to the Masters and just performing so incredibly well. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a large number of them, even in our top standings in the Masters division, right here, right now, who were seniors not too long ago, who are still doing competitively super well.
I totally agree. We've seen it before. We'll see it again when a junior or senior levels up to that next age bracket. They continue to take the game by storm. But as with all good players, they've got to start somewhere, and we've got some top tips for you guys to keep in mind.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament, check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Hey trainers, Joe Bernard here to break down the highest impact cards from the Mega Evolution expansion. Let's dive straight into the set's new mechanic, Mega Evolution. These powerful Mega EX Pokemon boast massive hit points, formidable attacks, and inspiring abilities. The trade-off? If knocked out, your opponent takes 3 prize cards. Seriously high risk, high reward. Before we get into some standout Megas, let's touch on a format-defining supporter. Lily's Determination joins Iono and Professor's Research as a premier consistency card. It shuffles your hand into the deck and draws 6, or 8 cards if you still have all of your prizes left. Setup decks definitely benefit the most here, as their go-to early game options only improve further, knowing that they can see a huge heap of cards to amass combos as they develop. But almost every deck can justify this inclusion when deck building, because it's such a huge amount of cards with no drawback. Fighting types are coming out swinging with a barrage of new inclusions. Fighting Gong is a flexible item that searches for either a fighting Pokemon or basic fighting energy. Great for smooth opening turns, and still useful later on to continue a flow of energy cards. Solrock and Lunatone work as a great 1-2 combo. Together, they create both an efficient single prize attacking option, putting early pressure on the board, and a low maintenance draw engine. It's not just the benefit of drawing cards here, because there are a number of archetypes that love to fuel the discard pile with energy, and not just fighting decks. Popular builds such as Ceruledge and Go may call on this cosmic duo, as both decks welcome a surplus of energy and make great use of a single prize attacker. But consistency isn't fighting's only flex, as Premium Power Pro is an item boosting fighting's Pokemon's damage by 30. With up to 4 copies in the deck, fighting types can seriously pack a punch. Mega Lucario, for example, can pump up its Mega Brave attack from a base of 270 damage into knockouts with ease, making it far more devastating of a damage dealer. With KOs covered, we can also look to Mega Lucario's Aura Jab option, great for early knockouts whilst accelerating energy to other fighting types. Hariyama is a handy partner here, with Wild Press dealing a hefty 210 damage, a key number to tackle many bench-sitting engine Pokemon, and thanks to its Heave-Ho catcher ability, these Pokemon will find themselves in arm's reach instantly for easy uptrades during the game, provided we can accelerate with Lucario. With this new combination of cards all working together, fighting decks aren't just hitting harder, they're striking smarter too. If you're rooting for grass, then you're in luck, as we have Mega Venusaur, a mammoth EX Pokemon which can move around basic grass energy, making it an instant candidate for control, utilizing Wally's Compassion for easy heal, and calling upon Bulbasaur's trapping attack, which could easily lock down unsuspecting engine Pokemon which aren't that strong at attacking. Looking away from control, Venusaur could also branch out into a more aggressive deck, using Teal Mask Ogerpon EX as both Energy Accelerator and Draw Engine, providing Venusaur with ample energy to play with. Perhaps made even easier with Meganium, with its Wild Growth ability turning all basic grass energy into 2 grass. With these stage 2s combined, Venusaur's Jungle Dump attack becomes much more efficient, or we could look to transform our Myriad Leaf Shower into an unbelievable Maelstrom. For those stage 2 skeptics, perhaps the Forest of Vitality will grow on you. It lets grass Pokemon evolve the turn they hit the board, and with Bug Catching set already lending a hand, it should be a breeze to sprout multiple evolutions if you're playing with grass. From forests to gardens, we move on to the psychic support for the set. Mystery Garden seems tailor-made for the already prevalent Gardevoir archetype, which embraces extra energy discarding options and works wonders with extra draw power. Ralts and Curlier also offer extra stability in the early game, but Mega Gardevoir EX is the real star. The Overflowing Wishes attack floods the board with energy if your opening turns are slow, while Mega Symphonia scales damage by 50 for each psychic energy across your field. This scalable damage output allows Gardevoir to play defensively when needed. Using Hand Disruption and falling just shy of a knockout can allow for Monkey Dory to mop up damage on the next turn of the game, whilst we have a 360 hit point tank in the active position. Alternatively, we can simply overwhelm our opponent with a flurry of energy for massive knockouts to close the game. Basic Mega EX Pokemon also join the battle, and may be the most promising of all. Mega Kangaskhan's Run Errand ability makes it a low-maintenance draw engine, especially when combined with both Latias EX and Pecharunt EX. With careful maneuvering, a player can rotate in and out of Kangaskhan by pivoting into a Dark-type Pokemon, making Mega Absol the perfect partner thanks to its typing and treacherous attacks. Terminal Period can knock out a Pokemon with exactly 6 counters on it, an easy feat when using Adrenabrain after your mountainous Megas begin to take hits. Claw of Darkness adds a layer of control to the deck, allowing you to discard a card of your choice from your opponent's hand. This can remove key resources or limit their options for the next turn, both outcomes equally unfortunate for the opponent. This is just a small tease of what the new Mega Evolution set has in store. Let's get back to the action and keep an eye out for these new cards, combinations, and strategies.
A lovely look there are the kind of scenes you'll find at a regional championships or a special championships. Those stages are a bit familiar to us at this point. We are back getting ready for round 6 action here in Seville at the special championships. And by we, I of course mean myself, Ross, and the lovely Jesper Eriksson. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. We had a very great round 1 to start off on our end. Round 3 with Festival League versus Mega Lucario. 2 decks unexpected. And we've seen some surprises today, mate. Like, we've seen a lot of different decks, a lot of different variations when we've seen this tournament. Just had a little bit of a sneak peek of what Absol can do, thanks to Joe for that. But yeah, a lot of exciting action.
We've already seen Mega Lucario. We have other Megas, which we are expecting to see later on. We're expecting to see some Mega Absol, some Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Venusaur, maybe not. Quick quiz. Okay, I'm going to name some decks. You tell me if they're currently 5-0 at this event.
All right.
Crossel.
Yes.
Is 5-0. Frostlass Monkey Dory.
Yes.
Is 5-0. Blood Moon Ursaluna, the single prizer.
Yes.
Alakazam?
Yes.
No. But the other three are currently sitting at 5-0. But that's what's currently happening. What did we think was going to happen coming into this tournament? Let's check in on our caster predictions. Jesper, you went low-hanging fruit with Dragapult and then completely off the reservation with Slowking. Explain yourself, sir.
So Dragapult is, in my eyes, one of the best decks in format, if not the best at some stages of it. Complete it together, it does not reaching monstrous HP targets and also being able to take apart these setup decks, right? And speaking of taking apart setup decks, when you're using Slowking Seek Aspiration and you use the Academy at Night to put on a Kyurem at the top, you can also get to take apart some of these setup decks. So maybe my picks are more towards anti-setup.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was a Slowking, I believe, at 3-1 before the previous round, so I'll have to see if that sticks. For me, I've gone for Charizard, and now that's fallen off a little bit in the past couple of events, which makes me a little bit sad. In the Ascended Heroes meta, it's not doing quite as well as it was before, but it's still a powerful deck, and we've got some strong Charizard players in Europe, like Irvin, for instance, so that's where I was going with that one. And as for Precious Trolley, I'm mostly thinking about this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan box. That's my main theory here, but I think there are some other decks around that can flood the board with Precious Trolley, get set up, and absolutely go and just smash the competition. So I went a little bit different with those two. I went one which I feel was quite a safe pick, which maybe isn't that safe, and then one that wasn't that safe, but maybe is actually a lot safer.
Yeah, I would argue when you were mentioning Absol, yes, Precious Trolley is absolutely safe. But there may be some rogue decks out there that may be using Precious Trolley to get out of your basics. It's not a full moon ago. We have seen some Charizard decks using Precious Trolley. We've seen God of War decks in the past use Precious Trolley. So there is a lot of interpretations as if you're playing Arvin, you certainly can include Precious Trolley.
And, I mean, if a Charizard with Precious Trolley wins the event, then I'm pretty sure I get hailed as some kind of, like, Pokemon genius. I think that's what's going to happen. I think that's the case if both your picks are in the winning deck. Either way. Now, I do need to just mention this Mega Absol box. What is going on, people at home? Because it won early on, right? It won in Vegas with Todd Reklev. It won in Brisbane with Ryuki Okada. But just recently, it won EUIC. And it won Houston, and it won in Fukuoka at the Champions League, the first big post-rotation event. 7,000 people. It's winning everything right now, and we keep putting up these Phase 1, Phase 2 breakdowns, and it's not there in big enough numbers. How many events, Jesper, does this deck need to win before people start taking it seriously?
It depends on how it goes into post-rotation, right? It may just win here in this tournament as well, and then this undoubtedly has to be respected, right? But when you think about it, respect it. I would argue that people like Ethan Wild are massively respecting it using Festival Lead, which naturally has a good matchup into it. So there may be some decks where you're thinking, maybe it's not a direct counter into Absol box, but actually you have a pretty decent matchup or pretty decent time into it. So you have to be thinking about these decks that are good at using these one-hit KO attacks or double attacks if you're Festival Lead to be able to take out Absol. And that's where the strengths lie within Mega Absol. If you're able to take a hit, monkey some damage over, and then using Terminal Period. So maybe it is also just that the Absol players are the true hardcore Absol players, whereas everyone else is thinking, it just won, we need to beat it.
Not a bad theory. Absolutely. I mean, look, I've been on these streams in previous events saying, I don't believe in this deck. I don't think it's good enough. But when you see it win multiple regionals and an international championship and then a Champions League over in Japan, I sit here and I go, you know, I was wrong. This is a phenomenal deck, which is arguably the single most powerful deck in the entire metagame, and yet it is not representing in the numbers I would be expecting it to represent in. And over the past few weeks, this has been one of my big questions in the Pokemon TCG. How is this deck not seeing more play and more success? Do you think, Jesper, you're the kind of man who would know the answer to this. Is it maybe just a really, really awkward deck to play, and it takes a certain level of player to have that confidence to play it?
When you look at the players who won with the deck, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, one of the best players we've seen out of Japan for a while. Ryuki Okada, obviously, very great. Todd Reklev, one of the best ever. Yes, it takes a certain amount of skill to be able to pilot this deck efficiently and as well as you need to, because the deck has a very high skill ceiling, which also means that if you make a mistake, it can all just sort of fall apart.
Can indeed. Well, you mentioned some of these fantastic players playing this Mega Absol box deck. We've got some fantastic players we're keeping an eye on this weekend. Ethan Wild, we've already seen win on stream, but then we've also got Alejandro Gonzalez Sanchez and Christian Fontenot. They are our players to watch this weekend.
Yeah, and we just saw Ethan Wild on stream a couple of rounds ago with that festival lead, having quite the festival here in Sevilla. And yeah, really good start for most of our players to watch. Looking forward to see if they make to phase 2. And then if they make it, how far can we go?
We are going to be keeping an eye. We're going to be checking in on these players periodically as we go through the event here, trying to see which of those 3 players can make a run in this event, maybe all the way through. We saw their EU rankings. Ethan is currently the 60th, 6-0 ranked player in Europe, even after a regional championship win. So I'm just saying there's absolutely room to pump that up. No, he doesn't need the championship points for his Worlds invite, but for stipends, absolutely, and for climbing that leaderboard and for bragging rights, oh, he's going to need those championship points. Already looking to lock some more up this weekend.
Absolutely. These championship points are the name of the game right now. Yes, you're saying 60th. Yes, you're saying having the World's invite, but we're still talking about the stipend towards the World Championships. The top 28 in Europe are going to be able to get a cool $1,000 stipend. But if we're looking upwards towards that top 22, you're getting at least $2,500 to go to the World Championships in San Francisco. Not only the World Championships, but also Pokemon XP.
We've been talking about this. I cannot wait. I don't really know what San Francisco is going to look like at the end of August. We know that it has been split into 2 events for the first time ever. We got Pokemon XP, which is very much the fan experience, and Pokemon World Championships, which is, you know, your competitive tournament where we're going to crown the world champion. And we don't really know exactly what it's going to look like, because we've never had that before. We've never had Pokemon XP. It is brand new for the 30th anniversary in San Francisco this year in 2026. I'm definitely going to be there. There's no way I'm missing out going to that event. And I cannot wait to see in person exactly what it looks like. And maybe there's some festival games I can play. Maybe that, I don't know. I don't even want to guess. I will say, though, go to the Pokemon XP website. You might see somebody rocking a panel on there. Just saying, you know, go check it out.
Yeah, or perhaps you get to be able to play in the World Championship yourself. If you're able to rack off enough championship points, potentially also get to celebrate my 10th anniversary from last time we were in San Francisco.
So that means you won 10 years ago, so you're going to go back to San Fran and win the World Championships this year?
I mean, if that's in the cards, I'd definitely take that for sure.
Because you've got a lot of championship points. You're over 800 at this point. You're feeling pretty confident that invite's coming.
I'm actually at 799, so we're not quite over the 800. I do need to win a little more league challenges perhaps, or a cup, is so to spike myself over these 800 points. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good for invite, but still, it's ever moving, right? These tournaments, if we're looking at it from my perspective, can go wrong where a lot of players get their championship points. That means I have to get out and play more and win more.
Absolutely, it does. We talked, of course, the top 135 Masters in Europe and the top 135 in North America will get that invite. The numbers do change according to region and according to age bracket, but top 135 in Europe, so maybe, you know, 799 is enough, or maybe the cutoff ends up being 800, and then anyone who falls below. We've only had 1 year of this system so far, so it's hard to make exact predictions. We are, however, very close to getting towards our next game. So it's not got very long to wait. What do you want to see in this next game?
I mean, I do like cross-flow. I do like slower pace decks. I do like more control-y archetypes where you can kind of take the spade off your opponent's board. But I also do like decks like Blood Moon or Saluna, where they're a bit more rogue, off-meta, and have huge caps to hit.
Well, I'll take you a peek behind the curtain. I specifically asked if we could have Blood Moon Mersaluna, so let's head on down to the table and see if I get my wish, or we've got some other delights coming out in this next matchup. We have Osama Lopez Romero and Vincenzo Kanata. Apologies, as always, for any mispronunciations. And they are going to be fighting off to see who can go 6-0 here in Sevilla.
And not just 6-0, get themselves a ticket into the phase 2 of this competition here in Sevilla. Of course, we're starting off on our right with Vincenzo Kanata. Dortmund Regionals top 64, Gdansk top 128, Frankfurt top 256, and, you know, top 64 in the Bologna Special Championships last season. Really good stacked resume, but always looking towards adding a little bit more here in Sevilla.
Yeah, that's a profile of a player who's yet to have that big breakout tournament result, but really does seem like it's only a matter of time before that actually happens. I'm not going to tell you the decks yet, but I have actually had a sneaky look. I know what they're playing, but we'll find out in a minute. I will say we're not going to get to see Blood Moon Ursaluna this round. It's not happening, but there's plenty more rounds. It's going to be fine. If it keeps winning, we can keep seeing it. See anything in the prizes?
I see TM Devolution, I see Solrox, I see Energies, double TM Devolution on Josema. This is really matchup dependent, but Ross, I think I'll put my X in a basket. When I see fighting, when I see metal at 1, I'm seeing Goldengo typically.
I think Goldengo is one of them. There is the fist bump. We are rolling here in round 6, and I can tell you it is Goldengo on the right, and it's actually going to be against that new Frostlass Monkey Dory deck, the one that we saw 2 top 8 finishes for in Houston. So if you're wondering how that deck works, hopefully we can show you in this round. Vincenzo goes first. We've got a Fight Gong initially, and that is going to search out either a basic fighting Pokemon or a basic fighting energy. But if you play it as the very first thing you do in your turn, usually this is going to be a basic fighting Pokemon. It's not going to be a Gimmighoul. You can't go get one of them. But Solrock and Lunatone are generally good options. It's a Solrock off the Fight Gong, and there we see a Nest Ball for the Lunatone. The combo's already there. We discard an energy, but it's not for Lunacycle. It's for Earthen Vessel to get more energy.
And more energy, the thinner the deck, and the more odds you have of drawing what you need of these Solrocks and Lunatone combinations here. With the Lunar Cycle of Lunatone, wanting to get as many Gimmighoul's into play in this game. But in this matchup specifically, Ross, when we're speaking about a Frostlass deck, you really need to take care of how many abilities you're playing into this field.
Absolutely. Now, the Goldengo deck is nice and straightforward. We saw it on stream in previous rounds. What you do is you get your Goldengo up and you try and just destroy your opponent with giant attacks and Goldengo after early doors attacks with Solrock. But this Frostlass Monkey Dory deck is a little bit different. What you're trying to do is use Frostlass's ability Freezing Shroud, which during Pokemon Checkup, that is after your turn and after your opponent's, puts 1 damage counter on each Pokemon with an ability, and that is yours and your opponent's. But what are we going to do with the damage on your own Pokemon? We're going to use our old friend Monkey Dory and their Adrenobrain ability to move those damage from your Pokemon to your opponents. We're going to lock the game down with Badoo turning off those lovely item cards and just try and grind your way to victory. It's not a deck of explosive knockouts. We're grinding here.
And especially when you're tossing up Budew after Budew after Budew every single turn, using that Itchy Pollen, you're only dealing 10 damage, but the main part of your damage is exactly going to come from that Frostlass and Monkey Dory combination. And that's why it's so important that these 2 TM Devolutions are prized, because that's how you're typically taking prizes against Goldengo when you're thinking, okay, I can put 70 on each Goldengo, go TM Devolution, knock out all these Gimmighoul's out once they come de-evolved. But hey, that's not going to happen as soon as Josema probably wanted it to be.
And that is important to note. Both the TM Devolution are prized. I've had a cheeky look at the deck list. There's only 2 in the deck, so they are not going to be available until some prizes are taken. So instead here, we're using Lily's Determination. We're getting a new hand of 8 cards. It gets 6 if you've taken a prize, 8 if you've got exactly 6 prize cards remaining. And that is going to give Hasama here a lot of options, a lot of cards to access. Turn 1, you've kind of done what you needed, honestly. You want energy on Monkey Dory, and you want to get a bunch of basics out, but it's next turn when you evolve up into Frostlass and start rolling. Here comes Badoo with that, with that Bravery Charm on, which of course leaves it just out of range of Solrock.
Exactly, and typically we're seeing some Goldengo lists can be playing that Vitality Band in combination with Premium Power Pro. Vincenzo, when I'm looking at the list, does not run Vitality Band, which means that Solrock needs to do 2 attacks. But every single time a Solrock hits into Budew, for example, deals 70 damage. These Monkey Dories on Josema's bench is going to be able to say, thank you very much. Over to you.
It is a shame you had to use the energy for retreating on Osama's board, because would have been lovely to have double Monkey Dory next turn. Either way, now it is a Goldengo deck, but here comes a Baneri hitting the board. Of course, we saw Megalopony in the previous round. We could well see Megalopony coming out again in this game. It's just a good low energy attacker with gigantic hit points and of course no ability. If you go full Golden Go here, they're taking a damage from their ability every turn. Mega Lopunny doesn't. Is this going to be Vincenzo's way of getting around the annoying Frostlass problem?
It does look like it, right? You have to still be thinking there's going to be damage tossed from the Monkey Dories every single turn, still playing into that team devolution. If Josema can get those out of the prize cards, that is going to be the most importance here. Josema has to find a way to take prizes without using team devolution, even though that's the typical game plan in this matchup.
It is, and that is a bit of a problem. The Soul Rock is going to be a bit of a pain because it doesn't have an ability, but you can build up on Lunatone, maybe take that out, fish in the prizes. Either way, Vincenzo gets a Baneri down, passes over with just a single Gimme Ghoul, and it is a Pokepad being played by Josema. He is turning off items for his opponent, but he still has plenty of access. Now we get the first Frostlass, which is going to be coming down, and what you really want here is double Frostlass, and that means when this turn ends, that's 2 damage on... Well, actually, only the Lunatone right now, but hopefully there's more. And then, of course, obviously, Josema's own Pokemon will take it as well.
And that's the importance here. We're thinking, yes, that's why Vincenzo wants to just play Lopunny, essentially Lopunny, Solrock, Lunatone as a deck right now to try and counteract these damage counters coming into play. And as you see, triple Monkey Dory. So we're going to be spawning 30 damage on the field every single time the turn is passed back and forths, right? And then it just means 20 damage, 2 Frostlasses, 40 damage. It just keeps ramping up.
And the thing is, your energy attachment doesn't need to go anywhere else. Badoo attacks for a single no energy, not even a single energy, nothing, which means all the energy here is really just going on to Monkey Dory. And look, there are special energy in there. We've got Prism energy, we've got Luminous energy. We can mount some attacks in certain situations, but generally, they're all going on Monkey Dory.
And you're thinking about special attacks to be mounting, right? We do have one thing coming out of Ascended Heroes for this Frostlass Monkey Dory deck. Mega Frostlass EX is going to be able to take some of these big knockouts if you do need it. For example, taking out a Mega Lopunny. These Golden Go decks typically have very large hands, although we do have to keep in mind that Mega Frostlass weakness is metal.
So it is going to be, and it does give up free prizes, so it's an occasional tech, and I love it. And if you're playing Frostlass anyway, you can, just literally put 1 in there. It's 1 space in your deck, but it gives you access to that gigantic attack. So we are just using Itchy Pollen there. Only 1 Frostlass annoyingly in play right now. Now we do evolve the active into a Goldengo. We are then using Coin Bonus to draw a couple of cards, because it is active, you get to draw 2. So Vincenzo here basically acknowledging he's not thinking he can win the game without Golden Go entirely.
But it is a different Golden Go variant we're seeing from Vincenzo. We're seeing that legacy energy in the deck, getting that together with the Mega Lopunny. So let's say that if Mega Frostlass goes ahead and gets a knockout, well, unfortunately, it's only going to be 2 prize cards instead of the 3 on the Mega Lopunny, which is a good way to kind of checkmate these kind of scenarios here. Getting the legacy energy attachment on, retreating, and then we're ready with Mega Lopunny.
Using that lovely new Hilda supporter that we haven't had for very long, but oh my word, it's effective. Goes and get your Legacy Energy, and it gets your Lopunny. Legacy Energy means when Mega Lopunny gets KO'd, it's 2 prizes, not 3. Bit of a waste of a Gale Thrust, because, well, 230 is fine, but you only needed to hit 80. But you got the KO, that's the most important thing. And you can start using Spiky Hopper next turn, if you wish, because honestly, 160 will be enough to KO basically whatever is on your opponent's side of the board. So this is where Summer needs to really start pushing this. Can we get a second Frostlass? Can we start using Monkey Dory to throw damage back to our opponent? Yes. Can we use Badoo? Problem is, every time you put a Badoo in the active, it will just get KO'd by your Mega Lopunny now.
And we're seeing the situation here from Josema, getting that Badoo down again, trying to build more of a board presence here. Can attach that energy to Monkey Dory so we can get 2 Adrenaline going on. And this is a setup of it, right? You want to be able to make sure that you have these energy attachments stay on the board. And that's why something like a Air Balloon is so important to get on this Monkey Dory so we can keep these energies on the board and build up. Secret Box is going to be able to get an Air Balloon, or the Armage is going to straight up get an Air Balloon right there.
And I think that is the absolute plan here, because you're right. We've already used 1 energy to discard to retreat a Monkey Dory at the beginning of the game. If we keep doing that, we're not keeping the energy on Monkey Dory, and every energy not on a Monkey Dory is an Adrenabrain not being used. So Air Balloon gives free retreat to the Monkey Dory, and now this is 4 damage counters being thrown off here. 2 for each of the Monkey Dory with an energy. Plus, we're going to have Frostlass coming down at least one, hopefully more than one moving forward. And now we can start to build up this deck as intended. Vincenzo is 1 prize up. He has attackers ready to go. This is the point where Hosema really needs to start piling on the damage before Vincenzo can run away with the game.
And again, I need to be stressing this thing about the TM devolutions, right? Being in the prize cards. When you're looking at Legacy Energy, yes, it says your opponent draws 1 less prize card. But, Ross, we have to remember that the text says if it's knocked out by damage from an opponent's attack. So It means that if we get to have a spot where we can use TM devolution on Lopunny, we still grab a 1 prize card, and we still get to be drawing the prize card at all. But here again, I do need to stress it. It's going to be so difficult for Hosema even to punch their way through this Mega Lopunny, meaning that the bench is likely what's going to be targeted here to try and draw some prize cards so we actually can even get the TM devolution running at some point.
And this is a little bit of a problem, like you say. And if you're Vincenzo, you're kind of playing hoping you don't get TM devolved. But what else are you going to do? Here comes the Bravery Charm onto a Badoo, giving it that little bit of extra survivability. Free retreat on the Monkey Dory with the air balloon so that the, so the Badoo can just go into the active. We're going to Itchy Pollen to do 10 damage and block items. But before we do that, we're just going to throw some damage with Monkey Dory and it is all going on to the active Megalopony, so certainly hoping for a TM devolution because it's going to take a long time to get through 330 HP at this rate.
At the very least, with double Frostlass in play, we're getting closer and closer and closer to knocking out the Soul Rock with passive damage. Next time, the Soul Rock's going to pass over to be at 60, which means that 1 Adrenaline Brain and then a double Frostlass is going to be able to take it out, going back into Vincenzo's turn, which is very nice. But Hosema is still running against a clock here. This Mega Lopunny with an attachment using Mega Hopper is going to be able to take the knockout. We do see the boss and the Frostlass trying to negate this damage, though.
It is trying to get rid of the damage. Here it goes. KO on the Frostlass with the Mega Lopunny. Has had enough of that damage. Now, he could actually KO the Lunatone this turn with a double Monkey Dory if that's where he wanted to go. That is potentially in play, but you've not got enough. And then you could TM devolve and at least get the golden go, if nothing else. It's still... It does feel like it's a long way back. Here comes Pokegear. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Let's find a supporter card, shall we? There's at least an Ino in there.
There's also a Hilda as well. Looking at that, that's also a very good option to have. Both Iona and Hilda are there. But one thing you can also do on Hosema's side, right? If you're picking the Hilda, for example, you can be searching on energy. Attaching that, we already do have an energy in hand, that's good. But using triple Monkey Dory on this line here and putting all of them over onto Gimme Gold. That takes a prize, right? And then the Soul Rock's still going to be taking passive damage from the Frostlass. You kind of want to be keeping that Lunatone in play for as long as you can to generate more damage counters on your opponent's field. But we do see from Vincenzo's list there is a picnic basket in there. So if Vincenzo can find a great opportune time, that will be one of the ways to counteract this.
That picnic basket healing 30 from everything would be super annoying for Hosema. It's only 1 and it's not going to win the game, but it can certainly help you out as you go through. Here comes Lily's determination. It wasn't the Ino played. Choosing to go for 8 cards with this. And it's actually a really cool thing about the deck. Because you generally take prizes in bunches, that gives Lily's determination, it leaves that drawing 8 cards for a little bit longer than a lot of decks can get away with.
Which is very great for this consistency engine when you constantly lead Budu after turn after turn after turn, trying to get either into Night Stretcher, Pokepad, or a replacement Artisan if that is kicked from play. Now, looking at Hosema's side, not a lot of options here. Does look at a counter catcher and think maybe that is playable. Doesn't quite go for it yet. Goes for the Adrenaline Brain and can potentially start targeting away. Looking here, 30 more damage onto the Mega Lopunny. 30 damage to the Gimme Goal, setting that up.
And then there's 30 more damage to be thrown. All 3 Monkey Dory do have Darkness Energy on at this point, so you can start going. Looks like it's going on to the Soul Rock. The problem here is this is the perfect board for Picnic Basket now, or it would be if Picnic Basket wasn't an item under Badoo Lock.
Indeed, and that's where it's only if Hosema goes for another attack than Ichipon that is even going to be a possibility. But what I'm questioning here, Ross, Hosema is playing as if TM Devolution is in deck. But
it's
maybe he hasn't spotted that it isn't.
I mean, it's a very different ways to go. You might just be trying to convince your opponent it is available to try and make them play in a different way. Or it might be that you just want to spread the damage around and you're basically hoping, look, if I can take one prize and hit my TM devolution, I've got a 1 in 3 chance. If I can take one cheeky prize mid-turn, hit my TM devolution, and then go and get multiple prizes. That's what we're looking for, but it's a boss onto the second Frostlass KO with Mega Lopunny. So, now, we actually know there is a potential. Now, you can now KO that Gimmighoul on the bench. If you hit TM devolution, you could then actually get a double KO on the Mega Lopunny and the Golden Go, although it would be the basics thereof. That would be an option if you hit TM devolution off the prizes, which is possible. It depends how confident you're feeling. Counter Catcher onto Lunatone, bring it into the active, trying to buy some time, hoping it's going to be stuck there for a couple of turns.
And you see more attachments of the air balloons, trying to thin out some cards so you don't hit them later in the game, trying to set up double pivots, right? In case this Monkey Door in the active is taken out, or in case that Frostlass is being taken out, you still have a free retreater. But one thing that's very interesting about the Frostlass Monkey Dory deck is that Ting Lu with the Ground Crasher attack. If the stadium isn't played, this attack does 30 to each of your opponent's bench Pokemon and discard that stadium. So you get to spread even more damage and setting that up to take the knockouts on these Gimmighoul's on the bench potentially soon, or the Soul Rock, and even playing Iono on top to make sure that Vincenzo gets as few cards as possible to work with next turn.
Looks like we're breaking the Badoo lock here, and I kind of love it. Ting Lu is one of my cheeky favorite cards in the format. I've played this in way too many decks, but the idea of spreading 30 to everything is too much fun. It is the best spreading attack in the entire game, and believe me, I have looked. I am confident when I say this. And here, when you combine it with a Monkey Dory, look, Frostlass hasn't pulled its weight. It's not worked well enough. You've got one left there. Let's do this, and then extra damage on everything, and then maybe you can start piecing that together. But we've got Adrenabrain first.
And if you go Adrenabrain there, Adrenabrain 10 more, and then a third Adrenabrain
onto the
can
other
go 10
Gimmighoul.
more onto the other Gimmighoul, setting up that Crown Crasher for 2 prizes at the very least, plus Frostlass giving 10 more damage to Lunatone, meaning that the Lunatone, if the Frostlass is not removed from play, gets to take a knockout back into Osema's turn and still forcing Vincenzo to retreat that off the active.
And then, if there's any way you could potentially set up a KO on that Mega Lopunny, that would be the game. That would be the last 3 prizes you need. I'm not seeing it on the board yet, but it is something that I've got my eye on. So, this is going to be a big turn. Both the Gimmighoul are going to be going down. The Lunatone is going to be left with 1 damage counter on, which will get on going back into Hosama's turn. And hopefully, now the dream here is Vincenzo doesn't have a pivoting option. And that means it gets KO'd going into Hosema's turn, but after it costs Vincenzo an attack. There's 1 air balloon in the list. It's already been used. It's on the Golden Go. There's no switch in the deck. All he's actually got is 2 Professor Turo scenario. He has to play one of those to get the Lunatone out of the active.
Yeah, it has to be that to either get Lunatone active or attach retreat plus play Picnic Basket to get that out of line, right? So we're looking at first 2 prize taken for Hosema. You know what? Good news, Ross. Whenever those prize cards get taken, I can see TM Devolution at the bottom row of those prize cards. So if he's taking them in the normal
He
order.
has taken one. I've just had a cheeky look. I can confirm TM Devolution has been taken off the prizes. That was one of the 2 taken.
And that means that when you look at the board here, you're looking at Lunatone getting knocked out. That's 3 prizes left once that reach it. What you could do as well is then you look at that board. Wait, that Golden goes on 110. That Lopunny is on 120. When you're looking at the Soul Rock, it needs 50 more damage. With that Frostlass there on the bench, with those free, you're going to be able to use Monkey Dories to move that damage over to Soul Rock, take a knock on that, and then TM Devolution can wrap up this game for you. Looking here, this is going to get knocked out by Frostlass. TM Devolution is going to take out the Golden Go and the Mega Lopunny. Then these Monkey Dories right here are going to be able to transfer damage after taking damage from Frostlass onto the Soul Rock. And that could be the 4th prize taken.
You absolutely nailed it. Every Pokemon on the board can be knocked out going into and then during Hosema's next turn. You've laid it out beautifully there. We do see the attach and retreat. We need a Picnic Basket. It is a boss's orders onto Frostlass. Now, this will actually stop things. This means there won't be enough damage coming from the Monkey Dory onto themselves to KO the Soul Rock. It means a Lunatone won't get KO'd by damage, but it doesn't turn off the TM Devolution play on the only 2 attackers on the board.
Indeed, you're right there, Ross. And even with, you know, a ground crasher, you can still take a knockout under Lunatone. And you can still, with double monkey, be able to take both Lunatone and Solrock out, dealing 60 damage to that Mega Lopunny. But what Josema has to look at is that we kind of have to reestablish Frostlass. Again, speaking of, 3 of them getting knocked out already this game, it's getting harder and harder and harder for Josema to even set these up.
It is, but is there an argument here that you can basically just essentially TM Devolution and then finish the game off with Ting-Lu and Monkey Dory anyway?
There is, definitely. And depending on that picnic basket, you have to choose the right circumstance in which to do so, right? If you go Ground Crasher first, take the knockout with the monkeys incorporated onto the Solrock, then you still leave yourself a bit vulnerable to Professor Turo blocking that, potentially.
That is the issue.
Although you do have to pick which ones you're doing first if you're going for that line.
That would be where I would go here. The problem is, if you try going TM Devolution, Picnic Basket will prevent KOs. If you go for Ting-Lu now, then the damage, the KOs aren't prevented by Picnic Basket, but you're right, Professor Turo's scenario does make things a lot more awkward. It's a deck I could never play. This is too annoying for me. But we are bringing the Lunatone up into the active with Counter Catcher. I just don't have the patience for a deck like this. It's too much for me, but instead we are putting Ting-Lu into the active. But this KO Soul Lunatone anyway, so has the Counter Catcher done anything?
Counter Catcher is actually not quite done anything when you're using a Ground Crasher, because the Ground Crasher has to discard the Stadium, which means that effectively he's done nothing but fin a card. Although popularly, Golden Go doesn't play Iono, so it's actually quite a moot point to be playing that Counter Catcher here, discarding the Stadium with the Ground Crasher, getting the knockout on Lunatone, 30 on Gimmighoul, 30 on that Golden Go, and 30 onto the Solrock. So this is where Picnic Basket is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, we didn't use Monkey Dory. Now, we could have used double Monkey Dory to put the last 2 damage counters onto that Solrock. Chose not to do so. So kept the Solrock there in play. Potentially worried about an Iono or something along those lines coming down. There isn't one in the list. We don't really expect them in Golden Go, but maybe playing around something like that. Either way, the KO was there. Chose not to take it. Could be punished by that one-off Picnic Basket.
Could be indeed be punished. Also, I'm just trying to look here, Ross. It's 3 prizes left. Even if you go Picnic Basket, you remove 30 from the Solrock, 30 from the Gimmighoul, 30 from Lopunny and Goldengo. Yes, you're removing a lot of damage, but first of all, does it get a hit here? It doesn't look like it, Ross.
No, so it's a moot point in the end. Now we are going to be coin bonus drawing 2. Did we hit it off there? No, superior energy retrieval and a fight gong. That's not a Picnic Basket. So once again, we don't see it. It's evolving up into that Golden Go on the bench with no Frostlass down. There's no real downside to that, although one could come down next turn. So we are going to get a KO on Ting-Lu. Going to be going down to 1 prize remaining, we think, from Vincenzo here. And now it's over to Josema. Can he take 3 prizes in 1 turn? It is a convoluted prize map. However, if you just Monkey Dory onto the Solrock and then TM Devolution, both those Pokemon, that is 3 prizes. It is on the board.
It is indeed on the board, Ross, depending on what Vincenzo can muster up here in this situation, right? Doesn't look like from the angle that we have has any healing cards in hand like Turo, like Picnic Basket, which indeed you're correct saying that. Monkey Dory from here, onto the Solrock gets the knockout, and then yes, TM Devolution here and there will be able to take him.
Well, we are retreating into Golden Go, and we are using a second coin bonus. We didn't hit it. Lily's Determination and a superior energy retrieval. We've not hit those healing items that we need.
It's going to superior energy retrieval, get 4 energy. You just need to discard free, so attachment, discarding free, have loads of them. Boss's orders onto Snow once more. Don't want these on board, but unfortunately, Ross, with no healing card, Josema is just going to be able to bounce back and just punish this right now.
Well, that seems to be what we are going to see. Badu is actually the worst Pokemon to have in the active for the time being because it cannot use TM Devolution. It's already got a tool, but it's got free retreat. It's just saving a space at the front, saving a seat for whatever Pokemon comes up after it. So what we're looking for here is using 2 of the Monkey Dory to move the damage over to Solrock. That is going to get the KO, and that is then going to leave Josema on 2 prize cards remaining. In theory, all we need to do there is then get that TM Devolution. We are going to pop it onto whatever Pokemon we like that doesn't already have a tool. We can devolve 2 of those Pokemon. So, show me TM Devolution. Do we have it in hand? Well, I know there have been supporters playing. I think I saw an Arven in hand. We can go and search for it. Go and grab that TM Devolution. Put it on a Monkey Dory. There's already energy there. So you've got the energy sorted already. It's already in hand. We do have it. So, has Hesema seen this here? Here comes an Arven. Why not search out the other copy? Why not? None are in the prizes right now. They're both available.
And the question is, does Hosema indeed see it here? The way that Legacy Energy is worded is quite convoluted, maybe thinking that it still counts when the damage is already on the Pokemon.
You're absolutely right, though. It absolutely does not. It is not KO'd by damage from an attack. It is essentially KO'd because it gets devolved and there is enough damage already on there to KO it. It is damage that originally came from an attack, but it is not damage that was dealt by an attack. It is not the same thing. The de-evolution will get the KO and will circumvent the Legacy Energy here. We are sure about that ruling. We're not judges. At least I'm not judging. Are you Professor right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you are right now. And there is the fist bump. So Hesema is going to take game number 1. Vincenzo realizing that it is not going to work. Or wait, is that not what happened? Did Vincenzo take game 1? Vincenzo has taken game 1. Hesema conceded the game, but he had a free retreat doing the active.
Yes.
He had a Pokemon on the bench with energy.
Yes.
TM Devolution only takes 1 energy to use.
Yes.
All he had to do was use TM Devolution, devolve both those Pokemon, and it does devolve all Pokemon at once, and that would have given him 2 prizes and the game, but instead he conceded and Vincenzo takes game 1.
Yeah, and yeah, Legacy Energy wording was probably the answer to that. We do get a replay here. And yeah, it was a battle of setups, right? The Mega Lopunny coming early into the game. Vincenzo saw that correctly. The best way of avoiding all of these damage counters spread by Frostlass, taking out these Frostlass at the same time whenever you're getting your Lunatone and do these kinds of things into play. Boss onto Frostlass again, and that was kind of the playbook for this match. Boss Frostlass, trying to avoid all these damage counters. Again, Boss Frostlass.
And Vincenzo was super clear in this game. I will not lose to Frostlass. I might lose to something else. I am not going to lose to your Frostlass dropping damage counters. Here we see again. Boss is ordered onto the Snow Run, not even waiting for it to turn into a Frostlass. Only needs 1 energy discarded because of the weakness. And Hesema actually set up this game beautifully, conceded in the end, but did have that possibility to win by using TM Devolution to devolve both the Mega Lopunny and the Golden Go. But unfortunately did not see it. Conceded to Vincenzo. We go to game 2. 2 Gimmighoul in the prizes doesn't make me delighted.
Although it wasn't majorly a part of the gameplay. You don't want to have 4 Golden Goes down, maybe 3 Golden Goes down, like you want in any other matchup. You want that Baniri, which you see in the hand. We see Solrock, we see Nestball, we see Fighting Energy. We can already be setting up this popular Luna Rock engine to start drawing our cards.
And that is what we want to do. Both Solrock and Lunatone come down. We use a Nestball here. Baniri's already on the bench. We do go and get a second Gimmighoul. And I kind of like this, because with your Vincenzo, you don't want to just flood out your Golden Go super early, but having a Gimmighoul there, they don't take damage from Frostlass. So you've got a little bit of time. Leave them there with the option to evolve later if you so wish. Now, decent setup here from Vincenzo straight away with a Solrock combination. Solrock Lunatone. You've got your Baniri, which you wanted. Honestly, if I can find an air balloon onto the Gimmighoul, and maybe an energy, even though that's not that important. Honestly, if I can just find an air balloon for next turn, that's kind of the perfect turn.
Indeed it is, Ross, and trying to get these early pressure on. As we were talking about with Festival Lead and Lucario, this early pressure is what makes these setup deck crumble. And if we're able to do that as Vincenzo, that is the way we can take out this heavy setup deck that Frostlass Monkey Dory is.
That is absolutely right. So we see Pokepad and we see Fight Gong here. And if you're playing a single prize deck nowadays between, cards like this and some others that we got around, consistency is really going up really fast. We see an energy onto Solrock. So just thinking, I don't need to worry about Mega Lopunny yet. I'll worry about that later. and passes over. And look, if you've got an air balloon next turn, you are rolling. Osama playing very fast here. Energy on Monkey Dory, air balloon on Monkey Dory, and then playing Lily's Determination to get 8 cards. And what I love about this, we saw the energy wasted for a retreat in game 1. That is not going to be happening at all in game 2. Your Monkey Dory can be more effective more quickly. Let's just see some Snow Run on the board.
Do we see anything here, Ross? It doesn't look like a immediate out to Snow Run here, unfortunately. Wanting to try and get these Frostlass into play as soon as possible. But at the very least, we do have Bug Unit active. We are able to get the item lock going. We don't have to be quite picky here.
No, we don't need to be too picky. We've got everything we need. I would like another Snow Run, but it's not the end of the world. It's not a bad setup here. Just another Snow Run would have been ideal. Vincenzo, all you're really looking for here is an air balloon. Like, that's basically all you need. Now, the downside is that you don't actually have any items. The good news is we've got Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking in hand, which lets you stack whatever 2 cards you like at the top of your deck, and then Golden Go, which draws 2 cards.
And you wanted that air balloon, right? You can just use Cypher Mania to get it.
Yeah, you can. And I think we are going to. Although I really like here, you use Lunatone to draw 3 cards first, because then you might hit the air balloon and you can use Cypher Maniac for something else. If you can choose to whatever cards you want out of the deck, let's do that last to give yourself the most options.
And that is what we call proper sequencing here, right?
Yeah, it is.
If you can use Lunar Cycle to draw into that air balloon, suddenly you have what we can say a free pick off this Cypher Maniac. Maybe even you can argue you can keep that Cypher Maniac back for another turn.
Absolutely. Well, there goes the air balloon onto the Golden Go, so we can retreat into the Soul Rock, get the KO with the Soul Rock without any real issues. We see the evolution into the Mega Lopunny on the bench. We see the Legacy energy onto Mega Lopunny. Now, this put in a bit of a shift last turn, and we're not attacking with Soul Rock. We are going straight for Mega Lopunny with that Legacy energy. We think that may have been the deciding factor back in game 1, so why not run it back again?
I mean, if it works, it works, right? If it worked game 1, you got to give it that respect and try again to do it. And that is the best way for Vincenzo to do this. Now, Arvin, Secret Box. Typically what we're saying about Secret Box, it means setup, right? And you can get to use Secret Box, get out Artisan. That gives you your basics. You can use Pokepad. That can give you Frostlass. So on Josema's side, using Arvin for Secret Box, it's exactly what he would like to do.
Well, let's see if we can find it. There is your Secret Box. I feel kind of confident we're going to find whatever we want. Here we are discarding a... Oh, it's Ethan Sudowoodo, a little tech card. Haven't seen it here. Not going to see it again this game. That gets discarded with a couple of others, and then we can go and search for an item, and a supporter, and a tool, and a stadium. Get whatever we want. The item is going to be Buddy Buddy Poffin, but we still got 3 potential picks. The stadium is going to be Artisan. The supporter is going to be Lily's Determination, and the tool, sometimes the least important part. We don't always see people going for a tool here. We've already got 2 air balloon attached, and we do just get the TM Devolution. You're not going to use it for a couple of turns, but if nothing else, it's kind of like a threat to your opponent, like, hey, careful, I got this.
It's also you're getting to thin out the deck, right?
Yeah.
If you're taking that TM Devolution out of the deck on the Secret Box, it means that when you're top decking to start turn next turn, you don't have that as an option, meaning that every other card is being able to be drawn from the deck. That could be Pokepad for Frostlass, or it could be Frostlass itself.
Absolutely, it could. Always nice to have all of these options ready. Now, we see a bit of a difference from game 1. Let's say I'm going Snow Run, Snow Run, Snow Run. This is what they were not able to do in game 1. They weren't able to set up a whole fleet of Frostlass, and they're trying to get around that and do it differently this game. Now, the downside is a kind of counterpoint. In game 1, they had a whole bunch of Monkey Dory, but in this game, they're going to be stuck with 1 Monkey Dory. They've got a full bench. Where do you come down? Do you want more Monkey Dory? Do you want more Frostlass?
I want sort of like a range of a mixture, a perfect mixture. And I think something like triple Frostlass, double Monkey Door, or just double Frostlass with the way that's set up, right? If you're putting out free snow runs, even if Vincenzo goes and bosses, just like we saw multiple times last game, there's going to be at least 2, right? And 2 Frostlass is the sweet spot for this matchup.
I agree. I think you're absolutely right. And the thing is, I think what we see here is Hosema reacting to Vincenzo's game 1 plan. You know that your opponent is going to aggressively go after your Frostlass, and that means that you have to be a bit more mindful when you're going after them. Now we see the second attack. Some spiky hopper action coming in from your Mega Lopunny here.
And going back over to Josema, again, every single time a buddy is knocked out, you have to start replacing it. Or we're looking at even Sudowoodo can potentially also be using that at some point. It's not very great into this matchup due to the usage of Professor Turo's scenario. It's more so for the decks, but we get to see the Artisan for that Ting Lu being able to use the Ground Crusher again, being able to spread more damage. And since we don't have these TM Devolutions priced like we saw last game, this Ground Crusher is going to be able to do a lot more damage and potentially crash the party for Vincenzo.
There is a really, really fun play you can pull off here where you use even Sudowoodo. You use try to imitate, sorry. And if you flip heads, you can actually copy Spiky Hopper from Megalopony and with weakness, get a KO on Megalopony. It is flippy, but I'm just saying that would be fun and I would enjoy watching it.
Flipping is fun, right?
Yeah.
That is part of it, right?
It's also 2 energy, so if you put it down with an energy on, I feel like your opponent might guess what you're doing and KO it. I'm just saying it's a fun thing I'd like to see happen. What Josema wants to see happen here is Frostlass. We've already got 2 down, potentially working on a 3rd here. There is an Ultra Ball coming down. Could this go and get the 3rd Frostlass? And that'd be free damage on each Monkey Dory, free damage on Lunatone, free damage on Golden Go. And that's between turns. So after your turn, after your opponent's, the verb we use nowadays is during Pokemon checkup. It's a lot is what I'm saying, Jesper.
Yeah, damage is going to be start to flying now. 1 Frostlass, no. 2 Frostlass, no. 3 Frostlass, yes. Dealing 30 damage each Pokemon checkup, as said, onto that Lunatone, onto that Golden Go. Also the monkeys. You have to remember that with the Frostlass, the Freezing Shroud only deals damage to anything that isn't Frostlass.
Yes, it does not go onto Frostlass itself. Here we see Ting Lu. I was going to say, don't forget the weakness. Let's double that up. It's weak to fighting. Goes up to 70 now. Let's do this. And there we get rid of the stadium. There we go. And then free damage on each of the bench Pokemon. So Ting Lu at least doing something here. The problem is Ting Lu, I'm just going to double check here so I don't say anything really silly. It is not out of range of Spiky Hopper. So Megalopony will just be able to get a quick return KO.
It is almost every single attacker that Josema is going to throw at Vincenzo, unless it's a Ting Lu with the Bravery Charm, is going to be able to get knocked out by that Spiky Hopper, unless it is a Mega Frostlass, but then you would just retreat the Megalopony into Golden Go and take the knockout easily. So that's not what we're going to be able to try and do this matchup. But right now, the Team Devolution Prey is set up perfectly, right? You have free damage on each Monkey Dory, being able next turn to say double Monkey Dory potentially to set up, and then you can go TM Devolution on the Gimme Go if that evolves into Golden Go, onto the Megalopony, onto the Golden Go, and then suddenly you would also get the knockout on the Lunatone, going back because of Freezing Shroud, taking you not 1, not 2, but actually 4 prize cards.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's good. 4 prize cards at once is very, very good. I think that's a fair statement to make. Yeah. But that is the kind of thing this deck does. This is not a deck that wants to take, big KO, take a prize, big KO, take a prize. No. It wants to be spread. 4, 5, 6 prizes at once. I mean, the dream is a 6 prize turn.
Oh, yeah.
And every Frostlass Monkey Dory player, it doesn't happen often, but they have those rare games, they pull it off, and it's a thing of beauty. Here comes Picnic Basket. We never saw it last game. We do see it this game. It undoes that entire attack from Ting Lu. Ting Lu just did 30 damage to everything. Picnic Basket just took it off.
And it also gets to heal the Monkey Dories off, meaning that every single damage counter that Josema is going to be able to toss over just gets removed as well, since Picnic Basket sets both players.
Yep, 30 damage from each Pokemon, yours and your opponent. So it's even healed, like you say, the damage from Monkey Dory, so it can't be thrown back. We were looking for the perfect time to play Picnic Basket, and I believe Vincenzo may well have found it. So, yeah, and then KOing, stop me if you've heard this one before, a Frostlass on the same side of the board.
Oh, you're not kidding, are you? Yes.
Yeah,
Artisan getting back into play, being able to enable that Ground Crusher from Ting Lu, and more Monkey Dory coming into play. The more Monkey Dory you get into play with energy, the more damage you get to toss over, unless Picnic Basket is played. Although, I can tell you viewers at home, there's only going to be 1 Picnic Basket. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, but does the Hosema know that? Does the Hosema now have to go through the rest of the game thinking, oh no, he's got Picnic Basket. What am I going to do against this? Now, we know it's generally only played as a one-off deck. There's a very good chance Hosema does as well. There are deck-building tendencies across the community as a whole, and one of them is, in Gold and Go, it generally is a one-off, but still, it's going to be playing in Hosema's mind.
It will indeed there, Ross. Getting a Lily doesn't look like quite 8 blanks, but 8 blanks for the current board state, that is, right? Looking at Night Stretcher gives options to return Pokemon. Maybe there could also be a Darkness energy for that third Monkey Dory. You know what? Monkey Dory madness is getting set up here.
Yeah, we're going to be going heavy on the Monkey Dory. There's 3 there. They can all be flinging that damage back every single turn. So there's 4 that can go back now. And then next turn, there's going to be potentially 6. And then 6 moving on as we go. So, although actually no, because after 2 turns, there's 4 on each. So that'll be 9 that we get to go every turn. Right now, we see 2 damage on each of the Gimmighoul. And Hosema goes, look, if you're not going to KO my Ting Lu, I'm just going to keep using this attack and doing 30 damage to everything. Please don't have Picnic Basket.
I mean, we're not going to see Picnic Basket here, Ross, but we're seeing a beautiful setup from Hosema here. You know, going into next turn with Monkey Dory, if you're able to toss damage onto Gimmighoul, you're getting damage with the Frost Ice onto Lunatone. Get to TM Devolution. You can take 5 prizes next turn. What I'm just looking for is some way where Hosema can put it up so we can take 6 prizes in 1 turn. Within 2 turns, we can do that. Not exactly on the next turn.
No, we cannot see that on the next turn. So, both players just kind of thinking for a minute here. It's slowed the game down a little bit. And this does happen when you play against a deck like Frostlass Monkey Dory, where you've got to think, okay, this damage comes from here, and this damage comes from here, and this damage comes from here. You know, we found out earlier, Ethan Wild, who we saw winning Birmingham Regionals, we saw winning on stream earlier, he's got a degree in maths. He can do this all, you know, and very quickly. He loves his maths. Not every player wants to do this much maths in every game of the Pokemon TCG.
No, and Vincenzo trying to count through, how can I get these last 3 prize cards? And I can tell him, Vincenzo, it's going to be really difficult for you unless you can start actively targeting these Frostlass a bit more. He has been doing everything he can to make sure that these Frostlass stay off board, but continuously, Hosema has been, I'll just get a new one, constantly.
Well, there are 4 bosses orders in the list, so can potentially keep gusting. Now, here we look like we're going to be retreating the Megalopony, and I don't mind this because if your opponent's going to keep attacking with Ting Lu, that is the worst Pokemon to have in the active because it's taking double damage, and you're playing against a deck where they are trying to just pile up this damage turn after turn. Now, we do see Professor Turo's scenario. That is going to pick up that Gold and Go. That is going to heal all the damage off, and we are still attacking with Megalopony. So are we just going to take out the Ting Lu? I think we're going to have to because there's no gusting. You've already played your supporter.
Yeah, and I think you're definitely right about that. Double Gold and Go reaching the bench there, though. Being able to receive damage from the Frostlass. So we don't need to be thinking about damage counters on those. And it actually means that with the triple Monkey Dory next turn, you can be able to toss 90 damage onto Gimmighoul. And then these 2 Gold and Go's are going to be within range. And Delopony is as well. So you can actually be able to take 5 prizes still, even though the Turo was played. So it actually didn't foil any prize card taken. It would just leave a single lonely Soul Rock in play. But if, let's say, Hosema plays both TM Devolution and Iono, you can take apart the whole board here.
Okay, looks like we've got everything set up as Hosema to have that phenomenal turn you just outlined so nicely. In theory, yeah, so the free Monkey Dory can take out the Gimmighoul on the bench, and every evolved Pokemon is in range of TM Devolution. And TM Devolution, it's not like TM Evolution where you choose 2. Oh, no. TM Devolution devolves all of your opponent's Pokemon, and we will potentially see a 4-prize turn coming down. Countercatcher on the Soul Rock, I adore this. Well, to be fair, it was going to end up in the active anyway, because that's going to be the only thing that doesn't get KO. There is the TM Devolution. We do have an Iono as well, so you can put your opponent down to a 3-card hand while completely taking apart their board. I mean, this would be a good
the amount of damage on the Megalopony here was indeed 100. As long as it's over 70, we're fine, Ross, right? But also getting to see the first Monkey Dory, 30 damage. The second Monkey Dory, 30 more damage. I do want to see the Iono being played before we use the third Monkey Dory for the knockout, because otherwise it would mean Hosema takes 1 less prize card. He's going to go for it, though. And I can tell you, in that prize card, there's a Buddy lying and waiting, which is going to be the fantastic attacker afterwards. But I don't even think we can even see it afterwards if the TM Devolution plan goes through.
Well, TM Devolution at this stage should leave Vincenzo with just a single Soul Rock out. Should then give Hosema 3 prize cards, 1 off of the Megalopony and 1 off of each of the Golden Go. And we're back to that ruling in game 1. We need to go through it again. Yes, there is a Legacy Energy on what will be the Bunnery. Yes, the Bunnery will get KO'd. Here comes the Io, but the Bunnery does not get KO'd by damage from an attack. It gets KO'd because essentially it gets left as a Pokemon with enough damage on to KO it. That is not the same. So Legacy Energy will not prevent that prize card being taken. This will be a free prize TM Devolution from Hosema here.
And one more monkey to spike the up this damage, then retreating, then being able to use the TM Devolution. And yes, of course, free prizes even though the Legacy is in play.
So there's free prizes. We do need to make sure that all free prizes do get taken. Now, this is where Hosema's having a look at the Legacy Energy. Now, I believe he's just asking the judge here. I see him turning towards the judge. Now, this is a discussion that should have happened at the end of game 1, but did not happen at the end of game 1. Now, we are pretty sure the ruling is the prize gets taken because it's not knocked out by damage from an attack. It is knocked out by damage that was put by an attack. Well, that's not the same thing. It has to be, I attack, I deal damage, I take a KO, Legacy Energy reduces it. That is not what is happening here. It is getting KO'd because it is being devolved, not because it is being damaged.
You are exactly right, Ross. Just getting a little bit of deliberation with the judge. Always great to make sure that these rulings are indeed correct. Just checking up here. But you are exactly right. Free prize is going to be get taken here. Hosema is going to be down to 1 prize card left. And with 4 Monkey Dories on board, with Frostlass dealing damage to these Monkey Dories, it is going to be quite easy to get that knockout on the Soul Rock.
Now we got a nice little view here of the judges. This is an awkward ruling. And look, we acknowledged this a minute ago. This is a very finicky, awkward ruling. However, it's all down to that phrasing. And it's a phrasing that comes up a lot in the Pokemon TCG. Damage from an attack. And exactly what constitutes damage from an attack. And this is not damage from an attack. And it's so weird to think about because it is damage and it did come from an attack at one point. But it's not being KO'd by that damage. It is being KO'd by the devolution, and it essentially, oh, I'm a Bunnery. Where'd all this damage come from? I've been KO'd. But only 2 prize cards have been taken, not 3. They didn't take the 3rd prize card.
No.
I am sure that that is not the correct ruling. And I'm not normally this bullish when we're talking on stream here.
No, indeed, the 3rd prize card should have been taken. You're exactly right, Ross.
I mean, we've explained it as well as we can on this stream.
Oh, yes. It is indeed an awkward rule and an awkward wording of the card, but yes, indeed, it is supposed to be the 3rd prize card taken.
Yeah, and that is something that seems like we are just playing on for the time being here, and it seems like we are just carrying on with Vincenzo here with 2 prize cards remaining. And we got Hosema with 3 prize cards remaining here. And trying to just rebuild his board. He's got the 2 Gimmighoul. He's got the Bunnery.
We're seeing the Earthen Vessel here for 2 energies getting on here. A bit of a stoppage here again. But yeah, with the... If we say Hosema goes down to 1 prize, we do have quadruple Monkey Dory in play, being easily able to take out any of the Golden Go, Bunnery potentially, also the Soul Rock. So it's going to be an easy pickup with these Adrenabrains thereafter.
And this is the thing, this is a beautiful place you want to get to when you're playing this deck. This is a dream scenario. I've got multiple Monkey Dory and I've got multiple Frostlass. Every single time we hit Pokemon Checkup, and that is after my turn and after my opponent's, Freezing Shroud will put 1 damage each. Freezing Shroud. We'll put 1 damage on each Monkey Dory. We can then start using Adrenabrain to just throw all of that damage back to my opponent, and it just works so beautifully. And we look at the position we're in now, and we've got a player who's got a lot of small HP basics on the bench. That is what you dream of when you are playing this deck. Now, looks like we've had some further discussion about the ruling, and it seems like that 3rd prize card has been taken, and it looks like Hosema is going to be taking game 2 here in an unassailable position, and we are going to be heading to a game 3.
Indeed, we're going to be heading to a game 3. Not a lot of time left, though, Ross. We may be getting to that for the tie potentially here. Hosema and Vincenzo are going to try and do everything in their might to pull a really quick game 3. Going to be looking here at the replay of game 2. obviously starting with Budyu putting down an item lock.
And that is what you want to do in this deck. You item lock, you slow the game down, you try and build up those damage counters. But then we go into Ting Lu, and we are just using Ground Crasher to pile all that damage around. Now, there was an unfortunate picnic basket coming down at one point, but that damage kept piling up, and we were building up here, using Monkey Dory, KOing that Gimme Ghoul, and this was a phenomenal turn from Hosema, using Monkey Dory to take out that Gimme Ghoul, and then using that TM Devolution to KO a Gimme Ghoul. Well, a Gimme Ghoul after a Golden Go, a second Gimme Ghoul, and that Baneri. We had the big question about the ruling. It got sorted out. 3 prize cards were taken, and we are going to be sitting here at 1 game apiece. But you said it yourself, Jesper. Precious little time and 2 snow run prize.
2 precious little snow runs. Precious amount of time left. 1 minute and 23 seconds standing with 15 minutes and plus 3 turns of overtime. Hosema going first, though. Not a great start. Potentially Vincenzo, if they can get out this Festivity, if they can get out Lunatone, Solrock, maybe potentially we can see something, but that Bravery Charm is going to put in the shift here.
And that Bravery Charm, absolutely huge, because you're right, there is a potential here for Vincenzo to go Solrock, KO, yay! Next turn, you know, Megalopony to KO a Monkey Dory, and then from there we can start making something work. But that's not where we are here. That Bravery Charm is ruining things, so Lily's Determination gives 8 cards, and if I'm Vincenzo, I need a Solrock. I actually desperately want my Baneri this turn, because I know it's actually going to be Megalopony that is going to be taking out things like that Monkey Dory.
We don't even need Baneri here. We just need to attack with something. Even though it's a Golden Go, I don't really care this match. 25 seconds is not going to be enough for Hosema to do anything. So on Vincenzo's part here, it's about urgency, right? We urgently need to see damage in play, attacks being thrown, prize cards being taken, and hopefully being able to close down the game on their side. But doesn't look like it. Hosema probably just needs 1 more basic Pokemon to close this out.
And if I'm Vincenzo, I want the game to end on my opponent's turn. I do not want to be turn 0. But the way it works is, when the game ends, now we assume this is the end of the game. We're now into overtime. Vincenzo, the game ended on his turn. He's turn 0. That means Hosema gets 2 more turns. Vincenzo gets 1 more turn, because turn 0 was one of their extra. Hosema attacks. This is Vincenzo's final turn of the game. They are not going to be able to KO all 3 of these Pokemon. I don't have faith in them being able to do so. I've seen their deck. We retreat into Megalopony. We are going to be able to KO with Gale Frost here. Yay, that's a prize. But unfortunately, we're not in Top Cut here. We are in Swiss. It is not about who is ahead. It is whether one player has reached a win condition, and KOing 1 Pokemon is not a win condition, unfortunately.
Yes, we're talking about games have to count. Games have to close out. We're not playing least prize cards win. No, a game has to fully finish before it counts. Therefore, if Vincenzo is not going to be able either to knock out all of Hosema's Pokemon from the play or take all 6 prize cards, this game will not count.
Nope, unfortunately, it does not count in the end. It doesn't finish. So that means that Vincenzo is going to have 1 win, and it seems like we are just going to be going in. Have we got the tie confirmed already? We might have a little intermission. I'm not sure the game is entirely over yet. Both the players are sitting down having a little bit of a chat at the table. So we're not going to confirm the result here until we are told there is a result to confirm.
It does look like, from the way that the board position is playing out, of course, but we still have to do wait. It is our job here, and due diligence is to just make sure that the correct result is getting reported.
Yeah, we'll tell you when it's official. Until then, I'm sorry, you're going to have to wait. We're not mean, we're just thorough.
Exactly.
But we are just at the table here. Players are having a little bit of a discussion. So this Frostdust Monkey Dory deck, how convinced are you? 2 top 8 finishes in Houston. We're watching it in action here. Is this deck legit?
Absolutely. When you're seeing 2 top 8s at the same regional, maybe it's 1 and you're thinking, that was just a fluke. But 2 at the same time? No, Ross. And also with Hosema starting off this fantastic in the tournament, it is definitely not a fluke. Has naturally a pretty strong matchup into something like Golden Go because of all of these amounts of abilities in play. Also has a strong matchup into Festival League, if we're thinking about that as a matchup to think about. But many of these setup decks, they're relying on big, bad EX Pokemon with abilities and constantly being able to toss damage over and then being able to use TM Devolution. Like, popularly in the past, it was Charizard that was using Charizard, has an ability Infernal Rain, putting damage onto that. And you're thinking, oh, it's a big, bad Charizard with 330 HP. No, might just be Charmeleon beneath for 110. We can easily reach that number.
See, that we can deal with, and that's kind of the point here. You're saying, I can't deal with your big Mega EXs and big Stage 2 EXs. I don't do enough damage, I'm sorry. You know, I can do, though. I can drop enough damage on to deal with a Stage 1 or the basic if you've used a rare candy or if it's a Stage 1. And in that way, then I can just deal with that, and the TM Devolution is going to do it. So that's kind of the goal here, but I am seeing a fist bump at the table, and I do believe now the tie is confirmed, and we are finishing at 1-1 with both players having achieved victory in one game. Not enough time for a game 3. We did not think there was going to be, and that means we're going to finish in a 1-1 tie, and it is officially confirmed. It is a tie.
And even though we may be thinking, oh, that doesn't leave any players with victory, you still need 16 points to go into this phase 2. So that means 5 wins and a tie gets you there.
So that means if they were 5-0 coming in, and they get a tie here, that means they are confirmed into phase 2. Congratulations to both of them. Let's go back to game 1 then, remind ourselves how this went down. And we had Hoseimar there with a whole bunch of Monkey Dory throwing all of this damage back off. Vincenzo realizing that the high HP of Mega Lopunny combined with the fact it can one-hit KO anything on Hoseimar's board, that was the play. But it was all about boss's orders and taking out those Frostlass turn after turn after turn after turn. Hoseimar decides maybe it's time for Ting Lu, and Vincenzo goes, I don't care what's in the active, I would like to KO your Frostlass, please. And that is exactly how he went through the entire game. And we see the KO on the Snow Run here, using that boss's orders, and it came down to that final turn where Hoseimar set up this beautiful plan. We saw the KO on the bench Gimmighoul, set up for a TM Devolution play that never happened. Vincenzo takes game 1.
Going into game 2 here, the setup was immaculate here from Hoseimar. Budyu into Ting Lu, and constantly putting on the pressure, discarding Stadium to use the second effect of the Ground Crasher. And we just started to see all the damage pile up further and further with this double Frostlass, triple Monkey Dory strategy. See all the damage here being piled onto that Mega Lopunny, setting up for knockout on the Gimmighoul with the Monkey Dories. Then ending up into a potential TM Devolution right there, taking out Golden Go, Mega Lopunny, and bypassing that Legacy energy because of the Devolution.
And that means you get that cheeky extra prize and completely wreck your opponent's board. At which point, we have a big discussion about the ruling. Vincenzo goes, yeah, I'm not coming back from this. Let's go to game 3. The problem with game 3, there's just not enough time. Here we see how well both players are set up as time runs out. And unfortunately, there's just not enough time. You have to achieve a win condition, one player does, in order to a game to count in the Swiss round. And unfortunately, nobody KO'd all the Pokemon. Nobody took 6 prizes. Nobody decked out their opponent by leaving them with 0 cards in hand. And that means that we end up with a 1-1 tie. In what was, in the end, that was a pretty interesting game that gave us some pretty in-depth discussions to have.
Yeah, and it's always great to have these in-depth discussions. You may be looking at Pokemon sometimes, you're thinking, oh, they might be simple. Some matchups are indeed quite simple, but when you're looking at a deck like Frostlass Monkey Dory, Frostlass constantly piling damage onto their own Monkey Dories, Frostlass constantly piling damage onto your opponent's Pokemon, thinking about how do I distribute this Adrenaline damage, and how do I set up for that TM Devolution, that shows that you have to be really precise and acute when it comes to these plays.
Well, I'm in that stage of my life where I have many friends who have had kids in the past few years, and those kids are getting to the age where they're starting to like Pokemon and getting interested in the card game. So I get a lot of messages from my friends going, my kid wants to learn how to play the Pokemon TCG. What do you recommend? I always tell them Battle Academy. Great for learning to play the game. And they go and play like that. And when you compare it down and you can make it so that a 6, 7, 8-year-old child is learning to play the game and it's nice and simple and they can play it and enjoy it, there is that level of Pokemon TCG that we can play when we're teaching someone to learn, when we're learning ourselves. But it goes on a little bit of a gradient, and we essentially get up to what we just saw in that last game. Lots of abilities interacting, lots of damage being thrown around the board, and then some really awkward rulings with A-Spec energy. And, you know, you can go all the way from, I can teach a 6-year-old to play this and it will make sense, up to, wait, so how many numbers? I mean, you know, one of our players has a maths degree to try and figure it out here this weekend. It is whatever you want to make of it. You can make the Pokemon TCG very simple and beginner friendly. You can make the Pokemon TCG into this really high level game with mind games and maths and interacting abilities. I love it so much.
Now, I don't quite have a degree in maths yet, but I do have my own self-made degree in deep dive. So I think we do have a few situations from this game that we want to be taking a look at. And we're seeing a board position here, just to count it out. Mega Lopunny in play, Golden Go, Lunatone. Both of them have abilities. And when we're looking at the board setup here, Frostlass being set up already, trying to get a board with more. Arvin goes, and this is where we're looking at Secret Box and getting that extra tool card, being able to grab it. Air Balloon is a cool retreat option because when you're thinking, we want to be keeping these energies in play because we're seeing one monkey, two monkeys in play here with energy cards. We want to be establishing a third, but if you're retreating off those energies, it means that you're not going to be able to keep these monkey dories in play with the energy cards, which is what you need. So going on further, it's more so of a board establishment exercise when you are playing these Frostlass monkey dory decks, and it's about keeping these board states rolling and not getting rid of your energies, and that's why cards like Air Balloon, they're so important.
And this is why it's a deck which is not on my personal list of decks, and that's okay. We don't all have to love playing every deck. There are little micro decisions all the way through of a deck like that. It's not my personal play style, but we've seen how powerful it can be in the right hands of a right player who is skilled with this type of deck. It is just a thing of absolute beauty to behold, watching it all unfold.
And watching stuff unfold, we're having a second deep dive look right here. And the star of the show for these games was that Ting Lu with the Ground Crusher attack here. Seeing a Super Rod here, getting back Frostlasses. And that was it, and a reaction to getting all of these Frostlasses continuously knocked out throughout the game. Frostlass, Snow back into the deck you go. And trying to set up this board state. As said, it was just more maneuvering your board state into position, which was what the most important job for Hosema here, constantly keeping at least one Frostlass in play to start carrying up these damage counters. Super Rod being played here, and we see the setup here, which ended up being so great for Hosema, was that you could be setting out Gimme Goal, Golden Go, and Lopunny for the knockouts, while piling on damage this active Lunatone, and doing your best to take as many prizes in one fell swoop as possible. With this situation, we could have even set up for a crippling Iono here, and then taking all these prizes. And then after that Iono, it would only be Soul Rock left in play. It's pretty hard to play from just a single Soul Rock board, honestly.
I think that's really well put, Jesper. It is really hard to play with just a single Soul Rock left in play. And that is what we can do when we're playing around with fun things like Ting Lu. And, you know, such an integral part of the deck here, because, you know, if you really just want to get a lot of damage on the board aggressively, Ting Lu is the best way to do it.
Yeah, and exactly here, getting knockout a double Gimme Goal, getting rid of those options, and then we were setting up our Team Devolution play the turn after. Not quite sure that was when we talked about exactly, but there was a certain situation in the game where we were like, all right, either you go Crown Crusher first and take the knockouts, and then you go Team Devolution for knockouts, which could have fallen into Professor Turo scenario range where Vincenzo could have stopped it there, or potentially playing Picnic Basket. We did see the Picnic Basket at a really opportune time in game 2, although setup was a bit too good on Hosema's side to make sure that that wouldn't happen quite. But as we're seeing with the way Vincenzo played it, really carefully and really well executed.
And played the game very, very well. Well, let's have a look at some standings. Let's see who else has been playing very, very well this weekend. We can see a bunch of players. Oh, we got all the 5-0. So this is going into round 6. Every player sitting at, oh, wait, no, they've just updated. Good job, people who are looking after us here backstage. We've got these up-to-date post-round 6. So we've got 4 players on 6-0, including Ethan Wild with that festival lead, and then a bunch of players at 5-0-1 who are all locked now for phase 2.
Yeah, and just by getting to phase 2, we got this one extra step in the tournament. But just making phase 2 doesn't lock ourselves to top cut yet. We still have to play many more rounds in this tournament to decide who the top 8 is going to be, and then eventually the winner.
Well, we are looking for a winner. Now, last time we had a European regional level event, the winner was Ethan Wild. We started today watching Ethan Wild on stream, going to 4-0 with Festival Lead. We just saw that Ethan Wild is 6-0 with Festival Lead. So what are we going to do now? I know what we're going to do. Let's go and talk to Ethan Wild.
Thank you very much, Ross. Yes, I've been out in the field and looking for one of our players to watch, our player we had in Swiss Round 4. Ethan, it's great to see you again. Ross has already given it away, but you are 6-0 right now with a deck no one knew was really going to show up. But how are you feeling after that?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I've hit
good matchups throughout the day. I've still seen 0 Dragapult, so I can't complain.
Yeah, that's the dream, right? I think you highlighted it in your interview with Amy earlier. Dragapult's the only deck that you don't really want to find.
It's a pretty bad matchup. Everything else is like playable, but I think Dragapult, unless they have some pretty unlucky draws, there's no way I'm winning it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I know you played a Psyduck for it to give yourselves a bit of a chance.
Yeah.
But just run me through what kind of other decks you've faced so far, because I feel like you've had a bit of a... It's not the typical matchups that you've typically seen so far.
So, like, some matchups have been fine. So, like, I've played against Golden Go, I've played against a Gardevoir and a Grimmsnarl. So, like, some generic matchups. But I've also paired the Mega Lucario on stream.
Very good.
I've played against a Frostlass Monkey Dory deck, which, you know, is a little more popular after Houston. And then I just beat a Crustle at 5-0.
I mean, at that point, you must be thinking, I know you've already had a tournament, you thought this is my tournament. But at this stage, when you're at 5-0 and you sit across Crustle, you got to be feeling like this is it. This has got to be another one potentially in the books.
Getting a clear 6-0 in a day 2 is good. And if I can keep going with it, you know, there's a lot of darkness Pokemon on top tables, and they've all got the little green circle in the bottom left.
Yeah, and that's the dream scenario, right? Trying to find, weaving in through beyond the Dragapults, hitting those mega boxes. I think you haven't faced one of those yet, so maybe something like that.
Not
That could be a
seen a Zoroark either.
There you go. But if you're saying that there's a lot around the top tables, is there anything else? Have you seen a few Dragapults there just hanging around?
There's 1 or 2 around, so like it might be my time to take an unlucky round, but we're feeling pretty lucky at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. 18 points so far. You've already secured a great spot into phase 2. I mean, just a little bit more, right? I mean, you've got 2 more rounds, push yourself as far as possible. Did you think taking festival lead or festival grounds into this tournament that you could actually go this far?
I thought it had like some potential, but not like 6-0 potential, if you know what I mean. It's like the deck fundamentally is like quite consistent now with Pokepad, and you've got weakness on a lot of the good decks in the meta right now. Dragapult is a problem, and I was expecting to probably see one before this point.
Sure.
But everything else is at least playable, if not favored.
Well, okay. Well, just last question. I mean, we saw it on stream in your very first game. It was probably... Have you had many other games like that where you couldn't really set up?
So I think those stream games are like the only games I've mulliganed. I've not really mulliganed a lot across the event at all. I've had like one other like non-starter game where bug catching set didn't find me any basics. But apart from that, no, everything's been fine.
All right, so smooth sailing. Well, I wish you the best for your future rounds as well. You, like I said, you're already 6-0. But for you guys at home, you just heard a word called mulligan there. Maybe there's a few other words that you haven't quite understood yet, but I've got one way to show exactly what those are to you.
In the Pokémon TCG, there are some terms that you might hear that might not be so obvious what they mean at face value. So today, let's take a quick crash course on some of them. Toolbox. What is a toolbox deck? A toolbox deck is where you aim to build a deck that has a wide range of attackers. So you always have one attacker to use against every other deck in format. This, in theory, should help make your matchups more positive in your favor. Terrestrial Box is a very good example of this right now, since you play Lily's Clefairy EX for Dragon types, Tilmask Ogerpon EX for Dark types, and Wellspring Ogerpon for Fire types. And for basic attacking decks, you can sometimes use Terrapagos EX's Crown Opal attack to completely become immune against them. And for everything else, Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX normally cleans them up. Now, while these kind of decks sound unbeatable on paper, they often lack consistency, since they have to play a lot of different energy cards and a lot of different Pokemon as well. But they normally are very fun to watch. Gust. The term Gust goes all the way back to base set, and has been very important to the game ever since. Gust relates to cards that swap your opponent's active Pokemon. Gust of Wind was the first one of these, all the way back in base set. But since we have had cards like Boss's Orders, Lysandre, Prime Catcher, Guzma, and Lycanroc GX, All of these are known as gusting cards. As you can imagine, these cards are normally very powerful and are seen in almost every deck in format right now, making them a true cornerstone of every format they are available in. Safeguard. The term safeguard refers to Pokemon that have abilities or attacks that make them immune to other Pokemon. For example, Crystal's ability makes it immune to damage from EX Pokemon, and Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability makes it immune to damage from Pokemon that has an ability. So these could be referred to as safeguard Pokemon, even though their abilities aren't specifically called safeguard, like Mimikyu for example. So now that we're all clued up to some Pokemon jargon, let's see if any of these terms will make it onto the show this weekend. So let's get back to the action.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships History, the series where we take a look at some of the most memorable and exciting matches in the past of the Pokémon Championships series. My name is Jeremy Jallin, and today I'll be talking about the 2017 Memphis Regional Championship Finals, where we had a clash of two of the best players that the TCG has to offer, Azul Garcia-Griego and Michael Pramawat.
Hello, I am Michael Pramawat. My name is Azul Garcia-Griego.
Even back in 2017, both of these players were no stranger to the finals table, with Azul having 4 regional wins to Michael's 6, the most at the time.
Who is your biggest rival? Biggest rival? Yeah. That's a tough one. Probably Michael Pramawat. All right, yeah. My biggest rival would be Azul Garcia-Griego. We always have good games when we play. We play each other a lot in local events, and then in the top 8s, top 4s of major tournaments. Most recently, we met in the finals of Memphis Regionals.
But at the end of the day, we have two familiar faces, Michael Pramawat and Azul Garcia-Griego. Hey, these two players actually faced off in the top 4 at that San Jose Regional Championship not that long ago. And you know, Azul got the best of Pram in San Jose, so this is perhaps a bit of a grudge match.
Azul was using a deck based around the powerful attacks of Golisopod GX paired with the obnoxious Garbodor with its Garbotoxin ability to disrupt the ability-ridden field of the tournament. Pramawat, meanwhile, was using a deck centered around 3 Pokemon GX and their powerful abilities. Zoroark GX with its trade, Lycanroc GX with its bloodthirsty eyes, and Tapu Lele GX with its Wonder Tag. Both Azul and Pramawat start with a Wonder Tag to search for a Bridget to get a bench set up. Azul is able to play down a Garbodor to start locking down abilities, but Michael has a quick Field Blower to start applying pressure early. Rising 2 Golisopod GX means Azul was focused on protecting the one he had, and thanks to the card Acerola, he was doing just that.
Acerola picking up that Golisopod GX and all the damage with it.
Garbotoxin, in combination with N, forces the game to slow down, and Azul jumps ahead on prizes once more. Michael responds with a Puzzle of Time, a unique item card that allows you to recover any resources if you have 2 copies, to bring back Field Blower and enable his abilities yet again. N disrupts Azul's hand once more, Pram's last.
What Azul draws off of these 2 could determine the outcome of this game.
And out of 3 cards Azul has set up for the winning attack on the next turn.
And the Float Stone.
Michael top decks the last Field Blower in his deck, which gives him access to trade once more. The first trade finds another 2 copies of Puzzle of Time. This enables Pram to get a KO on the heavily damaged Golisopod GX with Guzma, and with no cards in hand, it is looking like the scale is shifted in Michael's favor, as he has the strong energy needed for the last KO and takes game 1.
Everything went Michael's way after a few turns in the middle that kind of looked iffy, and he's 1 game up in the finals now.
Game 2 starts off much better for Azul, having Wonder Tag for Bridget and the Golisopod GX and Garbodor with Floatstone to go along with it on the following turn. Pramawat finds himself with not much going on and struggles to get much of a bench going until a late Bridget finally gives Michael a full bench.
Typically you want that Bridget on the first turn of the game, not the third, but he'll take it either way.
Michael draws N to keep his hope of a comeback alive. A Field Blower allows Zoroark GX's trade to be used once again, but the draws don't find an energy for him to attack. Azul responds with another KO and sees himself 1 prize card away from tying it up. Pramawat is forced to pass the turn to an empty-handed Azul, who top decks a Guzma to clean up game 2, and they are off to their final game of the set.
Your boy comes in the clutch and cleans up game number 2.
In game 3, we see Pramawat to be the one starting off strong with a Bridget, as Azul just passes with a couple of Wimpod in play. Azul finally draws a Guzma and takes a KO with Glycepod GX, but he struggles to do much else. After managing a one-hit KO with Dangerous Rogue GX, Michael is able to set up a 2-hit KO with Field Blower and is now in the lead 2-5 prizes. Azul finally plays the end that he has been holding on to and finds a tool for the Garbotoxin once more. Michael attacks back, forcing Azul to get the Glycepod GX out of the active spot with Crossing Cut GX. Crucially, Azul's last Guzma is in the prizes. Pramawat misses Guzma while Azul picks up the heavily damaged Glycepod GX and continues the pressure with First Impression. The last 2 puzzle at a time allow Pramawat to switch up gears and go for 2 Guzma with the hopes of trapping the Garbodor in the active spot and deck Azul out. Azul looks at his hand and concedes, knowing the last card in his deck is of no help. Michael Pramawat nabs his 7th regional championship win and cements himself as one of the best to ever do it. 6 years later, both of these players found themselves placing 3rd and 4th at the Yokohama World Championships, with plenty of energy left in the tank for that inevitable finals rematch. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back to the desk after that fantastic video. My name is Alex Dow. I'm joined here by Miss Amy Worsley, of course. But how are we feeling after all of that? Many rounds now?
Pretty psyched. There's been some amazing decks on top tables. I know we've both had a little scout around, and it's looking like a fantastic event for diversity of decks.
Yeah, absolutely. But enough about us, because we actually have our players ready at the table for Swiss round 7 already. We're getting them locked in here. We have Arnie Kajala on the left-hand side versus Jaman Ariba Gongora on the right there. And we've got a fantastic matchup. It is a bit of a throwback, but let's have a little look at Arnie's accomplishments so far.
Of course, we know Arnie over here. He's got an absolute library of accomplishments at this stage, with some fantastic top 8 champion and top 32 and top 64 placements. And of course, then we have
absolutely, Jaman on the right hand side. I mean, no stranger to piloting decks at fantastic places as well. I mean, even last year in Sevilla, also getting a top 32 there. So looking to try and repeat, or perhaps take it even further here to really secure himself a potential opportunity to play at a massive tournament like the World Championships as well. But let's just see. I mean, we have an inkling and we know exactly what the matchup's going to be. Arnie, following alongside many of his friends, is not this time piloting something similar like the Charizards. We get a chance to see the prizes now for both our players, and this is a massive tell there for Arnie's side, with a Dragapult in the middle, and on the right-hand side, Jaman with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and the Hoo-Hoo, giving you a little bit of an inkling that it is a Raging Bolt matchup here in Swiss round 7. We're kicking things off. Fist bump. Let's just see who's going first. It'll be our Raging Bolts player to start us off.
Yaman goes in, of course, with the Mew EX in the active, which is a nice start. We've got the free retreat and restart ability to really make that hand flush with cards even from the beginning. Now, we might be looking for something either like our Ditto with transformative start that can only be used on your first turn, or similarly, a Fan Rotom with its ability, which can only be used on your first turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And this deck sort of thrives in being able to utilize that Raging Bolt EX with that Bellowing Thunder attack, dealing 70 times the number of energies attached to all of your Pokemon, and just ditching it to the discard pile, dealing a lot of damage, and it is one way to take massive knockouts on big Terra Pokemon like that Dragapult EX, but it does so with the supporting cast of things like that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX with that Teal Dance ability, able to help accelerate energy to the board. But then there's also Pokemon, just like we've seen in the prizes, that Hoot that could evolve up to the Noctowls and use Jewel Seeker with a Terror in play to be able to cherry pick trainer cards at will. That is just utilizing that Fan Rotom, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I'm a pretty big fan of that new art of the Fan Rotom we got from Ascended Heroes, so we're feeling pretty good about that. That was already in hand, and then we can retreat with the Mew into the Ditto for Transformative Start. I know we've all got a bit of the Ditto fever right now. I wonder why. And so, of course, we're absolutely ecstatic to see our little blue blob friend turn itself into a lovely Ogerpon.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen one of those Dittos yet, but maybe there is one out there.
You never know.
Get a Water Energy attachment, and that's key here up against a deck, especially when he's facing up against a Badoo for the moment, because he's wanting to utilize that fantastic attack from that Water Wellspring Ogerpon EX. As we do see now the Buddy Poffin come down from Arnie. Remember, you are a stage 2 deck, so we do have to start setting up that board state first.
Yeah, and that's the important thing. Both players doing a prize check right now, I believe, so just checking on that during your opponent's turn just helps to speed things up a bit. Probably ask permission, ask Arnie, oh, is it all right? And then he's just having a little flick through, so don't worry about Aman right now. It is Arnie's turn. They are just starting to flick through, do that essential prize checking, know roughly what's in there so they know what to expect, how to manage their resources. And we see 2 Dreepy hit the board to start things off with this Dragapult-a-Loser.
Yeah, so let's just see what else is in hand right now, because it doesn't look super strong at the moment. It's got a lot of energy cards. Don't really see a supporter yet, as we do finally see the finish of the shuffling there from Jaman's side. And it's just, I think he's having to try and work out how this is going to play out. I need to double check what actually is in hand. It looks
Might
like...
just be an Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough spot here, because he is facing up against Jaman's Wellspring Ogerpon EX. It is an Itchy Pollen, 10 damage on that Ogerpon EX in the active spot. So now what can we work with? We need to get some energies on the board. We do have access, of course, to the Noctowl from that fan call of the Fan Rotom. So we'll be able to find cards such as that Crispin.
I tell you what's quite scary is the idea of a Torrential Pump this turn, which could be possible with that energy switch that's already in hand. We can energy switch from the Teal Mask Ogerpon to the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. But for now, we're just going to use Sob. Keep that Badoo in the active. And of course, oh no, we knock out because of the Vitality Band.
Yeah,
wow.
Imagine that. Being able to deal the 20 plus 10 from the Vitality Band
Incredible.
back, just knock out the Badoo, and well, you know you're facing up against a Dragapult deck, and in this current iteration of Dragapult decks, not often do we see things like rare candies or anything like that. So you're still saying, well, I've just got an NG attachment. I didn't have to waste my Hoot that's on the bench to evolve into a Noctowl. And I'm still in a great position because I'm only 1 energy away from that attack you just called out, Amy.
Yeah, honestly, I'm such a glutton. Like, I am so greedy when I play, where I would have just played everything I could. But holding back like this is such a smart move.
Yeah, key pickup there from Arnie from that Recon Directive. Has found a supporter. It is an Iono in hand now, but just deliberating what else he could potentially play. Has that counter catcher in hand as well. Maybe try and slow the game down. Goes for that Hoot. But this is a massive pickup from that Recon Directive there. Just being able to see 3 cards is so vital, and this is where potentially Arnie could get back into the game.
Yeah, buying that time, Iono to disrupt Aman's hand, knowing he has the Noctowl in hand as well from that fan call at the beginning. Now, already I'm seeing some cards that are quite advantageous for Aman, so I think that Iono's unfortunately not quite hit the disruptive mark it was hoping for.
Yeah, absolutely. Here comes another Pokepad, a great card that's kind of fitted in so well into this Dragapult EX deck. Just being able to cherry pick those Pokemon that allow you to just get your engine going with that Recon Directive. So we do see the second Dracloak come down now, and we're going to see a further Recon Directive. Maybe just try and continue building out that board. Would love to find another maybe Buddy Poffin to just get more Dreepies down, or even start trying to fret the Duskulls down to eventually evolve up into those pesky Dusclops and Dusknoirs.
Yeah, Dusknoirs are really good attacker in this game in its own right. Like being able to put damage and sprinkle damage across the board to weaken down the opponent so that they're in range of a perfect Dragapult KO is beautiful. The mathematics that work with this deck, iconic. And of course, well said, Alex. Here come the Duskull now.
Yeah, here comes the clan as the Jamming Tail also hits the field, does render that Vitality Band useless with that supporter, and the Itchy Pollen on that Hoot Hoot as well. I did have a little gander to hand. There is another Noctowl there, but we have a Grass Energy to Teal Dance first. Let's see what we can pick up. Pokepad not playable because of Itchy Pollen.
No, not quite yet, but we can go ahead, bench this next Hoot Hoot. We could evolve into a Noctowl, which will make retreating a little bit tougher, but we might play something that might just help us out. I don't know if we have sort of a hard switching option.
No, but we can still go into a Crispin, perhaps. Get the energy attachment to the active and also attach from hand to the Wellspring Ogerpon EX as well. Then it's that terrifying attack that you've been so eagerly anticipating, Amy. So let's just see whether that's the direction. There comes the Crispin. And here comes, what's the energy that he chooses to go for right now as well? He's just kind of eyeing up what the second card is. Obviously can't play an item card for the moment. So just pulling out the Nest Ball. There comes the Crispin, one fighting, one lightning energy. We've already got the water energy attached to the Wellspring. So there's the Crispin attachment, hand attachment onto the Wellspring Ogerpon EX. Torrential Pump is now live.
And that is a terrifying concept for Pokemon with quite low HP at this stage. Here comes the Torrential Pump. Of course, we're going for the Dracloak with the energy, and poor Badoo in the active, rendering Arnie with no energy in play.
Yeah, and no other Badoo right now either, so Arnie can't just go straight into another Badoo immediately, but we do have the Dracloak in the active spot. Now it's just kind of determining what direction we go down here. Has another Iono in hand, ready and waiting. I think he actually had to top deck that as well, so saved himself having to try and recon directive out of this position for the moment. Here comes Iono, could be a big 6 cards, putting down Jamal now down to 3. So let's see exactly what happens in this scenario and just whether Jamal was able to work his way out of this as well. Not the greatest of cards in Jamal's hand, but it's on Arnie really to try and find a way back into this game, and it's not the best right now. It does have another Dreepy. Recon Directive's got to be big here.
Could be a big one. Is that a Lily's?
Lily's, but he's already played Iono.
Yeah, it might just help for next turn, though, if it's... We're that desperate, unfortunately.
Maybe to retreat, he needs the energy as well.
Gosh.
So it's a tricky spot. Oh, no, he did have another energy in hand, it looks like. So there are double there. But I guess he wants to try and get hold of those energies as soon as possible. Will he go into another Badoo here just to try and slow the game down that little bit more? At the same time, it's a scary thought because you are still staring at a Wellspring Ogerpon EX with a Vitality Band that's not live. But if he goes into Badoo, it does mean that Badoo does get Soblot for the moment.
Yeah.
But we're going into Pheasantipity first.
Yeah, I think this is a great play there. Pheasantipity, draw more cards. We're struggling right now, so we really need to be making that hand a lot more lush and get so much more going on. We're currently lacking so many factors that Dragapult really needs to thrive, and facing down an opponent that can take out multiple prizes in one turn, still a bit terrifying. Oh, that wasn't quite it, Alex.
No, that was another Dreepy. It looked like another item card, which wouldn't have helped this scenario for the moment. I think that was a Night Stretcher, so it's just eyeing up that Badoo for this potential turn once again. I mean, the dream scenario would have been something like the Dragapult EXs with the Neo Upper energy, just to be able to kind of try and protect it. Here comes the Night Stretcher for Badoo. Itchy Pollen now back live once again. Could find himself in this scenario, though. Dreepy comes down, of course, as well. Will have to use another energy to retreat after already discarding one from the Ultra Ball. But Badoo now, they're just kind of sitting and waiting, just trying to save its friends.
Hold on, Badoo. I believe in you.
Does have Counter Catcher. Could be another option just to try and slow the game down. Stop the Soblock, maybe. But it has to be on maybe something like the Noctowl.
I think utilizing energy like Luminous Energy for a retreat feels so bad because it's so hard to recur. You practically can't. We've gone for the counter catch on the Hoot Hoot, which I think is a curious decision. Could, you know, these sorts of decks are typical of running Latios EX. So that would be sort of an easy way with Area Zero Underdepths to get out of this. So usually I feel like you would go for the Noctowl to be a little bit safer with that as it's an evolution Pokemon. Here comes the Area Zero Underdepths.
Now able to build out that board state up to 8 Pokemon on the bench here. Looks like it's just kind of laying out his board there. Does get the Raging Bolt EX. Does also get a Mew restart off as well. Does have a Grass Energy, so just deliberating whether trying to commit to the active. But obviously that wouldn't really help in this scenario.
We do have the Noctowl, so we can go and tutor some extra cards that might help us out in this scenario. We could again go for the Crispin angle. We could go for some Ball Search for that Latios, and we're going to go for the Teal Dance for now. Do a boogie on the bench and see if it helps.
Does, I think, find the kind of quote-unquote baby Raging Bolt for the moment. There's a Nocta. Oh, just double-checking. I think he's just setting up the board so that we're able to keep it as clear as possible for everyone to follow at the same time. Yeah, so there comes the Jewel Seeker. It's just kind of eyeing up maybe another Crispin angle here. So it's just
it worked well last time. It can work well again.
Yeah, but I guess you can just go straight back into the Wellspring Ogerpon EX once again. Does take another KO with the Vitality Band now back online because of the Area Zero Underdepths that has come in. But yeah, it's the Crispin that is eyeing up here. Of course, all those energies shuffled back in from the Torrential Pump. Double Crispin choice.
Crispin? That's so crispy.
It is very crispy indeed. Water and the fighting energy now. Getting the fighting energy is obviously very important to get into the discard pile. So I imagine that one will go on the active Noctowl there so it can get discarded and then be targets for Professor Zada's Vitality in future turns. Water energy on the Wellspring Ogerpon, just threatening that Torrential Pump once again.
But for now, it looks like we're going to leave poor little Badu crying away as we sob through the itchy pollen.
Absolutely. There comes the baby Raging Bolt as well as another knockout. Johan down now to 2 prizes remaining. Arnie back up against the wall here. What are we working with? That's a Power Pad.
Oh, Pokepad is here, but
Pokepad, sorry.
I don't really know if that's going to be of a whole lot of help. We can get the Dragapult with that, but we need energy really quite badly, so that's not quite enough yet. We do have that Recon Directive. We do have our Flip the Script. It's just about the sequencing.
Yeah, the Pokepad can help to draw more cards as well with another maybe Dracloak, for example. Let's use Flip the Script first. Is that a Dragapult into hand? No, that's a Hawlucha.
Oh.
Still missing a couple of pieces. He is playing 3 copies of Dragapult EX. With 1 prize, it does mean, you know, there is a way of hopefully finding one of the 2 that remain in the deck there. There's the Dracloak coming down from the Pokepad. Again, we talked about how important that is as a card in this deck now. It has had a couple of consistency issues before, but has often found ways around it with Badu to slow the game down before getting into the Dracloaks. But now you can kind of get into them with far more ease.
Yeah, now we're just looking for Neo Upper Energy. We're going to need that.
There's an Ultra Ball. That'll get Dragapult EX.
That's getting us our evolved guy, but now we still need the energy, and it's
just counter
slim
catcher.
pickings. It's just not enough.
Was there a supporter in hand? I don't believe I saw one. Oh, then maybe there is. Is that a? It looks like one supporter. Yeah, it might be a Lily's there. So might still be able to work with 8 new cards, but this is where you have to commit maybe to the Dragapult EX now because you've already found your Ultra Ball. And then, of course, the options to play additional cards down. Looks like might be pitching away. Want to keep that bench space open to give yourself as many options as possible. Here comes the Ultra Ball. Yeah, I can only imagine this is going to be a Dragapult EX.
The difficult part here as well is that if it is a Lily's, let's say it's a Lily's just for argument's sake, you do want to be discarding some cards because any that aren't useful to you right now actually are getting in the way because they're going to get shuffled back in and you could end up with almost the same hand again.
Yeah, one way to make this a little bit easier to get an attack off and take a couple of prizes is to utilize that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, only requiring 1 energy in this scenario because of that seasoned skill ability. Blood Moon then dealing 240 damage for 1 energy. Can't attack on the next turn, but that's one way to have an efficient attacker. but it's a little bit easier to knock out if, for example, Jaman's able to find something like a Professor Sada's Vitality and just get swinging away with that big Raging Bolt EX. Yeah, Dragapult EX coming down now to hand. So very interesting and intricate sort of decision-making that has to happen here. Hilda in hand as well. That would guarantee an attack off. But you're leaving.
Okay, we love that. Hilda's one of the newer additions to our supporter pool. And honestly, this is one of the reasons she is so powerful. She can search any type of energy. It's rare that we find supporters that help us search out those special energy because they're just that. They're so special and so powerful that quite often a supporter isn't able to fetch it. But Hilda circumvents that, grabs us not only an energy of any type, but also an evolution Pokemon. And what more could we want right now than that? Dusclops.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess if it wasn't an Iono in hand to try and minimize the cards in your opponent's sort of having access to, playing a Lily rather than, or just guaranteeing the energy attachment with the Dragapult EX here is far more vital. It will be a massive knockout with this Phantom Dive, 200 to the active Wellspring Ogerpon EX, which only has 200 left after the Badoo Itchy Pollen. Now just deciding how else we can utilize this Horlucha's flying entry ability as well. 1 little pings going to 2 Pokemon on your opponent's bench, chooses the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and also that Fan Rotom there, bringing them both down to 260 HP respectively. Oh, big target here with a counter catcher as well. This is massive. Removing the energy from play and could be a fantastic way to just try and limit what Jaman could do in terms of a massive knockout on the next turn. Phantom Dive really threatening the board state here.
Absolutely picking apart a man's board state. That first knockout for Arnie is finally underway and the pace has been set for the end of the game. We're going toe to toe now as both players are on few prize cards. But Amano needs to take 1 more knockout. Having a lot of energy on the board was crucial. So unfortunately, that plan has been picked apart slightly, and it's going to be much more difficult to take down a full HP Dragapult EX.
Yeah, so we do see the Nest Ball here first. Maybe iron up something like that Pheasantipity of his own. Having seen Pokemon get knocked out now, that would help draw a few more cards for the time being. I guess he still does have a Terra Pokemon in play, so still has plenty of bench space to work with as well. I mean, is there a way to stretch to not 7 energies? 7 times 5, 350 damage to 7 times 5 because of the 70.
Other way around you could maybe think about this is maybe we could think about Prime Catcher with the Ogerpon, with the Wellspring Ogerpon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if we crisp into the Wellspring Ogerpon and use Prime Catcher in the same turn, then we still win this game thanks to the lower HP Pokemon on the other side of the board like Duskull and Horlucha.
Yeah, so it's just, can you just draw with Flip the Script a Prime Catcher to actually just take this game here? You're right, this is with the energy already on that Wellspring. Does have Crispin in hand already because he already picked up 2 of those from the last Jewel Seeker. He's actually putting himself in a fantastic spot, but there's still quite a thick deck, so 3 cards here. Go. Let's see.
And it's all about sequencing this as well as he can. And we need to leave the energy in the deck, so here we go.
Ooh, Professor Sada's Vitality.
Double Sada.
So not the direction necessarily we want to go down now. Just looking at maybe just pitching away that area 0 under desk with an Earthen Vessel, being able to grab 2 energies from your deck, which is incredible. Because then if you're able to find maybe another Teal Mask Ogerpon, you can get some more energies spread out on the board state. You can play one of the Professor Sada's Vitality. Maybe even try and find something like, I don't know, is there...
I think we're committing to the Sada
switch?
play. We're committing to Sada, going ahead and attaching to both of our Raging Bolts respectively. 1 Lightning, 1 Fighting Energy, and then we get the draw 3 on top of that. We have the Night Stretcher for the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and then we can carry on drawing cards and accelerating energy to try and get to this huge HP total.
Just needs 1 more Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, right? Was that 5? Oh, sorry, he's hit 5. That's a massive knockout on the Dragapult. 70 times the number of damage for every energy you discard from your board. will mean that's 350 damage to take the final 2 prizes. Johan takes this game 1 in incredible fashion, in all honesty.
Round 7 of Sevilla, bringing it forth with an old favorite. Raging Bolt showing that it hasn't roared its final roar. It's coming back with style. Let's take a look at this replay. As we saw in game 1, Aman just absolutely flooded the board with so many basics straight away and really made very good use of this Wellspring Ogerpon, making sure that Budu was getting knocked out with each attack thanks to that Vitality Band. A beautiful play, an exquisite addition to the deck to keep back-to-back knocking out these Budu, and then landing that huge torrential pump, setting the pace for the game, leaving Arnie on no energy in play whatsoever. Taking more Budu with that Vitality Band back-to-back, it puts so much work in considering it's not considered the main attacker of this deck. And then we managed to piece it together right at the end, putting all of our faith into Professor Sada to close out the game.
Yeah, incredible sort of display of sort of almost like 2 archetypes coming together to really be able to give Raging Bolt a chance against one of these typically sometimes quite difficult matchup to walk through, you know, because sometimes you're going to be hit with Ionos after massive sort of big knockouts. Well, whilst you can try and build the board in the background, you can start trying to take little sort of single prizes where you can, because typically you want to always be taking 2 prizes where you need to with that deck.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's imperative, and losing those attack kind of opportunities is huge.
Absolutely. As both our players are setting up for this game 2 now. If you are just joining us, this is Swiss round 7 of the Seville Special Championships here. Arnie currently 1 game down against Jaman here. That Dragapult EX against a Raging Bolt, I guess, Wellspring Ogerpon deck at the moment, as both our players now putting out their prizes, getting ready for this game 2. There's a pink card there for Jaman with that Prime Catch and double Dreepy on the left-hand side, which is not pretty at all, but let's see how we're going to maneuver out of this position. There's the fist bump. Game 2 underway.
Raging Bolt and Budu to start it off. We've got a real David and Goliath situation here, and another Dreepy to join Budu on the bench with Duskull. Straight attachment with the Luminous Energy. Much better start this time, but I can't see a lot to back it up with next turn.
That hand is not pretty once again, Amy. I'm going to be completely honest, but let's see how Jaman's going to play this turn out, because he does have the Fan Rotom now. I believe it must have been top deck, so I'm sure he would have started that. Given the opportunity to do so, but it's going to be that fan call, I'm sure, being able to grab 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, one of its best partners, his partners in crime, the Hoot-Hoots and the Noctowls, I'm sure, going to be coming to the hand here. It's going to be looking for maybe that Latias as well, just for that maneuverability, that Skyliner ability, being able to give all basic Pokemon free retreat on your side of the board. And actually has a couple of pieces in hand already. Could take that Budu down.
Yeah, we didn't see the Latias last time.
No, it was prized, unfortunately, but didn't need it.
We didn't need it, though. And so, I don't know, Arnie might take a leaf from that and think, oh, maybe he's not playing it, and maybe that will give some advantage to Aman next time. But for now, we've got Hoot-Hoot. Everyone's favorite, Ditto, is back.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
It's being put away.
We don't want it. We're just getting, well, if we can't get into it on this first turn, especially since we need to Ultra Ball for something like the Latias anyway, if that's the direction we go down here, well, we might as well use it as discard fodder.
Yeah, Ditto can only transform if it's in the active spot, and it looks like we're going to struggle to make that happen this turn. So instead, Ditto's being used in a similar way, but being discarded instead to provide the Pokemon that we need. Thanks for your help, Ditto.
Yeah, at least you're not going to be stuck in the deck and just waiting to just be stared at into someone's hand for a while. So here comes the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, hitting the bench there. Hopefully we have another Grass Energy to be able to Teal Dance as well. That kind of gives us an opportunity here. Professor Sola's Vitality to the active. We can also, I mean, we don't see it too often sometimes, but Burst Roar is available as an option.
I've been a Burst Roarer in my time. Yeah, it's a great move, but unfortunately, this is not the hand you want to Burst Roar.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to be throwing away too many of those, and it's just a pass over now. Unfortunately, couldn't find access into that Latias. Does have Stadium and did have, of course, the energy in hand, but here comes Pokepad. No Wellspring Ogerpon EX staring down at Arnie this time. That Pokepad actually saved Arnie because I was looking at that hand with quite a lot of scrutiny just then, and I don't think there was anything there. He does have Dragapult EX in the hand as well, so if he can survive one more turn, we'll be able to get into a Dragapult EX. But of course, still needs to find a couple of more pieces. Can Recon Directive save him here?
Come on, Dracloak. Let's see if we've got it.
Top 2, Ultra Ball.
An Ultra Ball is something.
Yeah.
It's not particularly helpful right now, especially since Oman didn't take a knockout. We can't use it for Serendipity. We can't draw more cards, and we can't progress the game. It might be an Itchy Pollen angle.
Yeah, but that's one of the potential gambles you might have to take here, not utilizing that Ultra Ball for now, and maybe saving it for something like that Serendipity. I think that's what we're deliberating, because if the man does happen to have a boss or Prime Catcher, it could be real. Can't use Prime Catcher on the Itchy Pollen lock though, but boss's orders and energy could do it.
And I think we've got that exact combination being lined up. I think the issue is that because we can't use items, we can't use anything to get energy with this Noctowl, so we're going to have to use Crispin potentially to attach our energy anyway. So it's a shame that we can't use the boss in hand, but that's exactly what Badoo is built for.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess playing the safer game here for the moment, as we do get a Nestball and the Crispin here. Crispin, let's just see exactly where those energy attachments are likely to go. Can't imagine it's going to go anywhere beyond the active Raging Bolt EX for the time being, just to be able to just pitch away one of your energy cards and deal enough damage to knock out this Badoo. There's the fighting energy from the Crispin attachment. Teal Dance being utilized as well, being grabbed from that Crispin. Does find a Mew, which is sometimes quite nice. If a Pokemon gets knocked out, you can kind of bench it, but is more of a liability because it's easily knocked out by a Phantom Dive.
Yeah, that's the problem, is the low HP, although, you know, Arnie's deck does kind of triumph when it comes to littering those damage counters around. Absolutely. Regardless.
Yeah, there's the knockout on the Badoo there. A bit of an over KO from the Bellowing Thunder. There's Ultra Ball discarding the Monkey Dory and the Luminous Energy. Can't attach, of course, a second Luminous Energy to your Pokemon, because on its text, as long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides every type of energy, but provides only one energy at a time. But the key part, if any other special energy is attached, it provides a colorless energy instead. But we have the Ultra Ball now. He was holding it for this very moment, being able to get that Serendipity EX. So let's see if that can completely flip the script here and try and put Arnie in a better position for this Swiss round 7, being already one game down.
That's absolutely Serendipiti's job, and let's see if this is going to make the difference. I think I saw a Psychic Energy. Yep. We got it!
Hits the Psychic Energy, which is fantastic. Hits Buddy Poffin as well. Now, we know a couple of those Dreepies are prized, but it's ever so important still to at least get another one online as soon as possible. Here comes Recon Directive, of course, utilizing every bit of value you get from your abilities here. And here comes the Recon Directive. Top 2 cards, one to hand, one to bottom. There's Dreepy.
There's Dreepy, but he's gone. It's okay. We can grab him later. We have a Poffin to lure him back out.
Absolutely. Here comes the Buddy Poffin now. The only other Dreepy in the deck currently with 2 prize, I'm pretty sure. And there comes the Duskull and the Dreepy there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Arnie probably would have picked a second Dreepy if it was available. So now, what do we work with at the moment? We haven't played a supporter yet. Here comes Pokepad. Also, just getting the Duskull, or Dusclops, I should say, to evolve up, getting it out of the deck for the moment. And now we're just going to shuffle up. Sure, we're going to have to just try and maybe hit that Iono, because your opponent is sitting on quite a big hand currently.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you've got a big hand like this, although we don't have any Hoothoot on the bench to utilize right now, you kind of do want to disadvantage your opponent by saying, actually, I'm not going to let you just sit on that many. I'm going to bring you down, knowing you don't have a Hoothoot, and hopefully leave you a little bit stuck there, because I'm taking out this Raging Bolt, popping that Dusclops, KOing it, a prize card on either side, because, of course, we're going to do the Iono first.
Yeah,
absolutely beautiful play, putting the prize card that Aman took to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, and making Aman only picking 4 cards from the Iono now as well, just even more inhibiting what he may have access to on a future turn. Does also pick up, I think that Neo Upper Energy was also picked up into hand for future turns, but right now just working with this Dragapult EX. Big Phantom Dive knockout here, 60 damage counters to place on your opponent's side of the board for the moment. It'd be rare if it's not at least one on that Teal Mask, and there it is. 1 damage counter. That brings it within range of another Phantom Dive shortly. And then here we go. Just what to play with in terms of the damage counters, I think, is what we're trying to work with here. Just going to probably likely target that Fan Rotom. At least kind of put it in range of a future attack as well. And then the 4 on the Noctowl, which is perfect math as well.
Yeah, we want to be setting up for as many double knockouts as possible, just to rake those prize cards in exactly when we want them. And that's exactly what Dragapult is best at right now. And that's, I think, why we've seen so many picnic basket in decks today.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes Earthen Vessel here. Just going to have cherry pick some more cards from the deck. Maybe looking for more Pokemon to be able to try and Teal Dance onto, because it does have Crispin in hand, has Nest Ball. I think he has another Grass Energy in hand already as well, so could go down the angle of another Teal Dance, but let's just get some of those Grass Energies out of the deck right now. We can Teal Dance to the active to see some cards before we make our next ball choice as well. It's going to be a bit of a tricky scenario here. This is sometimes the trouble with Raging Ball, when you can't go first and start Wellspring, Ogerpon, EX, and Torrential Pumping. Can be a bit tricky.
We might be relatively okay here. We've got a Nest Ball. We just hit a Night Stretcher. We've got a Crispin in hand.
So
this might be all right. And actually, yeah, now we're going for the Pheasantipity with that Nest Ball. So from the Teal Dance, there's potential for a big comeback KO here. I can see it. It's only going to take, what, 1 Crispin and then 1 extra energy on top of that?
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit crazy. It depends on what these cards. There's Area Zero on that. There's another Crispin and a Fan Rotom.
Not quite in it.
Still needs to find a nice and easy way to retreat out the active, with maybe looking for that Latias as well.
Yeah.
But maybe just missed the mark here. Has access to that Night Stretcher, as you mentioned. I mean, your only real target is that Raging Bolt EX for this turn here, but is that the direction you go down? It looks like that's the decision Jamal's taking.
I think you have to, but you can't take a KO this turn, which is such a pity.
Here comes Crispin as well. Do you just send up something like the Fan Rotom, just deal 70 damage?
Whittle away a bit, make it easier for a future turn. It's still a multiple of 7. You're still working on your 7 times table there.
Absolutely. Makes your math a little bit easier with Raging Bolt. Don't really want to be sending that up. You don't want to keep the Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot, because that is currently under threat. Yep, and we're going to see the retreat here. Pay the retreat cost. Now just needs Stadium, which I believe he had in hand.
Yeah, in hand. We've got the Area Zero under depth, making that bench 8 wide, and yep, 70 damage to the Dragapult. Just, you know, squish it up a bit.
Absolutely. There comes the Dracloak. Arnie in what feels like quite a commanding position now. Does need to get an energy attachment. Finds one from that Recon Directive. Needs that energy attachment to the bench Dracloak there. Has the Dreepy also from the prizes that he took, which is fantastic. Has Boss's Orders, so can target some of the energies. Can actually remove 2 energies from play on this turn here. If we knock out the Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX, and the Fan Rotom, really making things as hard as possible for Japan to really come back in this game.
This is the power of Dragapult. This is why it's so feared in this meta, is that decks that should, on paper, be unstoppable, like Raging Bolt, which has boundless damage output, in theory. You know, it really, to be able to stand up against a deck like that takes a lot. Here we go, straight in with the Raging Bolt. We can surely get the knockout this turn, but is it going to be enough to come back?
Yeah, it's just a scoop up. I think after that flip the script, it wasn't enough. It wasn't the right 3 cards. We would have needed to try and take the big knockout on this Dragapult EX. So he scoops it up. Arnie takes game 2, and we'll take this to a game 3 now here at the Swiss round of 7 at the Seville Special Championships.
Raging Bolt became ancient history, and it might do it again, or will it stand the test of time? We've got a game 3 to find out exactly what's going to unfold. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, absolutely. In this game 2 here, Arnie did sort of have to gamble a little bit, just stuck with just that single Dracloak on the bench, utilizing Budu, slowed the game down enough, and was eventually able to find an Iono, get out of the game, take a massive knockout with his Dusclops, Curse Blast onto the active Raging Bolt EX, and then really sort of took a commanding position here, started setting up the board perfectly with the numbers and math, Boss's Orders on the Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX and a massive knockout on the Fan Rotom, removing 2 energies from play, and that was all she wrote. Raging Bolt by itself with just that fighting energy could not do anything to stem the flow there. And it's just
wasn't enough.
Yeah, into game 3 now, and I'm sure both players will be wishing game 3 goes the way their games that they won. After all, Javan's going to be looking for that Wellspring Ogerpon really to command the game early doors. Arnie's going to be looking to try and control the board with that Badoo and setting up into Dragapults nice and early. Well, let's see how this is going to go.
We've seen it from both sides. That's the beauty. We know the potential of each deck, and now it just comes down to this. Both players, don't get me wrong, are in a fantastic position to still make phase 2 of this event. So at the end of the day, they're still both good. They're still both in it. But this will just catapult one of them to those top spots for making a really hard stand in phase 2 to be going to those top placements.
Absolutely. So just over 14 minutes for this game 3. Arnie finally has his basic Pokemon, so there'll be an additional mulligan card that Jaman will be able to pick. So here comes the prizes. Neo RNG in the prizes there for Arnie.
I don't like it.
Double Crispin with the Pheasant Dipsy is also going to be a little bit painful, but yeah, Arnie's going to feel that one if he's not able to find the Neo Upper. Badoo in the active spot. Here comes Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active here now. Ultra Ball in hand. So we've got a number of pieces that will allow us to start setting up this board state as soon as possible.
Here we go. First nest ball. We're going to check the deck. We're going to know exactly how many Crispin we're working with. And then we'll be able to plan accordingly. And that's what it's all about. That's what these high-level players are used to at this point. It's what do I have access to? What could I gain access to later? The ifs and the buts are so important to work out at this stage. That's why prize checking, making sure that you know roughly what's in there, is so important.
Yeah, just having, I think it's going to be one of those first searches, looking for something like that Fan Rotom to kind of set up your board, get it ready for future Noctowns to be able to utilize that Jewel Seeker and really kind of start applying a lot of pressure. We're going Nest Ball first here for the Latias. We're going to see the Artisan come down here, I'm sure, for that Fan Rotom, that Fan Core ability. Again, it's just such an incredible ability to help set up. We find the Ditto, we find the Hoot Hoot as well. We're going to have that free retreat from the active, so Ditto's going to transform. Not Splup, I think. I do like Splup.
Transformative Star, a fantastic ability, not utilized in practically any other deck but this one. But on your first turn, if Ditto is in the active, you can exchange it, pop it in the discard pile, for any other basic Pokemon in your deck. And of course, what are we going for, Alex?
Wellspring Ogerpon EX, Amy. And what attack does it have?
It has Torrential Pump and Sob, and we love both of those attacks in this house.
Yeah, so despite having to give up the Artisan for your opponent to utilize as well, we do see now Arnie playing his own Buddy Poffin first. But, you know, this was the evil necessity that was required to be able to set up your board so that Javan will have that Wellspring Ogerpon EX in the active spot. So now it's over to Arnie. What can we do? He will be able to attack this turn, being able to go second. It looks like that Duskull's come down from that Buddy Poffin. And another Badoo here. Again, just kind of giving a variety of different Pokemon on the bench as targets, really, for that Torrential Pump.
Variety's the spice of life. Look, we've got to have it.
Oh, I mean, it just feels great when you can just full up your bench with all the Pokemon that you require. You have extra Badoos for once your Badoo in the active spot goes down. Have Lily Determination also just to replenish your hand, shuffle your hand back in and get 8 new fresh cards as well. It's a really great start. But remember, he's always going to be feeling it when you know you're facing up against this Wellspring in the active spot.
It's scary, and we've seen it before. We know what it does, and it doesn't get any easier to deal with.
Yeah, and you know your opponent has the Noctowl in hand already, so you know it's going to come flying in at some point. But what can we do to protect the board in the meantime?
We can Itchy, Pollen, and Pray, Alex. That's what we can do. Itchy, Pollen, and Pray. It's our best defense. And obviously putting 3 Dreepy on the bench. Making sure that we can't do any shenanigans that might cause multiple Dreepy to be knocked out this turn. Replacing Artisan with the Area 0 Underdepths and straight into Noctowl to seek some jewels for us. But which jewels will we choose?
We're going to have to go down that Crispin line. I'm sure he's already eyeing up some of those energies, especially that water energy that's required as the energy cost for Torrential Pump, of course. This is one of the tricky spots here, however, because when you use Torrential Pump to take and attack your opponent's bench, you do have to shuffle in those energies back into your deck. And that would leave Jaman with no energies on the board, currently at least.
But that's the beautiful thing about the way that this deck is constructed, is that we have Professor Sada's Vitality and we have lots of Crispin. And that's what you want, is you want the energy everywhere but your hand for those supporters to have their full effects. So shuffling the back in isn't too bad, especially when Raging Bolt itself only requires 2 energy to attack. That's okay, we're cool with that. We've also got a gigantic bench right now. It can hold up to 8 Pokemon. And we've got all the energy required for a Torrential Pump. We're going for it, Badoo and Badoo!
Yeah, I really, really like that, because you know your opponent's going to try and Badoo once again, but if you kind of force this scenario where he has to find another Night Stretcher, for example, to get it back, at the moment, this just removing the Badoos is far more critical, because you know your Dreepies can't actually get into a Dragapult and start attacking, or maybe tank an attack, because it's just can only go up to a Dracloak, and that's only got 90 HP. So then, for the moment, let's remove the threats.
You could say that's a Badon't. Not having any of that. But one is back. Night Stretcher comes to the rescue, very much in its name. And we're going to go for the Dusclops in the active. Pokepad, probably for, yep, a Dracloak. And here we are. The engine is beginning to be put together, piece by piece.
Yeah, in this scenario, it does mean he's very likely to have to pop the Curse Blast Dusclops here just to get the Badoo back into the active spots. Because ideally, you still want to be committing your energy attachments to your Dracloaks and Dragapults, because that's really where you're going to be dealing the most damage, as there's the Ultra Ball, just to get a second Dracloak down now and start just getting that board state a bit more protected. It's really difficult for Jaman, if he is hit with an Itchy Pollen, to be able to Torrential Pump again on the next turn.
And Boss's Orders tried to escape. He was like, play me! No, not now. Back you go.
Gotta save those for when we need them.
Okay, here we go. We're looking like we definitely need to make this hand a lot more advantageous for ourselves if you're Arnie. But we have bountiful, bountiful draw power on the board right now. But first, it's Dusclops time. Who's the target?
Yeah, there's a couple of different options here. I mean, you're probably likely to try and, yeah, he's targeting down that Hoot for the moment, bringing it down to 20 HP remaining. Another Duskull comes down and, of course, hits Jaman with another Iono post Curse Blast as well. So now down to just 3 cards for Jermaine to actually be working with. And now it's all over to Arnie to try and just save this game a little bit. But at the same time, I don't feel like he's feeling too bad in this situation. Pokepad could grab another Cloak as well. And then we've got 3 live, 3 ready to go.
The only thing we're struggling with, once again, and much how the other game with the Wellspring Ogerpon went, is that we don't have any energy in play. And that's going to be the struggle once again, is buying enough time with Badoo that we can get energy on the relevant Pokemon. And hoping that Armand doesn't have the means to strike them down when they have energy on the bench. And that's why that Iono is so impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. And typically the way Jaman could do that was with the quote-unquote baby Raging Bolt, right? With its fantastic attack to be able to snipe against some of your opponent's bench Pokemon, or utilizing things like Torrential Pump. But Torrential Pump's got quite a big, massive cost to itself. Just being able to, if you Crispin, you can only re-get 2 energies onto it. You can't energy switch energy onto it either, because you're going to be under Itchy Pollen lock. So it's a scenario where I think right now Arnie is going to feel pretty content with this position. We're going to get an Itchy Pollen off, I'm sure. Likely he's going to get subbed back. But at the same time, you're building out your board, and that's the most important thing.
If Armand manages to draw out of this, it is quite a fantastic situation. Even if we only took the 1 prize card on this Badoo, if we manage to once again get that Vitality Band, that could be huge. Going ahead, attaching for turn.
Oh, I like this.
Oh, this is lovely.
Just the Boss's Orders onto that Pheasantipity with an NG attachment, so does have Sob live. Mew gets a chance to restart for an extra card as well. I do wonder.
Oh, Mega Kangaskhan. Okay. A card that I didn't expect to see in this deck, but can have some huge raw draw power and can utilize Crispin as well. So I understand its inclusion, but right now, Pheasantipede is trapped.
Yeah, typically a lot of these Dragapult EX Dusknoir decks don't really have ways to maneuver around like this outside of that Latias EX of his own. So Pheasantipede is going to be stuck there for a moment, but is that okay? Probably not. You don't really want to ever be giving up a 2-prizer, but you have seen your opponent expend that boss's orders, which is also ever so vital in a scenario.
Yeah, at the end of the day, when you look at Armand's kind of prize race, the map that they need to take, they need to take 3 more prize cards. They're hoping on this Pheasantipede, and then it's just 1 more, which kind of means that Duskull can't do anything. That is not an option anymore. And then also it means that you could just go for the Badu or something at the end to mop it up. But we're going to need to hit the bench or use a boss for that. So using the boss early feels like a catch-22.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's an evil necessity, as we kind of similar mentioned before. Hilda getting that Dragapult EX and Illuminous Energy. So does evolve up the one with the Fire Energy attached. Gets a Psychic Energy attached as well. Cannot maneuver, as we mentioned, but he's trying to give an extra turn with that Noctowl trap there as well. Hit top decks and Energy. Does also have access to item cards now as well. Here comes the Earthen Vessel. So I can cherry pick an item out of the deck. And then also potentially go into a Soblock again just to slow the game down. But we are starting to run out of time, remember, Amy? Sub 4 minutes remaining. 3 prizes to go for Jaman. All 6 still to go for Arnie. So we're really in the depths of the game right now. And
it's crunch time.
Can either player find a way to take all of their prizes and take this game and secure their spot in Phase 2 with a better record rather than just going in at 5-1-1?
I reckon either player could win from this spot with this amount of time. We've seen Dragapult do it before. I can guarantee it can do it again. And Aman is very well on the way to making this happen. Here we go with the new restart. The Noctowl has an energy. We've got another Noctowl, and we can utilize that. So I think we're well on our way to a big KO here as well.
Yeah, so that Teal Dance from the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX did find that second Noctowl. We did get, of course, a chance to restart first. Again, getting maximum value from whatever draw power you have on the board state. But this means we could have a massive KO, as you've just highlighted there, Amy. And it's just going to be so important. I mean, Crispin's coming down again from that Noctowl. Will we see... We haven't used a Prime Catcher yet either. That's a potential avenue to go down. Really kind of stem the flow of what your opponent can utilize and draw, but it does mean your energies go back into the deck. Oh, there's so many different scenarios you can play out here. Yeah, it's just...
There are, and I think that's the troublesome part, is that you do have to consider what the best line of attack is, quite literally. We like the Pheasantipede in the active. That's great for us. But
yes, absolutely.
So do we want to use the Prime Catcher? Is it worth using as our kind of finisher? Probably. So we're just going to go with the double Crispin again. And it worked last time, Alex. So maybe it can work again.
Yeah, just so ever so close here. So the Water Energy and the Grass Energy being cherry-picked from that Crispin. One has to be attached directly from the effect of Crispin, of course. There's the Water Energy attachment. And one goes to hand. So you still have... Oh, no, he's already attached energy to the active to retreat as well. So it looks like it's going to be another Soblock here as well. Again, forcing the scenario where you know you can't maneuver this Pokemon out of the way. So I'm, at some point, going to take a massive knockout here. And here comes the Pokepad. Just over 1 minute remaining here into Arnie's turn. So here comes the Dust Plops once again.
Can't be utilized or is very risky to utilize.
Absolutely.
It would put Aman onto 2 prize cards remaining to take for the game. So unless you're taking all 6 prize cards, I think that's a risky Pokemon to use, but it does thin the deck down and allows for more likely good draws off of our Recon Directive.
Yeah, absolutely. What's really cool as well, because Area Zero under that, Arnie also has access to a board of 8, a bench board of 8. Because Dragapult EX is in play. Do we utilize that as well? Here comes a second Recon Directive now. Do find the boss's orders.
Okay.
Maybe that's another way to target down the Pokemon he needs to KO in this turn. I mean, both your opponent's Ogerpons right now have 2 energies attachment each. You can't really take out both at the same time, can you? We're going to try and go for that Noctowl stall play for one more turn. Again, stop the Soblock where possible.
Medicine. Yeah.
And this is just, I mean, he's holding a massive hand. He's got so many options. 9 seconds remaining, 8 seconds remaining now.
It's going to be a tight match, that's for sure. We're going with the Luminous, starting to threaten the choice of the Pheasantipity for maybe an attack or a retreat when possible.
Yeah, so it looks like after that energy attachment, time has been called. And we'll get confirmation, of course, if that is exactly the case. But if that is true, Arnie will be turn 0 here. And we are back to our +3 turns of time, of course. So Arnie will be turn 0, Shaman will be turn 1, Arnie turn 2, and then finally, Shaman will be the final turn of this game. And is there a way, with 2 turns remaining, that we can get this done?
I believe so. 3 prize cards remaining. I think it's very possible. But whether Arnie has the tactics to maneuver around that possibility, we're going to find out.
Yeah, looks just deliberating that jamming tower to come down as well here, bumping that Area 0 under depths. So we'll have to remove 3 Pokemon to go to a board of 5 as per usual. There goes the Noctowl. There goes the Fan Rotom. Wants to try and keep some draw power where possible, but all the other cards are ever so important because the other Noctowl is in the active spot right now. And here comes another Ultra Ball here. Just deliberating what we can work with.
I don't know if there's much we can do other than thin the deck. I think that's got to be the angle, right? We're just trying to get all of the Pokemon out of the deck. You don't want to evolve those Strugaloak. You need them. So it is, I think, at this time, just can I get all of the Pokemon out of the deck so that what I'm drawing is more likely to be what I need to win this match, or at very least bring this to a tie.
Yeah, Arnie not really in a position no more because of that Sob lock, that retreat lock from the Sob. If anyone's just joining us, that Pheasantipity has been attacked with Sob from that Wellspring Ogerpon. It's just a pass over. So Jaman, this is turn 1 of time right now. So 2 turns remaining. We do get a Teal Dance first here.
Professor Sada's vitality is huge here. We've got the energy we need in the discard pile. It would be nice if we had another ancient Pokemon in play, but it's not a necessity. We're going to go for the Crispin on this turn, which again is great if you know that there are 2 energy in the deck that you can utilize. And I imagine Oman has been very meticulously monitoring the energy in deck to make sure there's always 2 different types. Of course, one will likely go on the Noctowl, there it is, and the other to hand. And we can play that, of course, on our Wellspring Ogerpon.
So yeah, it's just going to be a retreat into the Wellspring Ogerpon EX right now. Now just kind of could Torrential Pump, take 1 prize here as an example, and then, I mean, you then would have to find a... Oh, yeah, there we go. It's just a Torrential Pump. It's going to be 100 to the active, so it's going to be on 140 damage taken. Takes out the Duskull there just to stop any shenanigans from Arnie's side. But now that Pheasantipity can retreat. And there's one big target on Jaman's board right now, which is that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX with 3 energies on it.
Yeah, that is the biggest target. Still can't overcome a Dragapult yet. Would need a lot more energy to be able to do that. But the Pheasantipity itself, very in danger. And we still have our ace spec.
Yeah, and to stop that as much as possible, that counter catcher is in hand. But do we do it now, or do we just try and lock a Pokemon? Yeah, it's just going to be trying to lock it instead. Noctowl come into the active spot. Maybe we'll just maneuver into the Badoo here just to try and stop the game from getting out of hand. There's a Iono as well, putting Jaman down to 2 cards. Yeah, with Arnie not able to really win in this position because this is turn 2 of time. 6 cards here for Arnie, just 2 cards for Jaman. Is there enough that can be done here if you just go into a Badoo Itchy Pollen Lock once again?
And that's it. That's what this is all about at this stage. Arnie is playing not to lose and using everything in their power to stop Oman. We see the Prime Catcher. We've got Area 0 under depths, Fan Rotom, and we can Prime Catcher.
Can't Prime Catcher with the Itchy Pollen.
No, we can't.
Restart for 2, and it's not enough.
No, we can't use anything.
There's the fist bump. I think that's it. It's going to be just a tie and ending of this Swiss round 7. Arnie's been able to protect himself from necessarily losing. Both players do make it into phase 2 now with a 5-1-1 record. So they will have one more round to try and push themselves as high up at that standing as possible. But really true, commending both our players right here, right now, because really showcasing how powerful both of their decks are. And it's just a 1-1 here. Shaman's so close to actually taking it all down. But we get a chance to replay exactly how it all went down from game 1 here, where that Wellspring Ogerpon really took charge.
That Wellspring Ogerpon with the Vitality Bound, genius. I'm going to say it now. I'll say it again later, I'm sure. But that is genius. Making sure you can always easily KO a Badoo. And did we see it once? No, friends, we did not see it once. We saw it twice. Brilliance. Here we go again with the second one. There it is after the torrential pump, taking 3 Badoo out in one singular game, taking a flurry of prize cards that Arnie just could not keep up with. Arnie just wasn't finding the energy they needed, and in the end, a huge Bellowing Thunder took out the Dragapult to take game 1.
Yeah, and then game 2, being able to go first here just kind of limits the options that Jermaine has access to. And then that way, he did have to gamble a little bit with that single Badoo, single Dracloak on the board state, but it paid off. He was able to go into that Dragapult EX, take a massive knockout alongside a Curse Blast of the Dusclops there, and also putting Jermaine down to 4 cards with the Iono just for taking the knockout, and then setting up the board state for perfect math, constantly removing the energies from the board state, and really just too much for Jermaine to actually come back from. So that was a scoop up and concession of game 2. And then into game 3, it was starting to look the same as game 1, Amy.
It was looking very similar, but we went a different way about it, taking both Badoo with their torrential pump really early on. And then Arnie kind of managed to claw things back a bit. But much like game 1, where's all the energy? We finally, after some turmoil, managed to get them onto a Dragapult, but by that point, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon was sobbing so much that Serendipity just could not get out of the active spot. And both players were trying to lock one another into the active, with Noctowl and Serendipity being the poor souls that were being subject to that kind of stickage. They're just stuck.
Yeah, certainly was stuck for quite a while. I mean, I'm just kind of think back to the game, whether there maybe would have been a direction that Jermaine could have gone with, just taking the knockout with a Raging Bolt instead,
maybe.
and then saving some of the energies and maybe utilizing a Torrential Pump on one of the final turns to take a knockout on the board. But you know what, both players, played their hearts out, really put themselves in fantastic spots, and really showcase, like I said, just how strong both of their decks are. I mean, it's been a while before they actually put a Wellspring Ogerpon EX into a Raging Bolt deck, and it finally has come together. And you get this early game, you get the late game, typically of the late game finishes of Raging Bolt, and it's just so nice to see it come back in full circle of being this really powerful, scary deck that sometimes can really take down the tournament.
I think it just shows how versatile the deck is. But speaking of all of the things that come together to make something wonderful like a deck, let's check out our players to watch in this event and see what we think about that. We've got, of course, Ethan Wild, who we've seen a few times, Alejandro Gonzalez-Sanchez, and Christian Fontenot.
Yeah, I mean, we've both had the pleasure to speak to Ethan. I mean, he's obviously playing that unconventional deck and piloting it to a fantastic finish so far. Have we had much of an update from Alejandro at the moment? Yeah, Ethan is currently 6-0-1 for the moment. Christian Fontenot, we know how great of a player he is and how consistent he has been. He also is 6-0-1 as well, so I won't be surprised if we get a chance to see him at some stage. And we're just having a little look now. We can find how well Alejandro is doing, but it's just great to see it showcase, all of these players, no stranger to playing on stream, for example, piloting to some fantastic finishes. We already have, 2 champions on that graphic already.
Yeah, exactly.
And Alejandro, I'm sure, is looking to try and do the same thing like all of our other players here at the Seville Special Championships.
Absolutely. Let's go and see Christian Fontenot on the floor with Jesper.
Thank you so much, Amy. And yes, Dane finds fellow Dane in Christian Fontenot.
Hello, hello.
How's your day been so far, man?
Pretty good day, playing Goldengo, having a good time. One last ride, right? Almost didn't bring it, but I felt like I had to. Going well, I'm 601 now. Yeah, having a good time. Matchups have been weird, but you know what? If we're winning, it can't be that bad, right?
Yeah, you told me briefly about weird matchups in your past 2 rounds.
Yes.
What happened in those?
Well, so I hit back-to-back Alakazam, and for any of my fellow Goldengo players in the audience, you'll know that Alakazam is certainly not our best matchup. Got pretty lucky with them, I'll admit. Definitely some good luck involved, but yeah, you know, Solrock carries his weight in gold, so got pretty lucky there, and feeling good to be at 601.
I mean, great tournament means you need great fortune, right?
Yeah.
And great fortune hitting indeed.
Yeah.
Now, you said one last ride with Goldengo.
Yes.
What were some of the decks you were thinking about bringing to the tournament?
Oh, so I really wanted to play Festival Lead. I've put so much work in the Festival Lead. I really wanted to play it. I backed out last minute, ended up bringing Goldengo, but my good friend and teammate Ethan Wild, who was of course on stream earlier, is playing Festival Lead, would probably have played a similar 60 to him. He's now, I believe, also at 601, so the deck is doing good. Festival Lead is real, guys, but yeah, I had to run it with Goldengo, but I do think Festival Lead is a very, very, very good deck right now.
I mean, being at 601, you can definitely have no regrets about your deck choice.
For sure.
And you have been championing Goldengo in the past. Last major in Europe to be able to do it. Now, is Festival Lead something perhaps you're looking forward to playing post-rotation?
Oh, I'd love to, and I think the deck doesn't really lose a whole lot, so it certainly could be a really strong deck post-rotation. The big question mark right now is obviously the Dragapult matchup. Dragapult is looking really good post-rotation, and the Dragapult matchup for Festival Lead is not super great, but you know, when we find a way to solve that matchup, I think Festival Lead looks amazing post-rotation.
Yeah, amazing post-rotation Dragapult, and going into post-rotation saying that.
Yes.
Now, you kind of cued a bit on Dragapult being fantastic in post-rotation. Seen a little bit in Japan.
Yep.
What are some of the decks you're looking at post-rotation?
So, I haven't really tested a whole lot post-rotation so far, but what I have seen is that there's kind of 3 archetypes of decks in like a grander scale. Notably, there's like spread decks like Dragapult, there are these big basic Ogerpon decks, and then there's these single prize decks like Alakazam, Festival Lead, Rocket's Honchkrow, and all that. I really don't play something one prizer. I'd love to play an Alakazam or a Festival Lead to prog, but so far I think Dragapult looks really good, I think Lucario looks really good, Raging Bolt still looks strong, but there's a lot of good decks, a lot of testing to do for sure.
A lot of testing to do and a lot of action left here in Sevilla. We're going to take it back to our next feature match round. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, trainers. Thank you so much, Jesper and Christian, for showing us the stuff all about Goldengo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so much to learn just from all of the interviews that we're actually having. I heard a little bit of Christian kind of hyping up the deck that Ethan's been playing as well. He's mentioned Festival Lead a number of times, but he's also showcasing exactly how different players are thinking about this tournament. You know, Ethan's gone down this angle of what the pressure's off a little bit, so he's playing Festival Lead, the deck he thought would have good matchups, but is not, you know, the most popular deck out there right now. Whereas Christian's just like, well, actually, I'm going one last ride. Goldengo, baby, let's go.
And I think that's respectable in both ways. And I think that's something that a lot of players have brought to this tournament is either their favorites, something they've piloted for a while, or just something a little bit fun. We're at that part of the season where there's still all to play for, but there's still a lot of decision making that can go on, that we're still in a new meta.
Absolutely. Talking about metas, and although we got a little glimpse from Christian there, I think we've got something up our sleeves around the meta of the TCG.
Trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokémon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit pokemon.com/play.
I went to my first tournament in 2009, and I don't remember exactly anymore, but I was just really into the game, was playing with my brother, and I think we saw like an advertisement for the German nationals, and we were like, let's try, maybe let's try to win this. And yeah, then we went to the nationals and really enjoyed it, so kept going. My favorite deck of all time was probably Seismitoad Giratina from 2015-16, because it was the first deck I really had success with competitively, and it was also a deck which wasn't very popular before I played it, and then got pretty popular, so it's always going to be like very special for me. I still really enjoy going to tournaments, just playing every now and then, and yeah, so just meeting friends, playing some Pokemon is basically just my motivation now. I wouldn't really say idol, but I'm really looking up to, of course, Todd and Azul, which are two best players in the world right now, and it's just so consistent, and I was just also innovating the decks and always coming up with great new ideas, and that's definitely inspires me to also maybe still try.
Hey trainers, I'm Ross Gilbert, and with the Scarlet and Violet era having come to a close with the release of Black Bolt and White Flare, it's time to take a look at the key moments from the top decks of the Scarlet and Violet era.
Find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Here we go. Look at all the pieces. Perfect math. Isaiah takes the KO.
Starting off with our friend Charizard. It's got the phenomenal Burning Darkness attack that gets more powerful as the game goes along, and a best friend in the guise of Pidgeot, whose quick search ability can grab any card you like from your deck. It was the deck with which Tord Reklev won the European International Championships in the 2024 season, taking down Isaiah Bradner's Lost Zone deck in the final, a player who would win their own international championship the following season. More on that in a moment. Dragapult, since its release in Twilight Masquerade, has always been fighting for the title of best deck, and between the phenomenal Phantom Dive attack doing 200 to the active Pokemon while dropping 6 damage counters, and the Stage 1 Dracloak from which it evolved having Recon Directive an ability allowing you to draw cards and gain consistency, you can see why. It won the first regional championship of last season, with Ryuki Okada taking the title in Dortmund, beating Rahul Reddy's Lugia in the final, and then it added a North American regional victory in Vancouver, with Andrew Hedrick taking down Lucas Shing's Golden Go in the final. And it may never have taken an international championship title in the Masters division, but it did go toe-to-toe with Gardevoir in the World's final last season, which leads us nicely to Gardevoir, really revolving around this Psychic Embrace ability, allowing you to accelerate energy as you like, and although it's got the fairly significant downside of placing damage counters when you accelerate energy, that's okay, because we've got stuff like Monkey Dory, which can, for instance, take the damage from your Pokemon and move it to your opponents. And when we're talking about Gardevoir, we could mention how Tord Reklev took second place at the European Internationals the first weekend Gardevoir was legal. We could mention Henry Chow's 3 regional wins last season with the deck. We could mention that it took both finalist spots at the North American International Championships before Isaiah Bradner took his first International Championship victory. But I think we need to focus in on the real highlight here, which was Gardevoir winning the World Championships, with Riley McKay taking the title in Anaheim, beating what else but Dragapult in the final. There were many memorable decks and many memorable moments in the Scarlet and Violet era, but these stand out to me as the most impactful. But will these decks remain as impactful moving forward? Will new decks come and take their place? Stay tuned to find out. Well, I'm glad I know more about the Scarlet and Violet era, and might I say, whoever did that video, what a lovely voice they had. But we are getting ready for round 8 action here, the final round of Swiss with myself and the lovely Jesper Eriksson. We got one more round of Swiss, and then we're going to do the first round of Phase 2 before we finish out today. Give me a very brief highlight from the day.
Festival lead.
Cool. I just saw Drew Stevenson in the previous round tying with Mega Venusaur. That was awesome fun. But I'm going to be honest with you, we don't have much time to chat at the beginning of this round because we have 2 players at the table. They are shuffling, they are passing decks, they are cutting. So let's go straight down. And there's one player here who should look a little bit familiar.
Wait, I just spoke with Christian. What a lovely chap as well. We're going to see Christian Fontenot here on stream. Fantastic chap. Danish as well. Stuttgart Regional Champion 2024. Gdansk Regionals top 4. And Portland, Oregon Regionals top 4. And LAIC top 32. What an accomplishment sheet.
Love seeing people enjoying being on stream. I commentated his Stuttgart victory in 2024. That was a fun game. Lost box, if I remember correctly. Moritz Kretschmer here. We've got an Utrecht Special Championship top 256 from last season. So we have a newer player and a more accomplished player. So are we going to see Christian proving he is one of the top players in the world, or are we going to see an underdog story coming true?
I mean, there is a reason why Moritz is sitting here at 6-0-1. Fantastic tournaments from both of these players so far, but we get to see some prize cards. We get to see more Dragapult double 3P prize though against Christian's ever-fabled Golden Go.
That's a 2-1-1 line of Dragapult being prized. Not ideal, and it does look like we might be having some Golden Go action on the left from Christian, judging by those prize cards. So there's a fist bump, and we are rolling with our 8th and final round of Swiss in Phase 1 at the Seville Regional Championships. We've got a Badu in the active for Moritz here, and we've got a Soul Rock for Christian, and it does seem like Christian will be leading us off with a Fight Gong. And while he does this, can you tell us a bit about this Golden Go deck?
Yeah, this Golden Go deck has massive potential of reaching damage. Using Make It Rain with Golden Go, 50 for each basic energy you discard from your hand. You may be asking me, Ross, how are you just kind of getting all these energies back? We have superior energy retrieval to get back all these energies, so you can constantly be throwing big attacks into your opponent's active position. Whereas Moritz, on the other hand, wants to be stopping that. Now we do see the Fighting Gong, getting that Lunatone, getting that Lunar Rock setup, being able to use that Lunar Cycle to be able to draw more cards, getting into these energy cards. But also importantly, more Gimmigholes.
And that is what you're looking for. Lots of Gimmighoul to turn into lots of Gold and Go for lots of coin bonuses and making it rain for gigantic damage. So we do have the Lunar Rock combination. This is one of the things which really turn this into a top tier deck. Partly it's the draw power with Lunatone, but also here it's having that early game attacker. You're not forced to go into Gold and Go super early and start putting your 2 prizes in harm's way. You can use Soul Rock to sit there doing 70 damage, take some cheeky early game prizes and transition into Gold and Go when you absolutely have to. And just that simple thing completely transformed this deck and turned it from a good, kind of like second tier deck into arguably the best deck in the game. So we have energy on Soul Rock, we have a single Gimmighoul down. I'd like to see some more, but unfortunately we're passing to Moritz here, who is using Christian's own Artisan against him here and going and having a look for a Pokemon.
Yeah, Artisan, even though how good it is for Christian, it's also going to be able to be used for Moritz here. Getting to see the bad news, looking up these Dragapult pieces. Wait, I got 2 3Ps prized and a Drag Cloak as well. Kind of handicapping the setup a bit here. Getting the 3P and attachment though, shuffling up the deck after Artisan, getting ready, potentially to play support of a turn. Didn't see if there was one in the hand for Moritz, but definitely needs something to be able to draw more cards.
That is going to be the goal. You need more than just a single 3P now. There is a 2-1-1 line of Dragapult prize. The good news is he plays a 4-4-3. 4 3P, 4 Dracloak, 3 Dragapult. So there are still plenty left. And here we see an Ino hitting the board. That lovely special illustration rare from way back in Paldea Evolved. The second Scarlet and Violet set hits the board. And that is going to give both players a new hand of 6 cards. And double Buddy Poffin. That is what Moritz was looking for.
He was looking for it, but he was also looking to see, wait, where's the 3Ps at, right? We get to Buddy Poffin for a 3P and a Duskull. Fantastic. But typically, this second Buddy Poffin would have been getting you more 3Ps, but he can't do that quite yet.
Well, here's the thing. The mind games are coming in. Moritz needs to hide this. He cannot give away that 2 3P are prize, because if you do that, Christian is going to really try and hunt down those remaining 3P. So if you play the second Buddy Poffin, you kind of have to find 2 other things to search for here. You cannot play a Buddy Poffin and just search for 1 Duskull and leave a bench space open. That will be a giant red flag to Christian. Hey, Christian, I've only got these 2 3P. That's not going to work.
No, it would not. And definitely still, even though there's 2 3Ps on the board, and fantastic on Moritz end, playing only the 1 Buddy Poffin, even though you had the second. Christian's still going to look at it with the 4 Boss's Orders in their deck being like, well, you know what? If there's 2 3Ps on a board and I knock out one of them, there's only going to be 1 left. And that means that Moritz has, in this case, to find Night Stretcher. Or in Christian's mind, we need to find another Buddy Poffin, even though we know that's for naught.
Well, we've just had an incredibly quick turn from Christian. It was not really very much more than attaching an energy. Now, we did get more Gimmighoul, which was nice on the board, but it was mostly just attach an energy, KO Badoo, and then it's straight back to Moritz here, who's got a 3P in the active with an energy. Do we have rare candy? No, there's no rare candy in this build, so it is going to be a manual evolution up, and you're going to need to get this out the active. We see a second Duskull coming down, which is nice. But you're going to need something, and it's probably going to be a Badoo turn. Now, oh, we play 2 Buddy Poffin and then use Lily's Determination. If I'm Christian, I'm thinking, mate, there is no way you've got a bench space open and you just burn 2 Buddy Poffin. You don't want to burn them. They won't taste as good. And you didn't get a 3P.
But there may also be a thought in Christian's head being like, okay, maybe Moritz is just trying to hit a Latias to be able to keep this energy in play. So there's another layer to that chess kind of thought here.
I see where you're going.
Also still drawing 8 with this Lily's Determination. As you said, no rare candies in that deck of Moritz, meaning that they would need, and I'm saying need, to find a Dracloak to even have any chance of there being a Dragapult attacking next turn.
Well, the good news is we have 2 Ultra Ball in hand, so that is going to go and get Pokemon. You can go and get that Latias if you want to maybe try and hide the lack of 3P. You can go and get that Dragapult, that Dracloak, which is going to give you access to that Recon Directive, but yeah. Oh, and actually, those are the 2 Pokemon, so I think we're going to see both Ultra Ball played. And I don't mind this. They're the 2 cards I want. Question is, do we have cards we're willing to discard?
It's going to be a tough discard for Moritz here. Going for a Dracloak first. You can't just evolve the bench 3P, hoping that off the Dracloak there, you're either hitting Latias or, yeah, you're hitting a card you want to be discarding. Sitting on 2 Counter Catcher, they're pretty important in this matchup from Moritz side, trying to build up these multi-KOs where you wouldn't want to use Counter Catcher. doing the cloak in the active, and looking at 2 cards, Night Searcher and Fire Energy is not access directly to secondary cloak, although, yes, you can be using that second Ultra Ball in this turn to get that second cloak going.
I do like getting that energy there so that you can attach it. You're now ready to attack next turn, unless you have to burn it to discard to retreat, and that is exactly what we are doing. But we have been doing the active. We can counter catch it because Christian has already taken a prize. We bring a Gimmighoul into the active, and then we just itchy pull him. That bench space remains empty.
And I do love this play from Mullet's side, wanting to promote a Gimmighoul to give it 10 damage. That's 70 HP. Dragapult's Phantom Dive gives 60 to the bench. So next turn, if Mullet gets Dragapult energy and then Counter Catcher again, can be able to take out 2 Gimmighouls off the board.
Yeah, that's really heads-up play. We see a Hilda coming down. That is going to go and grab an Evolution Pokemon and an Energy. That is going to be Golden Go and a Fighting Energy. Sometimes we get better value out of this, but look, you're still going to get your Golden Go. You can go and get your coin bonus. You've got the energy that you want to use. It's going all right for the time being. But here it is really just going to be, can we get the Gimmighoul out the active and take another prize with Soul Rock? Some decks, you're willing to just sit behind a Badoo Lock and set up. It's not really one of those decks. You need those prizes.
Not really, especially when you're staring down double Duskull that can turn into potentially double Dusknoir. If we're looking at that, it's going to be potentially 260 damage being able to flood the board. So Christian here needs to get out of the active position. I do see an Air Balloon there, which is very good news for Christian. But speaking of Christian's deck as well, typically we've been seeing these Golden Go decks playing Secret Box or Prime Catcher. No. Again, we're seeing that Legacy Energy variant, which has been popping up after UIC.
Which explains Hilda here, because you want to be able to search out that Legacy Energy. Hilda does not give you that much benefit all of the time, but just having a way to search Legacy Energy, absolutely huge. So we get the KO on Badoo with that Soul Rock. Pheasant Dipty hits the board for Maurice here. That is going to allow him to draw 3 extra cards because he had a Pokemon KO'd during his opponent's last turn. And that second counter catcher's gone to the front of his hand. We might be doing some gusting. But first, let's flip the script.
Exactly. In this matchup, if you played it at home before, typically you're seeing Dragapult going for this route of, all right, I can attack this turn, and then next turn there's a possibility of going Dusknoir plus Iono down to 1. Let's say if Christian takes a knockout on the Dragapult this turn. Although Mullet still needs Attachment Dragapult this turn. Would also then need next turn the Neo Upper Energy to even be able to go up with the full game plan. So right now, this is a turn where Mullet needs to hit their pieces to be able to stay competitive in this game. Even though it's looking like Christian does not have the full setup, it does not take a lot for Golden Go to reach these knockouts.
And it can happen extremely quickly when you start building in Coin Bonus and Lunar Cycle and all these other abilities. We do have an energy in hand. It is just a Luminous Energy here coming down. We do see the evolution on the bench up to the Dusclops. We're going to counter catcher onto that Golden Go, and Dusclops with the single damage already on. Now, you said about the 6 damage counters from Phantom Dive KOing. The damage also works here. Dusclops does 5 damage counters. That will put Golden Go on exactly 200 remaining, which will mean a KO with Phantom Dive. But here we see again Horlucha dropping 1 damage counter on each Gimmighoul. I've just finished saying how useful that 1 damage counter was. Now there's another 2.
And it's beautifully set up here by Mullet, taking this a bit more convoluted line. Now being able to use Dusclops on the active, put 50 more damage in play, but not before you play Lily and draw a whole new 8 cards. Mullet is getting everything they're asking for here, and basically putting up the question, Christian, are you going to be able, with potentially only 2 Golden Go and a Lunar Cycle, potentially Pheasant Dipity, etc., to draw into a knockout on this Dragapult, but maybe also a knockout on the next coming Dragapult after a potential Iono?
This is going to be a free prize turn for Moritz. You're going to get 2 prizes off of the active Golden Go, and you're going to get a prize off the bench Gimmighoul. We do have a second Dusclops coming down, but I wouldn't expect to see it use this turn. That going onto the bench? I wouldn't expect the damage. I expect the damage on the active, surely.
Yeah, you're right about that.
That's where the maths works out. Because the bench one, there we go. It is on the active. So now Phantom Dive does 200 to the active to KO. 6 damage counters on one of the bench Gimmighoul to KO, presumably the one with the energy. And then that is going to be a free prize turn. So you did give Christian a prize, but then you took 3 yourself and you're actually evened up nicely.
and is playing into this perfect Iona to 1 scenario. If Christian can get into the pieces that he needs to be taking this knockout under Dragapult, needs an attachment for turn, plus 7 energies to take this knockout. In Christian's deck, there is measly 11 energies, so you need to be hitting 8 out of 11. There are 4 in the discard, there's 1 attached to the Soul Rock, so he needs to be drawing a lot of cards to make that more likely.
And the one on the Soul Rock is kind of stuck there, so it's essentially 8 out of 10 at this point. So here we are going to be searching out with a Nest Ball. We got that Pheasant Dipty. That's going to give you Flip the Script ability. You can draw 3 extra cards here, so that's going to help him get towards it. He's already got a Superior Energy Retrieval in hand. That's going to be helpful. He does have access to Lunar Cycle, and presumably at some point there's going to be a Golden Go, but there's already 1 in the active. So that's 5 extra cards plus Flip the Script. That's 8 extra cards between Pheasant Dipty, Lunatone, and Golden Go. That is 8 cards being drawn.
And you can even push it up to 10 if you get an air balloon to that Golden Go and retreat into new Golden Go. What is actually beautiful about Moed's setup, I need to stress this, is that even if Christian goes, okay, Boss, Lucha, Knockout, it means that Moed's actually can get to use this bench Dusclops, put Christian still down to 1 prize, and wreak even more havoc on Christian's board.
I love it. Basically, whatever happens here, either Christian has an absolute nightmare of a turn with no KOs, or Moritz will Iono him to a single card next turn. There's no real way around it. Now we see the coin bonus draw from the active. It was a Boss's Orders and a basic fighting energy. Now we're going to see Hilda being played. This will be a great time for legacy energy, because this removes 1 prize, which makes Morris's prize map a lot more awkward than it was before.
And that was why when you're playing against Golden Go, you can typically go with these 2-2-2 prize maps. Or anyhow, with the Legacy Energy, you can mess that prize trade up for your opponent, which is exactly why they're playing with these Hildas, to be able to search it out. And on top of that, if you already spent your Legacy Energy, yeah, Hilda can get another energy. So we're just looking at how many energies we have. 3, 4. That means the Superior Energy Retrieval is going to be able to grab that knockout with those 3 already in hand.
And that Legacy Energy means that is a single prize Golden Go. And look, a couple of turns ago, I was pretty candid. I said, look, I don't think Hilda's gotten great value for Christian on that turn. This turn, oh, Hilda got well good value with that Legacy Energy. Now we see the Superior Energy Retrieval gets 4 cards. In addition to the 3 in hand, that is 7. 7 times 50 is 350. That is enough to get the KO on Dragapult and put Moritz on the back foot. It is going to be Iono and try and make that comeback, but the damage Golden Go is a problem. Also, with 1 prize card remaining, it means that Dusclops will be doing out for the rest of the game.
Exactly, and it pushes Moritz kind of into a corner, needing to be hitting that A-Spec, Neo Upper Energy, and Dragapult. But if he goes Iono to 1, Pheasant Dipty is not going to be activated for Christian. Needs a fighting energy to draw for Lunar Cycle, which means that Christian's only going to be able to draw 3 cards from the Golden Ghost. One thing that's important about this Legacy Energy here, Ross, is that when it's knocked out by damage, it works. But if it's knocked out on a bench by Phantom Dive, you get to bypass that.
Yeah, we've talked about Legacy Energy quite a lot already this stream, but it is only damage. So if you do 200 here to the active and then put some damage somewhere else, next turn you can just KO it on the bench with a residual damage from Phantom Dive, and that will work. Here comes Flip the Script. It's a Poker Pad. Boss's Orders, 2nd Poker Pad. So that's going to give you a Dracloak, and it does give you Gusting if you want it.
Yeah, but you need to be hitting either Dragapult EX or Neo Upper Energy is a Night Stretcher. That gives you the Dragapult EX, right? But it means off that 2nd Dracloak that's possibly coming down, it's definitely in the hand, you need to be hitting that Neo Upper Energy. Otherwise, you would need to go Jet Headbutt, and that doesn't really set it up for you.
Now, Jet Headbutt is unfortunately not going to do it. You need to basically take a KO this turn. We need to set up for a double KO next turn. However that actually comes up around. Next turn, you need to have taken 2 KOs. So yeah, it's going to have to be Phantom Dive, surely.
I'm saying that, Dross. I'm being a bit silly. That Dreeby was Ben's turn, which means we need to go Jet Headbutt, and this leaves everything in Christian's corner. Has Christian drawn out of the... I see Lily, I see Fighting Gong off these 2 cards from the Iona and the top deck.
But you've still got... Now, you don't have Flip the Script, but you still have Lunar Cycle if you can get an energy, but Fight Gong should get you the energy. You've still got Coin Bonus for free, so if you can get a Fighting Energy, do we have one in deck? I think
I saw a Fighting Energy left in the deck potentially there, but we can just go Lily, saving the Fighting Gong. And what's really good about this is that when you're saving the Fighting Gong, you're saving an out to hit that Fighting Energy.
Okay, I like it. Not too bad. Let's see if we can go and grab it in a moment. For now, I mean, you don't need very much. Well, you didn't need very much if you could gust. Now you do. Now you need 7 energy in hand. So we're going for superior energy retrieval.
And 2 of those, in fact. If you're getting double in it, superior energy retrieval, the game is over. So this is what Christian is targeting here. Are we going to be able to see 2 of those superior energy retrieval? We've seen none of them currently, but we do see Earthen Vessel being potentially able to feed out more cards from the deck. Using Lunar Cycle, drawing more cards of Golden Go. There's no fighting.
I'm not sure there's any energy left in the deck. I think it's all in the discard except for the couple on the board. I don't think we've got any energy left. So this is a superior energy retrieval game plan. You don't have Flip the Script. If you don't have a fighting energy, you don't have Lunar Cycle available. Yeah, I don't think he's got it. He's got 1 energy in hand, but it's a metal. So we're going to coin bonus for 2. And we do
There's a Night Stretcher for the fighting energy potentially. Golden Go for 1. Picnic Basket only. That doesn't quite do it. It can heal a bit, which is nice. Sets it out of Phantom Dive range, which is very good for Christian's sake here, but not a potential game ender unless this Lunar Cycle potentially off that Night Stretcher can net him 2 superiors.
It's a lot to ask for, but it is possible. Go and get that fighting energy and then just use that to Lunar Cycle, draw 3 more cards. It doesn't feel like it's going to happen this turn, but Moritz is not winning the game next... no, he could win again next turn.
No, Morris is not going to be able to win the game next turn because that Dusclops not being able to be activated unless he wants to give the game away for free, which he doesn't want to, of course.
That would be a little bit silly. He can win the game in 2 turns, but Christian does not want to give him those 2 turns. Having said that, I'm not seeing any superior energy retrieval whatsoever. Picnic Basket to heal 30. This is kind of relevant. It is relevant because now it means it's out of range of a Phantom Dive. That's hugely relevant, because now he's got 210 HP remaining, and it does feel like Christian is putting himself in a very strong position in this game.
Indeed, it just means that Christian gets to have 1 more turn with double Golden Go in play and making this prize map even harder on Moritz. I could potentially argue that using the Picnic Basket may be a bit faulty here because let's say the Golden Go was knocked out for 1 prize on Morit's side. It means that Christian could be able to net more cards. If Moe goes, okay, Iono again, Phantom Dive, still setting up for that free prize turn, it would mean that Christian on the next turn still would not be able to use Fescendipity.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. You can still do 200 to the active, 60 to the bench Golden Go, and then next turn Gust and KO both the Golden Go, and there's your free prizes. But you're giving Christian 1 more turn to try and piece something together. There is the energy, so Phantom Dive is on the board. You don't need... Oh, and Boss's Orders is in hand. And there's no Iono in Christian's list. So Moritz can basically guarantee game, but here is Fescendipity into the active straight away. No mussing, no fussing, as I say to my children. But Boss and an energy means that Christian will still be able to finish it out next turn, taking a small KO. So after all of that, it came close, but Christian still takes game 1. Moritz put up a fight, but Christian takes game 1.
And this is how the matchup typically functions, right? Golden Go goes ahead early, and Dragapult tries to push back with Dusclops, with continued pressure from Budyu, and Dragapult trying to set up prizes. When Mois was missing that Neo Upper energy, it always felt like the Neo Upper was laughing in his face when he went for Dragapult to turn after, saw Latias and Neo Upper energy. But we get to see the replay here. Early start with Budyu, but then the pressure came on from these Soul Rock and Lunatone combos. More gimme goes into play, potentially getting into more Golden Goes, but we get to see Mois fight back bravely.
And he did fight back beautifully. We had multiple Dragapult coming down, but it was that Hilda for the, for the Golden Go and the Legacy Energy. That was a very big deal. We then saw that big KO on Dragapult with 7 energy. We saw the boss at the end on the Fescendipity. Moritz trying to set up a really fun but unfortunately Christian just went, yeah, I've got an energy and a boss, so I can get a pretty easy KO. And Moritz like, oh yeah, cool, let's go to game 2.
Yeah, getting that knockout on the Halucha at the end. The Halucha was paying dividends early game, getting to take out double gimme goal here. But yeah, we're going into game 2 here where Moritz likely wants to get to go second. In this matchup, both decks wants to go second, typically, where Dragapult can get to play Lily's Determination, play Pokepads, play Big Buddy Puffin. Hopefully not pricing too deep, he said that.
That would be good.
And getting more of an engine setup. That was what Moritz was lacking in game 1.
Absolutely. He did not have the fast start that we were really looking for. Well, it looks like we are ready here. Let's take a look at these prizes coming down, see what we've got. Are we going to have good, happy prizes or bad, mean prizes? I don't like Pheasant Dip TV being prized, and that one of Megalopony as well. A couple of options taken off the board.
Couple of options taken away, but overall, pretty fair prices here from both players. Not terrible at all for neither side. Moritz gets to go first, and we're on with game 2.
We are indeed, and Moritz here starts off with a Buddy Poffin, and he's going to go and search out a couple of those basic Pokemon, and he's counting up. Well, I got wonderful news for you. You do have one Dracloak prized. Deal with it. There's no Dragapult, there's no Dreepy. This is going to be a much more fun game in that regard than game 1 was. Maybe that can give a slightly faster game plan. But I think you made a really good point a minute ago, Jesper. It was missing that Neo Upper Energy. That was such a big deal, not having access to that for several turns. That was not fun.
And when you're starting as Moritz, wanting to go second, you're hitting Buddy Puffin. Nice and jolly, right? But then you look at the rest of his hand, needs a lot of help. I don't see any Dracloak. I don't see any draw supporters at that. So it's going to be difficult. We're going to be relying on top deck, but getting Budyu, so we have that for next turn. An energy attachment in hand, all good. Dusk Call down so we can get that setup going. But then thereafter, kind of lacking.
It's not perfect. I'd like to see the energy come down, because obviously with Dragapult, there's energy attachments, absolutely crucial. Had to waste one to retreat last game, and we do again this game. Not an ideal start, because we saw discarding that energy early is why you were so desperate for that Neo Upper later in the game. Over to Christian. We start with a Soul Rock. What have we got?
We do have Artisan, we do have Gimmighoul, we do have Legacy Energy and Fighting Gong. So we do have the attack. We want to be spending that Legacy Energy on Soul Rock, but as long as the Legacy gets its full effect, who cares?
Yeah, honestly. Like, as long as it stops your opponent taking a prize, it gives them one more prize to take throughout the game. Doesn't really matter how it does that. That is going to get you that full value, and that's what you're looking for. So Fight Gong is going to go and grab a Lunatone with Soul Rock in the active. That gives access to Lunar Cycle. And Hilda is going to grab an Energy and a Golden Go. Really, this is... Again, it's just like Hop with extra steps. You're drawing 3 cards, but you're doing it by having a search out and then discard a Fighting Energy after already getting your Lunatone out, but you at least have your Golden Go ready for next turn as well.
Yeah, it's just it's Hilda to Hop, where you get a stage 1 Pokemon on top. That's not too bad as well here. Getting that Fighting Energy. Yes, Lunar Cycle is going to be able to be activated. But I do want to point out a Mullet's side. I like the retreating of Dreepy into Duskull instead of Budyu, because taking out the Buddy would be easy. Now it's just an attachment away. But if the Duskull gets knocked out, it leaves more room for double Dracloak potentially next turn if Mullet's can get some help from the top of the deck.
Absolutely. It does give him a better board potentially at the end of it. We draw 3 cards. It's a Boss, a Rescue Stretcher, and an Earthen Vessel. We get a Gimmighoul down on the board. We play the Artisan and go and search for another Pokemon. It is shockingly going to be another basic Gimmighoul coming down onto the bench. A lot of cards in hand. We've got Legacy Energy. Do we want to use it? It's the only one available right now, unless you go Earthen Vessel, which might be better than using your one of Legacy Energy this early in the game.
I would argue yes, because whenever you have to switch from Soul Rock into Golden Go...
Oh, it's not apparently.
That's not what we're doing. We're going to go Legacy all the way on Soul Rock here, and does Mullet's get it?
Got a Dusclops. That would have been really fun if your Dusclops didn't just get KO'd. You can go and get Artisan here, though. Go and grab a basic. It's going to be another Dreepy. Does he have... I've not had a good look at his hand for a minute. It's nothing in hand.
There is absolutely nothing. We're looking at a couple energies, Boss's Orders, and Dusclops. So no Lily, no Iono, no Dracloak to even draw any additional cards. Here it's likely just going to be, okay, attach Dreepy, Itchy Pollen, and Christian's going to look at it and be like, wow.
See, I pride myself on being a pretty positive, cheery, enthusiastic guy, but that's not a very good hand. We see a Boss's Orders onto a Gimmighoul, just basically saying, look, I might as well use it as my supporter for the turn, make it a bit more awkward. And we have said that 1 damage counter on Gimmighoul can be important, but in a deck where you don't play Rare Candy, you're now 2 turns away from a Dragapult. Oh, but here we go with a double double Golden Go here. We see a coin bonus in the active for 2. We got another coin bonus on the bench, and that Badoo, I'm afraid, is not long for this board.
There's both metal, there's fighting, there's Hilda in hand, getting that third gimme goal. And also, my eye does also spy another way to get Golden Go out for next turn as well. Even we haven't even used the bench Golden Go's ability, being able to draw even more cards, having a metal energy to attach, fighting energy to discard. We need to remember how much HP Badoo has. It has 30.
Yes, not very much. It means a single energy discarded with Make It Rain will get the KO. And this is what you're terrified of. Like, you have this terrible start, and your opponent's like, so I can get multiple Gimme Ghoul, and then into multiple Golden Go. I got Solrock with a Legacy energy, and then I got my Lunatone, so I can Lunar Cycle, and then I got a spare Gimme Ghoul on the bench. I have got literally, and I mean this, literally everything I could want at this point, and you are still struggling without even a single Dracloak on the field.
Even Lunar Cycle, drawing an extra energy, although if Christian didn't hit any energy, could have just gone Hilda, does it anyway, can go ahead and get Golden Go, energy. Everything's just flowing.
He has got everything he needs. He's one game up, and game 2 is absolutely going in his favor. Both these players are 6-0-1. They're both locked for phase 2. Right now, they're fighting for positioning. The winner of this game will go to this match, will go to 7-0-1. That gives them extra match points to make it more likely they can transition from phase 2 into top 8. They're both already going to phase 2. Right now, this is an extra win in phase 2 they're fighting for here to make top 8 more likely. There is a KO with Make It Rain on the Badoo. Dreepy goes into the active. We've got 3 Dreepy on the board, nothing else, and we top deck a Jamming Tower. That's not very useful.
This is going from worse to worse. And Moitz here struggling for options. But you again have to hope that Christian misses the energy next turn. Bad news, Christian does have an energy in hand and can just continue to get these knockouts. Moitz just literally have to donate all of these buddies for knockouts until he can hit anything. But quite frankly, Ross, even hitting a Dracloak next turn may be too late.
And that's the problem. When you're playing these Dragapult lists, nowadays an awful lot of these lists don't play any rare candy, which means they don't have that explosive option to go, boom, rare candy, Dragapult, Neo Upper Energy, now I'm using Phantom Dive. Moritz is playing a list that isn't able to do that. That is a gigantic problem. Christian here can coin bonus for 4 cards. And they've also got like 1 billion cards in hand. And they're not even doing anything. They just Make It Rain, KO the Badoo. Could have drawn more cards. Could have used Lunar Cycle. Not even worrying about it. We finally see Pokerpad. That is going to give a Dracloak. But now Christian's in this great position where if you've got 1 Dracloak, I think I know what Christian's going to be trying to do next turn.
Oh, you don't mean boss's orders, do you?
I think the boss is going to cool down and be like, mate, that Dragapult on the bench, here's my orders, get it gone.
But you need to see the double Night Stretcher.
Oh my
just
goodness!
On. What is this? And Christian over the table cannot believe it.
You know you're drawing badly when you give up on the game and just show your opponent what you've done. I'm not saying he's given up completely, but I'm saying at this point it's feeling hopeless to the point where you just show your opponent these were my options. We're now going to see another KO from Christian. He is going to go down to just 2 prize cards remaining. First, we're going to draw a bunch of cards. Coin bonus, coin bonus, coin bonus. We do have 2 superior energy retrieval in hand, so the energy is not going to be a problem. But if you're Christian, oh, and it is a boss, like we suggested, onto the single Dracloak, that is going to be a very easy KO. And if you're Moritz here, you're just seeing this go from bad to worse. The good news is you're locked for day 2. That's wonderful news. The bad news is you are down a game, and this second game is going downhill fast. We discard 2 cards from hand. We get 4 cards back with superior energy retrieval. We can discard 2 of these with Make It Rain to KO that Dracloak. And Christian goes down to 2 prize cards remaining. And we top deck another Pokerpad.
Another Pokepad is undoubtedly going ahead and getting another Dracloak. And then we're asking the question again, Ross. What can this Dracloak even get that's going to keep ourselves within the game?
You know what I really want? I want rare candy, Dragapult, Neo Upper Energy. We can't have it. There's no rare candy in the deck, but that is the kind of thing that would stabilize. Now we have a look. It is a Luminous Energy and a Dragapult. You go and grab the Luminous Energy. And look, there is a potential here. Here's the route back for Moritz. You attach to the Dracloak. Next turn, you evolve into Dragapult and INO your opponent to 1 card. And then you just cross your fingers and hope. But here is a boss onto the only Dracloak, and that means that there will be no Dragapult coming out next turn, which means Christian will be able to take this prize, and then 1 more prize next turn to finish out the game with no Dragapult coming down. This was a last chance saloon for Maurice. It was get a Dragapult with both the energy, INO to 1, and just hope you can get a comeback. Finally! We get the INO to 1. The problem is, Christian is going to need absolute maximum 2 energy.
Or superior energy retrieval.
Or superior energy retrieval to get 2 energy. Or a potentially an earthen vessel.
Or actually just
energy.
1 energy, because you have that Soul Rock on the bench. So let's say if Moritz does get the Poképad to be able to potentially search out another Dracloak, even Night Stretcher. But yeah, as you said, 2 energies is what is separating Christian Fontenot between himself and a 7-0-1 record here in Sevilla. And as you correctly mentioned, right? These players, yes, they are unlocked for phase number 2, but they still want to be able to grab more of these match points to potentially shoot themselves into the top 8.
Yeah, if you're a player like Christian, it's not about, hey, look, I made phase 2. No. You want to be going up into top 8, fighting for another regional championship victory. Now, here we do get the Blood Moon Ursaluna down on the board. This will not be able to get, no, does it 240 or 250?
Does hit for 240.
I was right. So it's going to be 10 damage away from getting a KO on that Golden Go. So not even getting a KO here. Could put a high HP Pokemon into the active. But even then, you still need to find an energy to pivot that Dragapult out of the active.
And Christian Fontenot sitting here with a fighting energy, meaning that 1 fighting energy can be switched off, put in a discard pile, traded for free cards with that Lunar Cycle.
He's drawing 8 cards next turn.
Yeah.
1 for turn, 3 from Lunar Cycle, 2 from the active coin bonus, 2 from the bench coin bonus. So Christian got INO to 1 card, and he's going to be drawing 8 cards. He probably is going to hit what he needs. Now, we do finally see that Blood Moon Ursaluna hit the active, so it's now a little bit more difficult. We're going to need to see some Gusting or 5 energy to finish out this game. That Golden Go not KO'd yet. Right, what have we got? That second card wasn't very useful. 2 coin bonus from the active. Now,
we just need a superior energy retrieval here,
Ross. Was that a
Ross.
boss?
No.
Okay. So here we see there is an energy. Oh, and we are just going to boss, and it is going to be Dragapult in the active, retreat into Soul Rock, KO on the Dreepy with Soul Rock. It was a boss, I was right. But more importantly, Christian Fontenot is going to go to a 7-0-1 record, putting himself in fantastic positioning to be making a play for top 8 in phase 2 of the Sevilla Regional Championship. And I don't know, maybe you gave him luck when you interviewed him a minute ago.
Perhaps, and we're getting to take a look at the entire replay here. It was 2 way different stories. Moritz kind of getting a setup in game 1, trying to fight back after the storm of Soul Rock that was beginning our game, but kind of started lacking. Christian getting a fantastic setup. 3 gaming goals, a Golden Go in play, Soul Rock knockout.
Yep, and that is what you need to do. Those Soul Rock knockouts, super good in the early game. And then Christian there with that legacy energy that made such a difference. Gigantic KO on the Dragapult while threatening only 1 prize given up in return. We see the boss's orders onto that Pheasantipti, but Christian was ready for it. All he needed to do was just boss's orders and then use an energy to retreat and get the KO.
And game 2 was downright awful for Moritz. Has the body pop in the start off. Great, but no additional help. No Dracloaks in the early game, no draw supporters, and this was just Christian's games from the start.
And he did make the most of it. He played very carefully. He set up his board very nicely. He didn't overcommit resources. He just took the KOs when they came out, using the Golden Go to take KO after KO after KO and just putting himself in a great position. He had the Soul Rock with the Legacy Energy on from early in the game, didn't need it. And we see the moment there where the first Dracloak gives a choice of 2 Night Stretcher, neither of which were any good. And Moritz just sharing that with Christian as Christian just takes prize after prize after prize. We see again drawing a whole bunch of cards here to get the KO. And here's what Christian did. He went after the Dracloak. Every time it hit the board, went after the Dracloak. End of the game here. I can't KO that active Blood Moon Ursaluna, but I can boss up the Dreepy and retreat into that Soul Rock, which had that energy from turn 1.
Exactly, that legacy energy we were discussing early game. Do we spend it? Do we not spend it? Actually, in the end, ended up mattering quite a bit here, having that energy to be able to knock out the Dreepy. It wasn't really a question who was going to win the latter stages of the game. It was more so a question of when Christian was going to get the resource that they needed to finish off the game. Very unfortunate here for Moritz, but congratulations to Christian. Another victory here, bringing them that much closer to a potential top 8.
Trying to prove that Golden Go still has something to Golden Go and win with. But this is the last tournament we've got in Europe, with Golden Go being, tournament legal. It will have rotated by the time we get to Prague and Czechia in our next European, regional level event, what we often refer to as majors. And we've got players like Drew Stevenson and Christian Fontenot coming in, having good runs with that deck coming into this weekend, and frankly showing us why it's been so good for so long.
It's so good for so long. Golden Go has been fantastic, doing all these massive damage, being able to knock out massive Pokemon. We're talking mega Pokemon. Anything you set in front of a Golden Go, it can knock out.
Yeah, I mean, that is it. But I'll tell you what, it is not without its weaknesses. Some decks can stand up against it, but right now, nothing seems to be able to. Christian has taken it to a 7-0-1 record. So I don't know, maybe let's go and have a chat with Christian.
Welcome back, everyone, to the floor. My name's Amy. I'm here with Christian Fontenot, the winner of our Round 8 feature match. How are we feeling? Golden Go, Round 8. Once again, I feel like we've done this before, but
I think we have.
let's do it again.
Of course. Feeling good. Feeling great, actually. Yeah, I mean, the Pult matchup is very good, obviously. Game 1 was pretty flowchart. Game 2 was a bit unfortunate for my opponent. I would have really loved to play a full set. He's a good friend of mine, but at the end of the day, we take the dub, right?
We do.
Can't complain too much. I did just do an interview with Jesper not too long ago on the broadcast, like a round ago, so I don't really know what to talk about. I think I already talked about my run.
That's okay. I've got some questions for you.
Of
It's
course.
going to be all right.
Yeah.
I need you to talk to me, talk to the viewers about
course.
Legacy Energy, please.
Yes. So Legacy Energy in Golden Go, I think this card is really, really, really strong in the deck. The way I kind of view it is that when you play the Legacy Energy, your deck is now built to go first instead of going second. I think going first is really, really, really strong in this format. So you get a lot of advantages there. Now, I'm not going to bore you guys with the nitty gritty of like everything we're changing. I'd be here forever, but Legacy Energy enables going first, and then it's also just a very strong card into all your naturally bad matchups, right? I think your Charizards, your EV box, like all that stuff, right? So into a meta that is like bad for Golden Go, I think it's the strongest option for sure. Now, it is a little less consistent than the Arven build, be it Box or Prime. It hasn't felt like it today, I'll say that. But statistically, it's supposed to be slightly less consistent. Not by much. Not by much. We have Pokepads and we have all kinds of crazy stuff. Hilda, Lily. We're not inconsistent, but we're slightly less consistent. But decks felt great. The Legacy is so strong.
Good.
Obviously, single prize Golden Go is just completely unfair. Pult isn't typically the matchup like it matters a whole lot into.
Yeah, of
but
course.
into anything that can't play around Legacy, it's
beautiful,
not
right?
even okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, honestly, genius build of Golden Go. I know you've been championing the deck for a long time now.
Yes.
And, seeing it go strength to strength.
Yep.
What's next for you?
Deck-wise?
Yep.
So, anyone who knows me knows I really wanted to play Festival Lead this weekend, but I chickened out.
Oh, Christian.
I'll probably have ended up on something similar to Ethan. I think the deck is super strong, though, and it's been my pet deck for the past couple months now. And post-rotation doesn't really lose a whole lot, so I really want to play that post-rotation. That being said, Dragapult's looking pretty good post-rotation, and that matchup's not really that good, but maybe we can make something work. Besides that, no idea, really. I didn't even want to really play Gholdengo for this weekend.
Really?
I was kind of trying to play something new, but
Oh my gosh.
the Legacy just felt so good that I couldn't really justify playing anything else at the end of the day.
You had kind of made that choice, figured that out, and gone,
Right.
actually, this kind of fixes so many things. I
Yeah.
really want to try it at this level.
Originally, I was going to play Eevee Box, and then I
Really?
realized that deck is really hard to play. I can't do that. I can't, well, because I looked at the meta, and I'm like, okay, statistically, I think Eevee Box is an amazing play. Like, Leafeon EX in particular is
Yeah.
so strong right now.
Oh,
into
yeah.
This meta. But then I played it Monday, and I realized, oh, I'm like horrible at playing this deck. So then I went to Festival League, because like, I really want to play Festival League. It's a special event. I can get away with it. But then I played a couple of games with Gholdengo. I'm like, this deck is too good to not play. Like, so it wasn't supposed to be a final ride with Gholdengo, but it kind of ended up being a final ride. And what a final ride it's been. It's been doing really
Already,
well. So,
absolutely
for sure.
crushing it. And like all good players, I imagine, the one thing that we all have in common is that we love our locals. And you can
Yes.
find out how to get involved. We're going to show you just how to do that.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
My favorite thing about that video is a dude rocks up, plays his first ever game, wins, leaves. Absolute pro move. Love it. If you want to be like that guy, scan that QR code on the screen, find your nearest local event. I cannot stress this enough. I mean this very sincerely. You know, going to Pokemon League changed my life. That was where I learned how to play the Pokemon trading card game competitively. It's where I made an awful lot of friends. Going to my local league in Nottingham back in 2008, don't judge me, that was where this whole journey started. And I've now been all over the world talking about Pokemon and playing Pokemon. I adore it. Yes, but give me a story from your local league.
Oh my, me starting off 5 years old in 2006, sitting on my brother's lap and playing my first pre-release has to be my favorite one.
That is a very fun one. Something I really enjoyed. I used to go to my local league every Tuesday. Like clockwork, Tuesday was league day. Go to league, get a pizza from the place opposite. Jobs are good 'em. And I play against my friend Tommy, my good friend Tommy Roberts. And I would play him every week at league. And then in 2012, I qualified for the World Championships. And in the World Championships in Hawaii, I sit down for my round 4 opponent, and it is Tommy from League. I flew from the UK to Hawaii to play the dude I play every Tuesday at League. Worst bit is I had a really good matchup, drew nothing and lost, but let's not talk about that anymore. Make sure you are checking out your local league.
Make sure you're checking out your local league to check out all the players you can learn so much from, whether that be people that are going to be becoming your friends, people that are going to be your rivals in the game, people are going to be able to play against in League Challenges, League Cup, pre-releases, Ross. Everything fun is going to happen at your local Pokemon League. So give it a try, do your best, and you know what? At least you're going to leave with some good fun.
Oh, absolutely. I love pre-releases. I love getting to grips with the new cards. I judged a bunch of pre-releases for a while. Always fun seeing those new cards from the new set. Speaking of which, Ascended Heroes is legal this weekend, and we've all chosen a couple of cards that we think are going to make an impact. You're going to need to explain yours, because one of those I get, and one of those I have serious questions.
Oh, you don't get Mega Frostlass, do you?
No, Mega Frostlass is perfect because it fits in that Frostlass deck. They got 2 top 8s at Houston. I'm cool. Explain Mega Charizard Y EX.
Well, why we're picking Mega Charizard Y is that Explosion Y attack functions really well with the current Charizard EX, being able to use that Infernal Rain, putting energies on. Although the Explosion Y attack says you need to be discarding free energies to be able to deal 280 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. But we do have Ignition Energy in the format, so you can go Infernal Rain, Energy to Mega Charizard Y, just a couple, and then attach Ignition Energy, and then turn after turn after turn, you can be discarding these Ignition Energies and just saying 280, 280, 280.
No, I don't blame you. It's not really seen much competitive impact yet, but it is a card of a huge amount of potential. Now, for me, by the way, we had a gentleman's agreement. Nobody picked PokePad. It was a little bit easy, so we all agreed not to do that. I went very same kind of thing. I went N-Zekrom because let's face it, in this format right now, that N-Zoroark deck has been transformed from a second-tier deck to a full top-tier deck, and the reason is N-Zekrom has given it an extra attack. N-Zoroark copies attacks from all N's Pokemon on the bench, and it's got a better attack than Reshiram. It used to have Reshiram, it now has better Reshiram. It's transformed the deck. Now, I also went a little bit out of left field. One of my favorite decks right now, Larry's the Dunsparce. Now, I am not putting this forward as it's going to win every major event. I am putting it forward as if you want to have fun, it's fun. And if you can flip heads, oh, you're going to have the most fun tournament of your life. You flip a coin for each energy attached to Larry's Dunsparce, you deal 80 damage for each head. But we have Larry's Kamala that if it's on the bench, lets you attach an energy, not basic, any energy to your active Larry's Pokemon. And if you're wondering at home, yes, Ignition Energy does count as free energy for Larry's Dunsparce. You pile energy on, you flip a lot of coins, and look, you're either going to flip a bunch of tails and have a terrible day, or you're going to flip a bunch of heads and have a great day. But if you're telling me I've basically got a 50-50 chance of having a fantastic day of Pokemon, I will take those odds.
Taking those odds indeed. We have a lot of players playing the tournament today here in Sevilla, but we do get to have a good look at our standings. Already seen players like Christian Fontenot, who is, before this round, not quite the tournament boss, up to that 7-0-1. So it's just the Swiss standings before our last round of Swiss here in Phase 1, with Sergio Alcaide Nieto being 7-0, was the tournament boss heading into this one. But looking at it, Christian Fontenot, 4th spot, and Ethan Wild, previously featured, at 6-0-1 with that festival lead.
Well, I can actually tell you things have flipped a little bit. Sergio was our sole undefeated player with Marnie's Grimmsnarl, was defeated in this last round by Ethan Wild, who is now 7-0-1 with this festival lead deck. Yeah, Ethan, who has won a regional this season, is 7-0-1 with festival lead, in a great position to go forward into our top cut. Elsewhere, Toppy Markala, apologies for any mispronunciations, with Charizard is sitting at 7-0-1. Somebody's cast a pick for the weekend. And we see Nina Eisenblatter, 7-1 with Grimmsnarl. Ted Tobin, 7-1 with Gardevoir. Ruben Garcia, 7-1.
With what?
Crossel.
Ah, Crossel. Good old
Crossel at 7-1.
Can we finally have Crossel on stream then?
We might have to have Crossel on stream at some point. The hype, I mean, let us know. If you guys really want to see Crossel, let's see some comments from you guys about how much Crossel you want to see. What I want to see right now is I want to see Nico Alabas, and I want to have a chat with them, but I'm stuck behind the desk, so maybe Alex can ask all the questions I would have asked.
Thank you very much, Ross. Yes, I am here with a former international champion in Nico Alabas. We've talked enough about Crossel. I think it's time to talk to you. How are you doing? What are you playing today? And just how your tournament's gone so far?
I'm doing pretty well so far. I'm finally playing Zoroark. Like, I've been waiting to play this deck with Zekrom for like 4 months or so. Obviously got a little bit delayed, otherwise was looking forward to playing it at EYC, and so far 6-1-1. The only loss was like bricking twice against an opponent, so can't really be too upset with the matchups. And I also actually played against 8 different decks in 8 rounds.
Amazing.
Which is also kind of interesting, yeah.
Okay, well, you wanted to play Zoroark for so long now. Why is that? Is it just because of the power that is suddenly gotten from Ascended Heroes and the Zekrom, and what else is there that makes it so attractive?
Yeah, it's mainly just Zoroark itself. Like, I mean, me and my group, like Todd, Robin, obviously, like, we've played a lot of Zoroark GX back in the past. And this one, to be fair, is significantly worse because you always have to, like, clunk up your bench with your attackers, right? Because Zoroark itself can't attack. But you still have so much, like, draw power, insane flexibility, because unlike decks like Dragapult, where you also have the draw on board, but you always put the cards, like the bad cards, back into your deck. And here it's like, okay, I don't want this for this game. Put it away, take 2 new ones, and then you just filter through your deck so well that in the late game you can get insane combos, and it's not even too unlikely to get to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to just hear you name drop 2 very experienced players at the same time. Would they be also playing this deck if they were here as well?
I mean, one of them is, and he is playing the deck. But yeah, Robin's tournament didn't go too well. He just hit a festival lead last round, so yeah, it hasn't been too well. But I'm sure, people that follow Todd on social media as well, they have seen him post lists and everything like that. So I'm pretty sure it would have at least been in his close consideration for this tournament. Maybe he will play next week. Maybe he'll play something different. We will see.
I mean, plenty of opportunities to play a deck like that, a card like that as well. I mean, just give us a quick understanding of how your tournament and your season's gone so far.
Yeah, my season has been pretty bad. I mean, I only missed phase 2 at one tournament, which was in Gdansk, where we kind of trolled a little bit with our deck choice because we played Gardevoir with Trolley, but we didn't include cards like Ladias, Frillish and stuff like that, which would have made Trolley a lot more potent. But we just went for Trolley Evo, which, if you know Gardevoir, doesn't really get you very far. So opening secret box would have been much better. Every other tournament I got at least phase 2, got a top 64 in Las Vegas. Yeah. But every other day 2 was phase 2 was very underwhelming, especially UIC in Birmingham. I got the same amount of CP as people that didn't even make it to phase 2 by how big these phase 2s have become. So yeah, I'm just trying to get some footing in the second half of the season and still try to get my invite.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say try and recover the season, but when you're still consistently phase 2ing, it's still a great position to be in, right? But I know as a player who've won tournaments before, you want to keep pushing yourself to the next level, right? Yeah. So, I mean, how are you feeling heading into phase 2 today? I mean, you've probably looked at the meta. I mean, are you comfortable with your choice and potentially what you're going to be facing up against?
Yeah, so far it feels very good. Every game I get to play just feels very nice. So as long as I get to play the game, there's not really too many matchups where I'm okay, I don't want to hit them. Obviously, there's the sub 1% decks, a lot of the grass decks that could pose some trouble. But against all of the top contenders, it's at least fine if you get to play the game.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. It's lovely to always hear a bit of your insight. I know we always joke about anything when we can, when we catch up together. But it's great hearing from Nico and giving us that insight. I just want to give you a chance to have a little break before we head into phase 2, of course. So congratulations for making it. But yeah, hopefully you guys understood a lot of that as well back over at the casting desk, because you guys got to break down all of this and more coming forward.
Yeah, no pressure, Alex? Breaking down literally everything. But I got Jesper by my side. I feel pretty confident we can do it. So this Zoroark deck, let's start there.
Yeah.
It seems legit. There was a lot of hype coming out of Ascended Heroes with the introduction of Zekrom. Is this deck as good as people are saying it is?
I think Nico made fantastic points about the deck. When you're looking at decks like Dragapult, if we take that into perspective, you're looking at decks that use Dragcloak, take 2 cards, put 1 back into the deck. What Nico was lurking a bit at was with trade, you're discounting that card and getting rid of it, which means that late game Ionos are not quite as potent against a Zoroark deck, and being able to build these combos within your hand. It's not rare you're seeing a Zoroark deck with 20 cards in hand. And if you can have a deck where you go, I have 20 cards in hand, your combos are going to be easy to come by every single time. So yes, the deck is really, really good. Unless your name is Robin Schultz and you've hit a festival lead.
Yeah, festival lead with Zoroark being weak to grass. Festival lead, just a horrible, horrible matchup. It is worth noting another point Nico made there, which I think is an excellent point. You're not putting the cards you don't want back into your deck. You're putting them in the discard pile. So as you're drawing down through your deck, you are getting rid of cards you don't want for blind cards. But it means that your deck is getting better and better and better as you go down. You're not doing what you do with Dracloak, where you're going, oh, this isn't a good card in this matchup, let's stick it to the bottom. You are just discarding 1 from your hand to draw 2, and that is going to get you into a, not just a big hand, but a better hand as we go. Now, I'm having a quick look here, Jesper. There are 6 players on 701. There's no undefeated, no one, well, okay, there's no 8-0s. These are all undefeated. There are 6 players at 701. And I'm looking at the decks. 1 Gardevoir, 1 Golden Go, 2 Charizard. Nice little mix. All right, that makes sense. Yeah. 1 festival lead with Ethan Wild.
Wild.
Can you guess what the 6th 701 deck is?
It wasn't Crustle because it had lost a match.
But it is a deck I have called out by name on this stream so far this weekend.
Marnie's Grimmsnarl?
Nope.
Then I cannot remember, no.
Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh, you're right.
The single prize Blood Moon Ursaluna is currently sitting at 7-0-1, as is Festival Lead. And look, with this being a special championship, with it being the only European major in this Ascended Heroes format before we get to post-rotation, we did expect this to be a slightly wilder tournament in terms of deck choice and what we saw at the top tables, and it is delivering.
And we're looking here in Sevilla. You know, a town of festivities. Festival Lead, check. But Blood Moon Ursaluna was definitely not a deck I had in my mind. I saw a bit of it in the Phantasmal Flames format before we got to Ascended Heroes, but I was really not expecting it going into Sevilla.
Wow, shout out to Sebastian Pedrosa, who is 7-0-1 going into phase 2 with that single prize of Blood Moon Ursaluna deck. It's literally unclassified here. I had to actually click on the deck list to figure out what it was. So we got some old friends sitting there high up in the standings, and it is worth reminding you once again, the way this works is your record carries over from phase 1 to phase 2, which means you can go to phase 2 with 16 match points, and that's lovely. But if you're 7-0-1, you're cutting with 22 match points, which means you are 2 full victories, 6 points above the minimum number of points. So those 6 players are in prime position to go from phase 2 to top 8. They literally have to do less winning to make it into top 8.
And at that point, not saying that even though you're starting the day tomorrow or even the night tonight, since we're having first round of phase 2 coming, even though you're starting at that 5-2-1 standpoint, those 16 match point could also be 4-4, you're not out. But you do need to do a lot more winning than a player at 7-0-1 correctly spotted there, Ross. It's going to be very difficult for these players already having taken these losses, but it won't be the first time we've ever seen that, have it?
We've seen players go from minimum records to winning North American International Championships back in 2024, for instance. It has happened, but it is very difficult. Also worth remembering, I say top 8, we are going into an asymmetrical top cut, so it is the top 8 is the bar. So if top 8 ends up with 33 points, then every player up to 16 who's got 33 or more points will go in. But even then, these records are important. Let's say there are 10 players who make the number of points. That means that 6 players will be in to top 8. And then 7, 8, 9, and 10 have to play an asymmetrical round. So even in asymmetrical top cut, the highest seeds may well end up skipping the first round of cut. And I know we generally want to play the most Pokemon possible. This is an exception. But we talk about this asymmetrical top cut, we talk about phase 2. We need to figure out who's going into phase 2. And given the phase 1 is finished, we're going to step away just for a second. And we're going to figure out who's in phase 2. And then we're going to come back with round 1 of phase 2 action coming up faster than you think it is.
Hi trainers, I'm Amy Wosley and welcome to Professor Amy's Classroom. Today we're learning Pokémon TCG mathematics. When building your deck, there are a few mathematical questions we need to ask ourselves. How much damage can my Pokémon deal, and what HP totals are important right now? Let's look at an example. Raging Bolt EX has 240 HP. Say I'm building Miraidon EX, which can only deal 220 damage at a time. How can I ensure my damage is meaningful? Well, if I add 2 Zapdos to my bench, their abilities add 10 damage to my Lightning Pokemon's attacks, so I deal 240 in one go. Bye-bye, Raging Bolt. Let's do another. Jim O'Brien's Okie Dokie deck does 170 damage a turn with Good Punch, using the buff from its ability. 170 damage is enough to KO many 2-prize Pokemon in format, such as Squawkabilly EX, Luminion V, or Fezandipity EX and Terrapagos EX with weakness. With Okie Dokie being a single prize Pokemon, your opponent will take twice as long as you to take all their prize cards, while having to work through your huge HP total. So, although Good Punch for 70 damage may look small, with the magic of Pokemon mathematics, we come out with a brilliant deck that nobody was expecting to see on the stage at Louisville. Seville. The final mathematical tip I'll leave you with for your deck building today is how much energy do I need to put in my deck? Well, let's use Charizard EX as an example. I want to make sure that all of my Pokemon can use their attacks to take 6 prize cards across a game. Charizard EX needs 2 energy to attack, however it searches those energy out of the deck when it evolves. Handy! So, let's say I need Charizard to attack 3 times to take 3 2-prize knockouts. I may need 3 Charizard to do this, so 6 energy makes sense, right? Especially since I can search it out of the deck. But some may choose to run even fewer energy and utilize cards such as Super Rod to save space in the deck and streamline the flexibility of your cards. So, when building your deck, always remember to calculate your damage output to the HP of your opponent, consider weakness and how the meta is shaping up, and put enough energy for your attacks in your deck. Catch you next time, trainers, in Professor Amy's classroom.
For the past couple of seasons, Ethan has come out and said, I am a great player. I think it's time for Ethan to cement that with a win.
My name's Ethan Wiles.
There it is! Ethan is going to go into the final to play against Emma Hagen.
It's not in the hand. She clips it. Oh, it's a knockdown.
It's nothing. It's game.
And I won the Birmingham Regional Championships.
And make some noise for Ethan Wiles!
This win means the world to me. It's got me my Worlds invite when I've had a not great season so far, so getting this is big for me. The key decisions in this tournament were probably choosing when to take prizes and when to just set up damage. The deck I played was Dragapult Dusknoir, and I chose it for this event because I thought it performed really well at the last event in Toronto, and I thought I could replicate that. My favourite card in my winning deck is Budu. Itchy Pollen's just a really good attack.
You can now unleash the Itchy Pollen Lock. How often have we stated this card can completely swing games, because immediately it's shutting off a lot of options for Emma, including Nestball, which would have been her only means towards getting a Terra Pokemon.
I prepared for this by using my testing group and just playing a lot of games on TCG Live. Playing Pokemon has brought me closer to a lot of friends that I already had, and also helped me make many new ones. I'd like to thank Amy for always supporting me. I'd like to thank the Discord group for helping me test and prepare for events constantly. I'll still be competing in future events. I'll be at EUIC and we'll see from there. If I could give advice to aspiring trainers, I'd say just take in a lot of content and on Twitch, on YouTube, and learn from the best who make content.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to take you through some of the highlights of our newest set in the Pokemon TCG, Journey Together. Journey Together not only introduces new cards into our meta, but also brings back an ever popular mechanic the game first introduced 20 years ago, and what the competitive metagame has not actually seen for 10 years. The new Trainers Pokemon mechanic was actually first teased all the way back in Worlds 2024, and the excitement for the possible trainers that could be featured was electric. The wide variety of trainers included in these new cards could span across various regions and games, showcasing some of the fans' favourite trainers and, most importantly, their acclaimed Pokemon. But of course, it's not just trainers and their Pokemon that could be introduced. Items, tools, and even stadium cards are all part of the bundle, allowing players to adapt their entire deck around a specific package of cards, all aligned to one specific trainer. Now let's take a look at some of these standout inclusions from the new set, all based around these new trainers. First up on our trainers list is N, and we can't start talking about N until we take a look at N Zoroark EX, a powerful darkness-type Pokemon with a bunch of tricks up its sleeve. Armed with its reputable trade ability, this card is perfect for players who want to draw cards and increase their consistency. With its Night Joker attack, a player's N Zoroark EX can attack with one of their benched N's Pokemon's attacks for their turn. And with many Pokemon under N's arsenal, most notably with N's Reshiram and N's Darmanitan, players can opt for a more varied approach to taking their game to their opponents. Players can easily accelerate energy and synergize with N's Zoroark EX's trade ability with the new N's PP Up item card, allowing them to attach those important basic energy cards from their discard pile. And once more, to help them stream those ongoing attacks, is the new N's Castle Stadium card. Next up on our trainers list is Hop. Featured within the set is a plethora of different Hop cards, most notably in Pokemon such as Hop's Zacian EX, Hop's Snorlax, but also tool cards such as Hop's Choice Band. Hop's cards present a perfect example of harmonious synergy. Whilst Hop's Zacian's EX's first attack Insta-Strike does not seem as intimidating with its 30 damage, pairing it with Hop's Choice Band, Hop's Snorlax's extra helpings ability, and the post-trick Stadium card, Hop's Zacian EX is now doing a massive 120 damage to their opponent's active Pokemon, and for no energy cost. With a number of additional Pokemon in its stockpile such as Hop's Cramorant, and other Pokemon such as Blood Moon's Lunar EX, the continuous and consistent damage slowly overloads their opponents and grinds down their board state of submission, showcasing just another style of play in another trainer archetype. Another trainer on our list is Iono. Iono's Belly Baltiac shines bright, being paired with a huge range of cards supporting its two main features. Firstly, its ability Electric Streamer allows players to attach as many basic lightning energy from their hand to one of their Iono's Pokemon. And secondly, its attack Thunderous Bolt deals a very respectable 230 damage. Where Iono really shows great consistency is with Iono's Kilowatt Troll. Its ability Flashing Draw gives players a way of drawing up to 6 cards in hand if they can discard a basic lightning energy from the Pokemon. Paired with Iono's Bellibolt EX's Electric Streamer, and with various methods of consistency bringing basic energy to the player's hand, players can more comfortably draw into the cards they need, and execute this strategy more effectively. And finally, we have the fan favourite Lily. Although Lily has a great set of cards, we will focus specifically on one card from the collection, which is Lily's Clefairy EX, a great gem from this set. Lily's Clefairy EX combines an extremely relevant ability with its Fairy Zone ability, making it the perfect tool for players to splash the card easily into other decks to more effectively deal with the Dragon-type Pokemon that are dominant in the format. In connection to its Full Moon Rondo attack and its low energy cost, Lily's Clefairy EX is a threat all on its own, but you can understand why many players say it's now their favoured method of dealing with the commanding Dragon-type Pokemon in the meta. Trust us when we say this one's going to shake up the competitive scene. Well, you can just see how the new trainers Pokemon are planning to impact the meta, either all on their own as single archetypes, taking some of the game's already established cards, or being included as single cards in already influential decks in the format due to their strong abilities or attacks. Their introduction allows players to approach the game more individually, making each of the trainers archetypes unique in their own way, which will always bring a more interesting and varied metagame. We hope you're enjoying the new cards from Journey Together just as much as we are. Which trainer do you think will come out on top? There's only really one way to find out, and that's by staying tuned to the live broadcast. Until next time, trainers, this has been Benjamin. Catch you later.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. We're here getting ready shortly for our phase 2 of competition here at the Seville Special Championships. My name's Alex Dow. I'm here with the wonderful Amy Worsley. How are you feeling?
I'm so excited about our phase 2, which is coming up shortly. We're ecstatic. There are so many amazing decks and players who have already made it through to phase 2, including all 3 of our players to watch today, which is quite fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're talking about fantastic players, we certainly got 3 that we picked out, cherry-picked at the start of today, just to keep an eye out for. And I know we've had a chance to feature a couple of them already, and we know what fantastic records they're on so far. I mean, Ethan's doing amazingly well with that Festival Lead deck that he's been piloting, and we just saw Christian Fontenot as well, piloting his Golden Go EX. And we did just have a quick glimpse of Alejandro also making it into phase 2. And it's just incredible to actually see all of these players making it through.
Absolutely. So they're all going to be going up in that EU ranking. You saw their ranking at the top there. All those numbers are going to get closer to the tippity top.
Not that any of them, some of them don't even need it. I mean, Ethan has a direct invitation. I mean, now he's just stealing away championship points at this point.
Oh, he is wearing his Team Rocket shorts today. Oh, there it is.
I wouldn't
Stealing all
trust him.
those points.
But yeah, it's actually incredible to see. I mean, that's just a small snippet of like all of the players that have made it into phase 2 currently, as well as we do get a chance to look at the current Swiss rankings heading into our first round in phase 2. This would be our Swiss round 9, but just look at some of those names. I mean, so many players with 7 victories under their belt so far, and there's a few names that we've seen across all of these tournaments as well. I mean, you just have to pick out things like, people like, I should say, Drew Stevenson, and that's alongside some of the players we've already featured so far this weekend.
Absolutely. Nina, who we've seen a lot of in the past, really decorated player. Kim as well, championing God of War to this very tournament, giving it that one last ride in Europe. So brilliant to see. Honestly, just a littering of fantastically decorated players who are just at the top of their game today. And just at the very top of that, taking that resistance to the top, is our Thomas Lunet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just looking through some of the decks, it's just incredible. We know that there's a few decks we've yet to sort of really showcase on the stream so far. I mean, we only get the chance to show 2 decks every round, right? I mean, we haven't even seen decks like Charizard, we know has previously won massive tournaments before as well. And there's also decks like Gardevoir, which we know, again, has taken down so many in its time in our format, in our meta, throughout its sort of, I don't know, card lifetime, is that the best way to put it?
Honestly, it's done wonders to our meta throughout its entire stay. Its bad matchups are typical dark type decks, including Charizard EX and Zoroark EX, of course, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and our good matchups are looking at Dragapult EX, and obviously that's quite a big notable matchup right now. Raging Bolt EX, which we did get to feature today, which was unexpected, and Flareon EX, which Emma Hagen is still kind of up there in the rankings, headed towards our phase 2 as well.
Yeah, it's got an incredible ability with that Psychic Embrace. You did see in that bottom left there that their meta share of Gardevoir has somewhat fallen in sort of more recent times, but it's because of those bad matchups that you just mentioned. All of those dark types starting to find, you know, more consistency, more areas and more ways to kind of battle against a deck like Gardevoir. But just because of how powerful that ability and its partners and sort of support attackers that it has, it still finds ways to actually do super well. And I actually know that there's quite a few right now in the top standings as well.
Very much so. And as a very well decorated deck in itself, when you look at its tournament history, if you look at the amount of wins it's had, how well it does in general, as well as at these championship style and level events, my word, you really cannot deny that God of War has been one of the best decks in our format since it came around. And we're about to say goodbye, so this surely is the tournament that you have to go all the way.
Yeah, especially if you're over in these shores, as well as our last opportunity to play with some of those cards that will be rotating in the future format, especially with some other decks and other cards as well. I mean, there's plenty to kind of go around. We know there's some decks that do survive. I mean, make it sounds a bit not great, but yeah, actually have to survive a format rotation. But that's why we're seeing so many players pick up things like Dragapult still, pick up Zoroark EX at the same time. There's just so much still to learn and sort of get to grips with so many of these decks that puts you in good stead for future formats.
Yeah, absolutely. And going even further in this event today, with all of those fantastic standings, those players are going to be looking to solidify that result in our first phase 2 match, which will be coming up really soon. So keep your hats on, everyone, because we've got some action yet to come, and it's even more exciting. It's not just the last feature match of the day for us, it is indeed that first phase 2 match, which then will be carried on tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be just the start of something special. But I mean, all of these players now in this position from the standings in their future matches that are coming up, I should say, are all vying for those championship points, because the end game, Amy, is to make it to that World Championships. Just what you can see now on the left-hand side, what is available to our potential players for finishing in those fantastic placements from first all the way down to 64th. Actually, we're even going down further down to 128, top 256, top 512. There are points on the line for all of these players. And why does that matter, Amy?
It matters because you want to get yourself to the phenomenal pinnacle of our championship series. You want to be at the World Championships as a competitor, and that championship leaderboard changes with every day that goes by. Every event, whether it be a cup, a challenge, or a championship level event as big as this one, we've got championship points galore, and they've got to go somewhere.
Yeah, all of our players from the junior, seniors, and masters, of course, have to play out to try and get in that upper echelon of players, the top rankings, to be able to qualify for the World Championships. But at the same time, whenever there's a new sort of qualification time period, there's an opportunity to actually keep playing, keep earning those championship points, to try and earn those travel prizing and opportunities. As you can see there, if you're showing a lot of consistency throughout a small period of time, you have the opportunity to get some actual travel prizing to go to the next international championships, or even going all the way down for priority registration. We know how popular these tournaments are now. We know a lot of our players love the fact that you can still compete for something like that as well, because it all counts at the end of the day, and that's one of the most important things.
I know, any reward is just spectacular, just a top, put the cherry on the top of the cake, really, and give yourself that reward of just having the relax, not having to stress about event registration. I'm going to really quickly interject as well and talk about one more thing that championship points can do. Ace trainers.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so if you get 200 championship points in a season, you can get an Ace Trainer reward. Check out all the details on the Pokemon website if you search for Ace Trainer. But that is a very good reason to be trying to climb up to those upper ranks. You saw that lowest payout is 120 championship points there on our graphic. That's more than halfway there for an Ace Trainer.
I mean, it's incredible just to have even just an opportunity for some consistency, even at the local tournaments, because there are championship points available there. But speaking of consistency, I think there's a certain person out there on the fields that I believe Ross has found that has shown some incredible consistency throughout the regional championships and even international championships so far.
You're not wrong, Alex. I have found myself one of the most consistent Pokemon TCG players this season. Drew Stevenson, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I'm 602 right now, trying to win, get another top cut, and hopefully win the event.
I mean, like, we seem to be talking every event now. Every event, it's like, right, I just have to interview you. Last time I spoke to you, you're on the stage, it's EUIC, second place. How good was that, or was there a disappointment? Tell me about EUIC.
I mean, the tournament was amazing. Like, that is one of the funnest events I've played all season. Like, extra rounds as well. We had 14 going into the 3 top cuts as well. Great tournament, and man, it's the second time getting second place. It feels really bad, but also it's my biggest event in Masters, the biggest result. So, you know, I've got to be happy with it.
And second out of 4,000 is not too shabby. That logged up your direct invite. You're probably going to get an invite anyway.
Probably, yeah.
But now it's confirmed. So what's your mindset coming into this tournament? You don't need the championship points, but you're still playing Golden Go.
Well, one final ride with Golden Go. Also, I play for glory. I try and win every event I go to. I don't come here just to qualify. I want to win. So that's the mindset, right? Play as well as I can, win as much as I can, and have a lot of fun as well.
But you told me a minute ago there is a record that you're chasing at this event.
Yeah.
What are you chasing? What's the goal?
Well, obviously it's 10-1 for top cut. And then I've 3 more wins. I think there might be a big ASIM. So, but looking at the top tables right now, it's insane. We've got like Festival at 701. There's a Legacy Goldengo at 771, I think. And apparently there's even a Blood Moon, baby Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. So
I may have told you that.
Yeah.
But apparently you told me that you could become the actual official greatest Golden Go player ever if you do well enough here.
Yeah, so currently there's like on Limitless is a standing, and I'm at 106 points, and Yellow Campen, he's at 112. So I need like a top 32 minimum with him doing like decent to get #1, the greatest Golden player of all time. So that's what I'm aiming for. And hopefully, if it keeps going this way, I'll get it.
I mean, I was looking for somebody, taking that perfect deck at this tournament, but someone trying to become the best player ever. How do you celebrate that if you make it?
Well, I don't know. I'll maybe eat some cheese or something.
Nice. Now, I do gotta ask you, because this has been a wild tournament in so many ways. I came and watched a bit of your game earlier. What were you playing against earlier? Tell me about that game I watched.
So I was 501, and I play against Venusaur.
Mega Venusaur.
He's got the Forest of Vitality, and then a Toedscroll line, which normally isn't a problem, but that was crazy. I then prized 2 Dengos in one of my games, and then the Genesect in the other. It was an insane game, and even with resistance, he still one-hits me, so, you know, really tough game to play, and it was a lot of fun, actually.
It is wild seeing some of the decks we've got around this weekend between Venusaur and Blood Moon Ursaluna and Festival Lead. I wish you luck in your challenge to be the greatest Golden Go player ever.
Thank you very much.
One last ride, but we've got to figure out who's going to be in phase 2, and that, I think, is something we need to start focusing on.
No, thank you so much, Ross, because it's always actually so interesting to hear from Drew, because, I mean, like I said, the level of consistency that player has had in this season is actually incredible.
Yeah, honestly, when you champion a deck that crazily, at the end of the day, you've got to go for gold. You've got to go for that top spot. I don't blame him for wanting to go for that phenomenal record of best European Golden Go player. I think that's fantastic. It's a brilliant way to set a goal for a season beyond just your sort of championship invite.
Yeah, and you know what? Also, like, I resonated with just what I heard from that interview is that almost every other sentence Drew was basically saying, I was having fun. And that was the most great thing to hear when you're a player at that level currently, just being able to, yes, of course, it's more fun when you are winning and doing quite well. But generally, he was like having interesting games. He's finding really interesting back and forth against like that Mega Venusaur he was just discussing. So saying that he was having a lot of fun really kind of hits home, and it's like lovely to hear.
Honestly, you're right. At the end of the day, we're all here to play a game, have fun, meet friends. So having that insight really brings it home. You're right. It brings it back to the core of why we do this.
Yeah, and then winning championships for Drew Stevenson. But
yeah, that too.
He should also have that direct invitation golden ticket there next to his name, but we've already kind of highlighted by Ross there. He's got plenty of championship points. He could share them out, but he didn't want to. He's deciding to steal it all for himself. But it's incredible just to see his name alongside all of these other fantastic players as well, especially the fact that, you know, Drew's mentioned it. He's come second at the EUIC twice.
Yeah.
One of them in the Masters division. The other one was actually in the seniors, so he's not been a Masters for too long, in fact. And now he's kind of just battling out with some of the very best in the business right now.
Honestly, that's fantastic. That's a true story of how Pokemon has grown up with somebody, and you have advanced through the age brackets. And we've seen it time and time again, how fantastic these seniors and juniors players grow up to be, because they have all of this practice, they have all of this knowledge, they learn it so early and then bring everything to these competitions. And that's exactly why a player like Drew is in that number 2 slot.
Yeah, and this is something that, you know, we both champion a lot, right? Because I kind of call these like juniors and seniors like almost like sponges. They learn so much information, they're taking so much, and there's so much information out there nowadays that the Masters can slowly just kind of drip feed all of this to them, and then they grow and they become these incredible players. I mean, we've mentioned Nina, who's I think not too long ago again was a senior player as well, also doing super well in this tournament. You know, it really sort of comes full circle to see, like, quote unquote, what I call the future of our game. We're going to see these players over and over and over again, should they stay in the game, of course, because, you know, sometimes life takes us away. But it's just incredible to kind of watch that journey.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. We're all on a journey together. And at the end of the day, that brings all of us here. And that's what the beautiful thing about Pokemon is. It's brought all of these people together who may not have interacted otherwise. And actually, now we're all here to have fun. And tomorrow, we're going to crown a champion.
Yeah, but even before tomorrow, we've got plenty of matches still to come, because we have our feature match shortly as well. It will be the first match of this phase 2, and it's just going to be like just some riveting Pokemon, because these players are now that we're going to try and showcase are going to be the creme de la creme of this tournament, right? They're in form, they're having a great time, and they're piloting their decks so well, generally to fantastic positions, to try and push themselves that little bit further to try and make it into somewhere like a top cut, maybe push themselves to try and take down a tournament like this as well. And that's truly where, you know, at the heart of it, there's lots of fun, but there's still a competition to hand, and there's a lot of battling to come.
And one of these players is playing the deck that I played to Birmingham Regionals. So if you know what I was piloting then you might have a little inkling of what's about to happen and what's about to go down.
Absolutely. Considering, Amy, for the last few tournaments I've seen you play, you've been playing some very special, different decks, to be honest.
We can call them that.
Yeah. I mean, you've definitely been having fun, but also been very competitive at the same time.
Yeah, no, I've had a good season. I can't deny that. But if there's one thing that I love, it's my single prize decks. So there's another little hint for you. I'll sprinkle another little more cheese on the wheel there. And yeah, I do love my single prize decks. I think they've got a really strong position in this meta. And I think that, people do underestimate them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've spoken about what Ascended Heroes has brought. A lot of the times these single prize decks now have access to things like Pokepads and things like that allow every deck to sort of kind of increase in sort of consistency. I've said that word a lot, it feels like now so far. But everything's all about
factor.
Exactly. It's all about being consistent, whether it's your play, whether it's your deck, whether it's absolutely everything. And it's just kind of unlocked a lot more. And that's what's so exciting about the game right now.
I completely agree. And we've seen just today how diverse one set can change up our meta. What one singular set like Ascended Heroes can do is change so very much. And we have such a small window in which to explore that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's enough from us. We're going to start to get a glimpse of exactly what that deck you've been highlighting there, Amy, because our players are at the table getting ready right now, shuffling away, and just preparing for this first round of Phase 2. It will be our Swiss Round 9. On the left, a very familiar face, Kim Pobega, up against... Oh, sorry, I just missed the name there. But it's Kim first with all of his accomplishments there. Again, no stranger to the stream. I believe you've had the chance to interview him before.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they are no stranger indeed. As you can see, the littering of top 4s, top 8s, and the word champion just casually in there as well. Absolutely no stranger to the stage, but also no stranger to a good God of War deck. And they are giving it its final run in Europe today. So this is one of the things that we've been wanting to highlight today is actually the people who have been championing these decks, who have been playing them and learning them inside and out, every possible matchup. But going up against an unusual matchup can sometimes be a bit of a thorn in the side.
Yeah, you're going to have to sort of sometimes think out of the box when you go up against a deck you're not necessarily prepared for. But Sebastian Pedroza here is also 7-0-1. And what deck is it, Amy? Come on, reveal it.
Well, I don't know if we should.
Why would it be a surprise?
Oh, I like it. I like a good surprise, and it is a fun one. But I can say that it is a very good deck in the right hands,
okay.
Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've had in our graphic a little bit of unclassified. It's one of those decks that we typically don't see too often, but when you get that level of consistency boost sometimes, especially in the hands of a fantastic player as well. I mean, you wouldn't be 7-0-1 if you weren't.
Exactly.
We're going to showcase that exactly up against... I think we just saw Kim there put down his active Pokemon as well. We're going to get ready to go shortly. I'm sure we're just waiting for the go-ahead for both our players, but I'm excited for this one.
Will it be a teddy bear picnic for Sebastian, or will Kim once again overwhelm with the power of God of War? We're going to find out really soon. Our players are almost set up. Let's take a look at those prize cards, Alex.
Yep, and we haven't revealed anything really, other than your little clips there, Amy. Just that fighting energy in the prizes. A couple of Monkey Dories on Kim's side, but it looks like we're getting ready to go. Here comes the fist bump. This is Swiss Round 9. Both our players 7-0-1. Kim will be kicking us off here with that Frillish in the active spot, and then that Monkey Dory in the active spot there for Sebastian. So let's see how Kim is going to navigate his first turn.
Indeed, we've seen the Frillish. We know the Frillish. We love to hate the Frillish because item lock is nasty. And that's what we've learned through many itchy pollen from Badoo. But this one comes with a caveat of some extra damage. Now, Monkey Dory loves damage. It says, yes, please. I love to gobble that up and then throw it back at you. So this is a bit of a tough situation because item lock could be really harmful to Sebastian's setup. But equally, that item lock with the extra damage, is it helping in a way? It's yet to be seen.
Yeah, there's so much going for it. I mean, just to give everyone all the viewers watching right now. So this is Gardevoir Jellicent that Kim is piloting. So there is Jellicent in the list right now. It's a deck he's been piloting for some time now. We do get a Nest Ball coming down as well, but it does rely fairly heavily on that Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace ability, being able to energy accelerate from the discard pile. That's why we saw that Psychic Energy discarded from that Earthen Vessel initially. And I think Kim's finally just kind of worked out maybe a couple of Monkey Dories are prized, and maybe even that Mega Diancie. But alongside that, that Jellicent having the item locking sort of ability, and then also the Frillish with the item locking attack. So it's got loads going for it. Lots of likes to slow the game down and then get set up with stage 2, and then start pummeling away against your opponents alongside those Monkey Dories as well. But here we go, Sebastian getting his first chance to deck search himself. We do get that Earthen Vessel, I believe. That's just been discarding one of those fighting Pokemon on there. And he's just double checking what he has access to. Does grab 2 fighting energies. And we're starting to see maybe, just maybe, what's going to come down shortly, because there's fighting Gongs in hand. There's Monkey Dories there. There's quite a lot going.
There's a lot going on. We're going to Fighting Gong, and we're going to get either some consistency factors like Lunatone Solrock, I imagine, or we're going to start getting some more energy. We don't have the Lunatone and Solrock in hand, so we're going to grab that right now. This is your typical Lunatone Solrock draw engine for the deck. And also, of course, we love that Solrock can attack. Sadly, can't one-hit KO a Frillish, though, which again is a really nice starter for Kim to protect this Ralts.
Yeah, just confirming as well, there's that Koraidon EX that was discarded, that Terra Koraidon. As we do see the Lunar Cycle there now with that fighting energy. We find the Air Balloon as well. We get the energy onto the Solrock and the Gusting with the boss's orders onto the single routes. Poor Lonely Route, 70 HP, perfect math for that Cosmic Beam. We're going to see that Instant Punch, Monkey Dory, and there it is. First prize taken here in Swiss Round 9.
My goodness, I was just saying how Ralts was safe thanks to Frillish. How wrong was I? And here we are with a brave, brave Frillish standing against the world, or at least in this instance, a Solrock. INO hopefully will provide us with some more card draw. Ultra Ball accidentally jumped out of the deck there. Judge will help us with that one. So in the meantime, we'll probably take a little pause and just see what's happening. But Frillish is in a really good position here. Bravery Charm just again solidifies that kind of instance of it potentially being knocked out. Because we have the Monkey Dory, there is a world in which we can use Monkey Dory with maybe a Calamitous Snowy Mountain to deal some damage to ourselves, move the damage across to Frillish, but actually this Bravery Charm kind of saves it from that eventuality.
Yeah, there's quite a lot to kind of keep track of during this matchup here. You know, that Frillish is typically used to try and slow the game down, use that fantastic attack that it's got. It's like a Badoo, but with a Vitality Band built in and the Bravery Charm already built into it. Does need the Psychic Energy, of course, but you're not really complaining when you're able to actually use Oceanic Gloom to slow the game down and then start prepping behind it. That was what Kim was probably looking to try to do with that Routes on the bench, but it got gusted up and knocked out.
I'm not loving what I'm seeing from this INO, though, I've got to say, Alex.
Yeah, just
not fantastic. So we're using the Earthen Vessel to discard the Scream Tail. I suppose, yeah, it's not useful right now, unfortunately. We're not screaming anywhere without any energy and help from Gardevoir to deal some damage to itself. It's an odd situation to have to discard the Scream Tail this early, but yeah, Monkey Dory, just an attach there, and then it looks like we're going for the Gloom, Oceanic Gloom, allowing no item cards to be played, and 20 damage to our Solrock.
I guess it's not too bad when you have Frillish with a Bravery Charm on it right now. I mean, 130 HP is quite tough to deal with, as Sebastian now is paying down an Arven, opportunity to grab an item card and a tool card, and especially when Kim's also set up his Monkey Dory already with that Dark Energy attachment, does mean that if Sebastian does choose to attack with that Solrock, I mean, Kim then has a bit of damage counters to play with to fling back over to his side of the board.
I think the problem with this matchup is that Sebastian loves damage counters.
True.
Sebastian wants damage counters. If you start the damage counter race, Sebastian does not mind. Sebastian's like, yeah, sure, I'll move them around. I'll put them back on yours.
Yeah.
And if they get anywhere near my Ursaluna, I'm having a great time.
I wonder if that's the first time we've actually mentioned Ursaluna.
I think it is.
Well.
I've let it go. I'm pretty sure at this point, if you didn't know,
Yeah, absolutely.
you probably just haven't seen the deck before, honestly.
Yeah, this is just a Solrock Lunatone Monkey Dory deck with a Genesect, which has got that fantastic Ace Nullifier ability when you have a tool attached, does get an air balloon on it, and does just swing away at the Frillish there. And now it's just stopping Kim from being able to utilize his secret box. And that Genesect's just going to be sat there for a while now. And Kim, you know, all things against him at this moment in time. I don't know how strong that hand is. It doesn't look great either.
No, it doesn't.
Does have counter catcher, maybe to try and slow the game down a little bit more. Gets an energy attachment onto his Monkey Dory, it looks like. Maybe just kind of prepping it as a future retreat option if his Frillish goes down.
It's certainly an unusual situation where you see a player like Kim push back into a corner like this and see how they react, see how the play turns out, and see how they come back and bounce back from these situations without getting too disheartened.
Yeah, it does have the counter catcher. Looks like he's going to play it onto the Lunatone right now. Try and buy himself a bit more time to get set up. Here's Oceanic Gloom once again. Maybe trying to stop Sebastian being able to retreat. We've seen 2 air balloons already hit the field, so just has to maybe get an energy attachment because can't play items, of course, to be able to switch around, I guess.
A Calamitous Snowy Mountain would be nice here, but we don't have one. We've got an Arven, so we maybe can get an item card out, but at the moment, not looking great. Looks like Jar just going to have to go for that manual retreat on the Lunatone. Solrock back in the active, and we can manipulate some damage later. So this isn't a bad position to be in. We're taking the Vengeful Punch. I also played this one in my deck. It does 40 damage when your Pokemon is knocked out by an opponent by damage.
Yeah, and it's also just choosing that secret box that, of course, is a fantastic card. Both players are utilizing it, but Genesect's only stopping your opponent's secret box from working with that Ace Nullify ability, so you still have access to your secret box. And it's then just a Cosmic Beam over onto that Frillish once again. Currently surviving because it is a Brave Frillish instead in that active spot. I'm not too sure if that top deck actually saved Kim's current hand, though. Might just have to punch straight back in again.
What was it? Did you see?
Not quite, but I mean, I would have thought he'd try and play it if he could.
Moving some damage across with Monkey Dory's ability. Kim's just deciding where that's going to land, where's going to be the most advantageous place. Do we start trying to knock something out? Or with the other Monkey Dory on the bench, do we want to spread it around and make it more difficult for them to throw it back around when they end up with some darkness energy? We're going for the Professor Turo scenario, which will kind of refresh our Frillish. It may take that damage away and allow for a Monkey Dory attack and or retreat this turn. But I think we're probably just going to go for the attack. We're going to Mind Bend this Solrock.
Yeah, we get now we've got a Brave Monkey Dory in the active spot. There's Mind Bend, the knockout, evening up the prize race here. Monkey Dory with the air balloon is pushed into the active spot, and now items are back live for Sebastian. What can we do here? Will we finally see a big bad bear come to the ground and actually start swinging away as well? But we do see a Nest Ball first. Does have now many options. Solrock coming back down.
I think that's wise. You want your draw engine back on track, and it also is a good attacker in its own right. And Monkey Dory can only absorb so much damage until you can also react with your own Monkey Dory. So even if you can't get, let's say, a large attacker out at this stage, it's honestly not a problem.
And he's still holding on to that secret box, right? So he still has a potential burst turn here into this Monkey Dory in the active spot with that Psychic and Dark energy. Of course, it's up to 160 HP right now, but that Fighting Gong for that fighting may give a chance for Sebastian to just see 3 new cards from that Lunar Cycle. We'll see exactly how this plays out. There it is, Lunar Cycle for 3 cards. Will this help?
Okay, we got a bear, we got a Nest Ball, and another bear, but a different kind, a bigger one.
The bigger bear, the EX bear, is now in hand as well. But is that enough pieces? No, it probably feels like we're going to have to play that secret box, discarding Big Bear EX.
I swear it wasn't Monkey Dory and the 3 bears, but maybe I'm wrong.
But Lunatone also, the moon is also hitting the discard as well, alongside another Nest Ball. So let's see what we're going to work with here. I mean, you do have access to any supporter of choice now, any tool card, any item cards.
I like a Crispin here, personally. I like a good Calamitous Snowy Mountain. I like a Crispin to start with our energy acceleration. An Arven's not a bad shout either. We want to be able to keep our item selection very, very lustrous and make sure that we've got plenty of them around. Yeah, we get a lot. You get a lot of value out of a secret box in this deck. That's the nice thing. You kind of cherry pick what you want and what you need in the moment. You get an item, a supporter, a tool, and a stadium. So now we're just looking for that tool card. We're going to go for the counter gain. I love to see it. Yep, we're going to be behind on prizes potentially. So let's go. Yeah.
Well, it depends here. I mean, right now, it's going to be a very interesting spot because, of course, he could get the energy retrieval to get 2 energies back from the discard, have it ready in hand for Blood Moon Ursaluna to utilize that battle-hardened ability, especially then, of course, if he does get the stadium down as well. But again, wants to save some of that energy attachments for the moment, at least, for that Monkey Dory. Kim did force that Dark Energy retreat earlier, as we do get an Adrenabrain now back over from Sebastian's side. So this is really kind of taking quite a measured approach, right? There's no need to rush this necessarily right now.
Ooh, double Adrenabrain using the energy switch. I love this play. Going ahead and removing all of the damage from that Lunatone by putting even more pressure on the opposing Monkey Dory, who's only going to be able to deal with some of that damage, not all of it. But first of all, we're going to go with the Arven and just check out what's going to be taken here. I'm not entirely sure what the play is. Oh, going for the superior energy retrieval, knowing that we need a lot of energy in this deck to make it function. We're constantly discarding energy. Although Blood Moon Ursaluna does help you put it onto itself, you do need 2 fighting energy in hand at the time.
Yeah, and then you still need an energy attachment, right? But since we already committed that to the active Monkey Dory, won't be able to necessarily get the energy attachment to attack and deal a lot of damage right now with something like the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So we do get the superior energy retrieval, discarding that counter gain tool right now, and just deciding what other card. Looks like it's going to be that Premium Power Pro.
Really tough decision.
Oh, maybe not. Vengeful Punch hits the discard as well. So 2 tools down.
I think the difference between those 2 cards is that obviously one's an item, one's a tool. But the other difference is that one is an active pressure on your opponent and the other is a passive.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
I feel like going for the one that's an active pressure where you choose when that extra damage is dealt is most important.
Yeah, you can't attach another energy to that Blood Moon Ursaluna right now because there was already attachment from to the Monkey Dory. It does also take damage from the stadium there.
Yeah, it does already take the damage, which is a good thing. We want the damage on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It has an attack called Mad Bite, and you do 30 for each damage counter on the Pokemon plus 100.
Yeah, well, so slight misstep, but that's fine. We're still setting up the board. You know, Kim right now hasn't really been able to set up the board into great depth, really. That Monkey Dory is still in the active spot, and it's just a pass over. So there's one more turn. Hits an Iono with the top deck. That's a massive pickup here to try and get back into the game. Gets the Technical Machine Evolution. The active does also bump the stadium. Iono now.
Oh, what a beautiful turn. That was so perfect. You really couldn't ask for much more out of that single turn, getting rid of the troublesome stadium, and
it's not pretty either. There's a Clefairy, there's Jellicent. We could move Jellicent to the active spot just to get the item lock going, but
and tool lock. No tools as well if it evolves, but yeah, still no rolls or way to get into a rolls.
This is really unfortunate. I've seen another fresh 5 new cards, and there's still just not enough. I think it's just double checking exactly what the amount of damage that Blood Moon Ursaluna deals right now. So to that Frillish right now, it's only dealing, what, 90 damage? 90 plus the 100, of course. Sorry, that's what I meant. 100 plus 90. So it's not knocking out the Jellicent. Does get the energy attachment to the Jellicent EX as well. But what's the game plan here? Your hand is not looking pretty. That's 2 cards of the 5 that you just got from the Iono committed now. It's just telepathing and just like, there's nothing there. I mean, you really wish he could hit a routes here because you keep the item lock and evolve up a routes. Pretty good going, but right now we're just going to have to maneuver in, use Adrenabrain, protect it a little bit.
Yeah, make sure that 270 HP is putting in as much work as it can.
So flings over some damage with Adrenabrain and just a pass over. Loses that Technical Machine Evolution. And now Sebastian is item and tool locked from that Jellicent Oceanic Curse ability.
This is a really sticky situation. Luckily, we have the mountain in hand. We can attach for turn, tick that damage counter up. So we're doing 30 for each damage counter, and then plus the 100 as well, but we're still not hitting enough because the Monkey Dory took the damage away. So we're going to need to throw some more damage from our damaged Pokemon onto there if we can. We have attached for turn. We have one Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy, but not much more going for us.
Does have resistance as well. So
yeah,
it's the 190 minus 30. So 160 damage there from Mad Bite. So we'll put it in range for the next turn, and Kim's going to be hoping this next card he draws is really going to save this position here. Let's see what it is. It's a Pheasantipity, I think.
It was, and no knockout was taken.
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. So we're still hanging on by a thread to see who's going to make the first big call of this game. But so far, it's not been great for either player. It has been a bit troublesome for both of them. Kim usually would be in quite a good position for this matchup, but where we have so many Monkey Dory to respond with.
Exactly.
But in this instance, they just haven't been able to get off the mark. No Rolts have been seen apart from that first one at the beginning.
Yeah, so here we go. There's a lot of damage currently on the Jellicent there. Yep, just confirming that that stadium didn't come back into play until it was Sebastian's turn. Can't retreat, right? It's got a free energy cost retreat,
yeah,
so it's just 3. An attack over with Power Press, dealing 80 to that Blood Moon Ursaluna. 70 HP remaining on it right now, but it's under threat, Amy. This Mad Bite is going to do a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah. I'm not even going to try and do the mathematics on that because I'm not smart enough. But you guys in chat can. Go ahead. You can go ahead and do that math because I'm not. Right. But that's the beauty of this deck, is that you're trying to spread damage, and then theoretically you've always got the knockout on whatever they put into the active. But that's the first 2 prize cards taken by Sebastian.
Yeah, now down to 3 prizes remaining here. Kim's got a damaged Monkey Dory in the active spot. Does have Pheasantipity. Can it flip this script and turn this game around in one ability usage right now? So here we go. Does get it benched right now, but what can we do? What are we looking for here at this point?
We're considering the resources and whether we super rod now or later, and I think later was the right choice. We got a Curlier, and oh gosh,
Mew?
I can't. Is it
looks
Mew?
Like a Mew?
I don't know if we can play enough cards that we can actually utilize the Mew yet. We can, yep, attach for turn on the Monkey Dory, but that does add some more damage. Yeah, we're playing as many cards as we can. We are going for the Super Rod now, putting Screamtail and Rolts back into the deck, and we're going to be using Restart on Mew for 2 cards to attempt to desperately draw into this Rolts and get the game off the mark. Oh, it's just 1, sorry, my mistake.
Rare Candy and the Curlier in hand. Can this 1 card save him this time? He did get the Ino last time. It's got Ino again. It's another chance. We're still in it, Amy.
We're in the game. We're in the game. Mew said, no, it's okay, Pheasantipity. I'll turn this car around.
Yeah, so let's see. Can we find no routes? Because this deck doesn't really work without it. There's a Nest
I saw
Ball.
a purple card and a Nest Ball.
Got a Nest Ball there.
We're in.
We're back. We're back online, at least for a little bit longer.
It's okay. We got the whole line in now. Oh no, it's a Frillish.
Yeah.
We got the big God of War. But is it worth it? Are we going to put it down? We're going to move some damage counters first. We're just targeting this Lunatone, so we're taking Lunacycle offline.
Takes a prize, so we're going down to 4 prizes remaining. It looks like he got hold of that Mega Diancie EX now. Here comes the Nest Ball. I mean, is it too little, too late? You're still staring down at a single prize board state, because that's typically what you're going to be facing in this matchup. But can you do enough to maybe just slow the game down? Is Mindbend the route here, just to try and just stop Sebastian taking more prizes?
Yeah, I mean, Blood Moon Ursaluna has a hefty retreat cost, so that's not really an option. We don't see a way of kind of pivoting right now. And once Blood Moon Ursaluna's taken out, what's the real threat on the board? Because we can't use Soul Rock, we don't have Lunatone, we don't have a draw engine, 1 Monkey Dory has an energy, so I think Kim has a potential to deconstruct this board, just chipping away bit by bit.
Yeah, so just retreats into the Frillish, kind of offering it up as a bit of a tribute here right now. Here comes the Night Stretcher for that Lunatone. So we've got Lunacycle back up and live once again. Another energy card in hand. Finds another Stadium Nest Ball and a Dark Energy.
Oh,
that's a great
lovely
pickup. to be able to now activate his another Monkey Dory on his board as well. So he can maneuver generally 6 damage counters at a max per turn right now. There's currently 5 on the active. Blood Moon Ursaluna, 2 on the Monkey Dory. Sometimes you want to save some damage counters on your board to utilize later, but just kind of healing up a little bit. Just putting it onto the opposing Monkey Dory. Just saying, well, I can try and force this issue here. We'll heal another 1. Oh, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, stick it on to the Frillish. And now we'll play a Lily's Determination as well, getting not the full value of 8 cards, as you've taken some prizes, but you do get 6.
Absolutely. And that's sometimes all we need. 6 cards, a lot more than what we did have. Although the deck is looking rather thin already. When playing a deck like this, resource management is so crucial. Where those energies are, where they go, where they're laying, they are so important to bear in mind. And if Kim does manage to turn this around, it could be that Sebastian is just out of meaningful resources to take knockouts when Kim has a larger board in play.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because we have seen the superior energy retrieval and we've seen the energy retrieval already, I believe. And we've seen a few sort of pitching away of some of the energy cards with that Lunar Cycle, and it is just a swing and a hit on that Frillish right now. Just needed to put the 10 damage on, just kind of healing up and then just dealing, over-KOing it, I should say. And now it's on Kim now. What can we do? We've only seen 2 Ionos. We do get a flip the script once again. Ultra Ball, Psychic Energy, and the Curly. It does have Secret Box, but there is that Ace Nullifier. Genesect still in play, so it's not able to be used. That's one thing that's been really kind of holding him back. Has to play an Arven here. I believe it does have access to things like Rare Candy.
Yeah, there is
we
Rare
saw
Candy.
it earlier, didn't we?
Yep. So here's a Rare Candy being eyed up, which absolutely makes sense in the scenario. We need to get that Gardevoir online now, preferably a while ago. But now, you know, better late than never. Here we are, Gardevoir's at the party.
And we have Ultra Ball for another attacker as well. We know we've chucked back in a Scream Tail at the same time, but sometimes it'll be detrimental because you're having to self-damage some of your Pokemon and can put them in range, especially when you've seen your opponent has 2 Monkey Dories online right now. Ultra Balling away, just don't want to pitch away all of those energies. Yeah, it's just going to be that Curlier, not as useful right now maybe, or just maybe thinking, do I need that utility of the Psychic Embrace? Holding on to the Secret Box for the moment, does that kind of maybe telepath that the attack might be onto that Genesect, and maybe just saying, well, if I can get rid of that Genesect, maybe I can get access to my Secret Box on a future turn.
Absolutely, and Screamtail might be one of the ways of doing that, and it seems to be coming back around thanks to that Ultra Ball. So Screamtail being able to damage benched Pokemon really does mean that Genesect has a much lesser effect, but it does leave that looming Ursaluna in the active, which is our kind of biggest threat right now. But Sebastian does need to take 2 more prize cards to solidify this win. However, there are ample targets with that Vezendipity I'm looking at, as it's weak to fighting and makes it very easy for Sebastian to pull back and just take the win.
Yeah, really interesting scenario here, and I think that's why Kim's kind of deliberating exactly what he does. I'm just kind of double checking. Yeah, Calamitous Snowy Mountain is attaching energy from your hand to one of your basic non-water Pokemon. He does send up Gardevoir here. Psychic Embraces to the active. 2 Psychic Energy from the discard. Does get an energy attachment as well. Now we'll try and heal some of that Gardevoir damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And there it is. A Gardevoir attacking, taking a prize on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Miracle Force dealing more than enough damage. And let's just see how we maneuver from this position. He's just saying, well, I don't think you can take down this Gardevoir, especially when you don't have damage counters really to be working with. So
wise, taking everything. Like, you saw Kim reading that card, but Kim knows that at the end of the day, this deck requires damage, and I'm not going to let them have any. And that's exactly what you've got to do, is starve them of their resources in every way at this stage.
There is a scary world where with double Monkey Dory, Kim's got a Monkey Dory there. Well, actually, he's got quite a bit more HP. I forgot it has that Bravery Charm. It is a brave Monkey Dory right now.
He's so brave.
Some with some additional HP. But so it's just a turn right now where Sebastian maybe has to start thinking about setting up the board a little bit. Maybe just applying some pressure. There's obviously easy targets at some stage with that Mew on the bench, or Vezendipity, or the Clefairy, Lily's Clefairy EX there as well. Easy targets. So we do see a Night Stretcher for 1 fighting energy into hand. Does have Blood Moon Ursaluna, battle hardened straight onto the Pokemon as well as energy acceleration, energy attachment from hand, 6 damage counters on it.
Moving it over to the Gardevoir, and that's wowza. There we go. We get the big bear coming in to take down Gardevoir.
So 30 times the 7 damage counters,
Yep.
210 plus 100 is a massive knockout, and that is it. Sorry, just want to make sure that we could calculate it together with everyone at the same time. But that is all she wrote. That's game 1 to Sebastian with that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Mad Bite dealing so much damage there.
Yeah, 6 to 7 damage counters knocks out practically anything in format. So it's huge to make sure that your mathematics is correct, but also has really great weaknesses, as we established that there was a potential for the Serendipity there.
Yeah, and we do get a chance to replay all of that as well. We know Kim had a super slow start, but Sebastian opened with that boss's orders in hand with the Soul Rock energy attachment, able to take down the routes with that Cosmic Beam attack because Lunatone was in play. Didn't even need to show off the Blood Moon Ursaluna yet as well. But from then onwards, Kim was playing full on defense. It was hoping to top deck Ionos. There was a lot of cards played by Sebastian during that turn, but did get a number of sort of energy attachments off there. Eventually got an attack off with another Mad Bite from that Blood Moon Ursaluna on that Jellicent, which couldn't really do much other than just trying to slow the game down. But from then onwards, it was pretty easy from then. I mean, Kim had to put down all of those 2 prizes. Look at that board, setting it all up with just that routes on the bench there. And down to 2 prizes. And then with that secret box in hand, stopped by Ace Nullifier, battle hardened, energy acceleration, Mad Bite, 70 damage on that Gardevoir. I mean, you're doing 210 already, plus the 100 base, and it's an instant knockout. And I know, by the way, our players are straight in to game 2 here. Just kind of letting you guys know we are already kicking things off, and it looks like Sebastian is going first. Just a quick glance of the prizes there as well.
Nothing too crazy. We're okay with that.
We're going to get a game. We're going to get a game.
I don't know. Mew did save the day last time, and Mew's in the prize cards, but I think it's going to be a different affair this time with a double Ultra Ball starting hand. So into Sebastian's turn. Of course, we've got Lunatone, we've got Soul Rock, we've got Monkey Dory. What more could you ask for?
Give me some insight, Amy. How are you typically feeling going into a Gardevoir matchup with this deck?
It's not the best matchup in the world. It can be really sketchy, and mainly it's because of that Gardevoir itself.
But you must be over the moon in this position.
Hey.
Because you are 1 game up here in Sebastian's shoes, as he does get the draw engine online, but it's over to Kim now. The hand's not looking too bad. Technical Machine Evolution in the hand right now. Does have Frillish, so has options to maybe slow the game down or maybe just start getting into the Curliers. Does also have that Lily's Determination as well. Getting a chance to get 2 Psychic Energies into the hand from that Earthen Vessel will open up avenues for Kim in terms of this turn 1. Just, again, reconsulting some of those prizes as well. That's a chance for Kim to really understand what he has a chance to play around with. Like you said, Amy, it's nothing too crazy. Another Ultra Ball. There's 1 routes, energy attachment, technical machine evolution, and a Lily's Determination for the full 8.
Honestly, that is what we expect. This is what we expect from a typical Gardevoir turn 1. And this is so many light years away from last turn that actually we see how powerful Gardevoir can be, how explosive those starts can be, and we're hoping for another ults here.
And thankfully we didn't draw into both of our Curliers, so that's step 1. But we do get another energy pitched away with that Earthen Vessel there, discarded, because that's where you really want them, right? You don't want them anywhere else, so that you can use Psychic Embrace to kind of get the energy acceleration, get the damage counters, so you can fling over some damage with your own Monkey Dories and really just kind of apply some incredible pressure as well. We do have Nest Balls, so we do get a chance to get the second routes. It's just going to be a technical machine evolution for both of them up to Curliers from the deck. A fantastic way to just accelerate your board state to try and get to those stage 2s as soon as possible.
That's what we expect. We want it. We got it. Both Curliers, consistent, good. They're going to grow up next turn, and this is going to be a real shindig. Sebastian's turn, on the other hand, also looking quite strong. We've kind of got what we want online right now. We've got the draw engine, and now we just need to put the other puzzle pieces together. We need to try and slow Kim down, because that's the problem. When there's two God of War in play, it's so difficult to get through both of them. And realistically, that's kind of the chalk and cheese way of slowing God of War down, is taking out the God of Wars themselves. This becomes less possible the more of them that are about. They've got huge HP totals, and it can be sometimes a struggle to get all of the Monkey Dory set up with the energy that you need on the rest of the Pokemon on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see, once again, the discard of that Koraidon EX, not useful in this matchup, is Psychic Weak. So, yeah, you want to get that away from your board as soon as possible. We do get Lunar Cycle now. Draw 3 more cards. We do get the Ace Nullifier Genesect there, which has always been super useful. It does get the Vengeful Punch attached to it rather than the Air Balloon now. Energy attachment to the active Soul Rock. We have Premium Power Pro. We only have one of them, and that's one way to accelerate your way of taking prizes. So instant knockout of that Frillish there. Now Kim just got 2 Curliers to work with, and did have Secret Box in hand once again, so just immediately stopping, or get stopped by that Genesect.
Lily's going to have to save the day because the box is firmly locked, as Genesect says, no chance of you using that. And that's, again, what we're talking about, with Sebastian needing to use everything in their power to slow Kim down now. Yep. Hopefully this Lily's just catapults us once again into the driver's seat, and we can see a real gritty game.
Well, Secret Box is back and can't be used.
He didn't seem chuffed about that, did he?
He has to draw cards because we haven't seen a Gardevoir there. Can this help? Iono.
No.
I'm not too sure there was a Gardevoir available.
We've got a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, that's...
But that's not
what we're after.
No.
So this scenario here, we may have to try and find another Pokemon to just kind of get in the active spot and just kind of push forward for the moment, because... well, unfortunately, you're trapped with that Secret Box, a not useful card here once again, as we do get an energy attachment to the active. Maybe you can just use Curlier's first attack after all. Call Sign. There it is. Call Sign. Search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon, reveal them, put them into your hand. So you do guarantee Gardevoir on the next turn. You also start to guarantee some additional attackers alongside you as well, and just generally thinning the deck just to try and help your game a little bit more. Just chooses the Gardevoir EX, the Screamtail, and an additional routes there. And it's over back to Sebastian to continue to force the issue here. So it'll be real interesting as we do try and maybe have to overcome this 100 HP Curly, I should say.
I definitely think that Genesect is a card that is very underrated and that a lot of people don't respect enough. Here we've got the Ting-Lu. I think we saw that in a match with Ross and Jesper earlier in the day.
Yeah, we did.
It does 30 damage to all of the opponent's bench Pokemon if you discard a stadium.
Yep.
Well, yeah, if there's a stadium, and then you must discard it. So that's not really needed in this matchup, but it can be the pivotal point. It can be that extra step that gets you to the finishing line when you just need that extra damage in play. But for now, it's a Lily's, and hopefully we'll get a little bit further into the Pokemon that we need to start taking bigger knockouts. Can we squeeze this down to a 1 Gardevoir situation?
Yeah, that's going to be what Sebastian's looking for here. Only gets the 6 cards from Lily's Determination, of course, because having taken a prize on the previous turn. Just looking at it now, has Fighting Gong, has Monkey Dory. Is that... I don't think
it's
I
not
saw...
looking great.
Yeah, I don't think I saw the... Well, we could not... Well, yeah, there's that. It's like one piece off every single time.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's just going to be a Cosmic Beam Punch here into the active Curlier. It's exactly what kind of Kim wants, really. Then you don't have to commit another routes to the board. You have double Curliers just ready, raring to go. You can just get a Dark Energy attachment at some stage as well for Adrenabrain.
Yeah, the only dangerous thing is obviously that 60 damage that's already there. That's going to help that Blood Moon Ursaluna knockout a lot easier, and it'll take 2 prize cards. So you need to get the Monkey Dory online as soon as possible now.
Yeah, it looks like the Ultra Ball here, pitching away or discarding away the Lily's Clefairy EX and the routes there for another Gardevoir. So maybe we'll just get 2 going right here, right now. And then that's just an opportunity to maneuver around. We do get the Screamtail down as well. It's always scary to have the Screamtail down, but maybe you have to then target something like your opponent's Monkey Dory so that not too much damage comes back over.
Or the Genesect, take that out,
Yeah,
can finally
true.
open up that secret box.
Looks like it's going to be an Arven here. Chance to pick up an item card and a tool card. Looks like it's going to be that Earthen Vessel and that Bravery Charm. That Bravery Charm will help push maybe the Screamtail out of range after he gets some damage from the Psychic Embrace ability. Also, that Earthen Vessel will get some Dark Energies into the mix at some point as well. Oh, he is pitching away the secret box. That doesn't feel great, but if needs must, double Dark Energy coming into hand. Kind of, again, just showcasing exactly what he might be trying to do here. He might just have to well, he is going to just ignore that Genesect from now on.
I think you've got to. At this point, you're like, okay, right, I need to deal with the real problem. The real problem are the attacking Pokemon and this draw engine, which we've seen to such success in decks like Golden Go throughout this season.
Yeah, and then we get the double damage from the Psychic Embrace. It's 20 damage for each Psychic Energy accelerated in that way. We do get the Bravery Charm onto the Screamtail as well. Monkey Dory moving some damage counters off the Curlier onto the Monkey Dory. This is what we said. So 4 times 20 from the Screamtail's Roaring Scream attack will mean it can take a knockout on that opposing Monkey Dory. And there it is, evening up the prize race here. Both players down to 5 prizes remaining.
And that Monkey Dory being gone is a big problem for the kind of status of Sebastian's play. Sebastian really needs the damage counters to be able to move them around, and moving them around is essential to getting those big knockouts on things like the God of Wars. So we need to have at least 2 Monkey Dory with the energy attached in play. Like, that is the game plan against God of War. It's what you need, and right now that is not being fulfilled.
Yeah, and you know Kim's going to be, soon to be attaching some energy to the other Monkey Dory that's on the board as well, because we know that there's that Dark Energy in hand already. So let's just see how Sebastian's going to play out this turn, because that Screamtail is out of range once again from that Cosmic Beam, from the active Soul Rock. So we do get the Arven for his own secret box, just kind of rubbing it in Kim's face that I get to play it and you don't.
Yep, I can open this box, you can't.
There we go, and there's that counter gain as well. Was that going to be maybe pitched away? 3 cards to discard, of course. The Tinglu, the big Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, and the counter gain maybe. Just kind of just deliberating right now what's useful or not.
It's got to be right now. We're going quite slow, and it looks like we're going to be trading prize card for prize card for a little while at least. So I think it's a fair shout to say, okay, I'm probably not going to be able to utilize this for a while. And what I need right now is to keep myself in a leading position, because it looks like Kim's about to sneak up on me with the fury that God of War can bring.
Yeah, especially when you're the initiator in the prize race as well, because you have the opportunity here to try and take a knockout where possible. We've seen Arven being played. He's obviously just shown us the boss's orders for a future turn. Does get the Night Stretcher for the Monkey Dory once again. Can only attach 1 energy unless he plays something like the Crispin that is in his list, that one-off Crispin. So would only get 1 energy attachment onto one of the Monkey Dories if he chooses to do so. It's just looking at pitching away a card from his hand. It's going to be the Air Balloon now, to get some more energies into hand, Dark Energy and a Fighting Energy. Just trying to see if he can, set up the board in a way where his Monkey Dories can outmatch Kim's, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's who can get their Monkey Dory set up first, who can utilize that damage for knockouts correctly. And from Kim's perspective, you're just trying to not allow Sebastian to have any excess damage on the board to work with.
Yeah, so it's got a couple of key decisions that needs to be made here. Stadium comes down, so we can start getting some damage counters on. So you can only get 20 damage onto that Monkey Dory. It's not quite enough to fling over to the Screamtail and then put it in range of Solrock's Cosmic Beam. So what does he play this 20 damage to? He puts it on that Pheasant Dip. Oh, no, maybe not. He's deciding the other Gardevoir for the moment, and it looks like it's just another Cosmic Beam, keeping that Screamtail around and actually just increasing the damage output of that Screamtail as well.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So Screamtail, I suppose Screamtail could probably knock out anything on the board anyway with relative ease. So giving it more damage output really isn't a problem, especially when you're working with a single prize board state and knowing your opponent can push up that damage regardless. But here comes an Iono from Kim. Hopefully this will continue to bless Kim with all of the balls he needs right now
mean,
to keep up this pace and keep Sebastian on the rocks.
This game 2 has been pretty so much better is the best way of putting it.
Yes.
I mean, double Monkey Dory online with a Dark Energy on the board as well. And that Screamtail able to just kind of, he's the one now taking the initiative, right? He's the one who can now take the lead in the prize race. Of course, he does have 2 prizes on his board, and that's what Sebastian's going to have to start eyeing up at some stage to overcome that deficit. But this is where the Monkey Dory damage, hey, he's just going to try and remove maybe some of the Monkey Dories at some stage, but he's taken the one out with the energy. I like that a lot, Amy.
I love it too, honestly. Again, it's whoever's Monkey Dory are going to last the longest. And at the moment, Kim has 2 Monkey Dory, both have energy, so both of their Adrenabrains are in effect right now. How many does Sebastian have?
0. Well, one on the bench, but not live with Adrenabrain.
No, and at the end of the day, that means that we won't have an attach for turn if we were to put an Ursaluna in play.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to highlight as well. Just because you can't, again, without utilizing that Crispin, there's no way of actually getting 2 energy attachments onto the board. You can maybe weave in the energy switch, which we did see in game 1 as well. We do see the Lunar Cycle now, 3 cards. What other cards are we working with? Here's the Fighting Gong. Will we eventually finally see this Blood Moon Ursaluna? Do we have the energies in hand to utilize that Battle Hardened as well? There it is. The little big bad bear.
It certainly is Battle Hardened. It brings a lot of ferocity with it. We don't currently have the energy, but we do have Crispin going ahead and playing that first.
So
grabbing out the energy. I imagine the attach from the Crispin's effect will be to the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, absolutely. And then doesn't have to apply any more damage to it. Oh, actually, there's Team Rocket's Watchtower currently in play, so the Calamity Snowy Mountain is already gone. But then, of course, can we do anything here? We do get the Rescue Stretcher for the Monkey Dory once again. Again, it's another Monkey Dory that can get an energy attachment, but are you going to get this here right now?
Energy retrieval for 2, probably attaching one of them to the Monkey Dory.
I guess this is one way, because you probably can take an easy knockout on the Screamtail. It does have 80 HP remaining, so let's get both of our Monkey Dories up and running for the moment and play around with this damage counters. I mean, you're going to send some damage counters over, but you probably don't want to give too much to Kim at this point.
No, you probably just want to send the 1 over, but going for a few extras, keeping Monkey Dory healed. There are 2 Monkey Dory on the opposing side, so I suppose it does get a bit scary that they could then maneuver damage back. So taking it all off for now and taking out that Screamtail once and for all.
Yeah, you know your opponent in Kim already has that energy acceleration and I guess damage counter acceleration as well on the board with that ability. So you do have a chance to just kind of self-generate some damage without that Calamitous Snowy Mountain in play. I mean, right now, we just got under 7 minutes to go. Kim is constantly going to be staring down at a single prize board state in his opponent. So we'll still need 4 attacks at the least to be able to try and take this game. As Screamtail comes straight back onto the board there. Iono being utilized as well. Both players going down to 4 cards now. But Kim will have access to yet another Roaring Screamtail.
Yeah, Screamtail coming back again. It's a really scary Pokemon in this matchup because you can use it to such great effect to just chip away at your opponent's Monkey Dory. And that's exactly what you want to do. You need to win the monkey race.
Yeah, and this is the Psychic Embrace retreat there. That's why the damage counters have gone onto that Monkey Dory there. So now he's got 2 damage counters on it. Roaring Scream, or Screamtail, I should say, to the active spot there with 2 energies attached. So that's 40 damage that goes on because of Psychic Embrace, putting it in a pretty good spot once again to do exactly the same that we saw from the first Monkey Dory knockout. Move 3 damage over from one of those Gardevoirs to one of those Monkey Dories, and you can actually just start trying to win that Monkey Dory race.
Exactly. That's what we got to do. Keep the Gardevoir safe by using our own Monkey Dory, maneuvering damage back over to Sebastian's board. And I imagine that's exactly what we're going to see. Yep, going ahead and moving some off the first one. 3 onto the Monkey Dory from the first Adrenabrain. And I don't know if Kim's going to give Sebastian any more damage to work with. Or it's a really tough situation. I think it is right. Yeah, that's exactly it. They're going to go ahead and use Roaring Scream on the Monkey Dory after moving double sets of damage off with both Monkey Dory, but putting it all on the same target so that you don't leave Sebastian any leftovers.
Yeah, so in this scenario, Sebastian is still potentially only 2 attacks away from actually still winning this game. Kim still needs to take, well, attack 3 times. So there's still a position where Sebastian can do this, of course. There are, like we mentioned, there's a couple of 2 prizes on the bench there. That Pheasantipity is probably an easier target if you can move some damage counters to it. Gardevoir's at some stage, if you can maneuver additional damage counters to it as well, can be one way to take another big, bad, mad bite there from a Blood Moon Ursa Luna. As we do get another Lunar Cycle, there is...
Ooh, that was quite a nice Lunar Cycle.
Yeah,
We've got Superior Energy Retrieval. We do have another Blood Moon Ursa Luna. We've got a Nest Ball. So this isn't looking too shabby. Looks like we have the Calamitous Snowy Mountain as well. So let's see what's left in the deck for us. I don't know if there's a whole lot. We do still have the Monkey Dory, which is, of course, what we want to go for. And then it's just eyeing up sort of whether it's worth going for the Blood Moon Ursa Luna this turn. I think you almost have to. I think you've got to start going a little bit aggressive. But it's such a shame that you can only take a single prize knockout this turn.
Yeah, maybe it's not too bad so long as you're keeping up in the prize race right now. So if Sebastian goes down to 3 prizes, Kim can only go down to 2 on the next turn. Maybe if Kim doesn't find a way to get a big bulky sort of EX in the active spot that can tank a hit, it just means that Sebastian has another turn to take another single prizer and then just push it closer and closer to the 2 prize knockout at some stage. We do get the Battle Harden now with the Stadium in play now and the attachment. And
we went for the attachment on the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, so do we have something like Energy Switch in hand, maybe? Or are we just going to take the knockout with a Cosmic Beam again? Yeah, it looks like it's that,
looks like
that route.
Just getting the bear ready to wrestle.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's quite a nice position to be in, but Kim's got to be wary that that bear is waiting in the wings. We do see... Oh.
There we are, the damage from Cosmic Beam. Yeah, because it was the double Monkey Dory Adrenabrain, which took out the Screamtail because it didn't have the Bravery Charm.
Yep.
And then just going for the Cosmic Beam on the Gardevoir because we can't push enough damage over to the Gardevoir, nor do we have any way of getting an extra energy onto Blood Moon Ursa Luna. Back over to Kim's turn. Of course, we're flipping the script just to have every single card that we can possibly gain so that we can sequence this turn to perfection.
Yeah, we did hit the Counter Catcher, which is quite nice. Can we also combine it with another Iono? There is another Iono in hand as well. So maybe we could have to try and take down the Blood Moon Ursa Luna, combine it with another Iono, and just try and limit what's available.
Can't currently use Counter Catcher.
Oh, sorry,
they are on the
apologies.
same amount of prize cards.
I kept thinking that we're going...
So we would need to use a different method of getting our opponent's Pokemon into the active. But you know what? Screamtail, I hear she's making a comeback.
Yeah, I guess Screamtail could do exactly the same thing, especially when we're pushing over damage counters from the Adrenabrain anyway. And just kind of setting up. Ooh, has a Professor Churro scenario that flipped out of the deck, of course. The Blood Moon Ursa Luna now currently at, was it 130 HP? Oh, no, 140 HP. But it's just targeting the Monkey Dories once again. We've just spoken about it so much. I mean, we've said Monkey Dory a lot so far.
We have. I think we need, how many times have Amy and Alex said Monkey Dory counter at this point? But for very good reason, I've got to say. We know, and Kim has assessed, Kim is a very, very decorated player, as we've seen. And Kim knows the way that I win this is to make sure that I am not letting Sebastian have 2 Monkey Dory.
I feel like Kim's position there, he's holding on to that Iono. I couldn't keep count of exactly how many Iono has been played so far, but it's definitely a couple, it feels like. And now he's just going to have to prep that Iono for maybe that one more turn where Sebastian takes a knockout here, potentially on that Screamtail, and then Ionoing down to 2, whilst also just trying to overcome the final 2 prizes. Oh, but it's a big boss's orders here. Onto that Gardevoir that's already damaged with 6 damage counters on it. Here comes the Calamitous Snowy Mountain once again. We get an energy attachment straight up to 3 damage counters on the Blood Moon Ursa Luna, Amy. We're dealing massive amounts of damage. It's going to be 2 prizes once again, putting him down to 1. Anything else?
It's going to be close.
There you go, just onto the Screamtail as well.
And a Mad Bite takes out Gardevoir. Just can't handle it.
Yeah, there's just a calculation. 60 times 30 because of the damage counters that's on it is 180. Plus the extra 100 base is 280 damage. Plus the 60 that's already on it.
Yep.
Would be 340 damage, right?
Yep.
There you go.
It's
we
always
worked
the
out.
60 that's already on it that people forget. It's always that. But yeah, takes out God of War, clean knockout, and now we're left 2 prizes to 1, and we are almost out of time. So we're going to be going into those 3 final turns now.
Yeah, and this is the tricky spot, right? Because the Iono might hit even harder here from Kim's side. So he does still need 2 attacks to actually win the game. Probably needs to remove that Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. But he probably could actually take this game. I mean, we're in a tricky spot. So Kim will be... I don't know if he's drawn a card yet. So if he hasn't drawn a card and time has been called between turns, it does mean Sebastian was still turn 0. And now there's a promotion. It will be the draw card on Kim's turn, which will make him turn 1, which is a real interesting scenario. So if anyone's new to the game or hasn't heard, once time has been called, there are 3 additional turns. When time is called on that player's turn, that will be turn 0. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, sort of between the 2 players. But because it was still in between turns and there was no promotion or the draw cards, it does mean Sebastian ends as turn 0.
It does. It's a really tricky situation for Kim. There's a lot of Pokemon on the bench right now that can, and in the active, which can be knocked out by Sebastian. Realistically, what we need to do is move as much damage away from the vulnerable Pokemon as possible and put a huge Gardevoir in the active to attack this Ursaluna. That's the ideal situation here, is take Screamtail out of range of a single Munkidori and then deal with the Blood Moon Ursaluna with something with large amounts of HP. Here comes the Gardevoir, and we get that journey on the go.
Remember, Kim does have 2 turns, so he's turn 1 and turn 3, of course, so can still win this game 2 here. He's currently 1 game down against this Blood Moon Ursaluna deck, and Sebastian is very likely to be Iono to 1 shortly, because there was that Iono just waiting in the wings as well. I mean, we want to make sure that there's no way to generate some more damage counters for Sebastian to really sort of take a cheeky knockout here. But there's the Iono to 1, Kim down to 2, but he's quite happy with his position with the Pheasantipity as well. Can you see that? Is that switch?
I think it's a switch.
It looks like a switch.
I think it's a switch, and that's not going to help us. We're going to have a draw for turn. Is it going to be enough? The bets are that it won't be enough.
No.
We've used a lot of resources. We used a lot of energy. Our draw engine relies on having energy in our hand. And, you know, you do need a lot to make that Blood Moon Ursaluna work at the end of the day. So being Iono to 1 with a big Gardevoir in the active is huge.
Yeah, there's the energy attachment from hand, which he's been able to pick up. Here's Psychic Embrace to the active as well. Now pushing that Gardevoir to 60 damage, which is a scary number. Because we've already seen 1 go down because of it. But knowing your opponent currently only has 1 card to work with,
you got to hope that this isn't an energy. This isn't a way to re-establish a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
So what are we working with? Which Pokemon we're sending forward? It's going to be the Air Balloon Lunatone.
Makes sense.
1 card.
Let's see what it is.
Arven.
I don't think it's enough.
I mean, it's a couple of pieces if it can, but it
It's
might
not
be
enough.
a stretch.
It's not enough. We need a way to get the Blood Moon back. We also need energy. A tool and an item can't provide that much value. We might be able to get a Pheasantipity, and that might be able to help us. But honestly, beyond that, I don't know. And I don't even know if there's a way to get the Pheasantipity out right now. We've taken the Fighting Gong because, we don't have much going on. I think all we can do is Lunacycle and pray.
The other, just to remind everyone as well, the last bear, or Blood Moon, I should say, is currently in the prizes in terms of the smaller one.
Yeah, we need the
ninth
ninth stretcher, but I don't know if we have enough energy after that. And we mentioned how crucial it was to manage resources. I physically don't think there is a way right now that we can get enough energy and the Blood Moon Ursaluna into play with the cards that are remaining.
Do we still have energy retrieval and available somewhere? Superior energy retrieval. It's one of those things that we need to double check, but it's going to be the fighting energy from the Arven there. Where's the
deck?
Where's the deck gone?
I think he.
There's a lot of cards in
his
hand.
Hello. That's the whole deck.
Is that the? Oh no, is that the hand? Is that
the
deck?
hand?
So yeah, he's just grabbing.
Yes,
I mean,
that's
grabbing.
the deck.
Yeah, that's the deck. So right, there you go. Confusion sorted.
It's all good.
That was an interesting scenario.
What's going on?
But this deck will need to be shuffled. I'm just trying to think what else is available at this point. Arven Supporter is played, can still retreat. So this
Let's draw 3 and see what we're working with, Alex. Lily, nope.
Nope. Ooh,
Light
nice
stretcher, one bit.
And the boss's orders would have wanted that earlier, but I don't think that's enough anymore. Has already played the supporter for turn off and to even get into this position. So
I think
like
that Iono has really put Sebastian in a really sticky situation here. One that is far too sticky to get out of, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Kim will have one more turn to be able to deal with this as well. And there's not really much outside of this big Blood Moon Ursaluna EX that could pop into the active spot. But then Kim just needs to retreat into the Screamtail or attach some more energies in Psychic Embrace, and that'll be all she wrote. There is the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. We're going to do everything we can to slow the game down, of course. And it's a Blood Moon for 0 energy cards because that's Seasoned Skill ability. And I feel like Kim knows exactly what's going to happen here. Surely he does have one more turn, I believe, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Hope so. I believe, just retreating into the Screamtail or using Professor Turo's scenario and then taking out one of those benched Pokemon is the way to go. And there's the handshake as we get a tie because Kim took this game by storm.
Yeah, absolutely. I would have been worried if he used Professor Turo's scenario because then he's not no Gardevoirs on the
Oh,
board.
yeah. I forgot the other one had been knocked out already.
Absolutely fine. He played it perfectly just to kind of retreat, get the Psychic Embrace to the active Screamtail, and that would be the way to take the final prize there. So this game does end in a tie as 1-1 for both our players. Still in fantastic spots, still undefeated both our players here.
Yes.
7-0-2 as we get a chance to replay all of that, especially from game 1 where we saw Sebastian really run away with it all purely because Kim just couldn't really draw out of his position and he lost that route so early to that boss's orders and that Cosmic Beam attack from the Soul Rock there. But then all of a sudden it's just a Blood Moon Ursaluna doing work, taking down Frillishes, taking down eventually also this Gardevoir as well. The 6 damage counters moving across, and then it's just that calculation of exactly the numbers you need. I mean, just to knock out an EX Pokemon just like that is incredible.
Absolutely is, and that's what makes this deck so powerful. The hard part is managing all those resources, and we've seen it to great depth with this best of 3. Of course, then we saw the Screamtail taking out Monkey Dory after Monkey Dory. It did feel a bit like Groundhog Day. We were seeing just the same thing happen again and again, but it was a great way for Kim to manage what Sebastian was attempting to achieve. And of course, then Sebastian was taking the knockout back with that Soul Rock again and again, but it had to end somewhere. And that's where we saw this kind of pivotal point of the game, where Gardevoir finally kind of took that retreat back into this final Screamtail, getting that next Monkey Dory dealt with. And Sebastian was having to use a lot of resources to bring these Monkey Dory back. And put more darkness energy on them, and that was the problem.
I mean, there was a few turns just not even getting the dark energies on them as well, but then this Gardevoir just being a big tanky EX Pokemon in the active spot, and the Iono, of course, then did get hit by that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, but Kim had it all available, and there's a hand stretched out there. Fist bump was also stretched out at the same time, but, a lot of respect between our two players. I did see a little smile between them after a pretty fun, intricate matchup, especially when you just, as you mentioned, that resource management of trying to take out your opposing Monkey Dories whilst Sebastian was just trying to, battle straight through whatever was in the active spot.
It was really difficult because Kim had the advantage of being able to accelerate energy to all of their psychic Pokemon. So they could always use their attach for turn on their Monkey Dory, whereas Sebastian didn't have that grace.
Yes, of course. I mean, just always getting a Monkey Dory onto the board, sometimes without a dark energy, it just means it's another threat, but not quite, because you have to commit all of your energy attachment sometimes to your attacker. I mean, maybe I would have liked to have seen the Cosmic Beam on that Screamtail right at the end rather than going for that Gardevoir EX. Because then if you did get Iono to 2, you have a little bit more going sometimes, and you still have a big bear at the back. But it's one of those things where sometimes you just have to force the issue. You have to kind of be that aggressor, take the additional prizes, and maybe just force your opponent into an awkward position. Because we looked at Kim there, and we actually saw him just kind of deliberating. It's like, I didn't expect my Gardevoir to go down. You go down to 1 prize. Well, this has changed my game plan slightly.
Yeah.
But Iono was always going to be the key piece of the puzzle there.
It really was. Completely changed the pace of the game, completely just broke down what Sebastian was trying to achieve. But of course, as all good things, we must now scootle over to the couch and wrap up our first phase and our one, of course, amazing round of phase 2 that we just experienced. So we'll catch you guys in a little bit.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
Smooth.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful.
estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast.
Smooth.
And can change the world.
Welcome back, everybody. Of course, my name's Amy. I'm back again, wrapping up with Jesper, Ross, and Alex. Goodness gracious. Can I have a quick highlight from each of you about your favorite moment of today, starting with Jesper?
Having an interview with Christian, then having him featured around after, getting to cast that myself together with Ross, of course, and then seeing him winning on stream, that's definitely top tier moment.
Just having a look at everything going on, all of these weird decks. But I will say, I was trying to find Drew to do a bit of an interview a little bit earlier, and just sitting down, I'm watching his game, and I look to the other side, and there's a Mega Venusaur at 501. And, you know, we just saw Blood Moon Ursaluna on stream there, but I think that moment of, wait, Mega Venusaur's not that good. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
That certainly can be, right? I mean, I think for myself, it's just the fact that we were able to showcase a good variety, especially with seeing how Ascended Heroes has actually been able to, you know, put in some work for a lot of our decks now, just to be able to make them a bit more consistent or give them some more power, like the End Zoroark EX, for example. And it just makes things so much more interesting, considering a lot of people were like, oh, it's still the same decks. Well, actually, no, it isn't.
No, it's not.
Think about all the decks you saw.
It does feel a bit pantomime, doesn't it? Anyway, let's take a look at the standings. We've got some updates for you all. I know you're itching to find out. Let's take a lookie.
And we're speaking of stream players already. Christian Fontenot, currently tournament boss, together with, I know you'd like to hear this, Amy, Ethan on second seed there with that festival lead. Going into this tournament, I knew festival lead was a possibility players were looking at. I certainly did not expect it to be second seed currently.
Of course he said that. I'm still going to say, of course he says that now, right? Yeah. Oh, of course Festival Lead was going to be a great deck for this tournament.
Oh, yeah, no, you didn't hear what he was saying right before we came live. I made a bold prediction. I'll make it again with a camera on. I think Ethan's winning the whole thing with Festival Lead, but you don't have enough faith in the deck, do you, Jesper?
I'd say Christian on Golden Go. Both of these players are fantastic, of course, both winning stream matches, Ethan being on the first one. But you know what? Golden Go, tried and tested deck, can beat most of the field. I trust in Christian for this.
I don't know. Festival Lead's pretty fun, and in my books, you can't beat fun.
I feel like he's also tested the deck.
Well, let's have a look at some of our Phase 2 qualified players to check out who we might see tomorrow.
Yeah, we've seen some of these names already in that standings just then, but there's so many more players still vying. It's not just Christian and Ethan, who we've already highlighted as players to watch with that Golden Go and the Festival Lead deck, but there's a few other names that we've already seen on the feature matches or via interviews. I mean, Drew Stevenson's still there or thereabouts, right? He's always going to do that with that level of consistency that he has. Kim, that we just had on stream, you know, we had a chance to see the Gardevoir finally in action. Did have a bit of a tough time at points, but he's still there or thereabouts. And there's so many more names, so many more players that we're just going to have to keep an eye on. And I'm sure we're going to keep an eye on some new other decks as well.
Absolutely. And don't forget that you can catch us tomorrow at 11 a.m. CEST. That is very important. There is a little bit of a time shift here in Sevilla. So we must remember that that is 11 a.m. CEST. That is 2 a.m. PDT. So please make sure that you set your alarm for the correct time to catch us for more Phase 2 action tomorrow.
Okay, I'm just going to make it a bit easier. An hour earlier than today. And if it starts tomorrow and there's 3 people on the couch, you know what happened to the 4th person. They didn't set their alarm properly.
I'm gonna say Ross took a big sigh when you said, "Oh, it's CEST," and Ross is like, "I've lost an hour of sleep."
Not happy about it, mate. Who even decided this?
Well, if you want more Pokemon action, even with the time change, tonight we have the Pokemon UNITE Asian Championships League 2026 final day 2 at 2:20 a.m. CEST. That's 5:20 p.m. PDT. You can watch that tonight.
Can't oversleep if you don't go to bed.
Exactly. We've got too much Pokemon action. Nope, no such thing as too much. I changed my mind. Don't forget to go to Pokemon.com/broadcasts, because then you won't miss anything. Set your alarm. You've heard it here first. Do it now. I'm telling you, it's not an option. You must do it now. Set your alarm, please. Okay. And of course, we have a fantastic Twitch schedule. Yeah, we're not stopping with the Pokemon action. We got back-to-back.
Yeah, so much to watch out for. I mean, there's plenty throughout the week. That's upcoming, of course. Pokemon Battle Dimension. There's plenty of reruns of some fantastic tournaments that we've had in recent times as well. I mean, just the international championships in Europe for the VGC. It's a bit of a rerun, but it's an opportunity to just kind of watch back very fondly of a fantastic tournament.
And we've had loads of fun this weekend with the Ascended Heroes format here in Sevilla. But what I'm looking forward to as well, next week, last major tournament of the Ascended Heroes format before post-rotation is going to happen. And you know what that means? That means we have Orlando coming up next week already, and we will be broadcasting that.
And it's going to be fun to see people over in North America. Are they going to take some notes? Are they going to learn some lessons from what we see in Sevilla this weekend and take that to Orlando? That is the last chance for North America to be playing pre-rotation. And then, of course, when we get to Prague and later events, we are going to hit the rotation. So one last chance for our friends on the other side of the pond.
All I'm going to say is it's very clear that an apple a day keeps Dragapult away. And you guys, in that vein, must go ahead and follow our channels and socials for all of the best we can provide. Make sure you're following us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And once again, I'm not giving you a choice. Do it now, please. Load up your phone. What are you doing?
I'm kind of
you better be clicking those buttons.
I'm a little busy. Can I do it like when we're done?
No, now, Ross. Okay, but later, fine. But thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Don't forget to join us tomorrow. I'm going to say it one more time, 11 a.m. CEST. We'll see you there. Goodbye for now.